Chapter 1. Encountering thunderstorm weather, which aircraft dares to land. Dongda. Wancheng. The summer weather resembles a passionate romance, with blazing heat one moment and the next engulfed in a tempest of thunder and torrential rain. At the control tower of Wancheng Zhenging Airport, controller Wu Zhigao gazed out at the relentless downpour. Stretching his arms, he remarked to his colleague, "With rain this heavy, arriving flights are either circling or diverting to other airports. We are fortunate to enjoy a brief respite." The rain fell as if the heavens had opened a vast chasm. The pitch-black clouds enveloped the entire expanse, rendering the afternoon, despite being only 2 or 3 o'clock, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness of night. Only the occasional flash of lightning pierced the gloom, momentarily illuminating a world shrouded in shadow. "Indeed," chimed in a sweet and charming young female controller beside Wu Zhigao. "But once the rain subsides, we will surely find ourselves busy. Let us indulge in the moment. While we can sense the heavens have granted us a brief holiday, we ought to savor it," Wu Zhigao replied with a contented expression, turning to his lovely colleague Yao Yao. "I hear you have submitted your resignation. Are you really headed to Quancheng?" "Yes," the girl named Lin Muyao responded. "My parents have relocated to Quancheng, and working at Yaochang Airport will bring me closer to home." "Isn't your family originally from Suzhou?" Wu Zhigao inquired. "My roots are in Suzhou, but my father has been transferred for work, so our entire family has moved to Quancheng. Besides, Suzhou lacks an airport." "Nonsense. Suzhou has airports, and not just one." Wu Zhigao chuckled. Lin Muyao turned to him, unblinking, as if to say, "As a native of Suzhou who has lived there for 20 years, how could I be unaware of the presence of airports in my hometown? Suzhou Meiyu International Airport, Suzhou Zanwu International Airport, Suzhou Xiangyao International Airport," Wu Zhigao continued, raising an eyebrow. "If Suzhou had no airport, how could there be a city terminal?" Lin Muyao rolled her eyes, clearly weary of this tired internet joke. As a true Suzhou native, the absence of an airport in her hometown was a sore point for her and, indeed, for all residents of Suzhou. "Jiangyin Tower, this is Shanhang 8883, awaiting your instructions." A deep and powerful voice suddenly resonated over the communication channel, startling both individuals. In the midst of lightning and thunder, with torrential rain and fierce winds, how could any aircraft dare to land in such perilous conditions? Was there no fear of catastrophe, of destruction and loss of life? In normal circumstances, flights only communicated with the airport tower during takeoff and landing, while other times they were managed by high-altitude area control and approach control. However, given the severe weather, the airport was wholly unsuitable for landing. The Shanhang aircraft's sudden contact with the tower was baffling. Was the pilot seeking to court disaster? If so, let it be their choice, but they should not endanger others. Wu Zhigao swiftly opened the flight progress sheet laid upon the table, while Lin Muyao, her gaze fixed on the flight trajectory displayed on the computer screen, responded through the communicator, "This is Jiangyin Ground, Mountain Airlines 8883 that I have already spotted you on radar. The weather conditions at Jiangyin Airport are dire, characterized by thunderstorms, torrential rain, and gale-force winds, rendering landing impossible. 8883. Ascend immediately to an altitude of 2,300 meters and establish contact with Wancheng approach for instructions," Lin Muyao urged hastily. The aircraft's altitude had already dipped below 1,000 meters. If it did not regain height soon, it risked plunging into the dense cumulonimbus clouds enveloping the city. No sooner had Lin Muyao's words faded than the voice on the communication channel crackled to life. "I can't ascend. I've been struck by lightning. So regardless of the tempest, I must land." "What?" A large question mark materialized above Lin Muyao's head. Struck by lightning? Must land despite the storm? Goodness, this was a calamity. She was not alone in her shock. Wu Zhigao, beside her, was equally startled. The other controllers in the operations hall were now alert, glancing over in concern. Seeing Lin Muyao still in a state of shock, Wu Zhigao promptly urged, "What are you dawdling for? Go fetch the director at once." With that, he seized the communicator from Lin Muyao's grasp, exclaiming, "This is Jiangyin Ground, 8883. Report your aircraft status immediately. The aircraft's lightning protection system and flight control systems have malfunctioned, meaning it cannot engage autopilot or establish blind landing. It must rely solely on visual and manual control," came the reply. Wu Zigao's heart sank. With rain so heavy that visibility was less than 50 meters, the aircraft's inability to establish blind landing was tantamount to an imminent crash. Damn it, this was a catastrophe. Wait, that voice sounded somewhat familiar. Wasn't it reminiscent of Liu Yanwang's voice? Wu Zhigao immediately grabbed the flight progress sheet for Mountain Airlines SC-8883, searching for the name of the captain. When he saw the captain's name boldly emblazoned as Liu Qingzhou, his heart, which had leaped into his throat, settled back down. Phew! So the captain is Liu Qingzhou. That eases my mind. Above, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, a white-painted aircraft navigated through the ominous black clouds, resembling a lone boat adrift upon a vast ocean. Inside the cockpit, a young man, strikingly handsome and in his mid-20s, occupied the captain's seat. His hands gripped the controls as his steely gaze remained fixed ahead. Clad in a civil aviation pilot's uniform, his epaulets proudly displayed 4 stripes. Undoubtedly, he was the captain of this aircraft. Beside him, another man in his 30s stared anxiously into the pitch-black abyss ahead, where flashes of lightning flickered sporadically through the clouds. "Captain, are we really going to force our way through?" the man exclaimed. The young captain had clearly recognized the roadblock looming ahead. Damn it, the tower's warnings were not unfounded. Present. Jiangying Airport has indeed entered a state of tumultuous weather. However, who could have predicted such an unfortunate turn of fate? Just as the aircraft descended into the airspace of Wansheng, it was struck by lightning. Although the plane is equipped with lightning protection devices that absorbed a significant portion of the lightning's energy, it still suffered a short circuit, rendering the flight control system inoperative. With the flight control system incapacitated, the cockpit instruments were engulfed in darkness. Only the communication system remained operational, leaving the aircraft reliant on visual navigation and manual operation. Thus, not only was it impossible to breach the towering cumulonimbus clouds, but even if faced with a perilous situation, the aircraft would have to press on undaunted. Chapter 2. Braving the cumulonimbus. What should we do if we cannot force our way through? Should we remain here and await our demise? Liu Qingzhou gripped the control stick firmly, his voice steady. The Airbus A320 was being tossed violently amidst the howling winds and torrential rain, akin to a solitary canoe navigating the boundless ocean. The turbulent air currents crashed against the aircraft's fuselage like invisible titanic waves, mercilessly battering its structure. Despite the A320 being a colossal machine weighing between 70 to 80 tons, it could not withstand the relentless assault of these giant waves for long. The situation had escalated to a perilous brink. Liu Qingzhou cast a glance at the instrument panel. Due to a malfunction in the aircraft's flight control system, most of the indicators were illuminated with warning lights and ceased to function. However, there was a silver lining. The engine failure light and the thrust reverser failure light on the right side of the cockpit remained in a normal state. Moreover, the brake system and landing gear showed no immediate abnormalities. To draw an imperfect analogy, it was as if the aircraft's operating system had been struck by lightning. Yet the majority of its hardware continued to operate normally. As long as the aircraft could be manually controlled, there remained a glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath, Liu Qingzhou pressed the control stick forward, maintaining the aircraft's descent trajectory. Without a hint of hesitation, he plunged headlong into the ominous, ink-black cloud formation ahead. Thunder roared ominously, reverberating in his ears. Once the aircraft entered the cloud, darkness enveloped the cockpit completely. The warning lights blinked incessantly, casting a faint red glow that accentuated the dreadful atmosphere. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would strike down, sending chills down one's spine, as no one could ascertain whether they were the intended target of these celestial discharges. Inside the cloud, visibility was utterly obliterated. Even Liu Qingzhou, who had previously exuded calmness, now felt beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, he maintained the aircraft's forward descent, acutely aware that if they did not break free from this cumulonimbus in short order, it would become their final resting place. Wait, should the aircraft plummet from its current altitude, he and everyone aboard would likely be reduced to mere remnants. Hence, for the sake of himself and all those on board, Liu Qingzhou had to make a desperate attempt. Stop dawdling and report the current status of the aircraft. He shouted at the co-pilot, who was paralyzed with fear. The co-pilot, having regained a modicum of composure, glanced at the instrument panel and, with a quivering voice, replied, "Most of the aircraft's systems are still malfunctioning. I didn't ask for that. I need the altitude, speed, and heading." Qingzhou bellowed. The co-pilot hastily craned his neck to comply. Under the faint glow of the instrument panel, I scrutinized the altimeter and airspeed indicator before hastily responding. Altitude 1,100, speed 310 knots. Note, knot is a unit of airspeed, equivalent to 1,852 kilometers h. Thus, 310 knots equals 572 kilometers h. Our navigation system has malfunctioned, rendering us unaware of our precise location. 310 knots? Qingzhou murmured, still too fast. He promptly grasped the throttle lever and pressed the button to reduce fuel flow to the aircraft. Then, he declared loudly, "Deploy the flaps. Our speed is excessive. As for our heading, it should be roughly accurate. Directly ahead lies Jiangyin Airport. Specific coordinates? We shall ascertain that once we clear this cloud." Nonetheless, Qingzhou felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He called out again, "Establish immediate contact with Jiangyin Control Tower. Request they ascertain our exact position on radar." "Yes, Captain." The co-pilot quickly seized the microphone to initiate communication. However, all he received in response was the incessant crackle of static. The co-pilot, flustered and helpless, exclaimed, "Captain, our communication system is also malfunctioning." It wasn't merely a communication failure. The harsh environmental conditions severely hampered our ability to communicate. Qingzhou wore an expression of resignation. "What shall we do?" The co-pilot pressed urgently. Although Qingzhou was several years younger, he had already gained renown in the aviation field. Within just 2 or 3 years at Shanhang, his exceptional flying skills and wealth of experience had enabled him to successfully pass the Civil Aviation Administration's captaincy examination, making him the youngest single aircraft captain in civil aviation history. At merely 25, he had achieved the qualifications to command a single aircraft, an accomplishment unmatched not only in Shanhang but across the nation, and indeed, the global civil aviation community. The likelihood of there being no successors in his path was exceedingly slim. Thus, even amidst severe weather and a critical flight control system failure, he maintained his composure. Despite the co-pilot being older in the realm of aviation, age is not the determining factor. Rather, it is skill and experience that hold sway. Moreover, once the cabin doors are sealed, the captain assumes complete dominion over the aircraft. Consequently, the co-pilot felt no shame in repeatedly seeking guidance from a captain younger than himself. Rather, it was entirely appropriate. "What should we do?" In the captain's seat, Qingzhou, hearing the co-pilot's inquiry, replied curtly, "Cool it. We can only push through." He promptly used the intercom to contact the cabin crew, instructing them to prepare the passengers for potential turbulence. Qingzhou's expression turned grave, bracing for the worst. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening clap of thunder erupted directly above the aircraft, startling the co-pilot into a jump. It was uncertain whether he was more startled by Qingzhou's words or the thunder itself. However, to serve as a co-pilot on a flight, one must possess a psychological resilience far superior to that of the average individual. Thus, the co-pilot bit her lip, compelling herself to regain her composure. She then grasped the communicator anew, initiating a call to the cabin. Fear continued to permeate the atmosphere, particularly now that the entire cabin had succumbed to darkness, amplifying the terror manifold. Every passenger trembled in fright, with some even erupting into loud sobs. Just over 10 minutes prior, Flight SC-8883, en route from Rongqing to Quancheng, was preparing for an emergency diversion to Jiangyin Airport in Wanqing when the aircraft was struck by lightning. Fortunately, the plane was equipped with a lightning protection system. Otherwise, the immense voltage could have reduced the aircraft and all aboard to mere wreckage. Nevertheless, the aircraft sustained significant damage. Not only did the flight control system falter, but the wiring also experienced a short circuit. Thus, at the very moment of the lightning strike, the cabin lights extinguished abruptly. Although the emergency lights activated promptly, their feeble glow only intensified the atmosphere of dread. Consequently, a pervasive sense of despair and oppression enveloped the entire cabin. Chapter 3. Too dangerous. The thunder rumbled ominously, growing ever more intense. With each bolt of lightning that struck, the cabin erupted in a chorus of terrified screams. The flashes illuminated the faces of the passengers, rendering their expressions ghostly pale. The flight attendants, usually composed and serene, now wore expressions of sheer panic. Yet, despite their overwhelming fear, they tirelessly attempted to soothe the apprehensive passengers, assuring them that encountering severe weather was a normal part of air travel. "Please remain calm. We will soon navigate through this storm," they urged, their words nearly drowned out by the relentless thunder. Their reassurances appeared feeble in the face of the tempest, and even their voices trembled with anxiety, betraying their own terror. The aircraft began its emergency descent. Suddenly, a gruff male voice resonated over the intercom, commanding everyone to remain seated with their seatbelts fastened. The cabin crew promptly informed the passengers to prepare for impact. The chief flight attendant was the first to react. She swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt and seized the intercom, instructing everyone to spread their legs, bend forward, and bury their heads between their knees, with their arms extended over the seat in front of them. The other attendants quickly followed suit, echoing her commands. The passengers, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation, all bending forward and gripping the backs of the seats in front of them. Outside, the rain, mixed with hailstones the size of a baby's fist, pounded mercilessly against the aircraft's fuselage, likely leaving it pockmarked. Chaotic air currents surged from all directions, transforming the heavy Airbus A320 into a mere plaything, flung high and low, tilted right and almost veering left. In the cockpit, Qingzhou maintained a grave demeanor, resembling a seasoned captain navigating treacherous waters. One hand firmly grasped the control stick, perpetually pushing forward and downward, while the other adjusted the throttle, gradually reducing fuel supply to the aircraft. On the surface, he appeared calm and collected, as though everything was under his command. However, the prominent veins on the back of his left hand betrayed his internal struggle, as he clutched the control stick with unwavering intensity. Whenever turbulent air violently buffeted the aircraft, attempting to tear it apart and plunge it into the unknown darkness, Qingzhou would grip the control stick with unwavering determination, refusing to let the plane veer off course. The windshield wipers were set to their highest speed, tirelessly sweeping away the rain and hail that clung to the glass. Yet, just as the wipers cleared the windshield, a thick fog enveloped them once more. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound resonated within the cockpit. Qingzhou focused intently, gasping as he realized that the windshield, ravaged by hail, had finally succumbed to a hailstone the size of an infant's fist, shattering it. Fortunately, the windshield was resilient enough to provide temporary shelter from the elements for both Qingzhou and the co-pilot. However, no one could predict how long it would endure. No, it wasn't just the windshield. If they did not escape this mass of cumulonimbus clouds soon, the aircraft itself might not survive. Ahead lay only darkness. Both Qingzhou and the co-pilot stared wide-eyed, yet they could not discern even the slightest gap in the pitch-black cloud. They felt as though they were ensnared in an endless abyss. Altitude, Qingzhou suddenly shouted. The co-pilot quickly glanced at the altimeter. 700 meters. 700 meters? Qingzhou murmured, rapidly recalling the topography of Wanqing. Located in the southwestern part of Central Plains Province, Wanqing is surrounded by mountains on three sides, characterized by its hilly and flat terrain. However, the mountains within Wanqing are generally low, although the highest peak, Laojieling, rises over 2,000 meters. It lies nearly 200 kilometers from the urban area. The suburban hills, such as Dushan, Fengshan, and Zishan, also boast altitudes of several hundred meters. Thus, despite the aircraft's visibility plummeting towards zero, there remained room to descend further. With this thought, Qingzhou abruptly pushed the control stick forward, plunging the aircraft downward. He shouted to the co-pilot, increased the flaps by 15 degrees, and raised the spoilers. The nose of the plane dipped sharply, descending at nearly a 30-degree angle. Beside him, the co-pilot gazed at Qingzhou in disbelief and exclaimed, "Captain, our altitude is only just above 700 meters, and visibility is nearly zero. If we continue descending, we might collide with a mountain. This is too reckless." Indeed, Qingzhou was taking a gamble. The aircraft's altitude had already dipped below 700 meters, yet it remained trapped within the storm clouds. With visibility virtually non-existent, they had no idea what lay ahead, whether towering mountains or open plains awaited them. One should not assume that flying requires little visibility. On the contrary, piloting demands even greater visual acuity. After all, during pilot selection, vision is prioritized above all other medical evaluations. Modern aircraft are equipped with numerous auxiliary devices designed to assist pilots in navigating the skies more effectively. However, these devices can only serve a supportive role. The ultimate determining factor remains the pilot themselves. The aircraft's speed can be exceedingly rapid, and poor visibility poses a significant threat to flight safety, an issue that cannot be compensated for merely by exceptional skill or extensive experience. The crux of the matter is this: even the co-pilot recognizes that continuing the descent is fraught with peril. Surely, Qingzhou is aware of this as well. He knows. But he finds himself with no alternative. The aircraft has been ensnared in this mass of cumulonimbus clouds for several minutes. Should they fail to escape immediately, the turbulent air currents and hailstones the size of a baby's fist could rend the aircraft to pieces, not to mention the lurking threat of thunderstorms. Thus, this risk must be taken. Being trapped within the clouds equates to certain death. A swift plunge through the storm might afford them a slim chance of survival. Gritting his teeth, Qingzhou instinctively dismissed the co-pilot's panicked exclamations, maintaining their descent. Without turning back, he shouted, "Do you think I am unaware of the danger? But do we have any other options? At this juncture, should we play it safe or embrace our fate?" Chapter 4. Initiating the Emergency Response Plan. Flight 8881 disappeared. Wancheng, Jiangyin Airport. Control Tower. Duty Supervisor Zhao Bufan hurried over, his expression taut with concern. He glanced at the anxious Lin Muyao and Wu Zhigao, inquiring in a grave tone. What is going on? In this weather, what pilot would dare to force a landing? Is he seeking his own demise? Within the control hall, others cast worried glances towards Wu Zhigao and Lin Muyao. It was evident that they were already aware that a plane had been struck by lightning and was attempting an emergency landing at Jiangyin Airport. Outside, the weather had reached a catastrophic state. Torrential rain poured down, drenching the world in a deluge of raindrop-sized beads. Occasionally, bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, struck down, seemingly intent on tearing the fabric of the universe apart. The howling winds and the ominous darkness made it feel as though the apocalypse had arrived. In such extreme conditions, an emergency landing was tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing his superior's inquiry, Wu Zhigao initially cast a worried glance out the window before hastily responding. "It's Shanhang Flight SC-8881. I just made contact with the crew a minute ago. They reported being struck by lightning, causing failures in both the lightning protection system and the flight control system. Consequently, the aircraft cannot hold in a pattern and must force a landing." After absorbing Wu Zhigao's explanation, Zhao Bufan was taken aback. Goodness! The aircraft was struck by lightning, leading to a malfunction in the flight control system. No wonder the pilot is risking everything to land. Given that the aircraft had no choice but to attempt an emergency landing, the control tower had no option but to assist fully. Zhao Bufan pondered for a few moments before issuing a command. Now, the airport must immediately activate the Level 1 emergency response plan. All departments, including fire, police, medical, and engineering rescue, must mobilize and position rescue vehicles near the runway. Awaiting orders. Report the lightning strike incident involving Flight SC-8881 to the dispatch center, the Central China Bureau, local government, and Shanhang Group. Maintain continuous communication with the crew of Flight SC-8881. I need to ascertain the aircraft's current situation immediately. Within the control hall, the faces of all air traffic controllers became grave. The initiation of a Level 1 emergency response plan was not to be taken lightly. Activating this protocol meant shutting down the entire airport, halting all departing flights, and directing incoming flights to either circle overhead or divert to other airports. The airspace around the airport would be cleared to provide space for the aircraft in distress. Police, fire, medical, and rescue departments sprang into action, standing by for immediate deployment. They were tasked with reporting the situation to various levels of authority and even requesting support from local agencies. In essence, activating the Level 1 emergency response plan was akin to consolidating all rescue resources in the airport and the surrounding city, while significantly delaying numerous flights in and out of the airport. The mobilization of human and material resources was beyond imagination. The direct and indirect economic losses incurred are incalculable. However, when juxtaposed against the lives of over 100 individuals aboard a single aircraft, the mobilization of manpower and resources, as well as the resultant financial detriment, seem utterly trivial. Moreover, the Jiangyin Airport is currently besieged by severe weather, leading to a complete cessation of all inbound and outbound flights. Thus, the notion of delaying other flights is rendered moot. 8881, tower calling. Do you read me? 8881, tower calling. Please respond. The monotonous static of electromagnetic interference is the only response to Wu Zhigao's repeated calls to Flight 8881. The director, Wu Zhigao, wore an expression of helplessness. Uncertain whether the lack of communication stemmed from the weather's wrath or a malfunction in the 8881 communication system. Despite his numerous attempts, there was still no reply. Zhao Bufan's brow furrowed deeply. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, Lin Muyao suddenly pointed at the radar screen, exclaiming, "Director, 8881. What is wrong with 8,881? What is the matter? Are you incapable of articulating a complete sentence? Zhao Bufan reprimanded. Lin Muyao's voice trembled as she continued to point at the radar screen, her face a portrait of terror. 8,881. It's gone? It's disappeared? Zhao Bufan was momentarily taken aback, quickly redirecting his gaze to the radar display. Indeed, the vast screen showed no trace of the Shanhang SC-8881 flight. The aircraft had vanished from the radar? My heavens! Could it be that Flight 8881 had? The thought was too dreadful to contemplate. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning, rendering him incapable of standing firm. Grasping the armrest for support, he compelled himself to regain his composure and stated solemnly, the disappearance of the aircraft from the radar does not necessarily imply an accident. It could also be a consequence of extreme weather conditions affecting the transmission of reflection waves. This sentiment, while ostensibly meant to reassure the flustered Lin Muyao, was perhaps more a balm for his own fraying nerves. Indeed, the impact of severe weather can be significant, and there exists a slim chance that an aircraft might become invisible, failing to appear on ground radar. Yet, such probabilities are minuscule. Hence, the more likely scenario is that Flight 8881 has tragically crashed. What are you still doing? If you cannot reach 8881, surely you cannot contact other flights either? Zhao Bufan, seeing Wu Zhigao in a stupor, furiously urged, don't you think you should immediately call other passing flights over the public channel to assist in contacting 8,881? Oh? Wu Zhigao finally snapped to attention. Yes, I will make the call right away. Promptly, I requested contact with the local authority in Wanqing, urging them to assist in surveying the airspace within a 30-kilometer radius of the airport to ascertain. Zhao Bufan inhaled deeply, yet he mustered the courage to utter the final words, to see if any passenger aircraft had succumbed to a crash. Very well. Nearby, an air traffic controller hastily accepted the order and began frantically dialing the phone. He reached out to Wanqing Approach, asking them to utilize radar to locate Flight 8881. Zhao Bufan directed this statement to Lin Muyao. Indeed, Lin Muyao sprang into action without delay. After issuing a series of commands, Zhao Bufan turned his gaze back to the radar screen. However, the radar consistently failed to display any trace of the Shanhang SC-8881 flight. As time relentlessly progressed, the likelihood of Flight 8881 having crashed escalated. Zhao Bufan found himself enveloped in despair. He exhaled a long, heavy breath before, with a choked voice, inquiring, do you know the identity of the crew aboard Flight 8881? He yearned to discover if any familiar names graced the list of the victims. Wu Zhigao had just concluded his conversation with other circling flights when he heard Zhao Bufan's question. He promptly replied, it was Lu Qingzhou. Lu Yanwang? Zhao Bufan was taken aback. It was him? How could even he be unable to handle this situation? Was it not said that this lad had an edge? If he could not manage it despite his supposed advantages, what on earth was going on? Chapter 5. What? Is there actually a UFO hidden in the storm? In the capital, the CTV News Channel studio. The host of the midday news segment has just concluded a news report and reappears on screen. With a composed demeanor and eyes firmly fixed on the camera, she articulates clearly, dear viewers, we now interrupt for an economic news update. At precisely 2:20 p.m. today, the urban area of Wanqing in Central Plains Province was besieged by an extraordinary downpour. According to local meteorological authorities, this deluge is fierce and prolonged, with precipitation expected to exceed 100 millimeters. Consequently, the meteorological department urges residents of Wanqing to remain indoors. While emergency management agencies have initiated contingency plans to guard against potential catastrophic flooding and landslides, we now connect with our correspondent in Wanqing, Chen Shanshan, who will provide us with the current situation regarding the torrential rain. Shanshan, can you hear me? As the camera shifts, a young female reporter clad in a raincoat, microphone in hand, emerges on screen. The rain is so intense that even though she stands less than a meter from the camera, her figure remains hazy. Viewers at home can still sense the overwhelming force of the downpour through the lens. Not only is the rain fierce, but thick clouds also shroud the sky, severely impairing visibility. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminates the scene, momentarily restoring a flicker of brightness to the surroundings, albeit for merely a second or two. Shanshan, can you hear me? The host inquires again amidst the cacophony of rain. With a cacophony of falling rain as a backdrop, the voice of the reporter, Chen Shanshan, finally resonates in the studio. Host, I can hear you. Shanshan, could you elaborate on the severe rain Wanqing is experiencing? Certainly, host, she replies. wiping the rain from her face. Despite her thick raincoat, the torrential downpour and howling winds have thoroughly drenched her. This exceptional rainfall commenced over 20 minutes ago and has already shattered local meteorological records in Wanqing. I am currently positioned just outside Jiangyin Airport in Wanqing, where the terrain is relatively elevated and flat. However, as you can see in the direction I am pointing, even this higher ground has begun to accumulate substantial water. Thus, the entire Jiangyin Airport is now closed, with flights either cancelled or delayed, and arriving aircraft redirected to other airports or circling in the air. Behind her, one can indeed faintly discern a runway, though the sheer intensity of the rain and the ominous darkness of the sky rendered distant views entirely obscured. The photographer promptly lifted the camera upward while zooming out. In a residential complex located approximately 10 kilometers from Jiangyin Airport, on the 27th floor, stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, her figure voluptuous, holding a selfie stick on her balcony. The television in the living room was broadcasting news from CCTV. The girl, gazing at the camera at a 45-degree angle, spoke to herself, "Darlings, I told you that a torrential downpour is hitting Wanqing today, as if the heavens have opened up. Yet you still refuse to believe me. I shall switch the camera now, so you may experience the ferocity of this deluge alongside me." She was a captivating female streamer, relying on her looks and physique to attract viewers rather than showcasing any particular talent. Her streaming content was not fixed. Most of the time, she simply chatted with the camera. Since it was pouring rain today in Wanqing, she decided to demonstrate the intensity of the downpour to her audience. As she switched the camera, the torrential rain outside was indeed captured. However, the girl seemed to find the view through the window unconvincing, so she boldly opened it. Extending the selfie stick outward, she exclaimed, "How about that? Impressive, right?" Despite warnings from viewers about the dangers of her actions, she appeared unperturbed, emphasizing that her phone was waterproof and that a little rain was inconsequential. Yet, the viewers' caution about the danger pertained to the thunderstorm, should a bolt of lightning strike nearby. Her phone and selfie stick would serve as excellent conductors. Whether the girl was oblivious to this or intentionally dismissive of their concerns remained unclear. She ignored the well-meaning warnings from her audience and continued to extend both her phone and selfie stick out the window, even pulling the camera back for a wider view. Upon discovering that a streamer was live broadcasting a storm summoning, other viewers flocked to her channel. What typically attracted 100 or 200 viewers suddenly surged to over 1,000. As they witnessed the girl recklessly courting danger, many viewers rushed to caution her. Yet, she was intoxicated by the influx of viewers and, instead of heeding their warnings, extended the selfie stick even further. This time, the audience could see much farther. When they beheld the dark, ominous cumulonimbus cloud, they were struck with fear. Within the cloud, flashes of lightning sporadically illuminated the sky, tearing through the darkness like a 5-clawed golden dragon. "Wait, am I seeing things? Did I just spot an airplane within that cloud?" One viewer exclaimed in the chat. Immediately, someone responded, "There's no airplane, you're just seeing things." Another chimed in, "What airplane would dare to land in this weather? Finding death is not quite the way to go about it. Indeed, one's eyes must be deceived." The majority of viewers were overwhelmingly skeptical. Yet, there were occasional voices of support. "I believe I saw something too. Didn't TA lightning bolt just strike? I think I saw an aircraft amidst the clouds. It's not an aircraft, it's a UFO. Yes, it's a UFO." Upon witnessing this, the girl became even more animated. She raised her selfie stick high, directing the lens towards the ominous rain clouds. With a playful tone, she declared, "Haha, I think I just spotted what appeared to be an aircraft too. But in this weather, where would an aircraft come from? Thus, it must be a UFO." So, the theme of our live stream today is to search for the elusive UFO. What do you all think, my darlings? It was clear to everyone that she was jesting. Nonetheless, all eyes were drawn to the cloud formation, as there had been more than one person claiming to have seen what resembled an aircraft. What if there truly was something? Snap! Just then, another bolt of lightning struck. The lightning brought a fleeting illumination, even casting light upon the cloud. In the streaming room, all viewers were momentarily frozen in awe as they beheld the descent of the lightning, which, in its brief brilliance, allowed many to discern a triangular flying object within the cloud. Goodness, could it be a genuine UFO? Chapter 6. Pull up. A dreadful alarm? Is the aircraft about to crash into the mountain? Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down fiercely. Qingzhou, with remarkable agility, suddenly yanked the control stick to the right and pressed the rudder hard to the right. The Airbus A320 plunged downward as the nose instantaneously veered to the right, causing the fuselage to shift in the same direction. The co-pilot sat agape, staring blankly at the window, witnessing the lightning that seemed to brush past them. Thunder roared in his ears, resonating painfully against his eardrums. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qingzhou had already lifted the nose of the aircraft while simultaneously turning left, regaining the previous flight path. At that moment, an invisible turbulence surged violently towards the aircraft. It felt as if the plane were a solitary canoe navigating through tumultuous winds and waves, tossed about by chaotic airflow, sometimes soaring high, sometimes plummeting downward. Yet, the captain, seated at the helm, displayed no signs of panic. One hand firmly grasped the control stick while the other held the throttle lever, akin to a seasoned helmsman, expertly commanding the aircraft. The Airbus A320 seemed to have fused with him, responding to his every command with precision. The descent continued relentlessly. Suddenly, a harrowing and suffocating alarm blared within the cockpit. Pull up, pull up, pull up. For over 10 minutes prior, various alarms had already echoed within the cockpit of the Airbus A320. Not only had the alarms sounded, but warning lights had also been incessantly flashing. However, neither Qingzhou nor the co-pilot had given these alerts much thought, as the aircraft had been struck by lightning, causing malfunctions in the lightning protection system and flight control systems. It was not uncommon for alarms to sound and lights to illuminate under such circumstances, and they believed they could simply turn them off. Yet, the pull-up alarm was an entirely different matter. Renowned in the aviation realm, it was infamously dubbed the demonic sound from hell. It was the most dreaded noise for pilots, evoking sheer terror and despair. The message behind pull-up was unequivocal in urgent command to ascend. The activation of this alarm signified that the aircraft was flying perilously low, on the verge of a ground collision. Immediate action was required from the pilot to pull up the nose and avert the imminent risk of crashing. The dilemma, however, lay in the aircraft's velocity, which was typically quite rapid. Due to the effects of inertia, it was virtually impossible to halt the plane's dive in such a brief span and raise the nose. Thus, when the pull-up alarm resonated in the cockpit, it invariably heralded a catastrophic conclusion for the aircraft. Aside from a scant few fortunate souls, there were seldom any exceptions. Now, this Airbus A320 had ominously activated the pull-up alarm without any forewarning. It signifies that the aircraft is perilously close to the ground. If the plane is not promptly pulled up, the risk of a crash looms imminent. As the pull-up alarm blared in the cockpit, the co-pilot was momentarily taken aback, his entire being succumbing to a state of weakness. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. In the captain's seat, Qingzhou was equally startled by the sudden alarm. He swiftly turned to glance at the altimeter, which indicated the aircraft was still at an altitude of over 500 meters. How could the pull-up alarm sound when they were still 500 meters above the ground? In a flash of insight, he recalled that Wancheng was not a flatland city, but rather a basin topography. This meant that although the city itself was level, it was surrounded by peaks and hills. Thus, it wasn't that he had descended too quickly, it was merely bad fortune that they were diving near a mountain. Realizing this, Qingzhou acted decisively, yanking the control stick upwards while simultaneously veering left. With nearly all his strength, he pushed the throttle to its maximum. The engines roared to life, emitting a thunderous growl as they received a surge of fuel, providing the aircraft with a relentless thrust. Concurrently, the nose of the plane was pulled up by Qingzhou, and the fuselage veered left, narrowly avoiding a collision with the mountain. Once he completed this series of maneuvers, the ominous pull-up alarm ceased. With the alarm no longer reverberating in his ears, Qingzhou finally allowed his racing heart to settle. A thin sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead, and he gasped for breath. To be candid, this crisis had persisted for over 10 minutes, yet the most perilous moments had been those fleeting seconds just prior. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief for having narrowly escaped disaster, he was taken aback to discover that the aircraft had unwittingly surged out of the pitch-black cumulonimbus clouds. Indeed, this Airbus A320 had finally emerged into the light. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck nearby, illuminating the cockpit in a blinding flash. The resounding thunder jolted the co-pilot, who had been teetering on the brink of despair, back to a semblance of awareness. He stared vacantly at the rain outside, each droplet resembling beads, and gazed at the distant city that flickered into view. His eyes sparkled with realization. We made it out? Beside him, Qingzhou inhaled deeply, still gripping the control stick and throttle tightly. We have emerged. The co-pilot, overwhelmed with joy, was on the verge of tears. Who could fathom the harrowing ordeal he had endured in the past 10 minutes? Enough with the tears. Contact the control tower immediately and request guidance, Qingzhou commanded. Qingzhou remained composed and unflappable, instructing the co-pilot. The aircraft was still ensnared in peril. The final tribulation of the arduous journey lay ahead. Qingzhou was determined to avoid a catastrophic failure. The co-pilot wiped away the tears from his cheeks and nodded earnestly at Qingzhou. In the co-pilot's eyes, Qingzhou had become a celestial being descended from the heavens. In the face of such a life-and-death predicament, he had somehow managed to pilot the plane to safety. It is worth noting that this Airbus A320 was battered and trapped in tumultuous weather. The aircraft had lost both its autopilot and auto-throttle systems, necessitating complete manual operation. Furthermore, due to the adverse conditions, the communication system was unable to maintain normal contact with the ground, leaving the aircraft devoid of navigational guidance. It was a true case of 3 disengagements in flight. Such a scenario, where autopilot, auto-throttle, and navigational guidance are all lost, particularly tests a pilot's skill and experience. Unless one is an experienced captain with over 10,000 flight hours, who would dare to confront 3 disengagements? Yet today, the co-pilot felt a surge of excitement. Witnessing a young captain, barely in his 20s with just over 1,000 flight hours, masterfully navigate the 3 disengagements. In the past 10 minutes, the captain had relied solely on his yoke and rudders to control the aircraft, drawing entirely upon his own experience and expertise to fly through such extreme weather. Remarkably, he had managed to break free. At that moment, the co-pilot gazed at the captain with admiration and reverence for his prowess. Chapter 7. Breaking Free from the Cumulonimbus Clouds. A glimmer of hope finally appears. SC-8881. This is the control tower. Can you hear me? SC-8881. Please respond. Wu Zhigao held the communicator tightly, desperately calling for flight SC-8881. It had been nearly 10 minutes since the flight had vanished from the radar. For almost 10 minutes, Wu Zhigao had been trying to reach them. But the only response he received was the static of electromagnetic waves. The control tower at Jiangning even requested passing flights and those circling to land to call out to 8,881, yet none received a reply. Could it be? Had Flight 8881 truly crashed? The thought sank Wu Zhigao's heart to the depths of despair. Duty Officer Zhao Bufan wore a grave expression. It had been nearly 10 minutes since 8881 had gone silent. 10 minutes, so much could happen in that time. Although there had been no feedback from the nearby communities and local offices around Jiangning Airport, indicating that Zhao Bufan had yet to receive direct evidence of the crash. He had already condemned the aircraft in his mind. It was no surprise. Wanqing was facing unprecedented extreme weather conditions. In such circumstances, landing a plane was nearly impossible. And even driving was fraught with difficulty. Moreover, this was an aircraft with a malfunctioning lightning protection system and flight control, coupled with a communication breakdown. The plane was as good as deaf and blind. Unless a miracle occurred, the chances of survival for Flight 8881 were virtually non-existent. Sighing deeply, Zhao Bufan felt a pang in his heart at the thought of over 100 lives aboard the aircraft being lost. Director. At that moment, Lin Muyao, who had been scanning the radar for signs of Flight SC-8881, suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Bufan jumped in surprise and quickly turned to her. Lin Muyao extended her arm, her finger trembling as she pointed at the radar screen, stammering, It has appeared. It has reappeared. Zhao Bufan hurriedly inquired, what has appeared? As he spoke, he rushed over to her side. Lin Muyao, seemingly under a spell, struggled to articulate. 888. 8,881. It has appeared. However, Zhao Bufan no longer needed her to clarify. He directed his gaze to the radar screen. Indeed, the flight that had vanished nearly 10 minutes ago reemerged as if by a miracle. According to the radar display, Flight 8881 was now less than 20 kilometers from Jiangning Airport. Wonderful! Zhao Bufan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he slammed his fist down on the table. Just as he was about to turn and instruct Wu Zhigao to continue calling Flight 8881, at that moment, the communication system, which had been filled with the incessant hum of electromagnetic noise, was suddenly pierced by a voice. 8881 received, Jiangning Tower. My aircraft is about to execute the landing procedure. Please provide guidance. Before Wu Zhigao could respond, Zhao Bufan had already seized the transmitter. In a solemn tone, he declared, This is Jiangning Tower, Zhao Bufan. 8,881. What is your current situation? The situation is dire, came the reply. Visibility is obstructed, and the flight control system is malfunctioning. The aircraft can only maintain 3-axis flight temporarily. The captain is relying on a single control stick and 2 rudders to maneuver the aircraft, necessitating tower guidance. Upon hearing this response, all present, including Zhao Bufan, gasped in shock. As professionals in the civil aviation sector, they were acutely aware of the complexities involved in three-axis flight and controlling an aircraft with a single stick and two rudders, especially under such extreme weather conditions. It was not merely a brush with death. It was a situation where survival seemed utterly impossible. Yet, against all odds, the crew of Flight 8881 had navigated through this perilous scenario. Who was the captain of Flight 8881? What kind of extraordinary individual could turn such a dire predicament around? What? Is it Luyama? Oh, it's him. Then there is nothing to worry about. 8881. Jiangyin Airport is currently experiencing severe weather conditions, ground winds of 7 to 8 levels, pressure at 1055, visibility below 50 meters, and rainfall exceeding 100 millimeters within the last hour. However, the runway is temporarily free of standing water. I will now guide you in navigation. You are currently at an altitude of 400 meters. There is no time for three boundaries now. First, turn right and descend with the tailwind, aligning with the runway for landing. Zhao Bufan promptly replied, ground winds at 7 to 8 levels, pressure at 1055, visibility below 50 meters, rainfall exceeding 100 millimeters, and the runway is temporarily clear of water. Turning right, understood. In the cockpit, First Officer Qinbin quickly reiterated the tower's instructions. With a face-etched intention, he turned to the captain, Lu Qizhou. The role of a first officer is fundamentally to assist the captain in operating the aircraft. After all, the captain cannot be expected to possess superhuman abilities to control a mechanical beast weighing several tons single-handedly, especially since flying is not a chaotic endeavor. It requires constant communication and coordination with the ground and adherence to its commands. However, while the captain is at the helm, he cannot afford to be distracted. Thus, the weighty responsibility of communicating with the ground naturally falls upon the first officer. In essence, the first officer not only aids the captain in flying the aircraft, but also serves as a conduit for communication. This is why, when conversing with the ground, the first officer reiterates the instructions, firstly, to convey to the ground, I have understood your command, and secondly, to relay the ground's directives to the captain. After absorbing the first officer Chun Bin's communication, Lu Qingzhou maintained an expression of gravity. One hand gripped the control stick, while the other slowly adjusted the throttle, reducing the fuel supply to the aircraft. As he deftly maneuvered the control stick to the right, his right foot firmly pressed upon the rudder. He adjusted the flaps to a 15-degree angle and released the landing gear. Upon catching sight of the airport control tower, faintly discernible through the torrential rain, Lu Qizhou finally spoke. It was clear that Qinbin was no longer as anxious as before. After all, they had already weathered the storm. Only the final step remained. There was no room for anxiety now. Contact the tower and have them use binoculars to confirm whether the landing gear has been deployed, Lu Qingzhou instructed. This was not a matter of unnecessary caution, given that the aircraft had been struck by lightning. There was uncertainty regarding any additional malfunctions beyond the flight control system and lightning protection devices. What if the landing gear had also sustained damage? A reckless landing without the gear would be no different from crashing. Thus, this was not an act of superfluity, but rather a prudent precaution. Chapter 8. It is nothing but familiarity with the craft. Capital time, 2:55 p.m. The city of Wuhan is still being ravaged by torrential winds and rain. Raindrops the size of beans pelt against the windshield of the aircraft. Despite the wipers laboring diligently, they managed to clear the glass for but a moment before another thick veil of rain shrouds it once more. Lu Qizhou's eyes are wide with intensity. He has exerted all his strength. Yet, the relentless downpour limits his visibility to a meager 2 to 300 meters. A visibility of merely 2 to 300 meters? This poses a significant danger not only for an aircraft soaring at nearly 300 kilometers per hour, but even for a vehicle navigating the highway. The stark reality is that, due to the severe weather conditions, visibility near Jiangyin Airport has plummeted to below 50 meters. That Lu Qingzhou can discern anything at all at 2 to 300 meters speaks volumes of his exceptional vision. Nonetheless, to an aircraft traveling at such high speeds, this limited visibility is perilous. In the distance, the towering control tower of Jiangyin Airport emerges intermittently through the curtain of rain. Each airport's control tower stands as the tallest structure, akin to a lighthouse amidst the vast ocean. Spotting the tower signifies proximity to the airport itself. As the tower flickers into view through the deluge, Lu Qingzhou realizes he is almost within reach of Jiangyin Airport. However, he refrains from landing immediately for a simple reason. He is uncertain of the precise location of the runway. To descend blindly would risk the aircraft veering off the runway and leading to a catastrophic accident. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. and he has no desire to lose his life due to a moment's negligence at the critical juncture. Thus, Qingzhou maintains the aircraft in level flight. The altitude now dwindling to less than 200 meters. The thunderous roar of the engines pierces through the rain shroud, resonating towards Jiangyin Airport. At the control tower, Wu Zhigao hangs up the call with Flight 8881 and immediately turns to Zhao Bufan, stating that 8881 requires assistance in confirming whether their landing gear is deployed. Zhao Bufan promptly gestures towards an observer, instructing him to take binoculars to the balcony. The observer quickly rises, and as he reaches the balcony and opens the glass doors separating the interior from the tempest outside, a gust of wind whips in, drenching him instantly. Yet, he merely wipes the rain from his face, shuts the glass door, and stands resolutely exposed to the downpour. Compared to the 100 lives at stake, what is a brief soaking in the rain? The thunder rumbles on, echoing from the northwest. Suddenly, a faint sound of an aircraft engine reverberated across the horizon. The observer, unwilling to be negligent, swiftly grasped his binoculars and gazed towards the northwestern sky. However, the torrential rain rendered his sight obscured, and despite his efforts, clarity eluded him. Yet, the observer remained composed, his focus unwavering as he continued to scan the heavens. After a brief interval of about 20 seconds, the roar of the engine grew increasingly distinct. A flash, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky momentarily, allowing the observer to discern a silver-gray commercial airliner in the northwestern sky. Nevertheless, his view was obstructed, preventing him from confirming whether the aircraft's landing gear was deployed. With both hands raised high, the observer maneuvered the binoculars, tracking the aircraft's movements. It approached closer, nearing the airport. Just as the plane hovered above the airport, clarity finally dawned upon the observer. He could see that both the front and rear landing gears had successfully deployed without any malfunctions. At that moment, the observer was drenched to the bone, yet he paid no heed to his own discomfort. Instead, he promptly turned and entered the command center, calling out to Zhao Bufan, Director. The landing gear of 8881 is functioning perfectly. Nearby, Zhao Bufan felt his anxiety dissipate, a sense of relief washing over him. He immediately instructed, inform 8881 that their landing gear is fine. In the cockpit, Chen Bin concluded his communication with the control tower and turned to the captain, Lu Qishou, stating, Captain, the landing gear is functioning properly. That's good, Lu Qishou replied, exhaling a long breath of relief. He then shifted his position to glance downward. At that moment, the aircraft was flying over Jiangyin Airport. Through the curtain of rain, Lu Qishou vaguely spotted a straight runway appearing within his line of sight. The runway lights on either side had been illuminated. Although their glow seemed feeble in the heavy downpour, they remained the best guiding beacons available. Lu Qishou meticulously observed the runway for 4 to 5 seconds, imprinting its precise orientation in his memory. He then gently pulled back on the control stick, raising the aircraft's nose. The ascent was steady and continued. Soon, the altitude of the aircraft returned to approximately 300 meters, while it gradually distanced itself from the runway of Jiangyin Airport. Next, he deftly maneuvered the control stick to the right and pressed the right rudder. The Airbus A320 immediately began its rightward turn. Contact the tower. 8881 has completed its right turn and is preparing to land at Jiangyin Airport, Lu Qingzhou conveyed. Co-pilot Chen Bin promptly picked up the radio to call the control tower. Moments later, he reiterated the tower's instructions. Current airport pressure is 1055. Wind speed is approximately 7 knots. Landing runway 02 left. Lu Qingzhou remained silent, his grip on the control stick firm as he continuously adjusted the aircraft's flight attitude. As the aircraft completed its right turn, the nose was nearly aligned with the airport runway. Lu Qishou did not intend to execute a 3-point or 5-point landing. Rather, he prepared to descend directly like a fighter jet. It is not mandatory for commercial airliners to adhere to the 3-point or 5-point approach. A direct landing is indeed feasible, albeit it demands exceptional skill from the captain. After all, commercial aircraft are typically large and heavy. Attempting to land directly, akin to a fighter jet, could easily result in excessive speed, leading to a hard landing on the runway, which would be tantamount to a crash rather than a landing. Furthermore, low-altitude airspace is fraught with uncontrollable factors, such as cloud cover, turbulent air currents, and flocks of birds flying unpredictably. Thus, making a hasty decision to land directly could precipitate safety incidents. Therefore, unless faced with an emergency, a captain who recklessly opts for a direct landing would be in violation of the regulatory principle of 8 guidelines and 1 prohibition established by the Aviation Authority and would face repercussions. However, The Shanhang Airlines flight SC-8881 was evidently in an emergency situation, rendering a direct landing entirely justifiable. Moreover, Qingzhou possessed absolute confidence in his piloting skills, deeming it unnecessary to circle, reduce speed, or descend gradually. And why did he possess such confidence? Simply put, it was a matter of practiced proficiency. Chapter 9. The aircraft lands successfully, surviving at last. Approximately 30 seconds later, the Airbus A320 was less than 2 kilometers from the airport runway. Descending to an altitude of around 100 meters, Qingzhou was utterly focused, his gaze fixed ahead, as if his eyes could pierce through the relentless downpour to discern the distant runway. However, the rain was torrential, and despite his vision being exceptionally sharp, an astonishing 5.4, no degree of visual acuity could conquer the formidable challenges imposed by nature. Visual acuity is typically assessed using a standard logarithmic vision chart, which indicates a maximum measurement of 5.3. Generally, scores of 5.0, 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3 are deemed excellent or optimal. A score of 5.4 surpasses the chart's capacity, necessitating specialized equipment for verification. Pilots are required to possess exceptional eyesight. During recruitment medical examinations, the minimum standard is 5.1. Moreover, the testing employs a C-chart, assessing vision in 8 different directions, underscoring the high visual standards for pilots. Nevertheless, no matter how extraordinary a pilot's vision may be, it cannot achieve the X-ray-like ability to see through obstructions and perceive what lies beyond. Thus, with the aircraft still 2 kilometers from the runway and visibility reduced to under 50 meters, Qingzhou found it impossible to locate the runway amidst the downpour. However, he remained unperturbed, for the precise location of the runway was etched deeply in his memory. The reason he opted not to turn left for landing, but chose to fly over Jiangning Airport before making a right turn was twofold. First, on his initial approach, the aircraft was flying with the wind, and such conditions heightened the risk of landing. Second, Qingzhou could not ascertain the runway's exact position. Therefore, he deemed it prudent to first traverse above the airport, confirming the runway's precise orientation, before aligning with the headwind. This strategy minimized the potential hazards. In other words, although the runway was yet to materialize within his line of sight, Qingzhou was already acutely aware of its exact location. With both hands firmly gripping the control yoke, he diligently adjusted the aircraft's flight posture. Just as the altitude dipped below 100 meters, the aircraft began to experience severe turbulence once more. The cockpit was suddenly filled with a piercing alarm. Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear, a sound that strikes fear into the hearts of pilots, second only to the dreaded pull-up. As the alarm resonated throughout the cockpit, the co-pilot, Bin, became visibly anxious, his face reflecting helplessness as he looked toward Qingzhou. Qingzhou maintained a tense expression. The occurrence of wind shear during the flight was, in fact, well within his expectations. Given the current ground winds at the airport, which were around level 7, it was hardly surprising. Such strong winds could easily sweep a person off their feet on the runway. Despite the Airbus A320 weighing around 70 to 80 tons, it was crucial to remember that the aircraft was not resting on the ground, but rather suspended in the air. Thus, descending to an altitude below 100 meters while being buffeted by a forceful 7-level wind was entirely reasonable. Without hesitation, Qingzhou reached for the throttle lever, promptly pressing the TOGA button and pushing the throttle to its maximum. He intended to harness the aircraft's thrust to counteract the fierce winds. But that was not all. Without glancing back, Qingzhou called out to Bin, instructing him to retract the speed brakes and adjust the flaps by 15 degrees. Bin was taken aback, for Qingzhou was both increasing the throttle and retracting the speed brakes. Was he really accelerating the aircraft? The dilemma lay in the fact that the plane was in the process of landing. Accelerating at this juncture seemed counterproductive. Nevertheless, there was no time to question the captain's decisions. Even if it meant jumping off a cliff, Bin had to obey without hesitation. After a brief moment of doubt, he swiftly executed Qingzhou's commands. The Airbus A320 roared to life once more, producing a thunderous noise as its speed surged past 200 miles per hour, swiftly exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Yet, Qingzhou maintained a nose-down attitude, refusing to initiate a go-around due to the excessive speed. However, bolstered by a continuous thrust, the 7-level wind no longer posed a significant challenge, and the aircraft, previously caught in severe turbulence, gradually stabilized. At last, the airport runway came into view. Yet, in the very next moment, the aircraft was already hovering above the runway. The speed was simply too great, and the visibility too poor. At this moment, the altitude of the aircraft had dipped below 50 meters. No, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. When the height fell to less than 10 meters, Qingzhou instinctively pulled up the nose to ensure that the main landing gear would touch down first. However, the speed still exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. Captain Chunbin could no longer contain his concern and shouted to Qingzhou, "Our speed is still too high, and the runway at Jiangyin Airport is only 2,800 meters long. If we maintain this speed upon landing, we won't be able to stop." Typically, large aircraft land at speeds ranging from approximately 130 to 160 knots. 1 knot is roughly equal to 185 kilometers h. 130 knots equals 240 km/h, and 160 knots equals 290 km/h. Currently, the speed of this Airbus A320 had surpassed 160 knots, hovering around 165 knots, exceeding the maximum landing speed. Moreover, the Jiangyin Airport is merely a 4D level airport, with a runway that stretches a mere 2,800 meters. If the aircraft continues to descend at such a rapid pace, it would indeed be unable to halt in time, inevitably veering off the runway. However, just after Chunbin uttered these words, a resounding thud echoed, akin to a heavy object crashing onto the ground. The aircraft's rear landing gear had forcefully struck the runway. Qingzhou's expression turned grave. It seemed as though he had disregarded Chunbin's concerns. Even as the aircraft's speed surpassed 300 km/h, he resolutely opted for landing. In that fleeting moment when the rear landing gear made contact with the runway, an immense rebound force was instantaneously exerted on the fuselage. This colossal machine, weighing between 70 and 80 tons, was unexpectedly propelled upwards. The forces at play are indeed mutual. Yet, in the next instant, the rear landing gear once again met the ground, and the formidable tires commenced their function. A few seconds later, the front landing gear also slammed onto the runway. The aircraft resembled a wild stallion, galloping wildly down the tarmac. Qingzhou, quick-witted and swift, immediately activated the aircraft's braking system and shouted, raising the spoilers. Chunbin, drenched in perspiration, rushed to comply with the captain's commands. However, the aircraft's speed remained perilously high. Despite the braking system and the deployment of the spoilers, the speed still exceeded 200 km/h. At this rate, it would not be long before the aircraft veered off the runway. Chunbin, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, anxiously glanced at Qingzhou and exclaimed, "It's still too fast. What do we do? The runway has standing water, which will provide us with an excellent braking effect," Qingzhou replied, not looking back, his voice resolute. With his right hand gripping the reverse thrust lever, he pulled it back decisively. Click, click, click. The aircraft's reverse thrust system immediately sprang into action. Miraculously, the ground speed began to diminish visibly. It turned out that Qingzhou had anticipated the peril of the aircraft's excessive speed, which could lead to a runway excursion. Yet, he had chosen to proceed deliberately, knowing that the torrential rain outside would undoubtedly create standing water on the runway. Typically, such water would pose significant challenges and obstructions to landing. However, on this occasion, it served as the perfect buffer. Indeed, under the combined effects of the braking system, the reverse thrust, and the standing water, the somewhat uncontrollable Airbus A320 was gradually tamed. Chunbin dared not blink, his face a mask of tension as he fixated on the ground speed indicator. As he observed the needle on the gauge slowly retreating, his mouth fell slightly agape, and he even forgot to breathe. After nearly a minute had passed, the Airbus A320, having sprinted almost 2,500 meters down the runway, finally came to a gradual stop. In that instant of stabilization, Chunbin collapsed into his seat, gasping for breath. He was drenched in sweat, his entire being resembling that of someone just pulled from the depths of water. Sitting in the captain's seat, Qingzhou bore the expression of a survivor from a calamity. His breath came in gasps, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes conveyed the turmoil within, to the point that he failed to register the electronic synthesized voice of the system proclaiming, "Congratulations, host, for completing the triggered task. The reward has been successfully distributed." He had lived. He had finally survived. The exhilarating sense of being alive after a near-death experience is beyond the comprehension of those who have never endured it. The aircraft had scarcely come to a halt when the distant wails of various rescue vehicles pierced the air, signaling the arrival of the airport's emergency response team. One must commend the rapidity with which Jiangyin Airport reacted. From the moment Flight SC-8881 had contacted the tower to declare its intention to land amidst the torrential rain, Barely over 10 minutes had elapsed. In that brief span, Jiangyin Airport had mobilized a cadre of rescue personnel awaiting by the runway, with the entire city's emergency resources also on standby, prepared for action. Such promptness was warranted, for safety is paramount at Dongda. Any matter concerning security is treated as of utmost significance. Moreover, with 8 crew members and over 100 passengers aboard Flight 8881, the stakes were undeniably high, justifying the airport's swift response. Yet, Lu Qingzhou found himself too drained to concern himself with these developments. The past 10 minutes had nearly depleted his every ounce of strength. All he desired now was to remain slumped in the captain's chair, utterly motionless. He had lived. He had finally lived. Chapter 10 Shanhang Airlines truly deserves the title of the Eastern University version of Aeroflot, surpassing even in its ferocity. At the control tower of Jiangyin Airport, the voice of co-pilot Chen Bin for Flight SC-8881 resonated once more, announcing that 8881 had safely landed. Chen's voice was hoarse and feeble, reminiscent of that of a man in a state of existential reflection. However, upon uttering the words 8881 has safely landed, everyone in the tower instinctively filtered out the weakness in his tone, standing frozen in place. In the vast control hall, apart from the sounds of various instruments, there was an eerie silence. Several seconds passed before Wu Zhigao, responsible for communications, tremblingly inquired, 8881. Please, could you repeat that? 8881 has safely landed. Chen Bin's voice echoed once again over the communication channel. In the next instant, the spacious control hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Remarkable. Incredible. Truly incredible. 8881 is amazing. To land successfully in such weather is simply magnificent. A miracle. This is a miracle. I thought for a moment that 8881 had crashed. Wu Zhigao and Lin Muyao were now so exhilarated they could hardly find words. They were the first to notice the anomaly with Shanhang Airlines SC-8881 and had been involved in the rescue efforts since the beginning. Thus, with 8,881 successful landing, they felt not only excitement, but also a profound sense of pride. It's safe now, 8881 is safe. Wu Zhigao clutched the radio tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Lin Muyao's eyes glistened with tears, wide open and fixated on the radar screen. Meanwhile, Zhao Bufan, the tower supervisor, appeared utterly drained. After hearing Chen Bin's reply, he slumped into a chair, gasping for breath. Do not be deceived by his earlier composure. In reality, he had borne the greatest pressure over the past 10 minutes as the duty officer of the Jiangyin Airport Tower. Suddenly, the door to the control hall swung open with a crash. Several middle-aged men, holding umbrellas yet thoroughly drenched, hurried inside. Leading them was Chen Zhizhong, chairman of Jiangyin Airport Management Company, Limited. As the chief of the airport, he had received a report from the tower 10 minutes prior. Upon learning that a flight had been struck by lightning, causing failures in the flight control system and lightning protection devices, necessitating an emergency landing at Jiangyin Airport, he was taken aback. He immediately instructed Zhao Bufan to activate the emergency response plan and assist with the emergency landing of Flight 8881. Without delay, Chen Zhizhong gathered several airport leaders and rushed to the control tower. Though they were not far from the control tower, the downpour was torrential. By the time a few individuals arrived in their vehicles, a full 10 minutes had elapsed. Xiao, how is the situation? Chen Zhizhong inquired in a grave tone as he entered the control hall. His gaze was already fixed on the radar screen. When he noticed that the triangular symbol representing Flight 8881 had vanished, a wave of unease washed over him. Had he arrived too late? Zhao Bufan, startled by the sight of so many leaders braving the rain, quickly stood up and hastily replied, Director Chen, esteemed leaders, Flight 8881 has landed safely. Chen Zhizhong, seemingly in disbelief, instinctively responded, immediately contact the local government and request their assistance in the search and rescue for Flight 8881. Wait, what did you say? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he paused mid-sentence and stared at Zhao Bufan in bewilderment. Zhao Bufan, leaning over the table, wore an expression of exhilaration as he proclaimed, Flight 8881 has landed safely. It is secure. What? Chen Zhizhong was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhao Bufan with a look of astonishment. The expressions of the other leaders mirrored his shock. As seasoned professionals in the aviation industry, they were acutely aware of the perils that weather posed to flights, especially in extreme conditions. A forced landing was akin to a death sentence, particularly when the aircraft had encountered a malfunction in its flight control system. Yet, The fact that a plane had indeed landed safely defied all their expectations. Qingzhou was speechless for several seconds before urgently probing, "Is what you say true?" "Indeed. Flight 8881 is safe," Zhao Bufan reiterated, seemingly concerned about the disbelief from his superiors. He added emphatically, "The aircraft is currently on the runway, and the co-pilot has already made contact with us. Rescue personnel are en route. Director Chen, esteemed leaders, Flight 8881 is safe." With a long exhale, Chen Zhizhong released a sigh of relief. The others displayed similar expressions of relief. "It is a relief. It is a relief. When I received the report earlier, I was nearly beside myself with anxiety. The driver barely dared to speed on the way here, yet a plane managed to land safely. I wonder if it is sheer luck or the crew's exceptional skill." SC-8881? A Shanhang Airlines flight? Remarkable. Shanhang Airlines truly is the most formidable airline of Dongda, managing to conquer such weather. Indeed, they rival even the robustness of Russian airlines, several individuals commented, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, they couldn't shake the odd feeling that they had rushed to the control tower, primarily to oversee and direct the emergency landing of Flight 8881, only to find that the aircraft had already landed safely by the time they arrived. Wasn't that all in vain, worrying for nothing? A vice president at the airport suddenly inquired, "Xiao Zhao, do you know who the captain of Flight 8881 is?" To land the plane safely under such conditions must be an experienced veteran pilot. "I am quite familiar with several pilots from the airline. Perhaps I even know the captain of 8881. Zhao Bufan promptly replied, "It's Lu Qizhou." "Lu Qizhou?" The other person paused for a moment, and then a look of realization crossed his face. "Ah, so it's Lu the King of Hell, then there's nothing to worry about." The others also bore expressions of as expected. "So it's that lad. No wonder. Had we known the captain was him, we wouldn't have been so anxious. Indeed. Just look at me, completely drenched." Lu the King of Hell certainly lives up to his reputation. Meanwhile, Lin Muyao grew increasingly perplexed. She had heard the term Lu the King of Hell several times that day. Who exactly was this Lu the King of Hell? Why did the leaders all display an expression of as expected upon hearing his name? Was this captain truly so remarkable that he could instill such confidence in everyone? Yet, if he could indeed assure everyone's trust, why did he carry such a nickname? Lin Muyao was utterly confounded. Chapter 11. Trending on social media, the torrential rain in Wanqing had persisted for over half an hour. During this brief period, the heavens seemed to have sprung a leak, as the downpour cascaded with relentless ferocity. In just 30 minutes, the rainfall exceeded 100 millimeters, nearly equivalent to half the volume of Westlake. Consequently, numerous low-lying areas in Wanqing had already accumulated water. In some underground parking lots and passages, the water level had surpassed half a meter. Rivers such as the Baihe, Meishi, and Wenliang coursing through Wanqing were now swelling rapidly. With the rising water levels and the surging rivers, Wanqing appeared to be transforming into an eastern Venice. However, the most significant news in Wanqing was not the unprecedented extreme rainfall, but rather UFOs. Yes, indeed, UFOs. Just over 10 minutes ago, a CTV news channel host connected with a correspondent on the scene to report on the extreme weather conditions plaguing Wanqing. As the reporter braved the rain to relay the disaster to the viewers, the photographer's lens fortuitously captured what seemed to be a triangular aircraft maneuvering through the dark clouds above. Coincidentally, at that very moment, a lightning bolt struck down. Illuminated by the brief flash, this unidentified flying object was fully revealed to the audience tuning in. Not only on CTV News. In a local live stream from Wanqing, a visually striking host captured the torrential downpour accompanied by an unidentified flying object. At that moment, thousands of viewers were tuned in. When a bolt of lightning struck, these viewers witnessed the triangular unidentified aircraft appear on screen, only to vanish moments later. Within minutes, the hashtags Wanqing experiences extreme weather and Wanqing discovers UFOs simultaneously surged to the top of trending topics across social media platforms like Weibo, Douyin, Tushio, and Kuaishou. Notably, Wanqing discovers UFO ascended to the pinnacle of these trending lists, igniting a frenzy across the Chinese internet. At Jiangyin Airport, as the aircraft gradually came to a halt on the runway, neither the crew nor the passengers seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Most had their heads bowed low, with some emitting soft whimpers and stifled sobs. The preceding 10 minutes had terrified them. The flight had been smooth until an inexplicable bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, plunging the cabin into darkness. Moments later, the green emergency lights flickered back to life, heralding the onset of their nightmare. The plane began to jolt violently, as if gripped by invisible hands tossing it about. It felt akin to riding a roller coaster. Soon, the aircraft plunged into a dense, impenetrable cloud, where rain and hail pelted the fuselage like bullets, and lightning occasionally grazed the plane. If there were indeed a hell in this world, that cloud would surely be a part of it. At that moment, even the most optimistic souls in the cabin succumbed to profound despair. They had one foot in the realm of the dead. The atmosphere in the cabin was laden with oppression and hopelessness, filled with desperate screams and cries. Several flight attendants were reduced to tears. Just as the passengers were grappling with their fear, the crew announced a need for brace positions. Before anyone could fully process this directive, the aircraft abruptly nosedived, plunging downwards. The Airbus A320 alternated between steep descents and sudden turns, lifting its nose at times. This was no mere flight. It felt like an exhilarating and perilous roller coaster ride, with scarcely a moment to catch one's breath. Just when the passengers believed their fate was sealed, the plane miraculously landed safely. The transition from despair to elation occurred in less than 2 minutes, a whirlwind of emotions. Now that the aircraft had come to a complete stop, the passengers remained in stunned silence, wide-eyed and bewildered, akin to dazed geese, foolishly gazing around them. Amidst the chaos, the wailing sirens of rescue vehicles drew nearer, penetrating the cabin with urgency. At that moment, the chief flight attendant finally snapped to attention. She unfastened her safety belt, her voice tremulous with emotion, urging everyone. "What are you still doing in a daze? The plane has safely landed. We are finally out of danger. Quickly, open the emergency exit and assist the passengers in disembarking." Her words ignited the atmosphere in the cabin like a detonator. Did we survive? The plane has stopped? Oh, I'm alive, I'm alive. Relief washed over the passengers, many of whom were in tears, overwhelmed by the recent terror. That was terrifying. I swear I'll never fly again. My heart nearly gave out. Flight attendant, someone has fainted here. Does anyone have emergency heart medication? A passenger is experiencing a cardiac episode. In an instant, the cabin erupted into pandemonium. Several passengers, unable to withstand the emotional roller coaster of despair and elation, succumbed to the shock and fainted. The flight attendants, witnessing this, were equally alarmed. What a bizarre turn of events. During the flight, amidst the cries of terror, they had managed to maintain their composure, yet now, with the plane safely on the ground, some had fainted from the shock. Without hesitation, 2 flight attendants rushed to the emergency exit, pulling it open with urgency. With a whoosh, the inflatable slide deployed, cascading from the aircraft to the runway. However, a deluge of raindrops, no larger than a pea, was swept into the cabin by the gusting wind. Yet, in the face of their newfound safety, no one minded the rain drenching them. At that moment, rescue vehicles finally arrived. Several ambulances and fire trucks positioned themselves beneath the emergency exit. As the rescue personnel and firefighters ascended into the aircraft with stretchers, the flight attendants felt utterly drained, collapsing into their seats, as if all their strength had been siphoned away. Chapter 12. The youngest civil aviation captain in the history of Blue Planet in the cockpit, Qinbin sat in the co-pilot's seat, gasping for breath. Several minutes had elapsed since the aircraft had come to a steady halt on the runway, yet he still struggled to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned to gaze at Qingzhou, who occupied the captain's chair, expressing both admiration and a touch of nostalgia. "Captain Qingzhou, today, I owe you my gratitude. I had never partnered with you before, so I regarded the various rumors about you as mere anecdotes. Today, I have finally witnessed your prowess firsthand. I must say, my eyes have truly been opened. How is it that you are so exceptional? You seem to be barely 25 this year, having joined the airline just 2 or 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken." Qingzhou turned to him, managing a wry smile. "I will be 25 in a few months. As for my experience, it has been over 5 years. Though my flight hours amount to only around 1,500. Qinbin raised his thumb in admiration. "I am 3 to 4 years your senior. With over 2,000 flight hours more than you, yet I still remain a co-pilot. The disparity between individuals is indeed greater than that between man and beast. No one is born to pilot an aircraft. Every pilot is nurtured and progresses from the ground up. During one's final year of high school, those harboring dreams of becoming a pilot may participate in recruitment physical examinations organized by various regions. These examinations are notably rigorous. Military recruitment is exclusively for fresh graduates, while civil aviation universities accept both fresh and repeat students. To become a pilot necessitates excellent physical health and psychological fortitude, thus the recruitment examinations are exceptionally stringent. However, The strictness of military examinations surpasses that of civil aviation. Once one passes the recruitment examination and achieves scores, particularly in foreign languages, that meet the university's admission threshold, congratulations are in order. You have secured a place at an aviation university. Yet, the cost of cultivating a qualified pilot is not trivial. Over 30 years ago, in 1986, relevant departments of the Chinese Air Force conducted an audit on the training cost of pilots. The findings revealed that training a competent J-8 pilot capable of independently undertaking combat duties requires no less than 2.8 million yuan for AH-6 strategic bomber pilot. The figure soars to an astonishing 4.6 million. This was in 1986, over 3 decades ago, when adjusted for the price levels of that time. These amounts correspond to 57 kilograms and 93 kilograms of gold, respectively. Thus, a prevailing notion within Western military circles is that the cost of training a qualified fighter pilot is equivalent to the weight of gold that the pilot himself weighs. Naturally, the training costs for civil aviation pilots are not as steep as those for military pilots, yet they remain substantial. The cost of training hovers around 4 million RMB, based on 2018 figures. However, this figure is not fixed. The actual expenses fluctuate depending on various factors such as the geographical location of the aviation academy, the quality of education, and the available equipment and facilities. Nonetheless, such exorbitant training costs are beyond the reach of ordinary families. Are pilots merely the offspring of the wealthy? Certainly not. Becoming a pilot demands exceptional physical fitness and innate talent. It cannot simply be achieved through financial means. In our country, the prevalent model for cultivating civil pilots involves students entering into contracts with airlines or universities, which then bear the financial burden of training. What does this entail? Once a student passes the medical examination and meets the academic criteria, an airline or flight school will sign a contract with them, covering the training expenses. Upon graduation, the student is obliged to serve a specified number of years with the airline before they are permitted to switch jobs. However, even after graduating and joining an airline, they are not immediately qualified to fly. They must undergo a period of type rating training. Upon completion of this training and obtaining a commercial pilot license, which includes various categories such as private, sport, commercial, and 8PL licenses, they can take to the skies as a competent first officer. First officers are categorized into roles such as observer, right seat, and various ranks of left seat first officers. The observer designation is the lowest, while the left seat first officer represents the highest rank. Advancing to left seat first officer positions one just a step away from becoming a captain in civil aviation. However, statistical data from relevant organizations indicate that a first officer requires a minimum of 5 years to ascend to the rank of captain, contingent upon favorable circumstances and the airline's willingness to invest in their progression. Once a left seat first officer completes the requisite flight hours, they may participate in the captaincy assessment organized by the Aviation Authority. Successful completion of this evaluation qualifies them to become a certified civil aviation captain. Captains are further categorized into levels, including single aircraft captain, team leader captain, and instructor. A single aircraft captain merely needs to pass the assessment and possess a commercial license. In contrast, the team leader captain must hold an ATPL, airline transport pilot license. The instructor rank is even more prestigious, divided into Class A and Class B instructors. Class A instructors primarily guide students who have completed simulator assessments and possess a certain level of flying experience, while Class B instructors teach from the ground up, including simulator training. Currently, Qingzhou is merely a single aircraft captain, authorized to operate domestic short to medium-haul flights, lacking the qualifications for international, intercontinental, or complex high-altitude routes. However, considering that Qingzhou is only 24 years old and has been in the profession for merely 5 years, he has remarkably advanced from a novice first officer to a single aircraft captain. His rapid progression is not just unprecedented. It has shattered the record for the youngest captain in the history of Dong University's civil aviation program. However, it is essential for others to accumulate flight hours to ascend from the position of co-pilot to captain. Each airline has its own regulations regarding the required flight hours, with a minimum threshold set at 3,500 hours. Yet, how is it that Qingzhou, with merely over 1,000 hours, qualifies to participate in the captain promotion assessment organized by the Civil Aviation Administration? The answer lies in his remarkable performance shortly after graduation, within a year. He advanced from an observer to the first officer due to his exceptional abilities. During a critical flight, the captain suffered a sudden illness, rendering him incapable of piloting the aircraft, and his life hung in the balance. In this dire moment, the co-pilot Lu Qingzhou stepped up, assuming complete control of the aircraft. He successfully executed an emergency landing, saving not only the lives of the passengers on board, but also ensuring timely medical attention for the captain, thus preserving his life as well. It was precisely for this reason that he was granted permission to take the captain promotion assessment ahead of schedule. To his astonishment, he passed the examination, subsequently becoming the youngest civil aviation captain at Dongda University, and indeed across the entire Blue Star, thus earning the status of a legend. Chapter 13. How hardcore is Shanhang? Lu Qingzhou is not of this world. 8 years ago, due to an unforeseen accident, he traversed into a parallel universe known as Blue Star. This realm bears over 90% similarity to Earth, encompassing many classic literary works, films, and celebrities from Earth, albeit with a more chaotic disposition. Numerous regions abroad have devolved into turmoil, resembling a massive powder keg poised to explode at any moment. In stark contrast, Dongda University remains largely unaffected by the global strife, having enjoyed peace for 3 to 4 decades, with even minor conflicts resolved through conventional means. Thus, Lu Qingzhou adapted swiftly to this new world. Elated to discover that he not only appeared several years younger, but also found himself as a freshman at Dongda Civil Aviation University, he embraced his new life wholeheartedly. In his previous existence, Lu Qingzhou harbored a lifelong dream of flying. However, due to a less than favorable family background and poor physical health, he was disqualified during the flight recruitment medical examination in his senior year of high school, leading to a sense of regret over his unfulfilled aspirations. It was not until he reached his 30s, having achieved modest success in his career and attained a semblance of financial independence, that he could finally devote time and energy to rekindle his childhood dream. Consequently, he invested over $300,000 in self-funded training to obtain his pilot's license. Although he was restricted to piloting light sport aircraft, he felt a sense of accomplishment in realizing his dream. Tragically, during one flight, the aircraft malfunctioned, leading to a crash in a secluded valley. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the parallel world of Blue Star. However, due to his prior memories and piloting experience, Lu Qingzhou's academic progress at university was nothing short of rapid. By the end of his freshman year, he had successfully passed the simulator assessment and advanced to practical flight training in his sophomore year. After completing his 3rd year of study, Lu Qingzhou consecutively obtained his private pilot license and sport pilot license, graduating a year early from the Civil Aviation University. When Lu Qingzhou was accepted into the university, he had signed an agreement with Shanhang Airlines, which financed his education. Thus, upon graduation, he naturally became an employee of Shanhang Airlines. Initially, he believed his career would follow a conventional path, starting as an observer and gradually advancing to captain. However, he was in for a remarkable surprise on his first day of employment. On that very day, Lu Qingzhou unexpectedly activated a system that had been dormant for over 3 years, the God-level captain system. With the system's enhancement, Lu Qingzhou's experience at Shandong Airlines felt as though he was playing a game on easy mode. His exceptional performance during his tenure allowed him to assist numerous captains in successfully managing various in-flight emergencies. Remarkably, when one captain fell gravely ill, Lu Qingzhou took control of the aircraft and safely landed it solo. Consequently, Shandong Airlines did not adhere to the conventional requirement of accumulating a minimum of 500 flight hours before allowing him to participate in the Civil Aviation Administration's captain promotion assessment. Instead, merely 3 years into his employment, with less than 1,000 flight hours, they invested 100,000 yuan for him to take the assessment early. Initially, the executives at Shandong Airlines viewed this promotion assessment as a reward, essentially allowing Lu Qingzhou to treat it as a mock exam to gain experience. To their astonishment, he not only participated but successfully advanced, becoming the youngest civil aviation captain in the history of Dongda and even the entire Blue Star. He accomplished in 3 years what other pilots typically achieve in 7, 8, or even over 10 years. This remarkable feat may not have a successor, but it certainly lacks a predecessor. After his promotion to captain, Lu Qingzhou underwent training for various aircraft modifications, becoming a civil aviation captain capable of piloting multiple models of medium-range jet airliners. During his more than 2 years as captain, he successfully managed several major in-flight emergencies, and his assertive demeanor often left even the airline's elite customers unfazed. Consequently, he earned the affectionate nickname Lu the King of Hell within the industry. In other airlines, a pilot like Lu Qingzhou, who seemed to carry an air of misfortune and exhibited a bold demeanor, would have likely been dismissed long ago, with no prospects of promotion to captain. However, Shanhang Airlines is distinct from other carriers. It is often referred to as the Russian Airlines of Dongda, a testament to its fierce corporate culture. Just how hardcore is Shanhang Airlines? Those interested may wish to explore online. There are countless anecdotes about the airline. For instance, Shanhang Airlines pilot, Tower. Are we cleared for takeoff? Tower. No, there's rain. Takeoff is prohibited. Shandong Airlines pilot. Understood. No hesitation. Taking off directly. Passenger. If the captain dares to fly, there must be no issues. Captain. If the passenger dares to board, they surely fear not death. Everyone, let us fly. I have a friend who usually travels with other airlines for business, until one day he chose to fly with Shanhang and arrived home an hour earlier. He has been divorced for 2 years now, sobbing. The sole reason for delays with Shanhang is the receiving airport's unavailability. Takeoff, Chua flight, so landing, Duong passenger, you captain, Yi, hooray, time to clock out. These internet memes may not always hold true. However, the plethora of anecdotes surrounding Shanhang online attests to its formidable reputation, which is not unfounded. The tenacity of Shanhang is ingrained in its very essence. It aligns well with Lu Qingzhou's own principles. Brother Chen, it seems the cabin crew has begun evacuating passengers. Perhaps you should check in the cabin to see if any assistance is needed. After a brief pause, Lu Qingzhou turned to co-pilot Chen Bin and remarked, I am utterly exhausted, feeling somewhat drained, so allow me a moment of respite to recuperate. Chen Bin promptly stood up and assured Lu Qingzhou, you take your rest. I shall head to the cabin right away. With that, he quickly turned and opened the cockpit door, making his way to the cabin. Once Chen Bin departed, Lu Qingzhou indulged in a contented stretch, silently instructing the system to open his personal attributes panel. In the next moment, a screen resembling a game interface materialized in his mind, displaying an array of his personal attributes. Chapter 14. The marvelous utility of the legendary captain system. Name, Lu Qingzhou. Level, solo pilot. Level classification, observer. Right seat full flight, left seat co-pilot, solo pilot. Lead captain, instructor, flight hours, 1,566 hours. Takeoff and landing count, 763 flights. Points, 650. Experience points, 15000, 85000. Experience points required for upgrade. Items, none. Tasks, brave the cumulonimbus completed. Task rewards have been successfully distributed. Would you like to claim them now? Yes, no. Types of aircraft operable, propeller aircraft series. Regional jets, small passenger aircraft with fewer than 100 seats, Airbus A320 series. Boeing 737 series, unlocked types, twin-engine long-range wide-body aircraft, dual-aisle wide-body. Carrying over 150 passengers, currently does not meet the conditions for operation, locked types, super-large long-range wide-body aircraft, fighter jet series, amphibious aircraft, helicopter series, etc. Note: unlocked aircraft can be operated by enhancing the piloting level or by purchasing flight experience packages to meet operational conditions. Note: congratulations to the host for completing the triggered task, Brave the Cumulonimbus. Task rewards have been successfully distributed. Please check, host. Lu Qingzhou glanced at his personal attributes panel, then focused on the task section, opting to claim the rewards immediately. A sound echoed in his mind once more. Ding. The electronic synthesized voice announced the successful acquisition of the task reward, and immediately, his personal attribute panel underwent a transformation. His experience points surged from 15,000 to 18,000, while his points increased from 650 to 700. The items section transitioned from none to Boeing 787 long-haul dual-channel wide-body aircraft flight manual, upon discovering that his task rewards included 3,000 points, 50 points. In the Boeing 787 flight manual, Lu Qingzhou's face illuminated with a hint of satisfaction. Particularly, the points held immense significance for him. Why, you may ask? Because points represented the currency bestowed upon him by the system. He could utilize these points to exchange for anything his heart desired. For instance, unlocking aircraft or purchasing flight manuals, among other items. The system boasted a marketplace, teeming with a plethora of goods. However, the prices within the marketplace were exorbitant over the years. Lu Qingzhou had only managed to procure items a mere 2 or 3 times. As for the flight manual, it served as a sort of cheat code. Upon acquiring the manual for a specific aircraft and activating it, Lu Qingzhou could simulate piloting that aircraft within the system's virtual space. One must not assume that being a pilot is akin to being a driver of automobiles. Obtaining a C license enables one to drive all small vehicles, while an A license allows for the operation of all large vehicles. In reality, even with a flying license, pilots are subjected to stringent regulations regarding the types of aircraft they are permitted to operate. Take, for example, commercial airline pilots. Although they may possess a commercial license allowing them to operate standard medium-range narrow-body aircraft, they can only pilot those specific models for which they have received training. Lu Qingzhou, after graduating from the Aviation Academy, was dispatched by the airline to a specialized flight school for conversion training. Upon obtaining his commercial license, he successfully acquired the qualification to pilot the Boeing 737 aircraft. This meant that Lu Qingzhou was authorized to operate the Boeing 737 series. However, could he pilot another narrow-body aircraft, such as the Airbus A320? The answer was a resounding no. The operational systems and piloting procedures of Airbus and Boeing differ significantly. Therefore, without undergoing conversion training and obtaining the qualification for the Airbus A320, he would lack both the eligibility and the capability to pilot it. Yet, with the system, everything changed. The system's functionality extended beyond merely triggering tasks, completing them, and dispensing rewards. It also encompassed a virtual space. Within this virtual realm, as long as the host possessed sufficient points, it could exchange for any desired aircraft. Once the exchange was successfully unlocked, the host could pilot that aircraft within the virtual space. However, flying an aircraft entails a complex set of procedures. Without years of accumulated experience, it is challenging for an ordinary person to master. Thus, the system also provided the flight manual as a means to circumvent these challenges. By activating the flight manual, the host's mind would automatically generate all operational procedures for that particular aircraft. Simultaneously, the virtual space was remarkably realistic. The flight simulator surpasses the realism of the physical world. Upon entering the virtual realm, the host can pilot an aircraft in an extraordinarily lifelike manner. However, the flow of time within the virtual space mirrors that of the real world. Thus, despite the system being activated for several years, Lu Qingzhou's flight hours in the virtual space amount to a mere 1,000 or 2,000 hours. Nevertheless, bolstered by the system, Lu Qingzhou swiftly obtained his commercial license and acquired flying qualifications for the Boeing 737 series aircraft. A few years later, he successfully passed the captaincy promotion assessment. In recent years, due to Boeing's frequent scandals and high accident rates, prior to last year, all passenger and cargo aircraft under the banner of Shanhang were Boeing planes. To mitigate risks, last year, Shanhang invested heavily in the purchase and leasing of several Airbus A320s. As the youngest captain at Shanhang, Lu Qingzhou was dispatched for modification training on the Airbus A320 series. Within a mere month, he successfully attained his flying qualifications for the Airbus A320. Thus, he now possesses dual certifications, free to choose between flying Boeing or Airbus aircraft at will. After receiving his task rewards, Lu Qingzhou felt a shift in his mind and promptly deactivated the system. Upon opening his eyes, he heard the cockpit door emit a ding bell sound. Turning around, he saw co-pilot Chen Bin, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, pushing the door open to enter. Curiously, Lu Qingzhou inquired, "How did you get so soaked?" "I was helping to carry a passenger off the plane who fainted," Chen Bin casually explained. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly. A passenger fainted? What happened? Although the aircraft experienced a series of mishaps, there shouldn't have been any injuries. How could someone faint? Is it serious? He pressed for more information. Chen Bin, with a relaxed smile, replied, "It's nothing serious. They were just frightened." Frightened? Lu Qingzhou was taken aback, incredulously asking, "You mean they fainted from fear?" "Indeed." Chen Bin wiped the rainwater from his face with several tissues. "The rain has subsided considerably now, and all passengers have been evacuated. The airport will soon send a tow truck to pull us off the runway. What shall we do next?" Lu Qingzhou pondered for a moment before responding. "You check the aircraft's condition with the airport ground staff. I need to go to the branch office to report this air incident." Understood. Chapter 15. The hierarchy of humanity in airports. At approximately 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the torrential downpour finally ceased. However, due to the unprecedented intensity of the rain, the city was now inundated with water, as though someone had poured the majority of Westlake into the urban area within just a couple of hours. Consequently, the entirety of one city resembled a vast expanse of water. Even before the rain subsided, flood relief efforts had commenced. Fortunately, one city is traversed by multiple rivers, which currently serve as the most effective drainage channels. The mountainous and hilly terrain within the region facilitates the natural collection of floodwaters in lower-lying areas, allowing them to flow downstream through these rivers and ultimately into the Yangtze River. Thus, while the heavy rainfall inflicted some damage upon Wan City, it remained within manageable limits. Jiangyin Airport continued to operate under temporary closure. Despite the cessation of rainfall, significant water accumulation persisted, particularly on the runway. Efforts were required not only to clear the standing water, but also to inspect runway lighting and other equipment for any potential malfunctions caused by the deluge. Flights circling above the airport, awaiting landing, were compelled to return to their origin or divert to alternative airports. Similarly, flights prepared for departure were halted, awaiting clearance to take off. Fortunately, Jiangyin Airport is relatively modest in scale, classified as a 4D level airport, with connections to over 20 cities nationwide and fewer than 100 flights operating daily, rendering it not particularly busy. Otherwise, the financial repercussions of a day's closure would have been substantial. Just as humanity is stratified into various ranks, so too are airports. Taking civil airports as an example, the classification is primarily based on the indicators of the flight area, as outlined by the International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO). These indicators include runway dimensions, the maximum wingspan of landing aircraft, and the distance between the outer wheels of the main landing gear, among others. For instance, a 4F level airport is characterized by a usable runway length of at least 600 meters under standard conditions, accommodating aircraft with a maximum wingspan ranging from 65 to 80 meters, and a distance between the outer wheels of the main landing gear between 14 and 16 meters. This means that all aircraft models currently in operation can land at a 4F level airport, which represents the highest classification available. As of 2021, there are a total of 24 F-level airports in our country. A 4E airport is defined by a usable runway length of between 3,000 and 3,600 meters under standard conditions, accommodating aircraft with a maximum wingspan ranging from 53 to 65 meters and a distance between the outer wheels of the main landing gear between 9 and 14 meters. A 4D level airport, such as Jiangyin Airport in Wan City, features a usable runway length of between 2,400 and 3,000 meters, with a maximum wingspan of aircraft ranging from 36 to 52 meters and a distance between the outer wheels of the main landing gear between 9 and 14 meters. A 4C level airport is defined as one with a usable runway length of no less than 1,800 meters and less than 2,400 meters under standard conditions, accommodating aircraft with a maximum wingspan ranging from 24 to 36 meters and a main landing gear wheelbase of 6 to 9 meters. A 3C level airport, on the other hand, has a usable runway length of no less than 1,200 meters and less than 1,800 meters, also accommodating aircraft with a maximum wingspan of 24 to 36 meters and a main landing gear wheelbase of 6 to 9 meters. The 3C level airport represents the minimum classification, allowing only the landing and takeoff of small regional propeller or jet aircraft. In addition to classification by flight area standards, airports may also be categorized based on the scope of their route operations and the status or nature of their host cities. For instance, when categorized by route operations, airports may be classified as international airports, domestic airports, hub airports, trunk airports, regional airports, and so forth. If classified by the status and nature of the city in which they are located, airports can further be divided into Category 1, 2, 3, and 4 airports. Nevertheless, the globally recognized classification standards predominantly rely on flight area specifications. The flight SC-8881, operated by Shanhang Airlines, departs from Tianfu International Airport in Qingzhou, Sichuan Province, and heads towards Yaoqiang International Airport in the capital city of Qingzhou, Shandong Province. Ordinarily, there would be no necessity to land at Jiangyin Airport. However, Flight 8881 is not a direct flight, but rather a stopover flight, necessitating a brief halt at Jiangyin Airport. Just as the aircraft descended in preparation for landing at Jiangyin, it was unexpectedly struck by a bolt of lightning, leading to a series of subsequent incidents. Reflecting on the critical situation encountered in the skies, Liu Qingzhou still feels a twinge of fear. The visibility was exceedingly poor, compounded by torrential rain, thunder, and fierce winds, alongside a malfunction in the aircraft. Surviving such a confluence of perilous circumstances was undoubtedly attributed to Liu Qingzhou's formidable psychological fortitude and exceptional skills. But a degree of luck undoubtedly played a role as well. One should not presume that Qingzhou, merely aided by the system, could act with impunity, quite the opposite. He has navigated these years with utmost caution. The system's primary function currently is to provide a virtual space where he can enhance his capabilities through continual practice. In ordinary circumstances, the system remains dormant, remaining silent even in the face of life-threatening crises. This implies that had he failed to take timely action while piloting the aircraft as it emerged from a cumulonimbus cloud, resulting in a collision with a mountain, the system would not intervene to assist, allowing him to meet his demise unassisted. However, Qingzhou harbors no grievances. After all, his rapid advancement owes much to the system's contributions. As he entered the lobby of a 4-star hotel adjacent to Jiangyin Airport shortly after 5 in the afternoon, he was greeted by Chen Bin and several flight attendants as the aircraft had safely landed. Qingzhou swiftly departed from the airport and made his way to the Shanhang branch at Jiangyin Airport to report the air incident he had encountered earlier. In fact, the headquarters was already aware of the incident involving Flight 8881. The leadership was preparing to convene an urgent meeting to discuss the subsequent handling of the situation. Miraculously, Flight 8881 had landed safely. Upon receiving this news, the beleaguered executives finally exhaled in relief. Upon returning, Qingzhou accepted a towel from a flight attendant, drying his damp hair while stating, "According to the directives from Director Lei and his team, we may need to remain in Wanqing for a day or two. If the weather improves in the next couple of days, the headquarters will send a plane to retrieve us. So, everyone has worked hard today. You may all head back to rest." He continued, "Oh, and Director Lei asked me to convey his appreciation for everyone's outstanding performance during today's incident. Once the cause of the incident is thoroughly investigated, commendations and rewards will be duly given. Rest assured, no diligent contributor will be overlooked." Upon hearing his words, the few individuals present displayed expressions of joy. They had narrowly escaped a life-threatening situation today. Nevertheless, they each fulfilled their responsibilities and diligently performed their duties, preventing a major catastrophe. If the company fails to provide appropriate rewards, it would dishearten those who have contributed significantly. After all, who would be willing to fight and contribute for the company then? At that moment, a flight attendant with an oval face timidly inquired, "What about the passengers?" Qingzhou glanced at her and explained, "For the time being, the staff at Jiangyin Airport and the branch will assist in accommodating them. Our aircraft, struck by lightning, is currently under the care of the ground crew at Jiangyin Airport for repairs. We've been on edge for so long that we hardly have the energy to attend to the passengers. So let us all return to rest for a while. If anyone gets hungry, just grab a quick bite at the hotel. Later, if the city of Wanqing returns to normal, I'll treat everyone to dinner." Upon hearing this, the individuals present brightened with smiles. The chief flight attendant looked up at him, sweetly saying, "Thank you, Captain." The other flight attendants chimed in harmoniously, "Thank you, Captain." Their voices crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a choir of larks singing. Chapter 16. The flight attendants of Milk Airlines are truly impressive in truth. Qingzhou had somewhat exaggerated his sentiments. Although he was currently the most talented captain at Shanhang, he was merely one among many. As of 2024, there were approximately 30,000 licensed captains for commercial air transport across the nation. Qingzhou was just one in 30,000. As a prominent airline ranked among the top 10 in the nation, Shanhang Airlines boasts an impressive roster of over 1,000 captains. By 2024, the airline operates more than 380 domestic, international, and regional routes, with weekly flights exceeding 700, connecting over 80 major cities across the country, as well as international flights to destinations such as South Korea, Japan, Thailand, India, Cambodia, and various regions including the Ryukyu Islands and the Qingdao Islands. Nevertheless, Qingzhou remains but a mere fraction of this vast operation. Despite his remarkable achievements, being the youngest, most gifted, and promising captain at Shanhang Airlines, his significance does not warrant the dispatch of an aircraft solely for his retrieval. If he himself does not possess such importance, it is unlikely that others do. So, whom might the aircraft dispatched by Shanhang Airlines be sent to retrieve? Undoubtedly, it is to assist the passengers of Flight SC-8881 who are stranded in Wanqing. The adage that the customer is king holds considerable truth, particularly for large companies engaged in service and transportation. Failing to prioritize customer satisfaction could lead to scandals that precipitate significant declines in stock prices and considerable financial losses. Thus, in an effort to expedite the transport of the stranded passengers, Shandong Airlines resolved to temporarily allocate an aircraft to Jiangyin Airport as soon as it became operational. ensuring the safe passage of all passengers, including Lu Qizhou and his companions. The summer floods arrive swiftly and recede just as quickly. Within a day, the once submerged Wanqing had drained most of its excess water and returned to normalcy. Jiayin Airport, situated at a higher elevation, benefits from superior drainage capabilities compared to other areas of the city. Consequently, by the following evening, all standing water had been efficiently cleared, and operations resumed without delay. With the airport back in full operation, the stranded flights took to the skies like liberated birds, eagerly departing. In an instant, the previously bustling departure hall transformed into a desolate expanse. Just past midnight, Lu Qizhou, dressed in casual attire, hurried into the departure hall, pulling a small flight bag behind him, accompanied by co-pilot Qinbin. As they entered, they spotted a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, waiting at the entrance. The two promptly approached him. Upon reaching the man, Lu Qingzhou inquired, "Manager Chun, what is the situation? Why have we been summoned at such an hour to rush back to headquarters?" A little over 20 minutes prior, Lu Qizhou and Qinbin had received a call instructing them to hastily dress and board the next flight back to Quanqing. The man standing before them was none other than the manager of the Shanhang Airlines branch at Jiayin Airport. Upon hearing Lu Qingzhou's question, he smiled wryly and replied, "I, too, am perplexed. An hour ago, I received a call from Secretary Lei of the Flight Department, requesting that I secure 2 tickets for your swift return to Quanqing. However, the reason for such urgency escapes me. He was merely a manager of a mid-sized city branch. He was merely a peripheral figure within the organization. How could he possibly possess knowledge of such matters?" When Lu Qingzhou inquired, it was akin to seeking guidance in the dark. Qinbin turned to Lu Qingzhou and casually suggested, "Why not give President Lei a call and ask?" Their relationship had previously been rather ordinary. However, after sharing a life-and-death experience today, they had forged a bond of camaraderie. Thus, Qinbin felt at ease in front of Lu Qizhou. Furthermore, due to well-known reasons, Lu Qizhou had become the rising star of Shanhang and was highly regarded by the upper echelons of the organization, especially by the head of the aviation department, Lei Tingyun. It was for this reason that Qinbin encouraged Lu Qizhou to contact the head of the aviation department for clarification. With a sense of resignation, Lu Qizhou replied, "When I asked, he merely instructed us to return to Quanqing as soon as possible and to meet him in his office early tomorrow morning." Since the boss was being cryptic, they decided not to speculate further. Qinbin shrugged nonchalantly and then looked at the middle-aged man, asking, "Manager Chun, which airline are we flying with, and what time does the flight depart?" "Oh, right." Manager Chen quickly retrieved the tickets and handed them to the two of them, stating, "We're flying with Nihang. However, it's not a direct flight to Quanqing, as it's too late now. And there are no flights from Jiayin Airport heading there except ours. Nihang has a flight leaving from Modu in 20 minutes. And then we can catch a flight from Pudong Airport to Quanqing at just after 6 in the morning." Upon hearing this, Qinbin immediately looked crestfallen and complained, "So, we'll have to spend the night at Pudong Airport?" Frustrated, he continued, "By the time we reach Pudong, it will likely be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. How are we supposed to get any decent sleep?" Lu Qizhou took the tickets, handed one to him, and remarked, "Stop your pointless complaints. Manager Chen has gone through a lot to secure us 2 tickets to Modu." This was indeed the truth. Currently, Jiayin Airport was nearly deserted, and departing from there required boarding the flights that had been stranded. Many of these flights had already taken off, and the ones that were delayed were not selling tickets to the public. Manager Chen had likely leveraged his connections to acquire those 2 tickets. If Qinbin continued to grumble about Manager Chen's inefficiency, it would surely dampen his spirits. Qinbin realized this and quickly reassured him, "Old Chen, I'm not blaming you, so don't take it to heart." Manager Chen waved his hand with a smile, saying, "We're colleagues. There's no need for such formalities. The plane is about to take off. Let us hurry." Thus, the 3 of them hastily entered the departure hall. Manager Chen escorted them to the staff security checkpoint before turning to leave. Lu Qingzhou and Qinbin proceeded through the security check and made their way onto the jet bridge. Upon arriving at the boarding gate, they prepared for their journey ahead. 2 flight attendants, clad in charming pink uniforms and possessing delightful and sweet appearances, approached the 2 individuals with professional smiles, warmly welcoming them aboard. These attendants were not only strikingly beautiful, but their figures were equally stunning, particularly their long, toned legs, which significantly enhanced their allure. Their uniforms, a soft pastel pink, were elegantly complemented by sheer black stockings, creating an enchanting effect that was utterly captivating. Even though Lu Qizhou and Qinbin were accustomed to interacting daily with a plethora of beautiful women, they could not help but feel a refreshing spark upon beholding these 2 flight attendants. Chapter 17. There are only misnamed names, not miscalled nicknames. Individuals possess nicknames, and airlines do as well. It is often said that there are only misnamed titles, not miscalled nicknames. This adage applies aptly to airlines. For instance, the flight that Lu Qingzhou and Qinbin are taking belongs to Shanhang. This is not the official abbreviation of the airline, but rather a colloquial moniker. The actual name of this airline is Lucky Air. So why is Lucky Air referred to as Shanhang by both industry insiders and the public? The primary reason lies in the fact that Lucky Air is a subsidiary of Junyao Group, whose main business is dairy products. The renowned Junyao milk is the flagship product of this group. A secondary reason is the pink uniforms worn by the flight attendants, which, combined with their tall stature and sweet appearances, evoke an irresistible allure, leading to the affectionate nickname Shanhang. In addition to Lucky Air, most domestic airlines have their own nicknames. For example, Air China is referred to as CA Hang, derived from its two-letter code CA. Although this is not due to any penchant for ambiguity, Air China is one of the leading airlines in the country, known for its strict discipline. China Southern Airlines, owing to its logo resembling a cabbage, is humorously dubbed Kai Hang, despite its logo actually representing the kapok flower, the city flower of Guangzhou, where its headquarters are located. Shandong Airlines has two nicknames: Silly Egg Airlines, stemming from the SDA letters on its aircraft, and Eastern Russian Airlines, due to its bold, operational style reminiscent of the well-known Russian airline. Hainan Airlines also boasts two nicknames: Crab Airlines, because its logo resembles a crab, and Hui Airlines, a reference to its application for multiple flight routes that often lead to unfulfilled promises and unprofessional conduct. Sichuan Airlines is known as Sichuan Agricultural International and Pig Raising Airlines. The former due to its delicious in-flight meals that stand out among competitors, and the latter because of its penchant for launching unconventional, lesser-known international routes. Furthermore, Western Airlines is nicknamed Deceptive Airlines, while Star Island Airlines is referred to as Heartless Airlines. Japanese Airlines is colloquially called Andy Airlines. British Airways is known as Speedbird. Russian Airlines is dubbed Combat Airlines, and Australian Airlines is affectionately referred to as Kangaroo Airlines. As the two entered the cabin, Qinbin whispered in Lu Qingzhou's ear, expressing his admiration. Indeed, Shanhang is simply delightful. The flight attendants possess both striking beauty and an aesthetically pleasing uniform, complemented by their gentle voices. In a couple of years, when my contract with the company expires, I am determined to switch to Milk Airlines. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhou chuckled and remarked, "Look at you, so superficial. Contemplating a job change just to admire beautiful women?" To which Qinbin retorted confidently, "What of it? The appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment. Our ancestors have said, food and sex are fundamental desires. I am merely following my innermost truths. Do you truly admire the flight attendants of Milk Airlines? Or is it their uniforms that captivate you? If it is the latter, why not purchase a set online for your future partner, so she can dress up for you daily, adding a touch of whimsy to your lives?" Lu Qingzhou suggested with a smile. Qinbin shrugged, responding, "What is the point of cosplay? If we're going to indulge, let us opt for authenticity." Lu Qingzhou rolled his eyes in response. The two of them navigated the aisle, gradually making their way to first class, though their tickets were not for that section. This was not due to a lack of funds from the airline, but rather because they were in a rush. And Manager Chen had expended considerable effort to procure 2 tickets for Milk Airlines. Simply having tickets was fortunate enough. Did they expect first class? Perhaps they should just ask the captain to give up his seat. However, the difference between first class and economy on domestic short-haul flights is minimal: slightly more spacious seating, superior service, and more refined meals, separated only by a curtain, and it is merely a 2-hour flight. The experience in either cabin is quite similar. As they continued to move with the crowd, they soon reached the economy section and located their seats. Lu Qingzhou's seat was on the aisle, while Qinbin sat diagonally behind him. After stowing their bags in the overhead compartment, Lu Qingzhou settled back into his seat and turned to Qinbin, urging him, "Make the most of this time to catch some sleep. If we feel too lazy to head to the hotel upon arrival, we can just rest at Pudong Airport for a while." Qinbin, already yawning, responded with an okay gesture and donned his Bluetooth headphones, swiftly drifting off to sleep. The drone of the aircraft engines resonated in their ears. At this point, the plane had been airborne for over half an hour, cruising at an altitude exceeding 8,000 meters. The flight was smooth, and given that it was already past 1 in the morning, many passengers had succumbed to slumber, their snores mingling with the engine's hum, creating a lullaby of sorts. Resting his chin on one hand, Lu Qizhou listened to the familiar sounds of the engines and gradually slipped into a peaceful sleep. In the aisle, flight attendants occasionally hurried past, responding to the call buttons of passengers in need of service. Despite the hour being well past 1 in the morning, they found themselves unable to enjoy a moment's respite from their weary existence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, the aircraft, which had been gliding smoothly, began to jolt violently. It shook incessantly, rising and falling erratically, akin to a tumultuous roller coaster. No, it was not a roller coaster, but rather a tractor navigating a treacherous path. The passengers in the cabin were abruptly roused from their slumber. In an instant, Lu Qizhou opened his eyes. Instinctively reaching forward with his hands as if to grasp the control stick in the cockpit. Yet, upon realizing the truth, he discovered that what he had seized was not a control stick, but a soft mass. Chapter 18. The Good Person Card. I apologize, sir. I hope I did not startle you. At that moment, a gentle and soft voice whispered in Lu Qingzhou's ear, laced with a hint of shyness. Regaining his composure, Lu Qingzhou glanced up to see a flight attendant slightly bending forward, her eyes fixed intently upon him. In her hands, she held a blanket, evidently preparing to drape it over him. Meanwhile, Lu Qizhou was inadvertently clutching the delicate arm of this flight attendant, whose face was framed by a charming oval and large, expressive eyes. Realizing the awkwardness, he quickly released his grip and apologized. I'm terribly sorry. My reaction was somewhat excessive. The flight attendant, noticing his release, gently covered him with the blanket before responding with a sweet smile. It's quite all right. You didn't mean to. I noticed you were dressed a bit lightly. And with the airplane's air conditioning set low, I thought I might bring you a blanket. Thank you, Lu Qizhou replied hastily. You're welcome, she responded, beginning to straighten up, but then her gaze fell upon the sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. With genuine concern, she inquired, Did you have a nightmare? Something like that, Lu Qizhou managed to smile. That's a relief. It's normal for planes to experience turbulence once it stabilizes. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Please bear with it for a moment. Her voice was soothing and soft. Lu Qizhou nodded in acknowledgement. However, the turbulence intensified, reaching a severe level. The aircraft shook violently, even standing became a challenge. As the shaking escalated, several passengers were jolted awake, their faces pale with fear as they realized the plane was lurching as if on a roller coaster, anxiously glancing around and questioning the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing turbulence due to air currents. For your safety, please ensure your seatbelts are securely fastened. The restrooms will be temporarily unavailable. The chief flight attendant urgently activated the intercom, attempting to calm the anxious passengers. Other flight attendants hastily sought seats. Yet the attendant beside Lu Qizhou found herself in a rather awkward predicament, as there were no available seats nearby. As the turbulence worsened, she struggled to maintain her balance, swaying precariously as though caught in a tempest. Just as she stumbled and seemed about to fall, Lu Qizhou, quick-witted, grasped her arm and pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her waist. Sit down on my lap, he instructed firmly, momentarily taken aback. The flight attendant hesitated not a moment longer and promptly settled onto Lu Qingzhou's thigh. With her beauty nestled in his embrace, Lu Qizhou harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Instead, he acted as a human safety belt, securing her slender waist within his grasp. Not only did he serve as a human cushion for the other party, but he also equipped them with a safety belt. Service was impeccable. This was not a deliberate attempt by Lu Qizhou to take advantage of anyone. Rather, it was a matter of necessity. He was, in fact, saving someone, acting in the spirit of heroism. The turbulence endured for a good 2 or 3 minutes, only easing as the aircraft finally flew out of the turbulent zone and gradually regained stability. Once Lu Qizhou noticed the aircraft had steadied, he released his grip. The flight attendant promptly stood up from beside him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your help just now. It was nothing, Lu Qizhou replied, shaking his head modestly. Just a small effort on my part. To you, it may seem trivial, but it was indeed a great help to me, the flight attendant said earnestly. So, I must express my thanks. After saying this, she smiled warmly and continued, Would you like some water? Ice or warm? Room temperature is fine, thank you, Lu Qizhou responded. Please hold on for a moment. I will fetch it for you right away, she said, hurrying off. No rush. Take your time, he assured her. You're truly a kind person, she exclaimed before departing. After a brief exchange, the flight attendant hurried away. Though fortunate not to have fallen during the recent turbulence, her uniform had become somewhat disheveled, and she needed to return to her work area to tidy up. As soon as the flight attendant left, Chen Bin, seated diagonally behind Lu Qizhou, winked at him from across the aisle, wearing a mischievous grin. TSK TSK. The handsome guy is just different. He can charm the ladies wherever he goes. Lu Qingzhou rolled his eyes at him, slightly exasperated. Did you not hear her express her gratitude? I've already received my good person card. Your good person card is quite distinct from others, Qinbin teased. Lu Qingzhou turned to glance at him and noticed beads of sweat on his forehead. He tossed a packet of tissues in his direction. Quickly wipe the sweat off your face. You look as if you've just emerged from the water. It was merely a bit of turbulence. Why are you so on edge? Don't let anyone know you are also a pilot for Shanhang Airlines. I couldn't bear the embarrassment, Lu Qingzhou added. Qinbin took the tissues and dabbed his face, discovering that it was indeed drenched with sweat. After carefully placing the used tissues in a nearby trash bag, he attempted to explain, I wasn't scared. I just had a terrible nightmare. You can't imagine how frightful it was, far worse than our daytime ordeal. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. I dreamt that I was piloting an aircraft on a mission, and I was quite pleased because I had become the captain. However, as I flew, the engine suddenly exploded, and the nose of the plane plummeted downwards, entering a nosedive. I exerted all my strength to pull the nose back up, only to find a mountain looming directly ahead. The plane careened uncontrollably towards it. The worst part was that I was powerless, forced to watch helplessly as I crashed into the mountain. Tell me, was that not terrifying? A trace of fear flickered across Qinbin's face as he vividly recounted the nightmare he had just experienced. Lu Qingzhou was acutely aware that this was merely a consequence of the harrowing events he had faced earlier in the day. After all, the incident was akin to a catastrophic aviation disaster, a brush with death itself. It was only natural for anyone to experience such after-effects when their life had been so precariously endangered. To alleviate these lingering effects, timely psychological intervention is necessary. However, having chosen the profession of a pilot, one must be adequately prepared for such psychological challenges. Thus, Lu Qingzhou refrained from offering him consolation, instead choosing to listen quietly until Qinbin finished recounting his nightmare. Once he concluded his tale, the striking flight attendant with large, expressive eyes returned. In her hands, she held a charming little cup and hurried over to Lu Qingzhou's side. She placed the cup on the small table before him and explained, the aircraft only provides warm water, and noticing your earlier discomfort, I took the liberty of bringing you my own cup. The water inside is slightly warmer than the standard warm water, which I hope will be more soothing for you. As she spoke, she discreetly slipped a small note beneath the cup. She continued, you need not worry about returning the cup to me. Just give me a call once we have disembarked, and I will come to collect it. With a playful wink at Lu Qingzhou, she then stood and swiftly turned to leave, her demeanor both cheerful and endearing. Chapter 19. The charming young man turned out to be the renowned Lord of Hell, Lu Yinwang. Lu Qingzhou indeed felt a bit parched. Thus, he did not hesitate. After twisting off the cap, he mimicked the heroic stance of martial arts protagonists from novels, raising the cup above his head and gulping down a generous mouthful of water. This was not an attempt to emulate the gallant demeanor of those heroes. Rather, the cup was someone else's personal vessel, kindly lent to him for a sip. To touch the rim with his lips would be rather impolite. The water inside was at a pleasant temperature of around 40 degrees Celsius, just right for drinking. With a subtle hint of lemon flavor, tart yet refreshing. It not only quenched his thirst but also invigorated his senses. Lu Qingzhou did not drain the entire bottle, but after taking a substantial gulp, he wiped the rim with a tissue and securely fastened the cap. He noticed two characters scrawled on the side of the cup with a marker, their small and somewhat unsightly script still decipherable. Nan. Was it possible that this was her name? Was Nan even a surname in the 100 family surnames? Holding the cup, a flicker of curiosity crossed Lu Qingzhou's face. Behind him, Qinbin whispered, Hey, let me have a sip too. I'm thirsty. Without turning around, Lu Qingzhou simply extended his right hand and flashed him the middle finger. Seeing this, Qinbin chuckled and scolded, Damn, I didn't realize you were so protective of your snacks. I just wanted a drink. No ulterior motives to chat up that girl, so relax. However, Lu Qingzhou remained indifferent, cradling the cup in his embrace, tilting his head slightly, and soon drifted back to sleep. Qinbin could only respond with an exasperated middle finger, muttering, Little brat, stingy as ever. The subsequent journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of turbulence or any unforeseen disturbances. The aircraft glided steadily through the sky, and the cabin gradually fell into a serene quietude. Aside from the roaring engines, the only sounds were the soft snores and murmurs of dreams. Lu Qingzhou adjusted the blanket draped over him and succumbed to a deep slumber. There exists a paradox online that claims airplanes are the safest mode of transportation. However, this is not entirely accurate when calculating the mortality rate based on travel distance. The fatality rate for air travel is indeed remarkably low, merely 0.05129 per billion kilometers. This is largely because airplanes are long-distance vehicles, often covering thousands, if not tens of thousands, of kilometers in a single flight. Thus, when assessed by travel distance, their mortality rate is indeed the lowest. Conversely, if we consider travel time, the safest mode of transport shifts to buses, followed closely by rail, with airplanes relegated to a lesser rank. If we analyze it by number of trips, airplanes fall even further down the safety hierarchy, only surpassing motorcycles and bicycles in terms of safety. The question of whether airplanes are the safest mode of transportation largely depends on the criteria used for evaluation. Nonetheless, even the most perilous means of transit does not encounter accidents with alarming frequency. When a commercial aircraft does meet with misfortune, it evokes global astonishment, making headlines around the world. While airplanes may not be classified as the unequivocal safest mode of transport, they certainly rank among the most secure ways to travel. Many mistakenly believe that the majority of aviation disasters are attributed to inclement weather. However, this is a misconception. The causes of such calamities are diverse, with adverse weather conditions accounting for only a small fraction. The predominant culprits tend to be human factors, including mechanical failures, aircraft quality issues, hijackings, and the psychological state of pilots. Thus, even when passengers in the cabin are gripped by panic during turbulent weather, the flight crew remains remarkably composed. After all, it is not unusual for them to encounter such situations regularly. This was the case during a flight that landed early this morning, which, after experiencing severe turbulence due to turbulent airflow, proceeded smoothly thereafter. At approximately 2:40 a.m., the aircraft successfully arrived at the bustling Pudong Airport in Shanghai. "Are you awake?" "We've arrived," announced Lu Qingzhou, who stood up and gently kicked the still-sleeping Chenbin. He then retrieved his travel case from the overhead compartment. Chenbin, rubbing his sleepy eyes, yawned and remarked, "So soon?" "Indeed, it's nearly 3 o'clock," Lu Qingzhou responded. By this time, other passengers were also stirring from their slumber, transforming the once quiet cabin into a cacophony of movement and chatter. As the cabin door swung open, numerous passengers hurriedly grabbed their luggage and lined up in the aisle. Observing this, Lu Qingzhou decided to take a seat again, unperturbed by the need to change flights. He chose to linger at the end of the queue, waiting for everyone to disembark before making his move. However, they did not have to wait long. Before long, the previously boisterous cabin fell silent once more. Noticing that most passengers had exited, Lu Qingzhou stood and said to Chenbin, "Shall we go?" "Yes," Chenbin nodded in agreement. The two of them, dragging their travel cases, ambled down the aisle toward the cabin door. At the entrance, 2 flight attendants clad in pink uniforms stood on either side. Upon seeing Lu Qingzhou and Chenbin approach, their faces broke into professional smiles, welcoming them with, "Thank you for flying with Lucky Air. We wish you a pleasant journey." Lu Qingzhou nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. He then retrieved a water cup and said, "Could you kindly hand this cup to your colleague and convey my thanks? I appreciate your assistance." The flight attendant on the right glanced at the cup and playfully suggested, "Why not deliver it yourself? It would mean more coming from you." With that, she gestured toward the colleague behind Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou turned around in confusion, only to see the flight attendant he had just encountered busily attending to her duties near the cabin door. He quickly approached her, holding out his cup of water. "Here is your water cup. Thank you," he said. The flight attendant, with an oval face, hastily wiped her hands with a towel and replied as she accepted the cup, "You need not be so polite. It is my duty." "Is your name Nan Xiao?" Lu Qingzhou inquired with curiosity. "Is Nan a surname in the 100 family surnames?" "Indeed." The girl responded, "While the surname Nan is somewhat uncommon, it is certainly listed among the 100 family surnames." "Oh." Lu Qingzhou nodded, acknowledging his ignorance. "Well, Nightingale is a surname." "Is it not?" He joked. The flight attendant named Nan Xiao let out a sigh, exasperated. "Nightingale is a foreigner. Her surname is not Nan." "Haha, I was only jesting." Lu Qingzhou laughed. "In my hometown, there is a world-renowned telescope, and the late chief engineer's surname was Nan. Nan Rendong, the esteemed chief engineer from our Nan family." Nan Xiao blurted out. "Smart," Lu Qingzhou commended, giving her a thumbs up. "But I still do not know your name." "It's Nan Xiao," she replied. "Lu Qingzhou." He introduced himself. "Light boat has passed 10,000 mountains. What a lovely name," she remarked. "Thank you," Lu Qingzhou said, waving his hand. "I must take my leave now and not delay your work. I will add you on WeChat later, when I return to Shanghai. I shall treat you to a meal to express my gratitude for the water." "Sounds good," Nan Xiao beamed, "but you must inform me in advance." I could wait 3 days without eating, just for your feast. A feast? I jest. I have nothing but street food, Qingzhou replied playfully. Haha, you are truly humorous. Nanxiao giggled, thoroughly entertained. After exchanging a few more words, not far away, Qinbin was growing increasingly impatient. Finally, Qingzhou, dragging his suitcase, disembarked from the plane. Once he and Qinbin had walked away, 2 other flight attendants approached Nanxiao, their faces brimming with curiosity. Xiao, who was that man? He is quite handsome. Why don't you introduce us? Are you trying to keep him all to yourself? Nanxiao rolled her eyes at them, annoyed. Who else could he be but a passenger on the flight? Besides, I only exchanged a few words with him. How did that turn into me keeping him to myself? One attendant chimed in. Passenger? Those 2 are anything but ordinary passengers. Nanxiao, intrigued, asked. Oh? They were in economy class. How could they not be ordinary passengers? The other attendant added, exactly. If they were platinum cardholders, why would they squeeze into economy? Wouldn't first class be more comfortable? I never claimed they were platinum cardholders. The first attendant retorted, rolling her eyes. Did you not notice how familiar their luggage looked? Ah, did we? No, we didn't notice. The flight attendant continued to explain that the 2 suitcases belonged to them, resembling the carry-on bags often utilized during flights, indicating that they must be their companions. Nonsense. That's impossible, another flight attendant interjected promptly. Why wouldn't they take their own airline's flight? They could save on a ticket. What if they are colleagues from our own airline? Someone suggested. Even less likely, if they were from our company, they would have mentioned it by now. You have a point. The 2 engaged in hushed conversation, noticing Nanxiao lost in thought. Curiosity struck them as one queried, Xiao. What are you daydreaming about? Oh, I wasn't. Nanxiao finally snapped back to reality. By the way, did that handsome guy mention his name? A flight attendant asked. Qingzhou, Nanxiao replied immediately. His name is as pleasant as he is. Qingzhou? The flight attendant furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring. That name sounds familiar. Moments later, her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, no way, is he really the infamous Liu Yanwang? Chapter 20, trending again. Qingzhou and Qinbin descended from the aircraft, dragging their carry-on bags along the jet bridge. By the time they reached the waiting hall, it was approximately 3 in the morning, with just 3 hours remaining before boarding their flight back to Qingzhou Airport. They opted against resting at the designated hotel near Pudong Airport. Instead, they displayed their work badges and sought assistance from the airport staff to access the VIP lounge established by their airline. Indeed, every airline has agreements with nearby hotels at all airports where they operate routes. This means that a portion of the rooms in these hotels is reserved for the resting and accommodation of airline personnel arriving on flights. As for the VIP lounge, it is specifically designed to cater to VIP clients within the airport's waiting area. Thus, Qingzhou and Qinbin, while employees of the airline, did not possess the status of VIP customers. Their only option for rest was at the agreement-signed hotel near Pudong Airport. However, at such an hour, there would be few VIP clients. Given their hurried arrival from Wanqing to the bustling metropolis, followed by another swift journey to Quanqing within mere hours, they were on official business. Consequently, resting in the VIP lounge posed no significant issue. At 6 in the morning, a flight attendant from the airline entered the VIP lounge and roused the 2. After a quick freshening up, they followed the attendant out of the lounge, passing through the employee corridor to complete security checks and board the aircraft. Once on board, they exchanged light-hearted banter with the flight crew before settling into 2 unoccupied seats in first class, surrendering to sleep. When the 2 individuals reopened their eyes, the aircraft had already arrived at the Yaoqiang Airport in the city of Spring. The city, known as the capital of Qilu Province, serves as both a political and economic hub of the region, renowned for its famous springs, Bada Spring, Peihu Spring, Wulongtan, and Jinju Spring, along with 733 natural springs. It is aptly named the Spring City, celebrated for its 72 notable springs. The distance from Yaoqiang Airport to the headquarters of Shanhang Airlines is approximately 40 kilometers. However, since Yaoqiang serves as the main base for Shandong Airlines, numerous flights under its banner operate daily at this airport. Thus, finding a dedicated shuttle bus for Shandong Airlines employees commuting between the headquarters and Yaoqiang Airport is rather convenient. As Qingzhou and Qinbin disembarked from the plane and arrived at the airport parking lot, they spotted a Shandong Airlines bus station there. They hurried over and boarded the vehicle, only to discover that several colleagues were already seated inside. Naturally, as fellow employees of the same company, Qingzhou and Qinbin recognized these individuals. Ah, Captain Qingzhou, Little Orange, what brings you two here? I checked the schedule, and weren't you on yesterday afternoon's flight? Someone greeted them. Qinbin rubbed his weary eyes and replied, Don't even mention it. What a misfortune. What happened? The other person asked, curiosity etched on their face, with others also turning to look at the duo with interest. Yesterday, while we were in Wanqing, we were struck by lightning. Our lives were nearly lost there. We managed a successful emergency landing, and then last night, our superior called us back, Qinbin lamented. Qingzhou had already found a seat and comfortably stretched, his face bearing signs of fatigue, yet seemingly unaffected by the ordeal of the previous day. However, Qinbin's words left everyone on the bus astounded. How so? You nearly lost your lives? Was it really that severe? Do tell, they urged, eager for details. With Captain Qishou here, your lives are secure. Responding to the colleague's prodding, Qinbin did not hold back but rather animatedly recounted, You won't believe it. We were flying from Rongqing to Spring City, with a stop in Wanqing. When we descended to about 1,000 meters, we received a notification that Wanqing was experiencing a torrential downpour, and all flights were either returning or diverting to other airports. We thought it would be a hassle to turn back or divert, and figured summer storms are quick to come and go, so we decided to circle and wait for the rain to cease. Just as we were about to climb to altitude, we fortuitously flew right beneath a thunderstorm and were struck by lightning, causing a malfunction in our lightning protection system and flight control. With no other option, we had to make an emergency landing. It must be said, Qinbin possessed a certain flair for storytelling. Yesterday's ordeal was nothing short of perilous, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it was a brush with death. In the retelling of Qinbin, the scenario was fraught with danger. Even though the individuals in the vehicle were seasoned professionals, they were nonetheless left in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. Once he concluded his narrative, one individual gasped in awe. Such a harrowing experience? You were truly fortunate. A catastrophic aerial incident like that resulted in no casualties. Another colleague, intrigued, inquired of Captain Qingzhou, How did you know to veer away from the cloud mass immediately? Otherwise, you could have collided with a mountain. Qingzhou, pointing to his own eyes, jestingly retorted, I am not blind. This elicited a hearty laughter from the others. They remarked on his misfortune, facing such a severe aerial crisis for the first time. He not only emerged unscathed but was also in the running for commendations and a substantial monetary reward. A captain in his 40s patted Qinbin on the shoulder, chuckling. You should consider yourself lucky. Your debut mission with the infamous Qingzhou coincided with such a life-threatening aerial situation. Another chimed in, however. I advise you to steer clear of him in the future. This fellow is a harbinger of misfortune. Partnering with him is bound to bring trouble. Qingzhou, visibly displeased, retorted, Are you tarnishing my reputation? Just because you both are seasoned veterans does not mean I will shy away from accusing you of defamation. Your name has long been notorious in the industry. Do we even need to slander you? They laughed. Indeed, who does not know of the king of misfortune at Shanhang Airlines? Qingzhou? Qinbin added, I appreciate the sage advice from my esteemed senior captains. I shall maintain my distance from this fellow henceforth. No sooner had he spoken than Qingzhou delivered a swift kick in jest. By the way, why was old Lei so frantic in summoning you all back? Inquired the captain in his 40s. Qingzhou shrugged. I am unsure, but it must be something urgent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called us back at such a late hour. It could be related to this year's selection for the Golden Eagle flight team. Your performance over the past 2 years has been exceptional. It would be unjust for you not to be selected this time around, another captain remarked. Qingzhou frowned slightly. That seems unlikely. Although the selection for the Golden Eagle flight team is imminent, it would be improbable for them to summon me back at this hour. He sighed. Regardless, we'll find out soon enough. At that moment, a young flight attendant, seated behind Qingzhou, interjected softly, Captain Qingzhou, you did make an emergency landing at Jiangning Airport in Wanqing yesterday, correct? Qingzhou nodded and turned to her, asking, Yes, what about it? Congratulations, you were trending again, she said, illuminating her phone screen with a radiant smile. Chapter 21. An era where traffic reigned supreme. Qingzhou took hold of her phone and casually glanced at the screen, where the top 10 trending topics on Weibo included keywords such as UFO, Wanqing, and extraterrestrial beings. The headlines were as sensational as they were shocking. In truth, both the Civil Aviation Administration and Jiangning Airport had issued statements the previous evening, clarifying that the unidentified flying object incident that occurred in the Wanqing airspace yesterday afternoon bore no connection whatsoever to the so-called UFO. However, while rumors can spread like wildfire, debunking them often requires considerable effort. People tend to believe only what they wish to believe. Throughout history, the general populace has exhibited a profound curiosity towards various mysterious occurrences. In ancient times, the limitations of scientific understanding meant that many natural phenomena could not be explained rationally, coupled with the deliberate manipulation by those in power. Numerous natural events were shrouded in the guise of spirits or even monsters. Consequently, belief in the supernatural and religious faith were deeply entrenched in ancient societies. As we progressed into the modern era, advancements in science and technology began to illuminate many previously inexplicable phenomena. Moreover, the simultaneous efforts in compulsory education and literacy campaigns enabled the common man to acquire a certain degree of scientific knowledge. This shift resulted in a decline in the popularity of legends of the supernatural among the general population. Yet, a new form of superstition emerged, swiftly capturing the public's imagination: the concept of UFOs, or extraterrestrial beings. The 21st century is characterized not only by the advent of the internet but also by the dominance of traffic. The fascination of ordinary individuals with a variety of mysterious events drives media and capital to concoct diverse sensational stories for the sake of traffic. Take, for instance, the infamous Bermuda Triangle, which initially began as a mere hoax. Even today, many remain convinced that this area is a so-called folded space. Terms like time travel, folded space, and UFO may sound grandiose and bear an association with science, yet they are fundamentally a form of superstition. Nonetheless, because these phrases capture attention and generate buzz, numerous media outlets, fully aware of their lack of relevance to UFOs, nevertheless exploit them as sensationalist fodder to attract attention and garner traffic. Consequently, Qingzhou merely cast a fleeting glance and felt little interest. UFO? How absurd. Chen Bin, seated beside her, also observed the content on the screen and exclaimed, "So, does that mean I am an extraterrestrial too?" Someone joked, "You've been exposed. I'll notify the men in black to come and take you away." Chen Bin rolled his eyes and then remarked, "Wait, didn't the administration release a statement last night clarifying this matter? Why is UFO still trending?" "Well, obviously, UFO is a sensational topic," came the reply. "That is true." As a few individuals engaged in casual conversation, the bus had already departed from the parking lot and entered the airport expressway. However, it did not traverse the highway for long. Shortly after, the bus exited the expressway and entered the city. At this time, around 8 or 9 in the morning, it coincided with the peak rush hour. Consequently, the bus was ensnared in city traffic for nearly half an hour before arriving at the headquarters of Shanhang Airlines, located on the East 2nd Ring Road in Lixia District. Upon disembarking, Qingzhou and Chen Bin hurriedly grabbed their flight cases and took the elevator to the 7th floor of the operations area of the flight department. The flight department is one of the most pivotal sectors at Shanhang Airlines, also boasting the most lucrative compensation packages, as its primary responsibility encompasses the management and training of pilots. Thus, a significant portion of the department's employees are, in fact, pilots, the most invaluable asset of any airline. Navigating through the workspace of ordinary employees, the two made their way to the door of a suite office at the end of the corridor. After knocking, they entered the outer office, where a man in his 30s, clad in a white shirt and dress pants, stood up from behind his desk. Upon seeing the two enter, he immediately smiled and said, "Why, it's nearly 10 o'clock. What took you so long? Just a moment ago, Vice President Lei was inquiring about your whereabouts." This individual was the secretary to Lei Tingyun, vice chairman and general manager of the flight department, and an acquaintance of Qingzhou's. Qingzhou promptly replied, "Well, we don't have wings, so making it back at this hour is quite commendable, don't you think?" Chen Bin, however, was more cautious than Qingzhou. Despite the secretary's relatively low administrative rank, his words often held more weight than those of many mid-level or even senior executives. Thus, Chen Bin hurriedly explained, "We received notice last night and immediately boarded a flight with Lucky Airlines to Shanghai. We returned to Quancheng at 6 this morning and encountered heavy traffic on the way back from the airport, which added over half an hour to our journey." The secretary quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need to be so anxious. I was merely joking. Vice President Lei and I assumed you would not return from Quancheng until around 11 or 12. What a surprise to see you back so early." Curious, Qingzhou inquired, "What is the rush that prompted our return?" The secretary pointed toward the inner office and replied with a smile, "I'm not privy to the specifics, so you should ask Vice President Lei." With that, he knocked on the door of the inner office. Upon hearing a somewhat authoritative voice say, "Come in," he gently pushed the door open but did not enter. Instead, he stepped aside, allowing Qingzhou to take the lead. He placed his flight case in the outer office and followed suit into the inner office. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a square face. This man was none other than the head of the flight department, Lei Tingyun. Upon noticing the two individuals entering, Lei Tingyun gestured towards a nearby sofa and said, "Please take a seat for a moment while I finish reviewing this document." Lu Qizhou casually strolled over to the reception area and plopped down onto the sofa. Stretching his limbs, he remarked, "Ah, how delightful. The leaders certainly know how to indulge themselves. A genuine leather sofa is simply exquisite." In contrast, Qin Bin displayed a far more reserved demeanor. He cautiously sat on the sofa, maintaining a perfectly upright posture, unlike Lu Qingzhou's languid demeanor. Not far away, Lei Tingyun's full attention remained fixated on the document in his hands, evidently accustomed to Lu Qingzhou's antics. After a brief interval, a secretary entered, quietly placing 2 cups of tea on the coffee table before retreating. Lu Qizhou lifted his cup, lightly blowing away the floating tea leaves and froth before savoring a sip. Chapter 22. Filming a variety show with Mango TV? Why are you smacking your lips while drinking tea? Lei Tingyun approached with his own tea mug, casting an irritated glance at Lu Qingzhou. While Lu Qingzhou remained unfazed, Qin Bin was startled. The sip he had taken scalded his tongue, causing him to inadvertently spray tea back into the cup. Realizing he had lost composure before the senior leader, Qin Bin's expression shifted to one of sheer panic. "I am terribly sorry, Lei." "Mr. Lei," he stammered. Unable to watch any longer, Lu Qingzhou handed him a tissue, saying, "Wipe your mouth first. I didn't see you so frightened during yesterday's tempest." Upon hearing this, Lei Tingyun shot a glare at Lu Qizhou and feigned anger. "Are you implying that I am more terrifying than yesterday's storm?" Lu Qingzhou quickly chuckled. "Of course not. I was merely expressing my admiration for your authority." "Get lost. I know you too well," Lei Tingyun retorted, before turning back to Qin Bin. "You needn't be overly anxious, Shaochen. Your performance yesterday was commendable, and as a long-standing employee of the company, I encourage you to continue striving. Aim to pass the Captain's promotion assessment this year, and we will gain another asset for our team." Qin Bin, visibly relieved, responded, "Thank you, Mr. Lei. I will certainly work hard." After offering a few more words of praise, Lei Tingyun then addressed Lu Qizhou. "The reason I urgently called you both back is that the company is currently short-staffed. We cannot spare a crew to pilot the return flight to Wanqing to retrieve stranded passengers. Hence your assistance is needed once more." Lu Qingzhou nodded, finding this in line with his suspicions. "Additionally, aside from this matter, there are a few minor issues I need to discuss with you in person," Lei Tingyun continued. Lu Qizhou looked at him with surprise, and Qin Bin cast a curious glance as well. Minor issues require a face-to-face discussion? How amusing. Even ghosts would not be so dismissive. Thus, Lu Qingzhou was already quite certain in his heart, although Lei Tingyun referred to it as a trivial matter. It was undoubtedly a significant matter, and one that posed a considerable challenge. Therefore, Lu Qizhou shrugged and said, "Please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly." Seeing this, Lei Tingyun decided not to hold back any longer. He stated, "The first piece of news is a good one. Congratulations. You have been successfully selected for the company's Golden Eagle flight team." Lu Qizhou opened his mouth, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Qin Bin beside him immediately cast an envious glance. The Golden Eagle flight team is an elite group of pilots within the Shanhang Group. This team primarily undertakes critical charter flights, special routes, and newly launched flights that are urgent and challenging. Thus, the Golden Eagle flight team can be regarded as the core team that the Shanhang Group aims to cultivate. Those selected for the Golden Eagle flight team are all experienced and technically proficient elite pilots. Hence, being chosen for the Golden Eagle flight team not only ensures a bright future, but also offers benefits and treatment that far exceed those of ordinary pilots. Nevertheless, Lu Qingzhou was not as thrilled as he had anticipated. Given his capabilities, being selected for the Golden Eagle flight team was merely a matter of time. After all, what was the big deal about being chosen for the Golden Eagle flight team? Did it necessitate his return from watching late at night? Therefore, the reason Lei Tingyun personally announced this news to him should be to set the stage for the next matter. The upcoming issue would indeed be the real big deal, and it was what Lei Tingyun intended to emphasize today. Consequently, Lu Qingzhou cut to the chase. "Old Lei, please stop beating around the bush. What did you call me back for? Let us get straight to the point." Lei Tingyun was momentarily taken aback, and then shot Lu Qingzhou a glare, saying irritably, "How can you speak to me like that? No respect whatsoever." However, he quickly added, "There is indeed another matter. Have you heard of genieing satellite TV?" Lu Qizhou hesitated for a moment and instinctively replied, Mango TV? I've heard of it. What's the matter? Jining Satellite TV is currently planning to produce a variety show related to flying. A couple of days ago, they contacted our group's publicity department. The department believes this presents an excellent opportunity to promote Shanhang, so it was reported to the board of directors. Yesterday, the board convened and found the variety show promising. Thus, they have preliminarily agreed to cooperate with Mango TV. Lu Qizhou furrowed his brow and asked, "What does this have to do with me?" "Of course, it's relevant." Lei Tingyun replied with a smile, "Because the board has decided to send you as Shanhang's representative to participate in the filming of this variety show." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhou immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, I do not agree. I'm not interested in becoming a star, and even less so in becoming an internet celebrity. Why would I participate in some variety show? Besides, as appealing as they may sound, such shows are essentially just a means for entertainment at others' expense. Those variety shows are exceedingly foolish, engaging in ludicrous tasks akin to a gathering of imbeciles. I have no intention of participating." Lu Qizhou harbors a profound aversion to such programs. As a staunchly straightforward man, he has never fully watched a single variety show, particularly those like Running Man, Extreme Challenge, or Where Are We Going, Dad? Truly unbearable. His disdain is already deeply rooted, and now he is expected to actively join in and become the jester of the show. He resolutely refuses. Seeing this, Lei Tingyun promptly interjected, asserting that this particular variety show is unlike any other, not at all as one might imagine. Yet Lu Qingzhou continued to shake his head, questioning, "With so many people in our company, why should it be me?" "Absolutely not." Lei Tingyun, with earnest persuasion, responded, "Allow me to elucidate the general premise of this show before you make your decision. This program aims to document the complete journey of the flight crew from pre-departure through the flight itself to post-landing. It's not solely our airline. Other carriers will also participate. You are well aware that the civil aviation industry has faced significant challenges from high-speed rail in recent years, resulting in a harsh winter for the sector. Thus, Mango TV's initiative to collaborate with various airlines for this show has garnered considerable interest from many companies. In the initial phase, your role would require nothing but to allow the crew to film your daily tasks as material. Later, there may be a brief training session for some popular celebrities regarding flight operations. Essentially, the content is quite straightforward. It merely involves capturing your routine work and showcasing it for viewers on television. What is so daunting about that? Chapter 23. The pillar of Shanhang. Lu Qizhou understood that there was no turning back. This matter was already set in stone. Nevertheless, he resolved to make one final effort. He looked at Lei Tingyun earnestly and said, "Mr. Lei, as a veteran in the civil aviation industry, you are well aware that the utmost priority in our line of work is safety, absolute safety, especially in the cockpit. Not only outsiders, but even cabin crew should not have unrestricted access. However, for this ridiculous reality show, surely someone needs to be placed in the cockpit. Do you truly believe it is appropriate to allow an outsider in there?" With a long sigh, Lei Tingyun gazed at Lu Qizhou with resignation. "Alas, I know it's not appropriate. But let me tell you, times have changed. We are approaching 2025, and we are in an era where traffic reigns supreme. Look at the extensive high-speed rail network across the country. Most people prefer to travel by train. It's faster and more convenient. How many would choose to fly? Consequently, the entire industry is facing a harsh winter. If we do not adapt, we will all struggle to make ends meet. I'm indifferent. I'll be retiring in a few years. But you are still young, only 24 this year." Lu Qizhou, unfazed, replied, "The domestic high-speed rail infrastructure may be advanced, but I could always go abroad." Lei Tingyun, visibly annoyed, retorted, "You brat, why are you so obstinate? Do you think life abroad is so idyllic? Every day is a competition to survive." Shenbin chimed in quietly. Seeing this, Lei Tingyun immediately added, "Exactly. Do you think that abroad is paradise?" Lu Qingzhou hastily responded, "Please do not mischaracterize my intentions. I am not a colonialist enamored with foreign lands. I merely suggest that the aviation industry still thrives abroad, and I could find a livelihood there. But if you go abroad, can you return whenever you wish? Will you be able to enjoy delicious meals? Can you see your family and friends whenever you please?" Lei Tingyun countered. This left Lu Qingzhou momentarily speechless. Then why consider going abroad? Wouldn't it be better to stay and rescue our domestic civil aviation industry, which is on the brink of winter? Lei Tingyun continued. Lu Qizhou sighed in resignation. Do you really believe a single reality show can save the industry? It's merely one of many strategies, after all. Today's youth are enamored with reality shows and short videos, aren't they? Lei Tingyun responded. Once we start the live broadcast and air the show, won't the traffic naturally flow in? With traffic, we will have a continuous stream of customers. Faced with this reasoning, Qingzhou could only exhale deeply and then posed one last question. Why me among so many captains under the company? Isn't it obvious? You are the youngest and the most handsome. Who else could it be? You are the pillar of Shanhang, Lei Tingyun replied with a hint of annoyance. The other captains are older and less appealing. You, on the other hand, are youthful and charming, perfect for a reality show. Thus, the board unanimously decided to send you to represent Shanhang in this program. Qingzhou was left speechless. Your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. He raised his thumb towards Lei Tingyun, expressing admiration. You truly have an eye for talent. Since the company has placed such a significant responsibility on my shoulders, I shall accept it. Lei Tingyun, appearing as though he were a mentor pleased with his protege, patted Qingzhou on the shoulder before continuing. According to the filming schedule, the first episode is set to commence the day after tomorrow. This means the production team will be on site then. Therefore, you two should not rest today. After a few hours of sleep, head to the airport immediately and pilot the aircraft back to Wanqing to retrieve the stranded passengers. Rest well tomorrow, as filming will begin the day after. Qingzhou, puzzled, inquired, why must we go to Wanqing when we are both so fatigued? Can't another crew handle it? Lei Tingyun shook his head. No. The company is currently short-staffed and overwhelmed with work. What has been happening that has led to such a shortage? Qingzhou asked. The group has recently acquired several domestically produced C-919 aircraft, and Captain Liu and his team are currently in the metropolis undergoing training for the new aircraft, which has resulted in a manpower deficit. You really should stop complaining and just get the job done, Lei Tingyun chided with a chuckle. Once outside Lei Tingyun's office, Qianbin finally relaxed. He discreetly gave Qingzhou a thumbs up, saying, I've heard tales of your bravery, even in front of Lei Lao. But today you truly opened my eyes. You were not composed. You were merely indulged by Lei Lao, Qingzhou retorted. Indeed, the treatment of a genius captain is unparalleled. Had it been me, a single phone call would have sufficed to resolve this matter. No, even Lei Lao wouldn't need to call. A secretary or manager could simply inform me. Yet, with you, he not only personally intervenes, but also brings you to his office to soothe and pamper you. One might mistakenly believe you share an undisclosed relationship with him. Qingzhou kicked him lightly. Get lost. You're the one with an unexplainable relationship with him. Qianbin grinned mischievously. They continued their banter as they made their way to the pilot's lounge, finding 2 vacant dormitories to rest. Despite having caught a brief sleep on the flight and at Pudong Airport the previous night, their slumber had been shallow and unsatisfactory. Thus, they needed another hour or 2 to restore their vitality. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingzhou awoke. After freshening up, he hastily had a light meal in the cafeteria before heading to the pilot's medical examination room to undergo the pre-flight checkup. As the saying goes, drink and drive, never. Drive and drink, never. If one cannot drink when driving a car, how much more so when piloting an aircraft? Every pilot is required to undergo rigorous health assessments before taking to the skies, such as checking blood alcohol levels and evaluating their current physical condition. The management of civil aviation pilots tends to be relatively lenient. In contrast, military pilots, particularly those in the Air Force, undergo meticulous physical examinations conducted by specialized military doctors before takeoff. Only after these physicians confirm that the pilot's health is free from any abnormalities and sign off on the examination reports are the pilots permitted to board and operate the aircraft. Civil aviation, however, is not as stringent. It merely requires the pilots to undergo checks using medical instruments. Qingzhou entered the examination room and approached a device, first verifying his identity through a fingerprint scan. Only thereafter did the comprehensive physical assessments commence. The examination lasted a full 4 to 5 minutes, beginning with a test for alcohol consumption, followed by checks on blood pressure, heart rate, and other vital signs. Once all assessments were completed, a health report was printed. Qingzhou affixed his signature to the report and handed it over to the staff just as he was about to leave. At that moment, Qianbin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, walked in. Qingzhou inquired, "Did you just wake up?" "Indeed," Qianbin yawned in response. "Make haste with the examination. Then we shall grab a bite in the cafeteria. Our time is limited." "What do you mean by grab a bite?" "After the check. I'll just snag a few buns to eat on the way. That will suffice," Qingzhou retorted. "Fine, just wait for me. I'll be quick." "I know you're quick. No need to emphasize that. Get lost. You're the one who is quick. I'm renowned for my stamina." "Haha. Really? Is it necessary to boast about such things?" Haha. Keep laughing and see if I don't give you a smack. Haha. Chapter 24. 2 days later. At precisely 1:20 in the afternoon, an Airbus A320 gracefully ascended from Yaoqiang Airport. Approximately 2 hours later, the aircraft successfully arrived at Wan City Jiangning Airport. At Jiangning Airport, many travelers had long been eagerly anticipating their arrival, growing increasingly impatient. As they heard the announcement in the waiting hall, passengers on Shanhang Flight SC-8881 may now board. They all promptly stood and surged towards the boarding gate. On board the Airbus A320, the flight attendants from the previous day had already arrived in the cabin, diligently preparing for the journey ahead. After a little over 20 minutes, all passengers had boarded. Lu Qingzhou received the report confirming the completion of boarding and emerged from the cockpit. However, upon noticing the sparse seating in the cabin, he turned to the chief flight attendant, puzzled. Sister Zhang, why are there so few passengers today? Yesterday, we were nearly at full capacity, but it appears we are only filled to about 2/3 today. The chief flight attendant, in her 30s yet impeccably maintained, possessed a tall stature and a striking appearance typical of northern women. Compared to the delicate southern girls, she exuded a certain vigor. With a smile, she replied, yesterday, several passengers were quite frightened, and they are still recuperating in the hospital. Additionally, some passengers were anxious to return to Qingzhou, so the company coordinated with other airlines for their early departures. Others were too scared to fly again, and the company assisted in purchasing high-speed train tickets for them. Given these circumstances, having 2/3 on board is rather fortunate. Lu Qingzhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, after experiencing such a harrowing ordeal just yesterday, one could only imagine the mental fortitude required to board a flight again today. It was fortunate that Shanhang had enlisted numerous psychologists from Wan City and surrounding areas to provide brief psychological counseling to the passengers, allowing most to regain a semblance of normalcy. Otherwise, it was likely that not even 1/10 of the passengers would have shown up. All right then. Let us close the cabin doors. The sooner we depart, the sooner we can return home. You all must be tired after these past few days, Lu Qingzhou stated. Understood. The chief flight attendant acknowledged. Just as Lu Qingzhou was about to turn away, she added, Captain Qingzhou, is there something else? He turned back. The chief flight attendant gestured towards a young and beautiful girl seated in the waiting area. There is something else I need to mention to you. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the girl, who had her hair styled in a ponytail, a delicate oval face, fair skin, and a serene expression. He quickly waved his hand. No, there's no need to introduce me to anyone. The girl seemed to sense that their conversation pertained to her, slightly lifting her gaze and blinking her large, curious eyes at Lu Qingzhou. The chief flight attendant blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. After a second or two, she finally grasped the situation. With a chuckle, the chief attendant exclaimed, What are you thinking? I am not so idle as to play matchmaker for you. Startled, Lu Qingzhou blushed crimson, quickly scratching the back of his head to alleviate the awkwardness. Haha, it's my fault. I misunderstood. Do you really need someone to introduce you to potential partners? The chief attendant looked up at Lu Qingzhou, her gaze sparkling with mischief. Who doesn't know that you are a promising young talent at our airline? Not only are you handsome, but your future is also bright, attracting many young ladies who are undoubtedly vying for your attention. Lu Qingzhou quickly waved his hand. Let's get back to business. The matter at hand concerns a lovely young lady named Lin Muyao, who was formerly an air traffic controller at Jiangning Airport. However, she has resigned and successfully secured an offer from Yaoqiang Airport, since tickets for flights from Wanqing to Feiyuan are not always available. The leadership at Jiangning Airport approached Manager Chen to see if we could give her a ride along the way. Manager Chen entrusted her to me. And since you are the captain, I felt it necessary to inform you. Lu Qingzhou looked puzzled. Is that all? Yes, that's it, replied the chief attendant. With so many empty seats, it's no trouble to take her along. After glancing at the girl once more, Lu Qingzhou inquired, Is there anything else? None, she replied. All right, close the cabin door and let us head home. Understood. 2 days later, it was now 7:30 in the morning. The ancient city of Qingzhou, steeped in history, was gradually awakening from slumber. Vehicles and pedestrians flowed continuously through the streets and alleys. A new day had begun. At the entrance of the Shanhang headquarters, a girl in her early 20s stood before the camera, waving. Good morning to our viewers on television and to everyone in the live broadcast room. Today marks the first day of flying with you. Do you know where Bingbing is right now? That's right. Bingbing is here at the entrance of Qingzhou Airlines headquarters. From today, Bingbing will be accompanied by the filming crew to document how the Shanhang crew operates the aircraft, serves passengers, and executes flight missions. As is widely known, Shanhang's corporate culture is characterized by its fierceness. There are numerous online memes about Shanhang. Until now, Bibing has never had the chance to fly with Shanhang. Today, she is finally able to experience the fierce corporate culture firsthand. Viewers can now follow Bingbing's lens into the Shanhang headquarters to witness how the beautiful flight attendants and experienced captains embark on a day of work. Let us go. Chapter 25. Flight attendants are recognized for their beauty, and Shanhang's flight attendants are no exception. Flying with You is a new variety show co-produced by Mango TV and one of the top 10 ranked airlines. The program will adopt a rather unconventional broadcasting format, blending live and recorded segments. What does this entail? It signifies that the show will feature both live and pre-recorded elements. For instance, the production team will broadcast the preparations undertaken by the crew, allowing viewers to gain a more vivid understanding of the tasks performed by the staff prior to the aircraft's departure, as well as the follow-up duties that await upon arrival at the destination. As for the recorded segments, they are necessitated by the fact that once the aircraft takes off, electronic devices often lack signal and can interfere with the flight. Thus, during the journey, only video footage can be captured, which will subsequently be edited together with the live content for online and television broadcasting. As the plane has yet to take flight, the live format is currently in effect. Mango TV's live studio has already activated 10 broadcasting windows. The variety show Accompany You in Flight has partnered with 10 different airlines, prompting Mango TV to dispatch 10 shooting teams for the task. Responsible for Shandong Airlines is the charming reporter Chen Bibing, who only joined Mango TV last year as an outdoor reporter. With her impressive demeanor, articulate speech, and vivacious personality, she is indeed a competent host. However, being a newcomer, she has yet to amass significant resources or visibility, resulting in a modest following. Yet, when the broadcast commenced at 7:30 this morning, the number of viewers in her live stream rapidly surpassed 100, a remarkable feat for such an early hour, especially considering she is relatively unknown. Nevertheless, Chen Bibing is aware that these viewers are not drawn by her presence, but rather by the renowned reputation of Shandong Airlines. Is this the headquarters of Shandong Airlines? It truly is quite impressive. Did you hear about the UFO incident in watching a couple of days ago? It was reportedly a misunderstanding. It was indeed a mix-up. A Shandong Airlines flight made an emergency landing and was mistakenly identified as a UFO. I refuse to believe it. 3 days ago, Wansheng experienced a torrential downpour, said to be unprecedented in decades. No matter how formidable Shandong Airlines is, they couldn't have forced a landing in such weather. Haha. The reason you find it implausible is your limited understanding of Shandong Airlines. I also do not believe it, no matter how impressive Shandong Airlines is. They couldn't possibly be that extraordinary. Hasn't the official announcement already clarified this? What reason is there to doubt it? The official announcement is hardly credible. Are you not aware of the phrase covering one's ears while stealing a bell? To speak candidly, anyone who has flown with Shandong Airlines knows that their reputation is indeed formidable. I shall take my leave now, heading over to Xiamen Airlines or Milk Airlines to admire the lovely flight attendants. The uniforms of Milk Airlines are undeniably alluring. Indeed, they are quite charming, soft, and delicate. I wonder how the quality of the flight attendants at Shandong Airlines compares. The attendants there are predominantly robust northern ladies, tall and statuesque, presenting a stark contrast to the graceful elegance of those at Milk Airlines. As Chen Bingbing observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, it became evident that over 90% were fixated on the formidable corporate culture of Shandong Airlines and the beauty of its flight attendants. A pang of jealousy pricked her heart. Humph. Is it only the flight attendants who captivate your attention? Am I not beautiful as well? I find the host of this live stream quite attractive too, with her sparkling big eyes that lend her an extra touch of charm, someone commented. Indeed. What is her name? I have not heard of her before. Chen Bingbing. She only joined Mango TV last year. Upon seeing someone finally mention her, a glimmer of joy flickered across Chen Bingbing's face. At 7:35 a.m., the lobby of the Shandong Airlines headquarters buzzed with activity. Numerous flight attendants, clad in their distinctive uniforms, flitted in and out, their high beauty standards well known. The sight of so many attendants conjured the illusion of stumbling into a realm of floral fairies. The flight attendants of Shandong Airlines are primarily northern women, and there exists a notable contrast in aesthetics and temperaments between northern and southern women. Northern beauties are typically tall and round-faced, exuding a sense of robustness and tranquility. Their personalities tend to be more forthright and unreserved, often fostering a camaraderie akin to that of brothers in romantic relationships. In contrast, Southern beauties are generally petite and endearingly charming, exuding an innate delicacy that stirs a protective instinct. They tend to embody grace and quietude, particularly evident in their manner of speaking, which can sweeten one's very soul. What? Is it not said that the southwestern region is home to fierce women, known for their temperament? When have southwestern girls ever been demure and quiet? Apologies, but the southwestern region stands apart, never engaging in the northern-southern rivalry, thereby embodying the best of both worlds. In terms of appearance, they lean towards the southern aesthetic, adorably petite, yet their personalities can be quite fiery, hence the affectionate moniker Mother Tyrannosaurus. However, even though most flight attendants at Shanhang Airlines hail from the north, donning their uniforms elevates their allure to an entirely new level. The design philosophy of Shanhang Airlines uniforms, inspired by feathered mountains and seas, shadows of wild geese in the sky, renders the attire remarkably elegant, in stark contrast to the flamboyance of Milk Airlines. Moreover, with numerous elements reminiscent of traditional Han attire, the design beautifully showcases the intellectual elegance of the Qingzhou region. Thus, Chen Bingbing found herself at the first floor of Shandong Airlines. In the live stream, the barrage of comments on the screen was overwhelming. Wow. The quality of the Shan Airlines flight attendants is impressive, tall and graceful, with a round face that captivates my heart. The flight attendant uniforms are also quite stunning. Who was it that said the quality of Shan Airlines flight attendants was mediocre? Step aside. I'm in love. Oh, I wish I could be a flight attendant and wear those beautiful uniforms too. In a small meeting room adjacent to the medical examination room on the second floor of headquarters, Lu Qizhou casually tossed the captain's peaked cap onto the conference table. His gaze swept across the faces of the several individuals present. The room was now occupied by 7 or 8 people, all of whom turned their attention toward Lu Qizhou. Sighing, Lu Qingzhou began, "Since you are all gathered here, I assume you have received the company's notification. Indeed, from today for the next entire month, all of us present will participate in the filming and live broadcast of a variety show. Although I harbor dissatisfaction with the company's arrangements, compliance is our only option. Therefore, I hope that over the next month, we will all collaborate diligently to assist the production team in completing the filming and broadcasting tasks. Simultaneously, we must elevate the profile of Shan Airlines, ensuring that more viewers remember, understand, and ultimately cherish our airline." In the small conference room, upon hearing Lu Qingzhou's address, the others displayed serious expressions. A flight attendant in her 30s, clad in her uniform, looked at Lu Qizhou and said in a melodious voice, "Yes, Captain Qizhou. Over the next month, we will certainly follow your commands and assist in completing the filming tasks." The other flight attendants and safety officers echoed, "Yes, Captain Qingzhou." Seated beside Lu Qizhou, First Officer Qinbin stretched lazily and smiled. "I will resolutely obey the captain's directives." Lu Qizhou shot him a glance and retorted, "Stop joking around. Go see if the production team has arrived. We have only 3 hours left before the flight departs. If she doesn't show up soon, we want to wait for her." "Understood." Qinbin promptly stood up. As he reached the door of the meeting room and opened it, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful host accompanied by several crew members from the production team, arriving at the entrance. Chapter 26. Preparations before takeoff. Qinbin was caught off guard, standing in place momentarily dazed. He exchanged a blank stare with the other party, and the atmosphere turned awkward. In the realm of facial expressions, the flight attendant was a consummate professional. After all, she was required to wear a smile while performing her duties every day, regardless of how difficult the passengers might be. Even when faced with overwhelming grievances, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, she would still greet everyone with a cheerful demeanor. Thus, when she saw Chen Bingbing and her production team appear at the conference room door while co-pilot Chen Bin remained frozen, the chief attendant quickly stood up and said with a bright smile, "You must be the reporter Bingbing. I've seen your videos on Douyin. You are even more photogenic in person than on television. You are so charming and your voice is delightful." With the chief attendant's intervention alleviating the awkwardness, Chen Bingbing quickly regained her composure and replied politely, "You flatter me. I'm quite embarrassed." The chief attendant chuckled lightly before responding, "It's no flattery. It's all the truth." After saying this, she affectionately approached Chen Bingbing, linking her arm with her and leading her into the small conference room. She pointed to the young man seated at the head of the table and said, "Bingbing, you might not be familiar with everyone yet. That gentleman is the captain of this flight, and he is our airline's youngest captain, Lu Qizhou." Chen Bingbing looked up at Lu Qizhou, her face reflecting a hint of astonishment. Indeed, she had reviewed the personal profiles of all crew members beforehand and was aware that she would be collaborating with a remarkably young and handsome captain. However, upon meeting him in person, she was taken aback by how strikingly handsome he was, far surpassing the photos in the profile. "Hello, Bibing. I am Lu Qingzhou," he said, standing up and extending his right hand toward the doe-eyed beauty. Chen Bingbing, momentarily flustered, grasped his hand and stammered, "Hello, Captain Qingzhou. I didn't expect you to be this young. When I received your profile, I thought I must have misread it." Lu Qingzhou chuckled awkwardly before replying. "I started school rather early. That shouldn't have much bearing on this," she retorted, her demeanor now returning to normal as she appraised Lu Qingzhou from head to toe. "Well, I truly didn't anticipate you being so youthful. Captain Qingzhou is the youngest civil aviation captain in the entire summer national aviation circle. Not only is he accomplished at a young age, but he is also experienced and technically skilled." Having been selected for our Golden Eagle flight team, the chief attendant interjected with a smile. Lu Qingzhou shook his head with a grin, saying, "Sister Zhang, you are making me blush with your praise. Let us skip the pleasantries. Time is of the essence. Let us introduce ourselves and then get to work." His words were directed at the others, and it was at that moment that Chen Bingbing realized she might have inadvertently sidelined everyone else. She quickly turned her gaze toward the others. Chen Bin had already approached Lu Qingzhou, and, noticing the beautiful host glancing his way, smiled warmly. "Hello, Bingbing. I am the co-pilot for this flight. My name is Chen Bin." The chief attendant promptly interjected, "Hello, Bingbing. I am the chief attendant for this flight. My name is Zhang Shaoan." "Bingbing. I am the second attendant for this flight. My name is Niesiayu." "Hello, Bingbing. I am the third attendant for this flight. My name is Huang Shanshan." "I am the fourth attendant for this flight. My name is Fang Yihan." "I am the fifth attendant for this flight. My name is Jiang Xiaoyu." "I am the safety officer for this flight. My name is Xiao Haiyang." The photographer's lens followed Chen Bingbing's gaze, capturing the faces of each individual. Among them, apart from Chen Bin's ordinary appearance and dark complexion, the others were strikingly handsome or beautiful, particularly the flight attendants and Captain Lu Qingzhou, who possessed the highest allure. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments had nearly inundated the screen, especially upon the sight of Lu Qingzhou. The comments surged. "He is already a captain at such a young age? Is he perhaps a privileged individual? If I knew my captain was such a youth, I wouldn't dare to board. Shanhang Airlines is quite absurd. Aside from his good looks, how does he resemble an experienced captain? Is he even 25 yet? How can they trust him to fly? This is a matter of life and death for all passengers, not a talent show. Mango TV has indeed recruited another pretty boy for a variety show. Forget it, forget it. The flight attendants from Shanhang Airlines are quite stunning. Each one tall and sweet-looking. They could easily enter a beauty pageant. For variety shows, they certainly select the most beautiful. You question the captain's youth? But once you learn of his impressive background, you will think otherwise. Wow, Shanhang Airlines actually invited Lu Yanwang for this variety show? This will be entertaining. You haven't heard of the illustrious Lu Yanwang? How dare you question others?" In an instant, the entire live stream was abuzz with chatter. However, this debate in the live room did not disrupt the individuals in the conference room. Lu Qingzhou, seeing that everyone had finished their introductions, waved his hand and stated, "Time waits for no one. Let us begin." With that, he picked up a tablet and sat down with a serious expression. Chen Bin promptly took a seat beside him, mirroring his solemn demeanor. The crew, under the leadership of the chief attendant, moved to a corner of the conference room to commence their pre-flight preparations. Observing this scene, Chen Bingbing understood that the filming of the main segment she needed had officially commenced. Chapter 27. The preparations before takeoff are quite tedious, Chen Bingbing observed in astonishment as the crew divided into two distinct groups to commence the pre-flight preparations. A significant question mark appeared on her immaculate forehead, and she turned to Lu Qingzhou with a puzzled expression. Sensing her confusion, Lu Qingzhou reluctantly elucidated, "Typically, the crew comprises two segments, the flight crew and the cabin crew. We belong to the flight crew, while the cabin attendants and safety officers form the cabin crew." Upon hearing this, Chen Bingbing's understanding was illuminated, and she continued with her curiosity, "Captain Qingzhou, I recall from films that the flight crew usually consists of more than just two pilots. There were navigators, communication officers, and so forth, while the cabin crew also included air marshals. Have these positions been streamlined now?" Lu Qingzhou nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. The flight crew has undergone a simplification of roles over a decade ago. Previously, the flight crew was composed of a captain, a co-pilot, a navigator, a flight engineer, and a communications officer, requiring several members. However, With the continuous advancements in aircraft flight control systems, the complexity of piloting has diminished, making it impractical to crowd the cockpit with numerous personnel. Currently, for a medium to short-haul flight, only the captain and co-pilot are necessary. For more complex routes or long-haul, cross-national, or even intercontinental flights, additional pilots may be enlisted, such as in high-altitude routes where a dual-captain system is employed to alleviate the captain's fatigue and share the workload. As for the cabin crew's air marshals, they were phased out a few years ago, as their responsibilities could be adequately managed by safety officers. After absorbing Lu Qingzhou's explanation, Chen Bingbing appeared enlightened, akin to an eager student fascinated by learning. At that moment, the cabin crew had commenced their pre-flight preparations. Chen Bingbing quickly designated a photographer to capture images of Lu Qingzhou and herself, while she hurried towards another group of photographers to film the live broadcast. In one corner of the meeting room, the chief attendant, Zhang Xiaoyun, had shed her previously amiable demeanor, replaced now by a serious expression. She stood before 4 young flight attendants, adopting a stern countenance as she stated, "We shall now begin our professional image inspection." The flight attendants promptly ceased their playful banter, pairing up to adjust each other's attire and appearance. Meanwhile, the safety officers appeared somewhat idle. Noticing that the inspections were nearing completion, Zhang Xiaoyun instructed, "Now, let us check your fingers." The flight attendants obediently extended their hands, palms facing her. Zhang Xiaoyun reciprocated by extending her own hands. Despite the fact that domestic airlines require flight attendants to possess excellent image and demeanor, the management of their external appearance is indeed quite stringent. For instance, tattoos are prohibited, as are excessive makeup and long nails, alongside the application of nail polish and the wearing of ostentatious jewelry. Thus, Zhang Xiaoyun was conducting a routine inspection of her subordinates to ensure they had neither painted their nails nor sported elongated nails. After scrutinizing their fingertips, she withdrew her left hand and revealed the watch on her right wrist, not as a display of opulence, but rather to check the time. "Let us synchronize our time," she instructed. The other flight attendants promptly extended their right wrists as well. Their watches displayed nearly identical times, which allowed Zhang Xiaoyun's stern demeanor to soften slightly. "All right, everyone, please take your seats." Once they were settled, she retrieved her tablet and brought up the flight information from the dispatch center. While glancing at the screen, she called out names. "Today, our journey is from Spring City to Sheep City. What are the characteristics of this route? Xiaoyu, please respond." Sitting directly across from Zhang Xiaoyun was a girl with a bobbed haircut, an oval face, and a prominent nose. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "We are flying a low-altitude route, as it closely follows the coastline. Moreover, with summer's heat and the prevalence of typhoons, we must be vigilant about the weather's impact on our flight." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded in approval. It was a satisfactory answer. "If the cabin experiences depressurization, what is our initial response?" "Shanshan, you take this one." Huang Shanshan, seated beside Nye Xiaoyu, promptly answered, "Lower the oxygen masks and ensure we secure ourselves." Though Huang Shanshan's appearance was somewhat ordinary, her eyes sparkled with clarity and brilliance, reminiscent of the night sky, as if they held countless untold stories. Xiaoyu had just mentioned that the greatest concern for this route was typhoon weather, which often leads to turbulent air currents and potential bumps during flight. If turbulence occurs and passengers become anxious, how should we respond? "Yihan, your turn," Zhang Xiaoyun prompted. A seemingly demure girl sitting diagonally across immediately replied, "We must calm the passengers and prevent fear from spreading." "Good. Now, for the final question, Xiaoyu, it's your turn." Zhang Xiaoyun turned her gaze toward the girl at the far end, whose figure was quite striking. Jiang Xiaoyu, despite her name suggesting otherwise, possessed a notably voluptuous physique, particularly evident in her ample bosom, which could provoke one's imagination. Upon being called upon by the chief attendant, she quickly focused her attention. "What if our service fails to meet passenger satisfaction and we receive complaints?" Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, What can we do?" "We'll have our wages deducted, of course." A burst of laughter erupted among the others at her candidness. Despite the humor, her assertion held truth. Complaints invariably lead to wage deductions. Zhang Xiaoyun, observing the scene, shook her head with a hint of exasperation. Although Jiang Xiaoyu's figure was striking, she was, in fact, the youngest among them and had the most recent tenure. Her personality was lively and whimsical, bringing a unique charm to the group. Thus, numerous complaints from passengers were inevitable. Zhang Xiaoyun could only respond, "We must always adhere to the principle of prioritizing passengers and delivering exceptional service." striving to ensure that every passenger leaves satisfied. Should complaints arise, we must first engage in self-reflection before seeking the passenger's understanding. Zhang Xiaoyu playfully stuck out her tongue and, with a touch of affection, said to Zhang Shaoan, "I understand, Sister Shaoan." Zhang Shaoan looked at her with a hint of indulgence, playfully tapping her forehead and retorted, "How many complaints have you received this month? If you don't take this seriously, you risk a substantial deduction from your salary." Upon hearing Zhang Shaoan mention her salary, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression fell, her face a portrait of sorrow. Yet, noticing Zhang Xiaoyan's serious demeanor, she quickly raised her hand in assurance. "Don't worry, Sister Xiaoyan. This time I will serve every passenger with utmost enthusiasm." Zhang Shaoan shot her a reproachful glance and replied, "I'm tired of hearing that phrase." Not far away, Chun Bingbing observed this scene with a curious expression. It was a realm she had never encountered before. She had always believed that the duties of a flight attendant merely involved boarding the aircraft, serving tea and water, and attending to passengers. To her surprise, even before takeoff, there was so much work to be done. Alas, indeed, every profession comes with its own challenges. Meanwhile, Lu Qizhou and co-pilot Shinbin were diligently preparing for the upcoming flight. Unlike the cabin crew, who checked their appearance and reviewed knowledge points, the flight crew had their own set of preparations to undertake before takeoff. They needed to create a flight plan based on the weather conditions at the departure airport, during the flight, and at the destination, as well as the level of air traffic and the number of high-altitude control zones they would encounter. The meteorological department would provide advance warnings about the weather along the route, while the scheduling department would notify them of the busyness of both the departure and arrival airports. For instance, if they encountered extreme weather during the flight, the aircraft might need to ascend or descend, or even divert its path. Additionally, if the airport was overwhelmed during takeoff, resulting in delays, the plane might need to increase its speed to reach the destination on time. In summary, it was imperative to develop a plan based on the relevant information provided by various departments, which would then be submitted to air traffic control for approval. Although flights do not always adhere strictly to these plans, since unpredictability is a constant in aviation, the crew must operate according to the submitted flight plan unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Therefore, the pre-flight planning is of utmost importance, necessitating that the captain and co-pilot dedicate time and effort to crafting the plan. Only after receiving approval from air traffic control can the flight proceed smoothly. In essence, the process of a flight's departure is not as straightforward as the average person might assume. It involves a series of intricate procedures and preparations. Chapter 28. Flight Plan Approval. With a gentle tap on the tablet screen, the flight plan was submitted. While awaiting the approval from the Air Traffic Control Authority, Lu Qingzhou and Chunbin commenced their pre-flight preparation meeting. The weather forecast indicates that we may encounter brief thunderstorms en route to Yangqing, particularly over Zhejiang province. We must remain vigilant to avoid being struck by lightning again, Lu Qingzhou remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the urgent notification from the meteorological department on the screen. Chinbin promptly glanced at the tablet and nodded. "Understood. I have marked it." Nearby, Chen Bingbing, having overheard the phrase "struck by lightning," became intrigued. She swiftly turned and approached, sitting beside Lu Qizhou. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the tablet in his hands, much like an inquisitive kitten. In the live stream, the viewers naturally caught wind of Lu Qingzhou's remark. Almost immediately, some connected it to the recent UFO incident in Wanqing. Note: the phrase "struck by lightning" has been emphasized for examination. Wasn't there a plane struck by lightning in Wanqing a few days ago? Could it be piloted by this handsome captain? A plane in Wanqing was struck by lightning? How come I, a local, am unaware of this? Wanqing dominated the trending searches for quite some time. Locals should know about it. Wasn't the trending topic in Wanqing about a UFO? What does that have to do with a plane being struck by lightning? Nonsense about UFOs. The Civil Aviation Administration has issued an announcement. I recall that Wanqing experienced a torrential downpour that day. If a plane was struck by lightning, wouldn't it have crashed? I heard it wasn't a UFO, but rather a plane that encountered malfunctions due to being struck by lightning and had to make an emergency landing at Jiangyin Airport in Wanqing. With such heavy rain in Wanqing that day, not even a bird could have landed. If this handsome captain was indeed in Wanqing that day, he must be incredibly talented. I told you to study up on Lu Yinwan's career before commenting. I just checked. Captain Lu Qingzhou seems to be the youngest captain in the history of Dongda civil aviation. Is that true? This handsome captain is really that impressive? Alas, the disparity between people is infuriating. He is already a captain in his 20s while I am still living off my parents at the same age. The difference between people is indeed greater than that between humans and pigs. Qingzhou remained focused on the tablet screen, diligently monitoring the cabin oxygen usage time. Even though Chen Bingbing sat quite close to him, she appeared almost invisible in his eyes. Chen Bin stole a glance at the journalist, whose name resembled his own, and, regaining his composure, replied, 50 minutes. And the turning point? Qingzhou inquired once more. Pargu. Chen Bin answered instinctively, though he was the co-pilot. His proficiency in the operations was evident. Please check the depressurization procedure. The depressurization procedure shows no abnormalities. After a little over 10 minutes, Qingzhou finally shifted his gaze from the screen upon receiving confirmation that the flight plan had been approved. Looking up at Chen Bin, he noted that the flight plan for this journey had received approval. Let us proceed to the medical examination first, and then we must head to the airport. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin promptly rose to his feet. However, he observed Chen Bingbing gazing at him and Qingzhou in confusion. With a smile, he remarked, "Have you ever heard the phrase, among countless roads, safety is paramount. Driving without care brings tears to loved ones?" Chen Bingbing shrugged and replied with a chuckle. That's the slogan of the Traffic Commission of the capital's District 3. Such a catchy line is hard to forget. As they walked out, they continued their light-hearted banter. If driving requires such adherence to rules, how much more so does flying? Qingzhou chimed in. Every pilot must undergo a medical examination before taking flight. Only upon passing may they embark on their mission. In ordinary circumstances, Lu continued, we would first complete the medical checks, have a meal, and then convene for the pre-flight briefing. Once the flight plan is approved, we would then head straight to the airport. Furthermore, the crew meetings are separate for each group. Chen Bingbing's understanding deepened. Ah, I see. Are the crew members' pairings fixed? What about the flight routes? Are they also predetermined? In her view, flights were akin to long-distance buses, where the driver and ticket seller were a permanent duo with set routes. Not at all, Qingzhou countered, shaking his head. Both the crew members and the flight routes are not fixed. They are assigned in advance by the airline's dispatch center. For instance, although Captain Chen Bin and I have worked together for several years, we have only collaborated once. The captain and co-pilot of each flight are usually paired temporarily, assigned by the dispatch center on short notice. The same applies to the cabin crew. Today I might partner with Crew A, and tomorrow with Crew B. However, the internal composition of the cabin crew is relatively stable, forming a cohesive unit. Yet, it is only relatively stable. Members may frequently be reassigned or reorganized. As for the routes, they are also variable. Today I may fly from Spring City to Sheep City, and tomorrow from Sheep City to Prosper City. Even the aircraft can vary. Chen Bingbing gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Is that so? I had thought they were fixed pairings. The viewers in the live stream lamented, unwilling to part with the charming flight attendants. So, after completing this flight, we might part ways tomorrow? Chen Bingbing's large, watery eyes remained fixed on Qingzhou. With a hint of resignation, Qingzhou replied, we are somewhat exceptional. Oh? The tension in Chen Bingbing's face eased slightly. Is there still a chance for a turn of events? We have been selected by the company to collaborate with the production team for the filming. So it is highly probable that we will continue to partner for the upcoming month, Qingzhou remarked. Upon hearing the answer she had longed for, a flicker of joy brightened Chen Bingbing's face. Really? She inquired, her excitement palpable. Of course, however, should an urgent matter arise, the dispatch center may need to assign other colleagues temporarily, Qingzhou added. Chen Bingbing promptly nodded, responding, I understand, I understand. After their light-hearted banter, Qingzhou led Chen Bingbing into the adjacent health examination room. At that moment, Chen Bin had already begun his health check. Once he completed the examination and the equipment printed his health report, Qingzhou took his turn and commenced his own check. A few minutes later, after Qingzhou finished his examination and submitted his report to the staff, he escorted Chen Bingbing to the dining hall on the first floor. It was now just past 8 in the morning, the breakfast hour, and by the time they arrived at the dining hall, it was already bustling with patrons. Chapter 29. Less than an hour and a half remained before the flight departure. The dishes in the cafeteria of the Shanhang Airlines headquarters were quite sumptuous, exhibiting a thoughtful selection that balanced meat and vegetables, ensuring nutritional equilibrium. All internal employees of Shanhang Airlines, regardless of their rank or department, were treated equally in the cafeteria. Thus, this could be regarded as one of the hidden perks of a large enterprise. The convenience of having 3 meals a day provided at the workplace, coupled with the quality of the food, undoubtedly contributed to significant savings on living expenses. Little Lucy, I heard you got struck by lightning a couple of days ago? One remarked. I warned you to be more mindful of your life, but you refused to listen. Now, even the heavens can no longer bear it. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? It must be quite something, considering reporters have come to interview you. Another chimed in. A beautiful reporter wants to interview little Lucy? She might as well interview me. I have a wealth of experience in romantic affairs. As they entered the cafeteria, several individuals began to tease Lu Qingzhou. His expression darkened as he waved at them dismissively. Get lost, get lost. Are you spreading rumors about me again? Be careful, or I'll send you a lawyer's letter tomorrow. Someone quickly retorted, what gives you the right to send me a lawyer's letter? Is it because you can sing, dance, and rap, or is it due to your meager 2.5 years of practice? Lu Qingzhou scoffed, little Heisey, I see you're showing your true colors. The other rolled his eyes, taking a bite of a chicken leg and provocatively stating, when we go to court, don't forget to bring your chicken leg. Chen Bingbing stood nearby, watching with interest as Lu Qingzhou engaged in banter with his colleagues. She noted that this seemingly young, serious young man at work was quite well liked, as many greeted him and exchanged jokes during their journey to the cafeteria. Moreover, Lu Qingzhou was unfazed by the teasing, appearing to be an entirely different person from his serious demeanor at work. This is the dining tray. Over there, you can choose whatever you like and serve yourself. Our cafeteria generally has no strict rules. Just take what you can eat. And as long as there is no waste, it's all good, Lu Qingzhou explained. After exchanging pleasantries with a few more colleagues, he handed a tray to Chen Bingbing and gestured for the photographer behind them to help himself. Typically, the cafeteria operated on a buffet system, allowing employees to take as much food as they could consume, without any limits, although waste was discouraged. Chen Bingbing accepted the tray and followed Lu Qingzhou as they queued at the serving station. As Lu Qingzhou filled his tray with food, he remarked, our cafeteria actually serves quite decent meals, and Shandong province is renowned for its culinary delights. Shandong cuisine is the only northern cuisine among the 8 major Chinese culinary traditions. Chen Bingbing promptly interjected, I know. In Bright Sword, Chu Yunfei said that Shaanxi cuisine is subpar and not worthy of the table. The only noteworthy northern cuisine is indeed Shandong cuisine. Lu Qingzhou turned back, smiling at her. You know about such an old television series? Chen Bingbing lifted her fair chin with a sense of pride, exclaiming, of course. Although I haven't watched The Bright Sword in its entirety, I have certainly absorbed enough through short videos over the years. Lu Qingzhou gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her cleverness. However, as someone from Qingzhou in the southwest, I must admit that I am not quite accustomed to the salty and savory flavors of Lu cuisine. For breakfast, I prefer slurping noodles rather than indulging in plain steamed buns. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qingzhou had already skewered 2 large steamed buns with his chopsticks. This wasn't due to a lack of consistency between his words and actions. Rather, the breakfast offerings at the airline's cafeteria simply did not include rice noodles. While there was a variety of dishes available, the staple foods were limited to buns, dumplings, jiaozi, noodles, and several types of congee. I have visited Qingzhou, and I found that your local flavors tend to be tangy and spicy. Interestingly, the chilies aren't as fiery as those from Hunan province, but they are incredibly fragrant. The hot pot is simply delightful. I particularly enjoy street-side hot pot and mung bean hot pot. The mung bean hot pot is especially exquisite and pairs perfectly with rice. Chen Bingbing remarked, mimicking Lu Qingzhou by skewering a large bun with her chopsticks. Next time you visit Qingzhou, if I am there as well, I will take you to try the sour soup hot pot. The sour soup beef and sour soup fish are exceptional, Lu Qingzhou suggested. Chen Bingbing shook her head, replying, I have already tried sour soup hot pot. How about you take me to eat something different? What else would you like to eat? Lu Qingzhou inquired, intrigued. How about beef offal hot pot? Chen Bingbing responded. What? Lu Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at her in astonishment. I never expected a dainty young lady like you to have such adventurous tastes. You would dare to try beef offal hot pot? Just the sight of it is enough to ruin one's appetite, and yet you are willing to give it a go? Indeed. Truly, women are as strong as men. The ancients did not deceive me. 20 minutes later. With 2.5 hours remaining before the SC-1173 flight from Qingzhou to Baiyun Airport in Yangsheng was set to depart, all crew members had finished their breakfast and gathered in the parking lot on the basement level of the building. A shuttle bus stood ready, its door open, awaiting the passengers. Given that the airline's headquarters is approximately 30 to 40 kilometers from Yaoshan Airport, numerous buses shuttle back and forth daily for the convenience of the employees. Once everyone boarded the bus, The driver did not concern himself with the number of passengers, but rather started the engine and drove off. Upon arriving at Shanhang Airport, over 30 kilometers away, only 2 hours remained before the flight's departure. Despite the seemingly ample time, the crew knew that such a duration was hardly sufficient. Thus, upon disembarking, each member hurriedly dragged their flight cases toward the employee passage of the airport. Crew members were also required to undergo security checks, which were as stringent as those for ordinary travelers. Consequently, passing through security would consume nearly half an hour. At that moment, the Airbus A320 scheduled for the flight from Qingzhou to Yancheng had been towed from the apron and was now parked at a nearby position. The aircraft was stationed at a nearby parking position, allowing both crew and passengers to board directly through the jet bridge, thereby eliminating the need for a shuttle bus. Having passed through security, Qingzhou hastily led the group onto the jet bridge. On the other side lay the aircraft store. Upon traversing the bridge, they entered the cabin and stepped aboard the plane. Qingzhou's demeanor grew somewhat serious as he turned to address the others. We have less than an hour and a half until takeoff, so our time is limited. Let's expedite our actions and aim to complete all pre-flight preparations within the next 30 minutes. Understood, Captain, replied Chief Flight Attendant Zhang Xiaoyan promptly. The other flight attendants echoed in sweet unison, yes, Captain. Then let us get to work, Qingzhou commanded with a sweeping gesture, grasping his flight case and turning to enter the cockpit. Chapter 30. Piloting an aircraft is a complex procedure on the jet bridge. Chen Bingbing turned to the two crew members and said, Xiao Xin, Wang Gu, you both stay at Yaoqiang Airport to capture the takeoff footage of SC-1173. Yuan Gu and I will follow the flight to Guangzhou. The two crew members nodded eagerly in agreement. The four members of the crew promptly parted ways. Once Chen Bingbing and another crew member boarded the aircraft, they separated. Chen Bingbing accompanied Lu Qishou, while Chen Bin entered the cockpit. The crew member named Zhang Yuan took his camera and joined the flight attendants in the cabin. The cockpit, already somewhat confined, became noticeably cramped with the arrival of the three individuals. As the ground crew had already prepared the Airbus A320 for departure by towing it from the hangar to the tarmac, the aircraft was in a state of readiness. Thus, there was no need for the captain and co-pilot to initiate the startup procedure. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin promptly stowed their flight bags and settled into their respective seats. Chen Bingbing, equipped with filming equipment, stood behind them. Just as they entered the cockpit, another individual followed closely behind, a member of the airport ground crew. He cast a surprised glance at Chen Bingbing, who was holding the filming equipment, before presenting a folder to Captain Lu Qishou. Captain, the aircraft is in good condition. Please sign here. Lu Qishou quickly accepted the folder and scanned the document before signing his name in the lower right corner. As the ground crew member exited the cockpit, the two began reviewing the takeoff checklist, meticulously inspecting the various instruments and systems prior to departure. The intricacies of flying an aircraft are daunting. The operation manual alone comprises several volumes, each containing hundreds of pages. There is a takeoff operations manual, a troubleshooting checklist for various malfunctions during flight, and a landing manual. Among others, the weather radar is off, landing gear lever is down, and both windshield wipers remain in the off position, Chen Bin stated seriously, holding the operations manual. Sitting in the captain's seat, Lu Qingzhou resembled a devoted soldier, executing corresponding actions as Chen Bin issued each command. The battery is automatic, external power control switch is on. APU fire button test, check. Without looking up, Lu Qingzhou extended his hand to press the APU fire button above him. His fingers navigated the densely packed array of buttons with the precision of a GPS system, successfully locating the APU fire button. APU fire button check complete. No abnormalities. Chen Bin continued, flashlight check, evacuation rope check, rain repellent check, circuit breaker panel check. Lu Qishou methodically completed each inspection, reporting all normal. Everything is in the closed position. Chen Bin closed the operations manual, exhaling deeply, all tasks executed. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Bingbing immediately smiled and remarked, I didn't realize that Captain Chen Bin is quite the smooth talker. Chen Bin chuckled, I shall take that as a compliment. What do you mean take it as a compliment? It is indeed a compliment, Chen Bingbing teased. If you ever decide to abandon the role of a pilot, I can introduce you to the Diyun Society. I have acquaintances there. Chen Bin promptly replied, why wait for later? Let us make it today, as I've long ceased to have any desire for this tedious job. All right then, once we arrive in Yancheng, I shall give you a call. As the two engaged in their banter, Lu Qingzhou had already risen from the captain's seat. He turned to Chen Bingbing and said, I am heading out to conduct a pre-flight inspection. Captain Qinbin will remain in the cockpit to attend to other preparations. Will you accompany me for the inspection or stay in the cockpit? Without hesitation, Qin Bibing responded, I will join you. Very well, Lu Qizhou replied, turning to Qinbin. Brother Qin, I'll leave the remaining tasks in the cockpit to you for the time being. Qinbin gestured an okay in response. The two exited the cockpit, making their way down from the cabin to the underbelly of the aircraft. As they passed through the cabin, the flight attendants had already begun their busy preparations. They first opened the overhead compartments one by one, then collaborated with the cleaning staff to tidy up the cabin. The safety officer was even seen wielding a metal detector, ensuring that no foreign objects were concealed within the carpeted floor. Once the cabin was thoroughly inspected and cleaned, Chief Flight Attendant Zhang Shaoan stood at the entrance, holding a broadcasting microphone, and issued commands to all crew positions. Attention all cabin crew, commence the emergency equipment checks. A minute later, the voices of other flight attendants echoed through the receiver. Position 2 emergency equipment check complete. All is normal. Position 3 emergency equipment check complete. No anomalies. Position 4 emergency equipment check complete. No anomalies. Position 5 emergency equipment check complete. No anomalies. Once all positions had completed their emergency equipment checks, Zhang Shaoyan promptly instructed, now, check the emergency evacuation signals and lights. She pressed a button, and the entire cabin's power was abruptly cut off, plunging the space into darkness. Immediately, the emergency lights beneath the overhead compartments flickered to life. Each flight attendant stood at their designated stations, verifying the emergency lights were functioning properly, and reported back, Chief. Position 2 emergency evacuation signal and lights are normal. Position 3, no anomalies. Position 4, no anomalies. Rear cabin, no anomalies. Received, thank you. Zhang Shaoan acknowledged as she reactivated the power, illuminating the cabin once more. At this moment, her receiver crackled to life with Huang Shanshan's voice, reporting to the chief. There are no unauthorized personnel in the rear cabin, requesting to close the L2 door. Zhang Shaoan promptly replied, you may close the door. Following the chief's directive, Huang Shanshan and Nie Xiaoyu stood at the L2 door, ready to proceed. Nie Xiaoyu held the operation manual in her hand and spoke in a melodious tone, instructing to retract the safety warning tape. Huang Shanshan promptly reached out to pull back the warning tape from the hatch door. Nie Xiaoyu then urged her to press the gust lock. Without hesitation, Huang Shanshan pressed the gust lock and, with a firm tug, drew the hatch door closed. A crisp click resonated as the hatch sealed tightly, secured with precision. Chapter 31. The aircraft inspection concluded. Ready to welcome passengers. The aircraft inspection is an indispensable procedure that the crew must undertake prior to embarking on a flight mission. At the designated parking spot, Lu Qizhou gently patted the side of the mechanical behemoth, weighing around 60 to 70 tons, and spoke earnestly. The inspection serves not only to rectify any technical oversights but also to safeguard the lives of both the crew and passengers. Qin Bingbing raised her selfie stick with one hand, capturing both herself and Lu Qizhou within the frame of her compact camera. Lu Qizhou, embodying the demeanor of a proficient salesperson, solemnly began to elucidate the entire inspection process. Typically, we commence by examining the left front section of the aircraft, directly beneath the passenger cabin door. After inspecting the left front, we proceed to examine the nose of the aircraft. As the name suggests, the aircraft inspection entails the crew visually surveying the exterior of the plane for any anomalies prior to takeoff. Should any irregularities be discovered, the flight will be immediately aborted, and the airline must be notified. The inspection generally initiates from the left front section, as this is where pilots disembark onto the tarmac, conveniently located at the left front of the aircraft. From there, we circle around to the nose, the front landing gear area, the right front fuselage, the root of the right wing, the air conditioning compartment, the lower fuselage, the right engine, the trailing and leading edges of the right wing, the right main landing gear, the rear fuselage, the tail, the left rear fuselage, the left main landing gear, the leading and trailing edges of the left wing, the left engine, and finally back to the left front fuselage. During our examination of the left front section, we focus on ensuring that the probes, static pressure ports, exhaust outlets, and the left airspeed tube are unobstructed, and that the left cabin door and maintenance cover are intact and securely locked. Lu Qizhou meticulously inspected the aircraft with a flashlight while explaining the details. Qin Bingbing listened intently, much like an eager student. After completing the inspection of the left front section, the two proceeded to the nose of the aircraft, where the primary checks involve the radar dome, the wiring harness, and the integrity and locking of the front cabin door. The front and rear landing gear are critical focal points of the inspection, as they are akin to the aircraft's legs. Without them, a successful landing would be impossible. Following the examination of the nose, Qingzhou directed his attention to the front landing gear. With each inspection area he approached, he diligently explained and scrutinized. Some may perceive his thoroughness as ostentation, particularly in the presence of the beautiful reporter and the viewers in the live stream. However, only those familiar with him understand the seriousness and even sternness he exhibits in his work. In the live stream, although it was already past 8 in the morning and during the peak hour of commuting, the number of viewers entering the stream had surpassed 300. Despite many viewers coming and going, the total number of online participants continued to rise. Is Captain Qingzhou teaching us how to fly a plane? The subject matter is rather dry, yet why do I find it so compelling? Indeed, if I had been this diligent during my school days, I wouldn't be stuck in this mediocre company, attending this lackluster class, would I? To the commenter above, I trust you wouldn't want your boss to catch wind of those remarks, would you? This peculiar individual from the land of the Japanese, please keep your composure. I never anticipated that piloting an aircraft would entail such an extensive array of procedures. I had assumed it was as straightforward as driving a car, where one simply takes off at the designated time. Haha, I have once again acquired a plethora of seemingly useless knowledge. I just returned from another airline's live stream, where they were either showcasing the flight attendant's beauty or the crew members were sharing corny jokes to lighten the mood. Only at Shanhang did I encounter something refreshingly different, as they were instructing viewers on how to fly an airplane. Yet, I found myself utterly engrossed. This variety show is fundamentally about teaching people to pilot. If one truly desires to behold beautiful women, why not visit Douyin or the dance section on Bilibili to enjoy the streamers? A serious man is indeed the most charming. I'm captivated. 20 minutes later, a hint of exasperation appeared on Chen Bingbing's face. She could never have imagined that a simple pre-flight inspection would take over 20 minutes. While it is true that a diligent man is the most attractive, this process was exceedingly tedious. Now that the left engine has been inspected, and we have completed the examination of the left front fuselage, the circuit of checks can finally conclude. Qingzhou swallowed nervously and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. A flicker of excitement crossed Chen Bingbing's face. It is over. Finally, it is over. The inspection of the left front fuselage was quite similar to that of the right front fuselage, primarily checking whether these devices and exhaust outlets were obstructed. Just as Qingzhou finished speaking, a ground crew member hurriedly approached with a clipboard. Captain Qingzhou, the fuel for this Airbus A320 has been replenished. Here's the checklist for your review. Qingzhou took the clipboard and glanced at it briefly before moving beneath the aircraft's fuel tank to check the fuel gauge. After meticulously verifying the details, he signed his name on the clipboard. When the two returned to the aircraft, preparations in both the cabin and cockpit had already been completed. All crew members had gathered at the front cabin door. Qingzhou scanned each face with a serious expression, then spoke gravely. Today, we are operating a flight from Quancheng Yaoqiang Airport to Baiyin Airport in Yancheng. Given that this route primarily follows the coastline and considering it is summer, a season prone to typhoons, we may encounter extreme weather or turbulent air during the flight. As per our usual protocol, should the aircraft encounter severe weather, the cabin crew must be prepared to soothe the passengers' emotions. Furthermore, in the event of turbulence, we will adhere to the standard practice: no bell for light turbulence, 1 ring for moderate, and 3 rings for severe. Is that clear to everyone? Chief Flight Attendant Zhang Shaoan promptly responded with utmost seriousness, "Yes, Captain." The other flight attendants and safety officers echoed in unison, "Yes, Captain." Qingzhou's tense demeanor finally relaxed considerably. With a gentle smile, he addressed everyone, "Then let us proceed." Suddenly, he slapped his own mouth in realization and quickly amended, "Look at my loose tongue." The others promptly covered their mouths, chuckling softly, for it was evident that Qingzhou had merely made a light-hearted jest to ease the atmosphere. "Let us notify the airport to commence boarding." As Qingzhou issued his final command, the crowd responded in unison before dispersing in a flurry. At 8:50 a.m., the bustling hall of the Yaoqiang International Airport was already teeming with people. "Attention, passengers traveling to Guangzhou. Boarding for Shanhang Airlines flight SC-1173 has commenced. Please gather your personal belongings and present your boarding passes at gate B32. We wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you." As the airport announcement resonated throughout the waiting area, all passengers aboard flight SC-1173 rose and made their way towards gate B32. At the entrance to the aircraft, 2 flight attendants stood on either side, adorned with professional smiles, awaiting the arrival of the first batch of travelers. Chapter 32. As the cabin doors were firmly sealed, Captain Qingzhou became the sole sovereign of the aircraft. When the first batch of passengers arrived smoothly at the cabin door via the jet bridge, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu, stationed at either side of the entrance, greeted them with warm smiles. "Good morning, welcome aboard." The other flight attendants were positioned at their designated spots. As passengers streamed into the airplane, the once empty cabin quickly transformed into a bustling environment. Chen Bingbing and another photographer occupied the front and rear of the plane, capturing footage of the boarding process. Approximately 20 minutes later, an airport staff member, carrying the passenger manifest, boarded the plane as well. Approaching Chief Flight Attendant Zhang Shaoan, she handed over the list while stating, "Chief, all passengers for Flight SC-1173 are on board, 109 in total. Please confirm the passenger list." Zhang Shaoan promptly accepted the list, meticulously cross-checking it before signing her name in the lower right corner and returning it, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome," the staff member replied before exiting the aircraft. Once she had departed, Chen Bingbing remarked, "Shaoan, it seems your job isn't easy either." Zhang Shaoan smiled gently. "How so?" "Ever since we arrived at the airport and boarded the plane, it feels like you've been signing documents nonstop. Just from what I've seen, you and Captain Qingzhou have signed several documents together. The rest, the catering, the passenger list, the fueling, and even the plane maintenance, each requiring a signature." Zhang Shaoan understood the underlying implication in Chen Bingbing's words. Every adult knows that signing a document implies accountability for its contents. The multitude of documents signed by Lu Qizhou and Zhang Shaoan signified their responsibility for each one. However, should any issues arise, particularly concerning safety incidents, they would bear the primary responsibility. "Such is the nature of our profession," Zhang Shaoan remarked with a light smile. "But I am not on the same level as Captain Qizhou. His signatures pertain to the safety of us all, rendering his documents far more critical." As they conversed, the other flight attendants and safety officers had commenced their duties in the cabin. The atmosphere remained a cacophony of activity, with passengers mistakenly seated in the wrong places and others failing to stow their small luggage in the overhead compartments. These minor issues required the flight attendants to address and resolve them one by one. Finally, once all passengers were comfortably seated, they proceeded to close and secure the overhead bins. In the second position, Flight Attendant Xiaoyu picked up the intercom and commenced the pre-flight announcement. "Dear passengers, welcome aboard Qingzhou Airlines Flight SC-1173 from the City of Springs to the City of Rams. The cabin door will soon be closing. Kindly reconfirm your ticket or boarding pass. To ensure flight safety, please power off your mobile phones and other electronic devices or switch them to flight mode. We are pleased to inform you that cash upgrade services are now available. Should you wish to avail yourself of this service, please contact the cabin crew. Shortly, we will present the safety instruction video. We kindly ask you to pay close attention. We sincerely appreciate your choice of Qingzhou Airlines. Thank you." Sister Shaoan glanced at Xiaoyu, who was making the announcement, and curiously inquired, "Earlier during your introductions, you all referred to yourselves by position numbers. What does that signify?" Zhang Shaoan, noting that there were still a few minutes before the cabin doors would close, explained. "The designation of position numbers among the cabin crew actually serves to delineate responsibilities and areas of oversight. For instance, as the chief attendant overseeing the entire operation, I hold the first position. The second position is designated for the aft cabin chief attendant, responsible for the rear section. The third position pertains to the attendants serving in both first class and business class. The fourth and fifth positions are assigned to the standard attendants. This detailed classification is primarily to ensure clearer division of labor and responsibilities, thereby facilitating the cabin crew in delivering superior service and ensuring safety during the flight. However, the positions assigned to flight attendants vary among different airlines and even among different aircraft models. In essence, each flight attendant is responsible for their designated position, which encompasses a range of duties including, but not limited to, serving the passengers in that area, managing the emergency exits, handling fire emergencies, and mediating passenger disputes. At that moment, Chen Bingbing suddenly realized this and, with a mischievous expression, inquired whether the salaries and benefits for flight attendants at different positions were also dissimilar. Zhang Shaoan glanced at Chen Bingbing with a knowing smile, clearly seeing through her little curiosity. Nevertheless, Zhang Shaoan was unperturbed and responded candidly, stating that typically, the lower the position number, the higher the salary. Chen Bingbing nodded in understanding but refrained from probing further into the specifics of the flight attendant salaries. A light-hearted jest was permissible, but certain boundaries must be respected. At this juncture, Xiaoyu had completed her announcement and approached. Observing this, Zhang Shaoan joined her at the cabin door. The two women coordinated seamlessly, one holding the door operation manual while the other grasped the door frame. With a serious demeanor, Nia Xiaoyu firmly held the frame, and Zhang Shaoan confirmed her grip, pressing the gust lock and affirming the action. They then grasped the door's auxiliary handle, moving it inward towards the frame. With a slight exertion, Zhang Shaoan gradually pulled the metallic door until the unmistakable sound of the locking mechanism echoed, prompting her to declare, "Complete." Press down the door operation handle, Nia Xiaoyu instructed. Zhang Shaoan complied, and as the cabin door closed successfully, the aircraft was entirely sealed off from the outside world. The command of this aircraft had now shifted from the airport to Captain Lu Qingzhou. Thus, from the moment the cabin door closed until it reopened, Lu Qingzhou would be the sole authority over the aircraft and everyone aboard. Chapter 33, Initiating Second Launch, Requesting to Open the Cockpit Door. The door closed. Chen Bingbing had completed all her filming tasks in the cabin. Holding her filming equipment, she hurried to the cockpit door. However, upon discovering that the cockpit door was firmly shut, she found herself in a quandary. Zhang Shaoan, noticing her predicament, quickly approached. While pressing the doorbell, she explained, "To prevent violent crimes, the cockpit door has a high level of confidentiality. When the aircraft is in operation, it can only be opened from the inside. That is to say, only those inside can unlock it. Even explosives would likely prove ineffective from the outside." She then pointed to the camera above the door, continuing, "If someone outside wishes to enter, they must first ring the bell and then look up at the camera. Only when the person inside can clearly see the visitor's face will the door be opened. Otherwise, any reckless opening of the door could lead to accountability for those inside." Chen Bingbing was taken aback by such strict measures. "Safety is no trivial matter," she remarked. Just then, the cockpit door swung open. Chen Bin peeked out, his expression one of curiosity as he looked at the two women. Zhang Shaoan stepped aside and said to Chen Bingbing, "Please, go in." Chen Bingbing quickly sidled into the cockpit, but not before expressing her gratitude to Zhang Shaoan. "Thank you, Sister Shaoan." The cockpit door closed with a click. Chen Bin scrutinized Chen Bingbing with a puzzled look, asking, "I thought you would stay in the cabin. I didn't expect the headquarters to be so generous this time, allowing you to film in the cockpit." Chen Bingbing, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is the cockpit a forbidden area?" "Not exactly," Chen Bin replied. "Typically, it is in a restricted zone. But when the aircraft is in flight, the cockpit becomes somewhat sensitive." A large question mark appeared on Chen Bingbing's forehead. "Sensitive? What could possibly be sensitive? Is it related to national secrets?" Lu Qingzhou turned to Chen Bin and asked, "Why are you being so vague?" Then he turned to Chen Bingbing and explained, "Previously, the cockpit was indeed a restricted area. Not only filming was prohibited, but even the entry of outsiders was not allowed. The reason lies in the aircraft's flight safety. However, there are concerns that ill-intentioned individuals might learn about the cockpit's layout and devise specific unlawful actions. Nevertheless, nowadays, platforms like Douyin and Bilibili abound with videos about cockpit operations. Even tutorials on piloting commercial aircraft. It's no longer a secret. Otherwise, how could the headquarters possibly collaborate with Mango TV for this show?" As he spoke, Lu Qingzhou gestured to a spot behind him, continuing, "This month, you may have to make do with this space. The cockpit is already quite cramped, and this position is intended for the observer or right seat co-pilot. It might be a bit uncomfortable, but you'll have to manage." Chen Bingbing smiled sweetly at him, saying, "I am here to work, not to indulge in comfort. I would be quite content with just a seat. Why complain?" With that, she promptly sat down. However, once seated, she soon discovered the true meaning of Lu Qingzhou's not feeling well. It was indeed uncomfortable. The space was not only cramped, but also rather rigid, particularly jarring against her backside. To say it was inferior to first class or even business class would be an understatement. It was truly quite unpleasant. Chen Bingbing shifted her body in an attempt to find a more comfortable position, then continued, "You all have it tough as well, sitting in such conditions for hours every day." Chen Bin interjected, "Indeed, others might think our work is glamorous, but the various hardships are known only to us." Lu Qingzhou turned to glance at him and replied coolly, "No more complaints. Contact the tower and request to push back and start the engines." With that, he pulled back his seatbelt and fastened it securely. Observing this, Chen Bingbing hurriedly secured her own seatbelt. Chen Bin, holding the communicator, spoke in a serious tone, "Yaoqiang ground. Shanhang 1173, at parking position 211, requesting pushback and engine start." Moments later, a clear and melodious voice echoed through the communication channel, "Shanhang 1173, Yaoqiang ground. You are cleared for pushback and engine start, with a corrected sea pressure of 1008. The voice was articulate yet oddly sweet, almost sugary. Even Qin Bingbing, seated in the rear behind Lu Qizhou, perked up her ears, her curiosity piqued as she stared at the communicator in Qin Bin's hand. In the live broadcast, the previously sparse barrage of comments quickly surged. Wow, why does the voice from Yaoqiang Airport Control sound so sweet? I know, right? The sugar content is off the charts. Though I haven't seen her, I can tell just from her voice that she is a stunning beauty. By the way, are there sweet girls on the Qilu Peninsula? Of course, the girls from our Shandong province can be both salty and sweet. Come on, even the handsome Zhao cannot manage your Shandong dialect. Where would those sweet girls come from? Haha, I'm Zhao, and I can't help but laugh every time I hear that. It's not only people from Shandong who can work at Yaoqiang Airport. What if she is from somewhere else? Brothers, I'll give you 10 seconds. I want all the information on this sweet girl from control. Qin Bin hastily repeated, cleared for pushback and engine start, corrected sea pressure 1008, Shanhang 1173, before winking at Lu Qingzhou and smiling. Do you know who that charming and melodious controller was? Lu Qizhou had no time for gossip at that moment. While adjusting the sea pressure on the aircraft's instrument panel, he casually replied, Who? Qin Bin feigned mystery. You know her. I know many people. How am I supposed to know who you're talking about? Lu Qizhou retorted, slightly exasperated. At that moment, the airport ground control had already removed the chocks restraining the aircraft's landing gear wheels. As the aircraft was gradually towed away from the parking position by a tug, Qin Bin eagerly remarked, It's the person who returned with us from watching a couple of days ago. Have you forgotten? The plane, under the tug's guidance, had reached an open area. Lu Qizhou noticed the bye-bye attendant on the right side of the aircraft gesturing farewell, his expression instantly turning serious. Enough of this idle gossip. Initiate engine 2, he commanded. Qin Bin promptly straightened up, taking the matter earnestly. Lu Qizhou then turned to Qin Bingbing, equally somber, stating, Bingbing, the aircraft is about to take off. You must turn this off. If you wish to capture the takeoff procedure, you must terminate the signal source and switch to flight mode. Qin Bingbing quickly nodded. All right. With that, she aimed the camera at herself, her face revealing a hint of regret. Dear viewers, today's morning live stream must come to a close. However, accompany you to fly is scheduled. So be sure to tune in every Saturday at 9 p.m. on Mango TV or log onto the Mango app for an exciting program. Despite the modest audience, those present were thoroughly engrossed. Upon hearing Qin Bingbing's announcement of the live stream's conclusion, a chorus of protest erupted. No, don't go. We're enjoying it. Bingbing, please. Can you stay live a little longer? I want to hear that sweet voice of yours. Exactly. Captain Qingzhou hasn't even revealed the identity of the other party. Wake up. Go to work. I hope to catch Bingbing's live stream during my lunch break. Captain Qingzhou is so serious at work. I adore dedicated men. I used to think Captain Qingzhou had connections, but he's surprisingly serious when working. Qin Bingbing was oblivious to the barrage of comments. Even if she could see them, they would not sway her. Thus, after announcing the program schedule, she decisively reached out and turned off the live stream, simultaneously severing the signal source and switching to flight mode. She activated the recording function and began filming earnestly. With a rumble of engines, the Airbus A320 trembled slightly. Qin Bin gave Lu Qizhou a thumbs up, not in praise but to signify the successful initiation of engine 2. Lu Qizhou nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Qin Bin then stated, Ground control, Shanhang 1173, ready for taxi. The tower promptly responded, Shanhang 1173, taxi to the runway and hold. The soft, melodic voice echoed again. Taxi to the runway and hold. Shanhang 1173. Lu Qingzhou's right hand gripped the control stick as his left gently pulled the brake before subtly advancing the throttle. The Airbus A320 began to glide smoothly across the open space. Before long, the aircraft reached the end of a straight runway. However, in front of them, several aircraft were queued, awaiting takeoff. Currently, Yaoqiang Airport operates with only a single runway. Nevertheless, as early as 2022, the airport was approved to initiate its Phase 2 renovation project. Upon completion, Yaoqiang Airport will boast 3 to 4 runways and 3 terminals. Thus, the present state of Yaoqiang Airport resembles a vast construction site. Chapter 34. Reaching V1 takeoff speed. Successfully ascending into the sky, this wait extended nearly 20 minutes. Lu Qizhou rested his hands behind his head, idly observing the aircraft ahead of him. Operating an airplane, much like driving a car, evokes a similar mindset. One would rather take a longer route than be ensnared in traffic. The monotony of idleness is truly taxing on one's patience. After 20 minutes, Lu Qingzhou noticed that the aircraft in front remained still, showing no signs of imminent takeoff. Growing increasingly restless, he adjusted his radio headset and inquired, "Tower, Shanhang 1173 calling." In the distance, atop a towering edifice, the production team of the show Flying With You had already set up their cameras, capturing the stark emptiness of the runway. This impressive structure served as the control tower of Yaoqiang Airport. Within the command hall on the top floor, Lin Muyao, donned in headphones, was busily typing on her keyboard. Today marked her first day at Yaoqiang Airport. Though she was in a new environment, the nature of her work remained unchanged, allowing her to quickly acclimate to the workflow. "Tower, Shanhang 1173 calling," came a familiar voice over the communication channel. Lin Muyao paused, a youthful, handsome face flashing in her mind. "Oh, is it him? It truly is him." Her heart raced, fluttering like a startled deer, and she hurriedly composed herself before responding. "Tower received, 1173, you may proceed." Why has the preceding flight not taken off yet after such a long wait? The flight has been delayed for nearly 20 minutes. On the other end, a calm voice replied. Lin Muyao had already retrieved all pertinent information regarding Flight SC 1173. The captain's name was clearly inscribed as Lu Qingzhou. Indeed, it was he. A hint of delight danced across her face, and her tone sweetened as she patiently explained, due to a sudden Air Force dispatch. "All flights at Yaoqiang Airport are currently on hold. Captain Qingzhou, please bear with us a little longer." In the cockpit, upon learning about the Air Force's temporary control, Lu Qingzhou sighed. "All right. Wait, how does she know it's me? Temporary Air Force control?" Behind him, Chen Bingbing leaned forward, curiously asking, "Is Yaoqiang Airport a dual-use military and civilian airport?" "No," came the reply. Lu Qingzhou shook her head. However, due to the fact that Qilu Province is a significant northern stronghold and a military hub, the province is home to several military airports and ports. Consequently, if the Air Force has an urgent task, flights within Qilu Province will inevitably be affected. In the east, all airspace is under the jurisdiction of the Air Force. Thus, civil airports and airlines are overseen by two principal authorities, one representing the Civil Aviation Administration, responsible for daily operations, and the other representing the Air Force, primarily tasked with significant matters concerning airspace and flight routes. Overall, the Air Force holds precedence over the administration. This basic knowledge was well within Chen Bingbing's understanding, which is why she refrained from asking the foolish question of why civil airports fall under the Air Force's control. Instead, she sighed and inquired, "Given that we have already been delayed for nearly 20 minutes, will our arrival in Yangqing also be postponed?" "Not at all," Lu Qingzhou replied with calm assurance. "We will simply speed up the flight shortly." "Ah?" Chen Bingbing exclaimed in surprise, looking at Lu Qingzhou with a face full of questions. Chen Bin then added with a smile, "Bingbing, haven't you flown with our Shanhang Airlines before?" Chen Bingbing shook her head. "I don't think I have." "Why?" "Oh, you'll find out soon enough," Chen Bin teased. In the cabin, as the aircraft continued to remain stationary, several passengers began to grow restless. The service bell had already been rung multiple times in just over 10 minutes. Each time the bell rang, the flight attendant responsible for the area, though somewhat exasperated, approached with patience, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired about the passengers' needs. Ding dong. At that moment, the service bell rang again. Flight attendant Jiang Xiaoyu, with a look of resignation, unbuckled her seatbelt and made her way over. Upon reaching the passenger who had rung the bell, she bent slightly and smiled, asking, "Good afternoon. Sir, how may I assist you?" The passenger, a middle-aged man in his 40s, immediately raised his voice. "Why has the plane taken off yet? We've been delayed for so long." Others around him chimed in, "Exactly. We've been sitting here for 15 to 20 minutes. I have important matters to attend to in Yangqing. I must reach my client's company by 1 o'clock this afternoon. If I lose my order because of this delay, can you bear the responsibility?" Seeing the growing agitation among the other passengers, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of injustice but maintained her smile as she replied, "I apologize, sir. We have not received any further notifications at this time. May I kindly ask for your patience?" "Patience, my foot," the middle-aged man retorted angrily. "I already mentioned that I have urgent business in Yangqing. If this flight delay causes me losses, I will certainly file a complaint against you. Do you understand? This is infuriating. ISNT Shanhang Airlines known for its speed? Why are we still sitting here? Such exaggeration, it's just what they say online." Others echoed in agreement. Jiang Xiaoyu could only attempt to soothe the situation. "I apologize, sir. It seems that the flight has been delayed due to unexpected air traffic control measures. I sincerely express my regrets, but the aircraft should be taking off shortly. Would you kindly bear with us? The middle-aged man, realizing the futility of his complaints, chose to relent. After all, he understood that the flight attendant could not possibly know when the aircraft would actually depart. He merely sought an outlet for his frustration. The expressions of the other passengers mirrored his sentiment, though some remained remarkably composed. Amidst the passengers' vexation directed at the flight attendant, a voice interjected, assuring everyone, "Rest assured. Despite the current delay of 20 minutes, as long as the weather remains favorable, we will surely land punctually at Bayan Airport. On my last flight to Qingzhou, we experienced a 30-minute delay in takeoff, yet we arrived at Tianfu Airport ahead of schedule. Trust in the professionalism of our airline, Shanhang." The program's photographer, Yuan, consistently captured these scenes within the cabin. However, he found it intriguing that those exhibiting impatience tended to have accents from other regions, while the composed individuals spoke with local tones. Did it suggest that the people of Shan province possessed a greater degree of patience than their counterparts? Or perhaps they had simply grown accustomed to the operational style of Shanhang. 10 minutes later, a full 25 minutes had elapsed since the scheduled departure of Flight SC-1173. In the cockpit, Qingzhou observed as the aircraft ahead began to move slowly. After approximately 5 minutes, the leading Boeing 737 roared down the runway, gradually ascending and disappearing from view. Qingzhou had initially intended to wait patiently in line. However, at that moment, the melodious voice of the air traffic controller echoed through the communication channel. "Shanhang 1173, you are cleared for runway 05 left. Wait a moment. There are still 3 aircraft ahead of me. How is it suddenly my turn?" Yet, given the unexpected favor of being granted permission to cut in line, Qingzhou would naturally not decline such an opportunity, nor would he play the role of a moralist. Indeed, in the realm of airports, the control tower holds the utmost authority. The words of the air traffic controller are akin to a royal decree. Thus, amidst the envious glares of the crews from the other flights, Qingzhou responded, "Entering runway 05 left, Shanhang 1173. As Qingzhou guided the aircraft to the end of the runway and entered, he promptly communicated, "Shanhang 1173 has entered runway 05 left. The tower replied, "Shanhang 1173. Runway 05 left. Ground wind 0 to 3 meters. You are cleared for takeoff." Lin Muyao immediately acknowledged this. In the co-pilot's seat, Chen Bin looked at Qingzhou with surprise. "Hold on a moment. Isn't communicating with the tower supposed to be the co-pilot's responsibility? That was my line. Why did you take it from me?" However, Qingzhou appeared blissfully unaware of his overstepping in duties. As he heard Lin Muyao issue the command to take off, he inhaled deeply. With a gentle push of the throttle lever with his left hand, he began to accelerate. Seated behind him, Chun Bingbing wore a tense expression, her face etched with gravity as she gazed intently ahead. The aircraft's engine roared with a deafening growl. Co-pilot Chen Bin's eyes were fixed on the instrument panel. Upon witnessing the ground speed indicator rapidly ascend, he shouted, "Thrust stable." Qingzhou, his expression serious, promptly responded, "Toga SRS runway." "Confirmed," Chen Bin quickly replied. As the word "confirmed" left his lips, Qingzhou abruptly pushed the throttle forward and released the brakes. A powerful surge thrust everyone on board against their seats, while the landscape outside the windshield began to retreat. The Airbus A320 had commenced its roll down the runway, gaining speed with each passing moment, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. 50 kilometers h, 100 kilometers h, 200 kilometers h, 250 kilometers h. Within just over a minute, the aircraft's velocity soared to the V1 decision speed, having only traversed a few hundred meters down the runway. Chen Bin's gaze remained fixed on the ground speed indicator. When he observed that the aircraft had surpassed the V1 speed, he exclaimed loudly, "V1." Qingzhou immediately pulled the control yoke gently backward. The aircraft's nose lifted gracefully. "Rotate," Chen Bin intoned. In the next instant, the front landing gear successfully departed from the runway, and the aircraft maintained an upward flight attitude, soaring skyward like an arrow released into the azure expanse. Chapter 35. A sea of golden waves. The term V1 decision speed, also known as takeoff decision speed, refers to a specific velocity attained by an aircraft during its taxiing takeoff phase. The takeoff and landing phases are recognized as the most perilous segments of the entire flight journey. In the event that an aircraft encounters an unexpected situation during takeoff and requires immediate action, the sole reference point for the pilot is whether the ground speed has reached V1. Should the aircraft's taxi speed fall short of this critical threshold, the pilot retains the option to abort the takeoff. Conversely, if the speed has met or surpassed the decision speed, the pilot must resolutely continue with the takeoff procedure, regardless of the potential hazards ahead. This is due to the fact that V1 decision speed typically exceeds 300 km/h once this velocity is achieved. Any attempts to abort the takeoff could result in the aircraft being uncontrollably propelled off the runway due to its immense inertia. Therefore, it is invariably safer to proceed with the takeoff than to attempt an interruption. However, if the decision speed has not been reached, the pilot may opt to abort the takeoff based on the circumstances. In addition to V1, there exists V2 speed, which denotes the aircraft's safe takeoff speed. When the aircraft lifts its front wheels off the ground, it should accelerate to V2 and continue to climb to the standard ascent speed. In essence, once the aircraft attains V2 speed, it has successfully left the runway and can retract its landing gear. Indeed, as the front landing gear departed from the ground, Qingzhou maintained full throttle, and the aircraft's speed had already surpassed V2. The Airbus A320 emitted a deafening roar, with both engines delivering a continuous and ample thrust, propelling the heavy behemoth, weighing between 70 to 80 tons, skyward in full load conditions. Just as the rear landing gear lifted off the ground and the aircraft reached an altitude of approximately 50 meters, Qinbin promptly announced, "Positive rate of climb." Qingzhou continued to pull back on the control stick and calmly instructed, "Retract the gear." Qinbin immediately reached for the landing gear button to retract it. However, at that moment, the aircraft was still climbing steeply. The sudden liftoff and ascent left all aboard with their feet momentarily airborne, straining upward. Regardless of whether it was their first flight, everyone felt as though a tremendous force pressed against their chests, a sensation resulting from the overload experienced during the ascent. Yet, this discomfort would dissipate after a brief adjustment. The aircraft continued its ascent, swiftly reaching an altitude of 500 meters. Qingzhou gently pushed the control stick, transitioning to level flight. In the cabin, all passengers experienced a palpable sense of relief. Qinbin then communicated with the control tower, Shanhang Airlines 1173, airborne, runway 05 left. Shortly thereafter, Lin Muyao's voice resonated over the communication channel. Shanhang Airlines 1173, maintain altitude of 1,000 meters, adjust pressure to 3,900, over. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the aircraft maintained its course while adjusting the pressure to 3,900. Shanhang 1173, Qinbin repeated, sounding like an emotionless recording device, echoing the tower's instructions each time. Qingzhou grasped the control stick and pressed down on the rudder. The Airbus A320 spiraled upward, a stark contrast to the capabilities of a fighter jet. It could not ascend from ground level to 10,000 meters in a single breath. Instead, it had to circle continuously over the airport, gradually gaining altitude. The same applied during descent, where the aircraft would also circle while lowering its altitude. This practice is referred to as flying 3 circles and flying 5 circles. In a mere blink of an eye, Flight SC-1173 had already ascended to 1,000 meters and departed the airport airspace, transitioning from west to east. At this moment, the communication channel once again resonated with the voice of controller Lin Muyao. Shanhang 1173, switch to channel 125. 33 and contact quenching approach. Switch to channel 125. 33 and contact quenching approach. Shanhang 1173, Qinbin reiterated. However, just as he was about to adjust the frequency, Lin Muyao's voice sounded again, Shanhang 1173, goodbye. And come back soon. A smile flickered across Qinbin's face. She was indeed a polite and charming controller. Thank you, goodbye, he replied before switching frequencies to call quenching approach. Unlike birds soaring freely, commercial passenger and cargo aircraft are subject to various commands and regulations from the ground. During takeoff and landing, they adhere to instructions from the departure and arrival airport towers. At altitudes ranging from several hundred to 6,000 meters, they are guided by approach controllers at both the departure and arrival locations. Above 6,000 meters, they are managed by high-altitude controllers. 1. Tower controls aircraft, ground vehicles, and directs takeoffs and landings. 2. Approach manages the landing sequence for aircraft at mid to low altitudes. 3. Control oversees and monitors a broad range of high-altitude aircraft. In the eastern region, every city with a civil airport has an approach control center responsible for managing all flights departing and arriving in that city. However, the high-altitude airspace is divided into only 8 major control zones across the nation, designated for the capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Chengdu, Xi'an, Shenyang, Urumqi, in the southernmost tip of Hainan Island. By 2025, the provincial capital of Jiangxing in Hubei province will become the 9th high-altitude control zone. Thus, even aircraft cannot truly experience freedom. Our skies are not as vast as one might imagine, as numerous flights traverse daily from around the globe. Without ground control, the risk of aerial traffic accidents would significantly increase, and such incidents are far more complex than those occurring on the ground. If two airplanes were indeed to collide, there would be no survivors aboard either aircraft. It is now just past 9 in the morning, and the sun has already ascended above the horizon. Flight 1173 has taken off from Yaoqiang Airport, heading directly towards the sea. The sunlight streams in from the ocean's surface, blinding the crew in the cockpit. Chen Bingbing quickly shields her eyes from the glaring rays. At that moment, a pair of sunglasses unexpectedly lands on her thigh. Initially taken aback, a warmth spreads through her heart, for she knows that Lu Qingzhou, amidst his busy schedule, is still thinking of her. How can she be so certain that the sunglasses are from Lu Qingzhou? It is evident. Chen Bin is seated too far away. If he had thrown them, she would have certainly noticed their impact. Thus, it is clear this thoughtful gesture is undoubtedly from Lu Qingzhou, who alone is positioned in front of her, capable of passing them over so discreetly. Lu Qingzhou, unaware that his casual action has sparked such rich inner musings in her mind, reflects the adage, do not attempt to fathom a girl's thoughts. Yet, even if he were to know, it would not preoccupy him. For his focus lies not in deciphering a girl's sentiments, but rather in piloting the aircraft. Meanwhile, Chen Bin has established contact with the Quanqing approach. The airplane, under the guidance of Quanqing approach, ascends while departing from the airport. By the time they exit the airspace of Quanqing, their altitude reaches 6,000 meters. The airspace above this altitude falls under the jurisdiction of high-altitude control. The airspace of Qilu province is governed by the magical metropolis. Thus, as the aircraft enters the 6,000 meter airspace, the voice of the Quanqing approach controller resonates through the communication channel. Shanhang 1173, switch to frequency 145. 23 to contact Magic City Control, goodbye. Contacting Magic City Control, frequency 145. 23, Shanhang 1173 received, goodbye. Chen Bin responds while already adjusting the frequency. As a seasoned pilot with 7 to 8 years of experience as a co-pilot, these operations are second nature to him. Once 145. 23 is set, Lu Qingzhou promptly confirms. Magic City, hello, Shanhang 1173, altitude 6,100, transponder 1154. Chen Bin calls Magic City Control. Shortly after, Magic City Control replies, Shanhang 1173. I see you on radar. Climb to altitude 9,700 and maintain. Climbing to altitude 9,700 and maintaining, Shanhang 1173. While these procedures may seem cumbersome, they must be executed with strict precision, as they pertain to the safety of everyone aboard the aircraft. Any negligence could lead to a flight accident, leaving no time for lamentation. In the cabin, as the airplane's flight attitude stabilizes, the heavy burden that had weighed upon everyone's hearts finally dissipates without a trace. The flight attendants swiftly unfastened their seatbelts and began to bustle about. Many passengers hastily rose to their feet, flocking towards the lavatories at either end of the aircraft. During the delay on the ground, the restrooms had remained inaccessible, and with the morning marking a peak time for restroom visits, it was not long before long queues formed at both doors. Meanwhile, the flight attendants prepared to distribute snacks and beverages, placing an assortment of refreshments on a small cart. As the aircraft had taken off well past 9 in the morning, no breakfast service was provided. However, the quality of the in-flight meals offered by the airline was rather mediocre, rendering the absence of breakfast inconsequential. In an instant, the once quiet cabin transformed into a lively atmosphere. Outside the window, sunlight cascaded upon the sea of clouds below, painting it in hues of gold, resembling a vast ocean of shimmering gold. Chapter 36. The pilot as a high-income demographic. The weather today is quite pleasant, particularly when the aircraft ascends to an altitude of 6,000 to 7,000 meters. At such heights, the air becomes thin, allowing the airplane to navigate this airspace with minimal interference from weather conditions. This explains why, despite the aircraft still climbing, the cabin crew and passengers can move about freely. Moreover, the ascent of an aircraft, especially a large one, is not akin to an elevator's abrupt descent. Rather, it rises along a gentle curve, ensuring a relatively smooth journey even during altitude increases. However, while others may relax, the captain and first officer in the cockpit must remain vigilant. This is due to the fact that the passenger plane has yet to reach the predetermined altitude and route designated by air traffic control for high-altitude airspace. Therefore, the aircraft remains in manual flying mode, necessitating the active participation of the captain and first officer in piloting the plane. Only upon reaching the designated altitude and entering the scheduled flight path can they transition to automated flying mode. In Blue Star, being a pilot is a profession that garners admiration and is perceived as prestigious and elite. In every country, pilots are unequivocally considered the squirm de l'armée. Military pilots, in particular, enjoy high social standing and promising futures, while commercial airline pilots, although slightly less esteemed, still command respect. Notably, in terms of compensation, commercial pilots often earn significantly more than their military counterparts. Take Shanhang Airlines as an example. A captain who has secured a route license can easily earn an annual salary exceeding $1 million. For those serving as lead captains or instructors, the annual income can be even higher. Conversely, the earnings of first officers tend to be substantially lower. For instance, the most junior first officer, known as an observer, earns a modest annual salary of around $100,000. However, experienced first officers like Chen Bin, who are but a step away from becoming captains, can earn between $300,000 to $400,000 annually. Shanhang's salary levels are merely average among domestic airlines, slightly surpassing those of the three major state-owned carriers, Air China, China Eastern, and China Southern, and comparable to Shenzhen Airlines and Xiamen Airlines, yet somewhat lower than Sichuan Airlines and Hainan Airlines. Conversely, privately held airlines such as Spring Airlines and Juneyao Airlines offer their pilots annual salaries that surpass those of the aforementioned state-owned enterprises by approximately $100,000. Many may wonder why this is the case, particularly with Juneyao Airlines, but what about Spring Airlines? This budget airline, which is notorious for selling standing tickets and even hanging tickets, appears to be quite unrefined. Yet, how do its pilots command such high salaries? The answer lies in the different market positioning of airlines. Although Spring Airlines is regarded as a budget carrier, its relatively low ticket prices result in a higher market share and consequently, a greater number of passengers. With more passengers comes an increase in flights, and the salary of pilots comprises a base salary, performance bonuses, and various benefits, with performance bonuses constituting the largest portion. Just as workers in sweatshops are paid per item produced, pilots too are compensated based on their performance. The remuneration for pilots is essentially determined by flight hours. In other words, for every hour flown, there is a corresponding hour of performance pay. This is how the purported high income of pilots at Spring Airlines is derived. Beyond passenger airlines, there are specialized cargo carriers within the country, and the salaries of pilots at these cargo airlines significantly surpass those of their passenger airline counterparts. For instance, pilots at postal and logistics companies like SF Express and JD.com can easily earn annual salaries exceeding 2 million yuan, with co-pilots also securing salaries in the range of 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Such figures undeniably overshadow those of passenger airlines. An annual income in the millions is indisputably considered high earnings in any nation. This explains the mixed feelings of envy and jealousy that arise when people observe the 4 stripes on Liu Qingzhou's uniform epaulets. Only captains adorn their uniforms with 4 stripes, signifying that all who wear them are individuals with annual salaries exceeding 1 million yuan. Liu Qingzhou, appearing quite youthful at merely 20-something, has already achieved a 1 million yuan salary, provoking both admiration and envy. Thus, if Liu Qingzhou were to express that this profession is, in fact, rather monotonous and tedious, one might anticipate a backlash of disdainful remarks about his perceived arrogance. However, the reality is indeed as such, particularly after reaching the designated altitude and switching to autopilot mode. The experience can become exceedingly monotonous and tedious. Modern aircraft are increasingly sophisticated, and in most situations, the autopilot system can entirely replace the pilot, seamlessly navigating from takeoff to landing. Should the blind landing system advance further, it is conceivable that even landings may not necessitate the pilot's direct control. The pilot's primary role is to supervise and intervene promptly in the event of unexpected circumstances. During flight, at altitudes of 10,000 meters, there is virtually no network signal, and the cockpit is replete with cameras. Other than engaging in casual conversation with their co-pilot, pilots find themselves devoid of other activities. What? Using a mobile phone? Engage at your own risk if you wish to forfeit your performance pay. Sleeping? Best not to risk dismissal for that. As such, on every flight, Liu Qingzhou particularly relishes the takeoff and landing phases. The reason is simple. They provide tasks to occupy time. Climbing, a continuous ascent, within mere minutes. The Airbus A320 ascends from 6 to 7,000 meters to over 9,000 meters. Just a few hundred more meters, and the aircraft will reach its designated altitude. Co-pilot Qin Bin has donned his sunglasses, occasionally glancing at the instrument panel. All appears normal. Meanwhile, Qin Bingbing is fixated, unwaveringly gazing at Lu Qizhou seated before him. With his left hand firmly grasping the control stick and his right hand occasionally nudging the throttle or adjusting the flap angles, Lu Qizhou operates as if possessing dual brains, managing distinct tasks with each hand concurrently, all with remarkable poise and deftness. This alone reveals that despite his youth, he possesses extensive flying experience and exceptional piloting skills, marking him as an outstanding civil aviation captain. The mere thought of spending the upcoming month partnering with such an exceptional captain for a filming project enveloped Qin Bingbing in a long-forgotten sense of security. However, should she delve into the origins of the moniker King of the Underworld, she might find herself beset not only by security but also by a burgeoning sense of crisis and trepidation. Nevertheless, the Airbus A320 remained as steadfast as ever. Although Qin Bingbing was not a pilot, her profession necessitated frequent flights across the nation. It was a rare occurrence to experience such a smooth ascent. As she gazed at Lu Qingzhou's profile, a cascade of thoughts flooded her mind. He was handsome, well compensated, and possessed a warm demeanor, thoughtful enough to consider the feelings of others and even foresee the need to gift her sunglasses to protect her eyes from the sun's glare. His future was bright, and his temperament was steady. Well, Captain Qizhou was indeed remarkable. Qin Bingbing found herself staring at him, entranced, her eyes unblinking. And before she knew it, she had become somewhat dazed. Chapter 37, cruising speed of 930 miles as the aircraft ascended, tilting its nose skyward. It unexpectedly collided with a fluffy, cotton-like cloud. Unlike other clouds that would allow the plane to pass through unimpeded, this particular cloud shattered into several pieces upon impact, scattering in all directions, ensnared by the fast-moving air generated by the aircraft. This spectacle left Qin Bingbing awestruck, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful! Are we not approaching 10,000 meters? Is there really cloud at such a height?" "Indeed," replied Lu Qizhou, who was piloting the plane without glancing back. "However, there aren't many clouds at this altitude. As we have nearly reached the top of the troposphere and are about to enter the stratosphere, the air in the stratosphere is thin, and only a few lighter clouds may drift up here, while most cloud formations reside within a couple of thousand meters." "Oh," she mused, "blue star, much like Earth, is enveloped by an atmosphere. The atmosphere is divided into layers: the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere, with an approximate thickness of around 1,000 kilometers. This atmosphere serves as a protective layer for Blue Star, shielding it from ultraviolet rays and extraterrestrial asteroids, while firmly retaining air at the planet's surface, playing a vital role in the emergence of life. Yet, the atmosphere also confines Blue Star, akin to a grand prison, with gravity preventing its inhabitants from escaping. It wasn't until the late 20th century that humanity first ventured into space, breaking free from the atmosphere's constraints. Nevertheless, the majority of human aircraft remain operational within the atmosphere. Despite the altitude at which planes fly, commercial airliners reaching over 10,000 meters, and fighter jets soaring to around 20,000 meters, the troposphere, the lowest layer of the atmosphere, has a thickness of 12,000 meters. This indicates that most human aircraft operate not only within the atmosphere, but primarily within the lower troposphere. The troposphere is subdivided into three layers: the lower, middle, and upper troposphere. The lower troposphere, characterized by a higher concentration of moisture and particulate matter, experiences the most frequent meteorological phenomena, such as low clouds, fog, and haze. The middle troposphere is where clouds and precipitation predominantly form, while the upper troposphere has a diminished impact on the surface. However, in mid-latitudes or tropical regions, the upper troposphere may occasionally witness strong wind bands, known as jet streams, with wind speeds equal to or exceeding 28 meters per second. These jet streams, composed of gas, are invisible and unpredictable, often occurring on seemingly clear days. Hence the term clear air turbulence. Clear air turbulence arises from irregular atmospheric flow, posing a significant threat to aviation safety. Due to the absence of discernible weather phenomena, onboard radar struggles to detect it, creating a substantial risk to flight safety. Encountering clear air turbulence can result in severe turbulence for the aircraft. In severe conditions, an aircraft may briefly lose control, Therefore, when flying in mid-latitude or tropical regions, it is customary to ascend to a higher altitude, often traversing the entire troposphere to reach the stratosphere. The stratosphere is seldom afflicted by extreme weather, rendering it exceptionally suitable for flight, allowing for a smooth journey to the destination. However, the SC-1173 flight of Shanhang Airlines had yet to depart from the airspace of Qingzhou province, still some distance from the mid-latitude area. Thus, maintaining an altitude of 9,700 meters was quite favorable. In the blink of an eye, Flight SC-1173 reached the designated altitude of 9,700 meters as stipulated by the air traffic control of the Magic City. Qingzhou gently pushed the control stick forward, transitioning the aircraft's attitude from ascent to level flight. He then switched the manual flying mode to autopilot. At this point, the aircraft was entirely under the control of the autopilot system. Qingzhou exhaled a long breath and stretched, relieved to finally have a moment of respite. However, when Chen noted that he had set the cruising speed to 930 knots, he expressed some concern. "Captain, isn't the cruising speed a bit fast?" 930 knots is a full 100 knots faster than usual. 930 knots remains within a controllable range, Qingzhou replied calmly. "After all, we were delayed at the airport for nearly half an hour. If we don't speed up, we won't arrive in Yanqing on time." Seeing this, Chen refrained from further comment. Generally speaking, the cruising speed of commercial aircraft ranges from 800 to over 900 kilometers per hour. For instance, the cruising speed of an Airbus A320 is typically set at 830 kilometers per hour, while Boeing aircraft usually cruise at around 900 kilometers per hour. However, cruising speed is not fixed. It is determined by the captain when switching to autopilot based on the current aircraft conditions. Most airline captains adhere strictly to the cruise speed recommended by the aircraft manufacturer. Qingzhou usually complied with these guidelines, but he regarded them as akin to a suggested retail price. He would not be bound by such suggestions. Would Airbus really chase after him for not adhering to their recommendations? The journey from Qingzhou to Yanqing would take approximately 3 hours. "If you find the cockpit dull, feel free to take a stroll," Qingzhou suggested, glancing back at Chen Bingbing. Chen Bingbing quickly shook her head, insisting, No, I think the cockpit is just fine." "You don't need to." "I will," Chen Bin chimed in cheerfully, standing up to stretch. "I'll just step out for a moment and take a look around. I'll be back in a few minutes." "Go ahead," Qingzhou waved him off. Once Chen Bin left, Chen Bingbing curiously inquired, "Can you all leave the cockpit?" "We're not in prison. Why would we be confined to the cockpit?" Qingzhou joked. "I thought once the plane took off, you had to stay in the cockpit the whole time." "Not at all." Qingzhou shook his head and said, "There are urgent matters that one cannot ignore. What if one cannot hold it any longer? However, the cockpit must always have someone present. Even if one needs to use the restroom, they must return swiftly. For an aircraft soaring through the skies is not always secure. Should any issues arise, immediate intervention is essential." Chen Bingbing smiled and remarked, "You certainly avoid uttering that particular term." "What term?" Qingzhou inquired, his face filled with curiosity. "Smooth sailing," Chen Bingbing replied. "For instance, instead of saying safe and sound, it would be more appropriate to say smooth sailing." Qingzhou paused, then looked at Chen Bingbing in surprise. "You truly have a knack for pinpointing the crux of the matter. Although I am an atheist, there are certain taboos that must be respected." Qingzhou continued, "It is not merely that saying that term will inevitably lead to misfortune. Rather, it is a collective belief that such things are to be avoided. If I were to diverge from the norm, it would not be a display of individuality, but rather an act of folly." Chen Bingbing gave him a thumbs up and said, "Precisely. After all, humans are social creatures. We cannot live in isolation from the community." "Indeed," Qingzhou replied. "By the way, Captain Qingzhou, in preparation for this program, I have been watching numerous videos about flying airplanes. I cannot help but think that piloting must be an incredibly exhilarating experience. So, how exactly does one operate an aircraft? Is it true that, much like driving a car, one needs a license to fly?" Chen Bingbing inquired further. Chapter 38. What types of pilot licenses exist? This question undoubtedly piques the curiosity of many, not just Chen Bingbing. After all, throughout history, nearly every human being has harbored a dream of flight, particularly in childhood. We often fantasized about sprouting wings and soaring freely through the skies like birds. It is precisely this yearning that led humanity to invent hot air balloons, airships, airplanes, and various spacecraft, all in an effort to realize the dream of flight. Airplanes are the most secure, swift, and accessible means of aerial travel devised by humankind. Consequently, many entrust their aspirations of flight to aircraft. Imagine piloting an airplane amidst the clouds, gazing down upon the vast earth and up at the azure sky. That sensation embodies true freedom. However, one cannot simply take to the skies at will. Much like driving a car, obtaining a pilot's license is a prerequisite for flying an aircraft. A pilot's license is akin to a driver's license. Possessing one grants the privilege to operate an airplane. Otherwise, the offense of flying without a license is far more severe than that of driving without one. In our country, pilot licenses are generally categorized into 6 types: student pilot license, private pilot license, PPL, sport pilot license, SPL, commercial pilot license, CPL, airline transport pilot license, ATPL, and multi-crew pilot license, MPL. As the name suggests, a student pilot license is issued to those enrolled in aviation programs. It does not require a formal examination. As long as one is accepted into a flight training program at an aviation university, the relevant authorities will issue a license, enabling the student to learn and operate aircraft at the flight school. If a student attends a civil aviation university, the license is conferred by the Civil Aviation Administration. Conversely, if enrolled in a military academy, the military issues the student license. Thus, the student pilot license is quite similar to a student ID. The multi-crew pilot license, MPL, is relatively rare and unique, as it allows students to be trained from the ground up to the role of co-pilot by flight schools or airlines. This means that students aspiring for an MPL do not need to progress through the ranks of private, instrument, sport, and commercial licenses step by step. Instead, these pathways are integrated into a singular, streamlined process. This license serves as a cost-effective and efficient method for flight schools or airlines to cultivate pilots. However, due to its limitations and the increasingly mature training models of aviation schools in the country, which have resulted in a saturated pilot workforce, this training method is gradually being phased out. Thus, the commonly utilized licenses today are primarily 4: the private license, sport license, commercial license, and airline transport license. The private license, as its name implies, is strictly for personal or recreational flying. Holders of a private license are prohibited from engaging in any commercial activities for compensation. For instance, the private license is akin to a Class C driver's license for automobiles. One can only pilot their own or rented small private aircraft, allowing family and friends to accompany them. However, one cannot receive any form of compensation. This implies that even if one obtains a private pilot license, they are ineligible to apply for a position as a pilot at an airline, nor can they engage in any flight activities for remuneration. It remains a pursuit for personal enjoyment. The process of obtaining a private license is relatively straightforward since it does not involve commercial activities. One is required to complete 35 hours of theoretical training followed by 40 hours of practical instruction before being eligible for the private pilot examination. During practical sessions, an instructor must be present, similar to the necessity of having an instructor in the passenger seat while learning to drive. Upon acquiring a private license, one is permitted to operate certain light and sport aircraft. For those who yearn for more excitement, such as flying at night or navigating through fluffy clouds, the next step is to pursue a sport pilot license, also known as an instrument rating. This is currently one of the most sought-after types of flying certification. The term instrument rating derives from the fact that pilots primarily rely on the aircraft's instrument panel to assess the aircraft's status and control flight. For instance, pilots utilize the horizon indicator to ascertain the aircraft's attitude and the navigation instruments to determine the flight path. Thus, possessing an instrument rating enables one to fly in diminished visibility or at night since, even when external conditions are unclear, the pilot can manage the aircraft through the instrument panel. Furthermore, during this phase, pilots also learn to communicate with ground control, who guide the aircraft's trajectory through radar. All commercial airline pilots, cargo pilots, and military aviators operate their aircraft based on instrument readings, underscoring the significance of instrument certification. To obtain an instrument rating, a pilot must first possess a private license and then undergo an additional 25 hours of flight training, along with numerous hours of simulator training, before being eligible for examination. Interestingly, during the test, instructors will require candidates to wear a device known as a hood, which obscures their vision of the outside world, forcing them to focus solely on the instrument panel, even in broad daylight. This makes for quite an intriguing examination method. Once a sport license is acquired, pilots can engage in various flying activities such as flight instruction, agricultural operations, medical emergencies, disaster relief, and meteorological exploration. In essence, pilots holding a sport license can pursue careers related to aviation. Additionally, if they upgrade to a sport instructor rating, they can even teach students how to fly or provide flight experiences for tourists. For aspiring pilots desiring to join an airline immediately after university graduation, it is imperative to secure both a private and a sport license during their studies. Otherwise, airlines will not consider their applications. However, merely entering an airline does not grant immediate flight duties. Further training and obtaining the corresponding certification, known as a commercial pilot license, is essential. After acquiring a commercial pilot license, one can assume the role of captain on small passenger and cargo aircraft operated for profit, or serve as a first officer on larger commercial airliners. In essence, a commercial license facilitates engagement in commercial flight operations, and it is a prerequisite for entering an airline as a professional pilot. However, obtaining this license is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates a minimum of 230 hours of specialized training at an accredited flight school, colloquially referred to as logging hours. Completing the requisite flight training typically spans approximately 14 months. Once the pilot attains the required flight hours and qualifies for the commercial license examination, they must then undergo assessment at a training base established by the Civil Aviation Administration, under the scrutiny of appointed examiners. Successful completion of this evaluation culminates in the issuance of the commercial license. Yet, the journey does not end there. Following the acquisition of the commercial license, pilots must undergo various type rating trainings. For instance, they are required to log 20 hours of flight time in a jet-propelled business aircraft to officially graduate. Given the exorbitant costs associated with obtaining a commercial license, it is customary for airlines to finance the training while the pilots invest their efforts. However, pilots are compelled to enter into binding contracts with the airlines, stipulating that they must not change employers within a specified time frame. Any pilot who breaches this agreement may face substantial penalties. Acquiring a commercial license merely marks the beginning of a pilot's professional journey. Aspiring to become a captain necessitates further examinations. For example, Chen Bin currently holds only a commercial license, and despite his extensive experience, he is relegated to the position of first officer. Conversely, Liu Qingzhou, although still young, has already secured a line transport pilot license, allowing him to serve as a captain at a tender age. The line transport license is, in fact, a variant of the commercial license. Pilots who possess this license can ascend to the rank of captain by passing the captain promotion assessment administered by the Civil Aviation Administration. Typically, to qualify for a line transport license, pilots must possess not only advanced theoretical knowledge, but also a minimum of 1,000 flight hours. However, this is not a rigid requirement set forth by the Civil Aviation Administration. Rather, it is dictated by individual airline policies. Both commercial and line transport licenses require pilots to undergo specialized training at dedicated flight schools and subsequently pay a hefty examination fee to be eligible for testing. For inexperienced pilots with subpar flying skills, pursuing a line transport license without adequate preparation would simply be a squander of resources. So, what accounts for Liu Qingzhou's early eligibility to pursue a line transport license? The answer lies in a remarkable incident during his tenure as a first officer, where he single-handedly averted a catastrophic aviation disaster, thereby saving countless lives. In recognition of his valor, his airline, Shanhang, sponsored his training at an overseas flight school. Liu Qingzhou did not disappoint. Within a few months, he successfully passed the line transport license examination and subsequently excelled in the captain promotion assessment, establishing himself as a competent captain of a passenger aircraft. Thus, the line transport license is akin to a Class A driver's license, enabling one to engage in public transport aviation and command large passenger jets from the cockpit. After listening to Liu Qingzhou's enlightening discussion, Chen Bingbing's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "This is so complicated." Liu Qingzhou chuckled. Pilots, regardless of their country, are indeed high-caliber technical professionals. Operating an aircraft is not as straightforward as one might imagine. Thus, a certain level of complexity is entirely normal. Curiously, Chen Bingbing inquired, "If I merely wish to obtain a private pilot license, am I eligible?" Liu Qingzhou responded, "Acquiring a private license is quite simple. One only needs to possess a high school education and be at least 17 years old. Nowadays, many individuals in our country pursue private licenses, often feeling constrained on land once they attain wealth, prompting them to opt for private flying and subsequently acquire a small aircraft. You wouldn't believe it. Flying a small private plane can be quite enjoyable at times. That must be exceedingly expensive, Chen Bingbing remarked, resting her chin on her hands. Her expression a blend of yearning and hesitation. Indeed, it is rather costly, approximately around 200,000 yuan, Lu Qizhou replied. Chen Bingbing's face fell in disappointment. That is so expensive. It seems I have no hope in the near future. Do you wish to obtain a private license as well? Lu Qingzhou asked curiously. Chen Bingbing vigorously shook her head. Having diverse skills is never a burden, and flying an aircraft seems so exhilarating. I would love to give it a try. The flight club under the Shanhang Group offers relevant instruction and training services. When the time comes, you can enroll there, and I will arrange a discount for you. If I have the time, I could even be your instructor at no charge, so your expenses would be minimal, around several tens of thousands of yuan, Lu Qingzhou stated earnestly. Chen Bingbing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Just several tens of thousands can resolve it? The club's registration fee is about 100,000 yuan. But with the internal employee discount, it would be around 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. The instructor's fee is roughly 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. And you cannot avoid the examination registration fee of 1 or 2,000 yuan, so the total would be around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Lu Qingzhou calculated thoughtfully. Looking at Chen Bingbing, he continued. So, 70,000 to 80,000 yuan should suffice. I have 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, Chen Bingbing declared confidently, patting her chest. Let us agree on this. If I pass the exam, I will treat you to a grand feast. Absolutely. Lu Qingzhou responded with an okay gesture. After all, I have plenty of spare time. There is nothing wrong with being a mentor just once. Chapter 39. Before the aircraft, a majestic mountain suddenly loomed into view. Ding dong. The cockpit doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chen Bingbing hastily stood up. However, when she grasped the doorknob and attempted to pull it open, it remained stubbornly shut. For a moment, she found herself at a loss. Allow me, Lu Qingzhou offered with a smile, rising to his feet. This mechanism can be quite tricky. Chen Bingbing quickly stepped aside. Her neck craned in curiosity as she observed Lu Qingzhou's method of opening the door. Lu Qingzhou gripped the doorknob, first lifting it with force, then pressing down. With a crisp mechanical click, the previously immovable door swung open. Chen Bingbing was taken aback. Was opening a door really such a complex endeavor? It hadn't been this complicated before the millennium, and airport security had not been as stringent as it is now. As Lu Qingzhou pulled the door open, he remarked. It was only after several exceptional pilots emerged from the Middle East that aircraft manufacturers like Boeing and Airbus, as well as various airlines and civil aviation authorities, began to prioritize safety above all else. Are you referring to 911? Chen Bingbing blinked in surprise. Lu Qingzhou smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. What are you two discussing? Chen Bin entered the cockpit. Chen Bingbing promptly shifted the topic, saying, We were talking about how much it costs to obtain a private pilot's license at the Mountain Airlines Flying Club. I wish to acquire a flying license as well. Her recording equipment was still operational, and the topic of 9/11 was evidently inappropriate for the camera. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin immediately gestured towards Lu Qingzhou and said with a grin, If you're looking to get a private license, consult Captain Qizhou. Don't let his youth fool you. He holds considerable influence within our company. If you seek his assistance, not only will you receive a discount on the application fee, but he can also coach you for free. You might not know this, but our flight department's director, General Manager Lei, is quite stern with others, earning him the nickname Tiger Lei. However, he is quite lenient with him, Chen Bin added with a chuckle. Chen Bingbing responded with delight. Captain Qizhou has already agreed not to charge me coaching fees and has arranged for a discount at the club. How much of a discount? Chen Bin inquired curiously. Altogether around 70,000 to 80,000. Wow, that's quite a substantial reduction. Chen Bin exclaimed, clearly impressed. It seems that beauty brings special privileges wherever one goes. Enough of your prattling, Lu Qingzhou chided playfully. Hurry back to your seat. We are likely about to enter a typhoon zone. Chen Bin promptly obeyed, returning to his seat without delay. As he fastened his seatbelt, he cast an anxious glance at the weather radar screen on the instrument panel. Chen Bingbing quickly settled back into her seat, and once securely buckled, she nervously asked, Are we really going to pass through a typhoon zone? Noticing her small hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, Lu Qingzhou recognized her misunderstanding and quickly clarified, The typhoon is still quite distant from us. The sixth typhoon of the year. Kanu is currently located east of the Ryukyu Islands, approximately 1,000 kilometers away. Under ordinary circumstances, even the most formidable typhoon can only exert its influence within a radius of approximately 1,000 kilometers. Currently, Kanu is merely a strong typhoon and, by all accounts, should not affect us. However, as we are flying from high latitudes to lower latitudes, and our aircraft has now entered the mid-latitude region, the upper troposphere in these areas, particularly during typhoon conditions, may occasionally generate jet streams. Especially on typhoon days, the storm can cause the airflow to become increasingly turbulent and chaotic, thus heightening the likelihood of encountering clear air turbulence. Nonetheless, even if we were to encounter such turbulence, it would not be a cause for alarm, after all. If we cannot confront nature, we can certainly evade it. Reassured by this perspective, Chen Bingbing felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Having calmed Chen Bingbing, Lu Qishou turned around and straightened his posture. He cast a glance at the meteorological radar screen and noted that the airflow in the airspace several dozen kilometers away appeared to be quite active. Consequently, he gripped the control stick with his right hand, switched the flight mode with his left, and communicated with the Shanghai Area Control, requesting a lower altitude to avoid that particular airspace. Chen Bin naturally took note of this and immediately adjusted his headset, stating, "Shanghai Area Control, Shanhang 1173 calling." A few seconds later, the controller promptly responded, "Shanhang 1173, go ahead. We are about to enter an area of turbulence and request a lower altitude to circumvent it." The response came swiftly, "Shanhang 1173, descend to 9,000 feet." Descending to 9,000, 1173 received. After repeating the controller's instructions, Chen Bin added, 9,000 corresponds to 323. At this point, the aircraft was in manual operation mode. Lu Qingzhou gently pushed down on the control stick, tilting the nose of the aircraft downwards, and gradually increased the engine thrust. "Confirmed," he stated firmly. Chen Bin quickly adjusted the settings, 323 set. With Lu Qingzhou's affirmation, the Airbus A320 began its descent, smoothly gliding towards the lower airspace. The descent was remarkably steady, almost imperceptible. Had Chen Bingbing not been seated in the cockpit, she likely would have been entirely unaware of the aircraft's altitude change. Minutes later, the aircraft had reached an altitude of 9,000 meters. Lu Qingzhou switched the flight mode to autopilot, allowing his serious demeanor to relax slightly. In the cabin, the majority of passengers remained sound asleep. It was now just past 10 in the morning, with approximately an hour remaining until the destination. Traveling by air is not as convenient as taking a car or a high-speed train, as airports are typically situated far from urban centers, necessitating an early arrival, usually 1 to 2 hours prior to departure for check-in and other procedures. Thus, for a flight scheduled to depart just after 9, passengers had to arrive at the airport by 7. As a result, the early morning sun streaming through the windows lulled the passengers further into slumber, creating an atmosphere of quiet drowsiness. Even the flight attendants felt the onset of drowsiness. However, it was their working hours. Should anyone dare to indulge in a moment of slumber, they would not only face a deduction in pay but also be subjected to a counseling session. The engines of the aircraft roared, propelling the plane southward at a staggering speed of 930 miles per hour. In the blink of an eye, the airplane departed from Qilu Province, soared over the renowned Jiangnan Province, and entered the airspace of Zhejiang Province. Chen Bingbing also felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She stretched languidly, preparing to rise and make her way to the restroom. But at that very moment, she suddenly beheld a majestic, towering mountain directly ahead of the aircraft. This mountain, shrouded in darkness, loomed like a formidable obstacle in the plane's path. Upon seeing this imposing mountain, Chen Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief, a chill coursing through her body, intensifying even her urge to relieve herself. She raised her right hand, pointing towards the front, stammering, Is that a mountain? My heavens, how can there be a mountain in the sky? Are we going to collide?" No sooner had she uttered these words than the previously stable flight was abruptly engulfed in turbulence. Chapter 40. The airplane encounters severe turbulence. The turbulence experienced by the aircraft was not particularly severe. If one were to categorize it, it would be deemed merely mild turbulence. Whether traveling by plane, boat, or even car, encountering slight jolts is to be expected. However, Chen Bingbing was now rendered pale with fear, her speech slightly stammering. It was not the turbulence that frightened her. Rather, as she articulated, directly ahead of the airplane loomed a towering, ominously dark peak. What? Wasn't this Airbus A320 cruising at an altitude of 9,000 meters? Where could such a mountain possibly arise? The highest peak on Blue Star, Mount Everest, stands merely at 848 meters. Could it be that Chen Bingbing was hallucinating, or perhaps experiencing a moment of disorientation due to stress? Neither was the case. Rather, what lay directly in the aircraft's path was a massive cumulonimbus cloud, dark as ink and towering like a mountain. Indeed, do not be misled into thinking that cumulonimbus clouds only appear in the lower to middle troposphere. In the mid-latitudes and tropical regions, due to frequent meteorological activity, such clouds can occasionally manifest in the upper troposphere, leading to severe weather conditions. Thus, what Chen Bingbing beheld was not a towering black mountain, but rather a colossal mass of cumulonimbus clouds. Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin also observed this mountain. Their expressions were grave, and their demeanor serious. Yet there was no trace of panic in their eyes. In other words, although an imposing roadblock appeared ahead, for pilots accustomed to traversing the skies across the nations, encountering extraordinarily large cumulonimbus clouds at high altitudes, which can disrupt surrounding air currents, is not particularly unusual. The Eastern Republic is vast, encompassing a territory of 9.6 million square kilometers and a maritime area of 3 million square kilometers. Its land extends from the tropics to the polar regions, featuring a complex array of terrains, plains, basins, mountains, and plateaus. Except for fjord topography, all forms of terrain can be found within its borders. Thus, it is quite normal for pilots in such an expansive nation to frequently encounter various extreme weather phenomena. However, the fact that Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin often face extreme weather does not mean they would overlook the distant cumulonimbus cloud. On the contrary, their expressions conveyed the gravity of the situation, indicating that this cloud would pose a significant challenge. As anticipated, before the aircraft could approach the periphery of the towering cumulonimbus cloud, it was already experiencing mild turbulence. It felt as though gusts of wind at force 4 or 5 were battering against the fuselage. This level of wind posed no threat to the aircraft. Yet, within a mere 10 seconds, the turbulence escalated from mild to moderate, and the intensity continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding airspace had transformed into a tempestuous realm. A series of turbulent air currents relentlessly battered the aircraft's fuselage, as if an invisible hand were tossing the plane about, causing it to rise and fall erratically. Execute the turbulence checklist, Lu Qingzhou stated in a low voice. Chen Bin, equally solemn, held the operations manual firmly in his grasp. Turbulence speed at 290, Lu Qingzhou promptly adjusted the flaps, affirming the action. However, their efforts appeared futile. Suddenly, a piercing alarm filled the cockpit, a warning that the autopilot had disengaged. The autopilot has disconnected, Chen Bin promptly alerted. Lu Qingzhou calmly silenced the alarm, declaring, "I will take over." "You take over," Chen Bin echoed. "Contact the Magic City. Flight 1173 is encountering a massive cumulonimbus cloud over Zhejiang Province, altitude unknown. Requesting to ascend and circumnavigate," Lu Qingzhou added. Chen Bin swiftly grasped the headset, initiating communication with the Magic City Air Traffic Control. "Hello, Magic City. This is Shanhang 1173. In the passenger cabin, Chen Bingbing sat behind Lu Qingzhou, her complexion paling, her wide eyes, filled with a hint of terror, fixed on the front. Although visibly frightened, she bit her lip, fearing she might inadvertently disrupt Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin with any sound. Lu Qingzhou had already noticed her distress. His previously taut expression softened as he smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to be so tense. This cloud may appear daunting, but we can easily navigate around it. By the way, I have a piece of aviation wisdom that may not be widely known, but is common knowledge among us in civil aviation. Would you like to hear it?" The anxious Chen Bingbing appeared slightly calmed and eagerly inquired, "What is it?" The number of aviation incidents caused by extreme weather is far less than one might imagine. They are significantly outnumbered by mechanical failures, human errors, and even bird strikes. Therefore, when faced with severe weather, the worst that usually happens is a fright, but it rarely endangers lives. Chen Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Qingzhou. "Really, is that true?" However, Lu Qingzhou had no time to offer further reassurance, for Magic City Air Traffic Control had already responded, granting approval for Flight 1173 to ascend and avoid the massive cumulonimbus cloud. In the cabin, as the aircraft continued to encounter moderate to severe turbulence, the drowsy passengers were jolted awake from their slumber. Fear was etched across nearly every face as they anxiously searched for answers about the unfolding situation. The flight attendants, who were preparing to serve water and beverages, hurriedly secured their carts and rushed back to their seats. Chief Flight Attendant Zhang Shaoan swiftly announced over the intercom, Ladies and gentlemen, due to turbulence caused by air currents, for your safety, please ensure your seatbelts are fastened and the restrooms are temporarily closed. Meanwhile, Nia Xiaoyu quickly reached for the bell, adhering to standard protocol. If an aircraft encounters turbulence, a gentle shake warrants no bells, a moderate shake prompts a single chime, while severe turbulence demands 3 rings. Currently, the turbulence has escalated to a severe level, necessitating the 3 bell signals. However, the passengers in the cabin are not sufficiently reassured by Zhang Xiaoyun's announcement, for the plane's oscillations are akin to a tractor navigating a rugged terrain, swaying violently. At times, the aircraft lurches upwards, only to plummet abruptly moments later. This is no mere tractor on a bumpy road. It resembles a roller coaster. What is happening? Why is it so turbulent? Have we encountered a gust of wind? Surely, nothing disastrous can occur, right? Just days ago, a Shanhang Airlines flight nearly plummeted in Wanqing. Oh, is that true? Woe is me, please stop. I'm terrified. Had I known, I would have opted for the high-speed train. Although it may take a few extra hours, it is far safer. What would we do if something were to go awry with the plane? Chapter 41. A floating iceberg in midair. As the turbulence of the airplane intensified, the passengers grew increasingly anxious, even terrified. Zhang Xiaoyu sat by the cabin door, urgently reassuring everyone, urging them not to worry and to fasten their seatbelts. The other flight attendants also worked diligently to calm the surrounding passengers, assuring them that there was no cause for alarm. They implored everyone to trust them, explaining that they were merely experiencing a minor bout of turbulence that would soon pass. With their soothing words, many passengers indeed felt a modicum of relief. However, a significant number remained in a state of distress, particularly those who were flying for the first time and found themselves in such a predicament. Why is it still so bumpy? What on earth is happening? Can someone tell us? One passenger lamented, I will never fly with Mountain Airlines again. They always put on this facade of bravery while neglecting the safety of their passengers. Oh, Mom, I'm scared. Another passenger added, they say the back of the cabin is the bumpiest, yet you chose a seat there. Scientific studies show that the survival rate in the rear cabin during accidents is the highest. What? Are we in an emergency? Observing the distressed passengers, Zhang Xiaoyu and Nia Xiaoyu exchanged glances, a wry smile crossing their faces. They thought to themselves, this is merely severe turbulence. If this frightens you, what would happen in a real emergency? Despite their inner musings, they knew they had to continue providing comfort. After all, it was part of their professional duty. They understood that while they were accustomed to flying, many passengers were not, and it was entirely reasonable for them to feel apprehensive. In the cockpit, the voice of the air traffic controller from the Magic City area crackled through the communication channel. Mountain Airlines 1173, ascend to 10,500 and maintain. Shenbin promptly echoed. Ascending to 10,500, Mountain Airlines 1173. Lu Qizhou straightened in his seat, gripping the control stick with his right hand while gradually adjusting the throttle with his left. Shenbin then reached to adjust the flaps, stating, 10,500 corresponds to 323. Confirmed, Lu Qingzhou replied, 323 is set. Pulling out. As he completed his statement, Lu Qingzhou pulled back on the control stick, raising the aircraft's nose. Simultaneously, he pushed the throttle to its maximum, increasing the thrust. The engines roared to life with a thunderous growl. As Lu Qingzhou pulled back on the control stick, he deftly worked the rudder pedals, causing the Airbus A320 to climb while slightly tilting to the right. Ahead of the aircraft, the scene unfolded. The towering cumulonimbus cloud loomed ever closer, its terrifying presence becoming more palpable with each passing moment. Qin Bingbing clutched the safety belt tightly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. She could even faintly perceive flickering streaks of lightning within the cloud, reminiscent of a 5-clawed golden dragon concealed within its depths. In comparison, the massive Airbus A320, weighing several tons, felt as insignificant as an ant before this imposing formation. Just as Qin Bingbing's heart raced to her throat, the aircraft ascended gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc before the cloud. With a thrust climb and an open ascent, Lu Qingzhou deftly controlled the aircraft's altitude while issuing commands. Red Alert 323. Qinbin remained focused on the instrument panel, confirming that all was well. For a plane of the Airbus A320 stature, the instrument panel provided the most precise readings. After ascertaining that there were no anomalies, he promptly ordered a check. All clear. Though the two had only partnered once before, they had shared life and death experiences, forming a bond akin to that of brothers. Their technical prowess and extensive experience ensured seamless cooperation. Thus, as they maneuvered the aircraft to ascend while veering away from the cumulonimbus cloud, The turbulence that had previously rattled the plane gradually subsided. They continued to climb steadily. Minutes later, they finally reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the instrument panel. The turbulence had returned to normal levels. Only then did he switch the flight mode from manual to autopilot. With the aircraft stabilizing, Qinbin exhaled a long, relieved breath. Turning to the pale-faced Qin Bingbing, he smiled and teased, "So, were you scared?" "Well, it was a bit frightening," Qin Bingbing admitted, swallowing hard, her expression betraying lingering trepidation. "Ha." Qinbin chuckled at her reaction, jesting, "If today's little ordeal frightened you, just wait for the next month." Startled, Qin Bingbing quickly inquired, "What do you mean by that? Do you often encounter such situations?" "I fly frequently, yet rarely experience anything like this." "First," Qinbin patiently explained, "you were in the cabin before, not the cockpit. So you were unaware of what truly transpired. Today, however, you witnessed the cloud's menace firsthand, intensifying your fear." Second, he glanced at Lu Qingzhou with a smile. "You have never encountered Captain Qingzhou before. Have you heard of Lu Yanwang?" Qin Bingbing shook her head in confusion. "The captain of the light vessel is nicknamed King of the Land. And there are only erroneous names, never erroneous nicknames. The moniker King of the Land speaks volumes." Qinbin exclaimed. "What?" Qin Bingbing, startled, covered her mouth with her small hand. Gazing incredulously at Captain Lu Qingzhou in the pilot's seat, and quickly inquired, "Why?" "It is because Captain Qingzhou possesses an inherent bad luck constitution. In recent years, he has encountered several extreme aviation emergencies, such as the incident a few days ago when lightning struck us while we were in Wanqing. As for Level 1 and Level 2 emergencies, they are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Hence, he has earned the nickname King of the Land. However, do not be misled by Captain Qingzhou's bad luck nature. His skills and experience are impeccable. Not only has he consistently managed to turn peril into safety, but he has also never caused any harm to a single passenger, let alone a fatality. Therefore, there is no need for excessive worry. It is merely a matter of anxiety, and your life is certainly not at risk." Qin Bingbing was momentarily stunned by this revelation. She glanced at Qinbin, then shifted her gaze back to Lu Qingzhou. Seeing her reaction, Lu Qingzhou sighed. "Do not heed his words. If I were truly that unfortunate, the airline would have long since dismissed me. Which airline would dare employ a pilot with an innate tendency for misfortune? I have simply been in the industry for a considerable time, which has led to me encountering a few more incidents. As for my nickname, it is merely an exaggeration on their part. Additionally, I treat all passengers equally, which often offends certain VIP clients, causing many colleagues to hesitate in partnering with me for fear of complaints from Platinum Card customers, thus birthing the moniker King of the Land." "I see." Qin Bingbing finally felt completely reassured. With her hand resting on her chest, she said, "Then I can relax." As the group engaged in casual conversation, the aircraft successfully soared beyond the towering cumulonimbus clouds. Qin Bingbing craned her neck to peer through the airplane window, and upon seeing the cloud formation below, she curiously asked, "Why does this cloud appear black from below but white at the top?" "Because it resembles an iceberg," Lu Qingzhou replied with a smile, an iceberg floating in the sky. Chapter 42. The aircraft entered the province of Guangdong, unexpectedly arriving an hour early at the ice mountain. A large question mark emerged on Qin Bingbing's forehead. How could a mountain of ice possibly float in the sky? The captain, Lu Qingzhou, was indeed deceiving her. It was true what they said. A man's words are often nothing but a trick. Qin Bingbing pouted in protest. "I am not deceiving you," Lu Qingzhou retorted, leaning closer to the window and pointing at the cumulonimbus cloud below. Cumulonimbus clouds are typically dense at the bottom and thinner at the top, and the upper regions and interiors freeze into ice. In essence, the top and inside of these clouds are formed from solidified water molecules and dust, essentially what we commonly refer to as ice. "Oh," Qin Bingbing exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her. She made the connection that extreme weather during summer could sometimes lead to hail. Indeed, Lu Qingzhou confirmed. Cumulonimbus clouds usually form from several cloud masses compressing together, resulting in their thick and dense nature. Their massive and towering structure resembles that of grand mountains. Due to low temperatures and high pressure at the top and within, the water condenses and freezes into ice. Typically, the outline of a cumulonimbus cloud is somewhat vague, with a fibrous structure, and the lower and middle sections are quite dark. Such weather often brings about heavy rain and hail. The scenery outside was monotonous. At first glance, the vastness of the cloud sea was breathtaking, and from high above, one felt a sense of grandeur, as if surveying a miniature mountain range. However, after a while, it became rather tedious. Qin Bingbing leaned against the window for a moment longer before returning to her seat. Ding dong. Suddenly, the cockpit doorbell rang. She was about to stand up to open the door when Chunbin quickly suggested, "You should remain seated. It's quite tricky to operate. Let me handle it." "Oh, all right," Qin Bingbing replied, having tried to open it once before and finding it indeed quite challenging. Click. The crisp sound of the door lock echoed as Qinbin pulled open the cockpit door, revealing Yes Xiaoyu peeking in. She first handed Qinbin 2 bottles of mineral water, then turned to Qin Bingbing and asked, "Bingbing, would you like something to drink? We have beverages, coffee, hot water, and also some small breads and snacks." Qin Bingbing, somewhat at a loss for what to do, quickly responded, "I would like a cup of coffee. And a few packs of snacks. Whatever you have, I'm not picky." "All right," Yes Xiaoyu signaled with an okay gesture. However, as soon as she withdrew her head, Qin Bingbing realized she had forgotten something important. "Oh no, I need to use the restroom. Xiaoyu, wait for me." With that, she carelessly placed her filming equipment aside and hurriedly followed Yes Xiaoyu out of the cockpit. Qinbin returned to his position in the co-pilot's seat and smiled at Lu Qizhou. This reporter from Mango TV possesses a delightful personality. She can take a joke and is quite down to earth. Lu Qizhou rolled her eyes at him, remarking that it was rather impolite to praise someone behind their back. "I was complimenting her," Qinbin quickly replied. "Compliments should be made face to face. What's the point of praising someone when they aren't present?" "All right. I shall compliment her in person shortly." Before long, the doorbell rang once more. Qinbin rose to open the door and found Qin Bingbing entering the cockpit, a cup of coffee in hand and several packets of snacks cradled in her arms. Before she even settled into her seat, she hurriedly handed the snacks to Qinbin and Lu Qizhou. Qinbin took a small bread roll, tore it open, and took a bite. Although it's rather unpalatable, it's decent enough to pass the time. Lu Qizhou waved her hand, saying, "Thank you, but I won't partake." She then turned to Qinbin, adding, "You should limit your consumption as well. Bingbing is filming." Just one packet, Qinbin teased. Their playful dynamic struck Qin Bingbing as quite amusing. Despite Qinbin being the older of the two, he often resembled a mischievous younger brother. Conversely, Lu Qizhou, though younger, exhibited a remarkable steadiness and an air of leadership. This must have little to do with age. It's purely a matter of personal disposition, I suppose. You pilots certainly cannot indulge in snacks indiscriminately, can you? Qin Bingbing inquired, tearing open a packet of snacks as she asked. Qinbin nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Is it due to the fear of being poisoned?" "Not quite." "Then what is the reason?" "Because eating indiscriminately can lead to an upset stomach. Typically, it's manageable, but if one were to experience such discomfort while in flight, it could spell trouble." Why is that?" "For instance, earlier we encountered a cumulonimbus cloud. In summer, while flying in mid-low latitudes and tropical regions, one might frequently encounter such formations. If I were to have an upset stomach, it would be a hassle for Captain Qizhou, but she would still manage to navigate the aircraft safely through the cloud. However, if Captain Qingzhou were indisposed, what would happen? I certainly lack her skills to pilot the aircraft alone," Qinbin explained, wiping his mouth with a napkin before continuing. "In our company, a co-pilot must log 3,000 to 4,000 flight hours to qualify for the route license and participate in the Civil Aviation Administration's Captain Promotion Assessment. But do you know why he is an exception?" Qin Bingbing shook her head, intrigued. Yes. How is it that Captain Qingzhou is so young, yet already a captain?" "It is because during one flight, the captain fell ill unexpectedly, and he single-handedly flew the aircraft back safely, saving the lives of everyone on board." Qinbin's face was alight with admiration. Hence, he was granted special permission to take the route exam at the tender age of 23, with fewer than 1,000 flight hours, and remarkably, he passed on his first attempt. "Isn't that infuriating?" Qin Bingbing giggled, covering her mouth. "Are you feeling envious or jealous?" "Jealous," he replied. Qinbin gritted his teeth, pondering why he, a mere mortal, could excel so remarkably, causing me to be consumed by jealousy to the point of sleepless nights, wishing I could devour his flesh and drink his blood. Young man, could you refrain from being so exceptional? Your brilliance casts us in a rather dismal light." "Ha ha ha, Captain Qinbin, you are quite amusing," eliciting uncontrollable laughter from Qin Bingbing. Lu Qingzhou shot him a sidelong glance, wearing an expression that conveyed his utter exasperation. Nevertheless, he did not intervene in their light-hearted banter. After all, the atmosphere was already dull enough. They were merely passing the time with harmless chatter, not committing any grave transgressions. Before long, the aircraft had departed from Zhejiang province, soared over Fujian, and entered the airspace of Guangdong. It was then that Lu Qingzhou interrupted the two, stating to Qin Bin, "Cease your chatter. We are nearing our destination." Qin Bin turned to glance at the navigation display and promptly returned to his co-pilot seat. Qin Bibing, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Is it really that soon?" She felt as though little time had elapsed. How could they be arriving already? Checking her phone, she noted that it was still not yet 11 in the morning. This indicated that since takeoff, only a mere 2 hours had passed, while the flight from Quancheng to Yangqing typically required about 3 hours. They were an entire hour ahead of schedule. How could this be? Observing Qin Bingbing's astonishment, Qin Bin could not help but chuckle. "Did I not remind you that we would arrive at Baiyan Airport punctually? You were skeptical then, but do you believe now?" Qin Bingbing nodded vigorously. I believe. I always thought the jokes about Shanhang circulating online were mere fabrications by netizens, but today I have realized that art indeed springs from life." "Exactly," Qin Bin replied thus. "People cannot fathom what lies beyond their realm of understanding without having experienced similar events that cannot even conjure a narrative." Chapter 43 Arrival at Baiyan Airport today. The weather in Guangdong province is quite pleasant, basking in the brilliance of a clear sky. At a little past 11 in the morning, Flight SC-1173 operated by Shanhang Airlines has already entered the airspace of Guangdong and is now less than 300 kilometers from its destination, Guangzhou. For an aircraft soaring at a speed of 930 kilometers/h, this distance is merely a trifle, just about 20 minutes away. Consequently, the plane has commenced its descent procedures. Qin Bin adjusted his radio headset, establishing contact with the Guangzhou air traffic control. The flight from Quancheng to Guangzhou traverses two high-altitude control zones, Shanghai and Guangzhou. As soon as SC-1173 entered the airspace of Fujian province, Qin Bin had already switched communication channels to liaise with the Guangzhou controllers. Shandong Airlines 1173. Descend to 8,000 meters and maintain. A few seconds later, the Guangzhou controller issued a new directive. Qin Bin, like an unfeeling parrot, promptly reiterated the instruction, descend to 8,000 meters and maintain. Shandong Airlines 1173. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhou, akin to a marionette in his hands, began to decelerate, gently pushing the control stick forward. The aircraft's nose dipped slightly, and it smoothly initiated its descent. The entire process was exceedingly stable, devoid of any discomfort typically associated with a sudden drop of 2,000 meters. Within a few minutes, the aircraft had descended to 8,000 meters, and at this moment, it was less than 250 kilometers from Guangzhou. The Guangzhou controller once again issued instructions, descend to 7,000 meters and maintain. At 11:15 a.m., the aircraft was now less than 150 kilometers from its destination, with an altitude having decreased to approximately 5,000 meters. Shandong Airlines 1173, please switch to frequency 145.33 and contact Guangzhou approach. The voice of the Guangzhou controller echoed once more in the communication channel. Qin Bin immediately repeated, switching to frequency 145.33 to contact Guangzhou approach. Shandong Airlines 1173. Goodbye. Shandong Airlines 1173. Goodbye. After concluding communication with the Guangzhou controller, Qin Bin successfully switched frequencies and established contact with Guangzhou approach. Generally, during descent, aircraft do not require guidance from high-altitude control, but instead rely on approach control and the airport tower. Once the aircraft descends to a certain altitude, the authority shifts from high-altitude control to approach control. This latter is primarily responsible for guiding the aircraft onto the landing trajectory, which includes directing the completion of various pre-landing procedures, such as the 3-leg, 4-leg, and 5-leg patterns. As the aircraft nears the runway, command is transferred to the airport tower, which oversees the final stages of landing, including the specific runway for landing, the sequence of takeoffs and landings, and the taxiing to the designated gate. What, then, constitutes the 3-leg, 4-leg, and 5-leg patterns? In fact, the concepts of 3 segments, 4 segments, and 5 segments are crucial phases in the landing process of an aircraft. An airplane does not soar freely in the sky. Rather, it must adhere to ground directives. Similarly, during descent, an aircraft is obligated to follow stringent protocols. Given that most airports possess only a single runway, or at most 3 to 5, while the daily influx and egress of flights can range from hundreds to thousands, the importance of these protocols becomes evident. For instance, Guangzhou Baiyan International Airport achieved an impressive 248 for 100 flight movements in the first half of 2024, averaging over 364 flights per day, all while operating with merely 3 runways. Should each aircraft disregard regulations and ascend or descend at will, collisions would likely become a daily occurrence. In this context, the high-altitude control zone, approach, and control tower function similarly to highway patrol officers, urban traffic police, and parking lot security. Once an aircraft descends from the highway, it must comply with the directives of urban traffic authorities. Furthermore, as parking lots can be quite busy, aircraft cannot simply park on the roadside like vehicles. Consequently, they must navigate through the 3 segments, 4 segments, and 5 segments. During this time, the aircraft descends while awaiting an opportunity to land. The 3 segments refer to the initial phase of the aircraft's flight path during takeoff and landing, where the plane turns parallel to the runway while flying in a direction opposite to it. Thus, in the 3 segments, the aircraft adjusts its altitude and speed in preparation for entering the 5 segments. For example, pilots gradually lower altitude, deploy flaps, and adjust speed in accordance with tower instructions and the aircraft's actual conditions during this phase. The 4 segments serve as the transitional stage from 3 segments to 5 segments. The 5 segments, on the other hand, signify the final phase of the flight path where the aircraft aligns with the runway for landing. Upon transitioning from 4 segments to 5 segments, the aircraft's nose is oriented toward the runway, proceeding along the glide path for descent and landing. Thus, 5 segments represent the most critical stage of landing. During this phase, pilots meticulously monitor the instrument landing system, ILS, runway lights, and visual cues to precisely control the aircraft's altitude, speed, descent rate, and heading, ensuring a smooth and accurate landing on the runway. For instance, pilots closely observe the radio altimeter and ILS displays while simultaneously tracking the runway's threshold and center line to adjust the aircraft's attitude, thus ensuring the main landing gear touches down at the appropriate point on the runway. While the process of landing may appear complex, its execution is even more intricate. Nevertheless, both Liu Qingzhou and Chen Bin are well-versed in this entire procedure, particularly Liu Qingzhou. Despite his youth and a mere accumulation of just over 1,000 flight hours, one must not forget that he is equipped with a systematic advantage. With this golden finger of a system at his disposal, his piloting skills are, without a doubt, unparalleled not only within the country but across the entire globe. As for Chen Bin, he is equally seasoned, although he was recently shaken during an incident with Liu Qingzhou and Wanqing. He boasts 7 to 8 years of professional experience and stands on the brink of becoming a captain. Thus, what appears to be a complex landing procedure to outsiders is effortlessly managed by the 2 of them. Under the guidance of the Guangzhou approach, the Shanhang SC-1173 flight swiftly descended to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Meanwhile, the cabin began broadcasting the pre-landing announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, our flight is expected to arrive at Guangzhou by an international airport in 15 minutes. The ground temperature in the city is approximately 35 degrees Celsius, or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Please take precautions against heat-related illnesses. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to contact the airport staff. Thank you. All passengers were momentarily bewildered. What? Are we really nearing Guangzhou by an airport? Did we not experience a delay of nearly half an hour while in Quanqing? Many travelers turned their gaze towards the window. Indeed, in the distance below, a bustling city emerged into view. Towering skyscrapers confirmed that this was none other than the provincial capital of Guangdong, Guangzhou. At 11:25 a.m., the Shanhang SC-1173 flight had entered the outskirts of Guangzhou, now only a few dozen kilometers from Bayan Airport. The aircraft had completed 3 legs of the approach. As the plane executed a turn under the guidance of the Guangzhou approach, the voice of the controller echoed once again over the communication channel, Shanhang 1173. Confirm your flight path. Chen Bin immediately spoke in a low voice, confirming the flight path. Shanhang 1173, continue your approach and contact Baiyun Tower on 118.53. Goodbye. After concluding communication with Yanqing approach, Liu Qingzhou had already maneuvered the aircraft through the initial segments and was now entering the final approach phase. As the aircraft descended, the flight mode had transitioned from automatic to manual control, placing the aircraft firmly under his command. He gradually reduced the throttle, causing the aircraft's speed to plummet from an initial 930 knots to around 400 kilometers per hour. However, this velocity was still excessive, as the optimal speed for an Airbus A320 when aligning with the runway during the final approach should be approximately 300 kilometers h. At this moment, the aircraft was about 20 kilometers from the airport, within the final approach segment, thus maintaining a speed of 400 kilometers h was still within manageable limits. Typically, the greater the weight of the aircraft, the higher the required landing speed, consequently increasing the speed prior to touchdown. Additionally, at high-altitude airports, the lower air density necessitates a faster speed to sustain lift, thereby elevating the pre-landing speed. Conversely, in the case of a headwind landing, the relative speed would be lower, resulting in a reduced landing speed. The opposite holds true for tailwinds. Baiyun Airport is classified as a low-altitude airport. In this particular Airbus A320, even when fully loaded, weighs only a few dozen tons. In other words, although the current speed remained within a controllable range, it was prudent to continue decreasing speed. Consequently, Qingzhou glanced at the airspeed indicator and promptly deployed the aircraft's flaps while raising the spoilers. The speed of the Airbus A320 visibly decreased. At that moment, Baiyun International Airport emerged directly ahead of the aircraft. Chapter 44. Establishing the blind landing system. The aircraft approaches landing at Baiyun Tower, Shanhang 1173, landing on runway 20R. In the cockpit, Chen has already established communication with Baiyun Tower. Shanhang 1173, continue blind landing approach on runway 20R, adjusting sea pressure to 1011. A foreign voice resonates in the communication channel. It is the voice of the Baiyun Airport Control Tower operator. Chen promptly repeats, continuing blind landing approach on 20R. Adjusting sea pressure to 1011, Shanhang 1173. As his words conclude, Qingzhou has activated the blind landing system. The blind landing system, in essence, is the instrument landing system, ILS. Many mistakenly believe that the blind landing system is akin to the autopilot system, presuming that once the blind landing is established, the aircraft can autonomously land without pilot intervention. This, however, is a misconception. The blind landing system serves merely as a data reference, supplying pilots with parameters and coordinate references. Moreover, the blind landing system is not solely installed on the aircraft. Corresponding blind landing system equipment must also be present at the airport for it to function. The operational principle involves the airport's directional beacon transmitting radio signals of varying frequencies to the aircraft's glide slope beacon. Upon receiving these signals, the aircraft's flight control system compares signal strengths and other parameters to ascertain the aircraft's position relative to the approach path and glide slope, subsequently displaying relevant deviation information on the instruments. The pilots then utilize this information to maneuver the aircraft, ensuring it adheres to the correct approach and glide path, ultimately achieving a safe landing. The primary significance of the blind landing system manifests in conditions of poor visibility. In instances of clear visibility, with no clouds in sight, pilots can ascertain the runway's precise location visually, rendering the parameters and coordinates provided by the blind landing system unnecessary. However, no airport enjoys optimal visibility every day, highlighting the blind landing system's vital role. The blind landing system is categorized into different levels. Presently, it is primarily divided into Category I, Category II, and Category 3 blind landings. Category I. Decision height no lower than 60 meters, visibility not less than 800 meters, or runway visual range not less than 550 meters. Category 2. Decision height below 60 meters but not lower than 30 meters, runway visual range less than 550 meters but not less than 300 meters. Category 3 is further subdivided into three classifications. A. Class A. Decision height below 30 meters or no decision height. Runway visual range less than 300 meters but not less than 175 meters. B. Class B. Decision height below 15 meters or no decision height. Runway visual range below 175 meters but not less than 50 meters. C. Class C. No decision height, no runway visual range restrictions. The categorization of the blind landing system is not significantly related to the airport's classification, but rather to the geographical environment, climatic conditions, and other factors pertaining to the airport's location. For instance, if an airport is situated in a region characterized by a humid and rainy climate, frequently experiencing dense fog, even if it is merely a Category 3C airport, its blind landing system's classification would need to be at least Category 3. Baiyun International Airport is classified as a Category 4F airport. However, due to its location in the relatively flat Pearl River Delta region, foggy weather is a rarity. The airport's blind landing system is classified as Category 2, with only the longest runway meeting the criteria for Category 3. It is not a matter of Baiyun Airport lacking the funds to install the most advanced blind landing system. Rather, it is simply unnecessary. Once the blind landing system is established, the aircraft's instrument panel promptly provides the corresponding parameters and coordinates. Qingzhou, gripping the control stick with his right hand. Continuously adjust the aircraft's flight attitude while descending in altitude. Shanbin, not idle, promptly corrects the atmospheric pressure after disconnecting from air traffic control and adjusts the flaps accordingly. The aircraft's speed has now decreased to 350 km/h, and further deceleration is required. Before long, the altitude has fallen below 1,000 meters, leaving only a few kilometers to Bayun Airport. From above, the three runways of the airport are aligned like an arithmetic sequence, stretching from west to east. Bayun Airport comprises three runways: the west runway, runway 0119, measuring 600 meters in length and 45 meters in width, with a flight zone classification of 4E. Under suitable wind conditions, some domestic flights opt to land here. The central runway, runway 02L20R, spans 800 meters in length and 60 meters in width. Classified as 4F, due to its superior facilities and conditions, it accommodates a variety of aircraft, making it the preferred choice for most domestic flights. The east runway, runway 02R20L, also measuring 800 meters in length and 60 meters in width, shares similar facilities and conditions with the central runway but primarily serves international flights. Further west, a new runway is under construction, set to commence operations in 2025. Today, favorable weather and wind conditions have led to the decision by Yanqing Approach for the Shanhang SC-1173 flight to land on the central runway. A minute later, the voice of the tower controller resonates once more in the cockpit. Shanhang 1173, surface wind 200 degrees at 6 meters per second, runway 20R is available for landing. Shanbin promptly repeats, surface wind 200 degrees at 6 meters per second, runway 20R is available for landing. Shanhang 1173. After speaking, he glances at Qingzhou, confirming the landing instruction. Qingzhou responds affirmatively. No sooner has he spoken than an English-language warning blares in the cockpit. Too low gear. This alert sounds when an Airbus aircraft descends below 500 feet, 153 meters, during landing, reminding the pilots to extend the landing gear and deploy the spoilers. Deploy the landing gear, Qingzhou intones. Shanbin swiftly presses the landing gear release button. Upon seeing the instrument display indicating successful deployment, he announces, landing gear is down. Confirmed. Although both individuals appear busy, the entire process unfolds with remarkable orderliness, devoid of any hint of chaos. As the aircraft descends below an altitude of 200 meters, mere moments from the airport, the announcement reverberates once more, ladies and gentlemen, our plane is on the verge of landing. Please ensure that your seat belts are securely fastened and tightened. Additionally, kindly keep your mobile phones and other electronic devices switched off or set to flight mode until the aircraft has come to a complete halt. Thank you. It is worth noting that, as this is the author's inaugural flight, the details surrounding takeoff and landing have been elaborated upon. This is not mere verbosity but rather a concern that a lack of detail might leave readers in a fog of confusion. However, in future narratives of a similar nature, such scenes will be succinctly summarized, with a greater focus directed towards other conflicts in the storyline. Furthermore, starting today, updates will occur daily at precisely 12:01 a.m. and 2 o'clock a.m., with a commitment to a minimum of 2 updates totaling 4,000 words each day. Chapter 45. At 11:35 in the morning, the aircraft arrived at Bayun Airport. Minimum. Decision height. Inside the cockpit, the system alert sounded once more, indicating that the plane was nearing its decision height. The function of decision height is akin to that of decision speed, serving as a prompt for the pilot to assess the aircraft for any abnormalities. Should any irregularities arise before reaching decision speed, the pilot retains the option to abort the takeoff. Likewise, if anomalies are detected prior to reaching decision height, the pilot may opt to abort the landing and initiate a go-around. In essence, when the aircraft descends to decision height, the pilot must make a critical choice between landing or executing a go-around. However, there exists a subtle distinction between decision height and decision speed. If the aircraft exceeds decision speed, the pilot must proceed with takeoff, regardless of the perils that may lie ahead. Conversely, if the aircraft descends below decision height and encounters extreme circumstances, the pilot may still choose to execute a go-around and terminate the landing. Nevertheless, such scenarios are rare, as the risk associated with going around after descending below decision height is considerably high. What if the aircraft fails to regain altitude? Therefore, a go-around below decision height is only warranted in dire situations where landing could result in catastrophic failure, and the pilot cannot avert the crisis through maneuvering. Today, The Airbus A320 exhibited no anomalies, and Liu Qingzhou was of sound mind. Thus, he had no intention of executing a go-around. He maintained a steady downward push on the control stick, aligning the aircraft's nose with the center line of the distant runway, descending steadily as he approached the airport. Soon, the aircraft reached decision height, with the runway now clearly in sight. At this critical juncture of landing, air traffic control refrained from contacting the pilot unless an abnormality was detected to prevent any distraction. 500 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet. Inside the cockpit, the system incessantly reminded them of the aircraft's current altitude. Liu Qingzhou adjusted the aircraft's attitude while continuously reducing the throttle. He glanced at the airspeed indicator, 320 kilometers h, still a tad too fast. Deploy the flaps completely, he instructed. Qianbin promptly responded, understood. In mid-flight, there are 3 primary methods to decelerate: adjusting the flaps, deploying speed brakes, and reducing fuel flow. Furthermore, lowering the landing gear during descent can also contribute to deceleration, as extending the flaps increases wing area and curvature, thereby enhancing lift while increasing drag to achieve a reduction in speed. Just as Qianbin fully extended the flaps, a cacophony resembling a dog barking suddenly erupted in the cockpit, audible even in the passenger cabin. The sudden onset of a cacophony startled many individuals, including Chen Bibing, who gazed around in astonishment. However, upon observing the serene expressions of Liu Qingzhou and Chen Bin, her apprehension gradually subsided. The unsettling noise was fleeting, dissipating after mere seconds. Yet, the system's high-pitched alerts continued to resonate every few moments, announcing 100 feet, 30 feet. At this juncture, the runway at Baiyun Airport loomed close, with the 20 sign distinctly visible. As the aircraft descended to an altitude of less than 10 meters, it had already reached the airspace above the runway. Liu Qingzhou deftly pulled the control stick backward, leveling the aircraft before slightly raising the nose. The Airbus A320's nose lifted gently, while the rear landing gear made contact with the runway. During the leveling phase, pilots traditionally elevate the nose ever so slightly to transition from a descending state to a glide, ensuring the aircraft lands at an appropriate angle and descent rate. Indeed, as Liu Qingzhou raised the nose and the plane continued along the runway for several dozen meters, a dull thud resonated as the rear landing gear struck the runway with considerable force. In that instant, a substantial rebound force acted upon the aircraft's body, attempting to propel it upwards. However, given the immense weight of the aircraft and Liu Qingzhou's adept management of the controls, most of the rebound force had been mitigated, rendering the impact nearly imperceptible to those aboard. With the rear landing gear successfully on the ground, the aircraft's speed diminished further. Liu Qingzhou eased the control stick. A resounding thump echoed as the front landing gear made a smooth landing. The Airbus A320 then surged down the runway like a wild stallion, maintaining a ground speed exceeding 200 miles per hour. Without hesitation, Liu Qingzhou grasped the brake lever, pushing it upwards with force, compelling the braking system to further reduce the aircraft's velocity. Following the activation of the braking system, he placed his hand on the thrust reverser lever. With one hand firmly on the control stick to maintain the aircraft's heading, he vigorously pushed the thrust reverser lever. Under the combined influence of the brakes and the thrust reverser, the hefty aircraft gradually decelerated. As it continued to glide reluctantly for over 100 meters, it finally surrendered its momentum, coming to a complete halt on the runway. At that moment, the voice of the tower controller resonated once more through the communication channel, commanding, "Shanhang 1173, vacate via A10. Qianbin promptly repeated the instructions, exiting via A10, Shanhang 1173. Liu Qingzhou gently pressed the rudder with his right foot while simultaneously maneuvering the control stick to the right. The aircraft swiftly veered right and entered the taxiway. Shanhang 1173. Make a right turn to join A, contact Baiyun ground at 121. 6, goodbye. The tower issued the final directive. Here, Baiyun ground refers to the airport dispatch center, responsible for the aircraft's docking at the destination airport. Qianbin immediately reiterated, turning right to join A, contacting Baiyun ground at 121. 6, goodbye, Shanhang 1173. Subsequently, Liu Qingzhou navigated along the taxiway and, adhering to the dispatch center's instructions, gradually maneuvered the aircraft to the designated parking position. Once the aircraft came to a complete halt, a jet bridge extended toward the cabin door. As passengers noted the time reflecting 11:35, astonishment spread across the faces of nearly all passengers. Chapter 46, a netizen commented, "For the sake of family harmony, avoid choosing Qingzhou Airlines when returning home. Ladies and gentlemen, the aircraft had just come to a stop. and the cabin door remained closed. Yes, Xiaoyu had already picked up the intercom, beginning the final announcement for this flight. The aircraft has arrived at Baiyun International Airport in Yangqing. The current ground temperature is 35 degrees Celsius. Due to the high temperature, please take precautions against sunburn and heat stroke. Before disembarking, kindly double-check to ensure you have all your personal belongings. Thank you for flying with Qingzhou Airlines. We look forward to seeing you on your next journey. She paused momentarily and repeated the announcement in English. However, at this moment, there were hardly any passengers paying attention to her broadcast. Nearly all had risen from their seats, gazing in bewilderment out the windows. 11:35? Didn't we take off half an hour late? One exclaimed. Typically, it takes about 3 hours to fly from Qingzhou to Yangqing. How could we arrive in just 2.5 hours? Another pondered. Indeed, I can hardly comprehend it. I thought the delay at Yaoqiang Airport would cause significant issues, yet we arrived punctually at Baiyun Airport. Previously, one might have dismissed the notion of Shanhang's speed as mere anecdote, but it now seemed undeniably true. Did the captain fly so swiftly? Unperturbed by the prospect of a speeding fine? Was it customary for Shanhang to maintain such velocity? Or was today's captain deliberately pushing the limits? Ah, yes. It must be that the captain is intentionally speeding, one remarked. I must say, you folks are quite the handful. If there's a delay, you complain. And if it's on time, you still grumble. Indeed, it's truly challenging to please everyone. Thus, for the sake of family harmony, it is advisable to avoid Shanhang for travel. Another recounted, my buddy flew Shanhang back to Qingzhou last year and arrived an hour early. He has been divorced for nearly a year now. What? Are you implying that arriving half an hour early is not Shanhang's limit? The limit for Shanhang is not a specific time, but rather contingent upon how long the departure was delayed. In Qingzhou, everything is elevated. So it is only natural for Shanhang to fly faster. In our region, even the scallions can grow over a meter long. In the cabin, passengers were abuzz with conversation. While a small number of frequent flyers with mountain airlines appeared unfazed, the rest were expressions of astonishment. Could it be that we arrived so swiftly? A 3-hour journey completed in just 2.5 hours? Is there no traffic control in the sky? Can one fly as one pleases? The remarkable aspect was that, aside from a brief period of severe turbulence, the flight had been remarkably smooth. That turbulence was merely a consequence of encountering air currents, unrelated to the aircraft's speed. The cabin was lively, akin to a bustling marketplace. Almost all passengers had risen to their feet, engaging in loud discussions with those around them while retrieving their carry-on luggage from the overhead compartments. Some even jested about the captain's speed, playfully referring to him as the legendary quick gunman. The flight attendants, overhearing the banter, exchanged knowing smiles. Captain Xiao had been with Mountain Airlines for several years, garnering considerable attention from many young women since his arrival. Yet, throughout these years, he had seldom been the subject of scandal. Could it be that he was indeed a silver-gone? Surely not. If that were the case, it would be a pity to waste such a handsome visage. However, the flight attendants had no time to indulge in the passengers' teasing and gossip. The plane had landed, and there was work to be done. Flight attendants Huang Shanshan and Fang Yihan hurried to the cabin door, coordinating seamlessly to open it. At that moment, the airport jet bridge extended toward the aircraft's entrance. Stationed at the door, Huang and Fang greeted the first disembarking passenger with professional smiles, cautioning them to mind their step. Welcome aboard Qingzhou Airlines once again. Other flight attendants stood at attention, smiling warmly at the queue of passengers exiting. In contrast to the cabin crew's seemingly obligatory smiles, the cockpit atmosphere felt considerably more relaxed. Once the aircraft was securely parked, Chenbin stretched and cheerfully exclaimed, "Finally, we've arrived. I say, my friend, next time could we fly a bit slower? Look at how fast we arrived. Half an hour ahead of schedule means we lose out on half an hour of performance pay." At this, Lu Qizhou had already unfastened his seatbelt and turned to Chan with a glint in his eye, suggesting, "How about we take off again and circle the airport before landing?" Chen Bingbing, intrigued, responded, "Wait, if we arrive half an hour early, you'll lose performance pay?" She had learned today that, whether flight attendants or pilots, a significant portion of their income derived from hourly pay, which was based on the time spent executing flight duties. "You actually believe that?" he joked. Lu Qingzhou gazed at the innocent and naive Chen Bingbing and explained with a hint of resignation that the hourly fees for pilots are indeed calculated based on actual flight time. Each airline has slight variations in their calculations, but early arrivals do not deduct from the hourly fee. Rather, delays increase it. Otherwise, would pilots from Shanhang not suffer financial losses as their flights frequently arrive ahead of schedule? Or would pilots from other airlines intentionally delay takeoffs or fly at the minimum cruising speed, thus earning extra hours and fees? Surely, the airlines would not operate at a loss, as capitalists are astute in their dealings. Qin Bingbing nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his points. They were all akin to cattle and horses, thus resonating deeply on this topic. Pointing to her filming equipment, Qin Bingbing chuckled. Fortunately, I did not go live. Otherwise, with your critiques, I would certainly face repercussions upon returning. Lu Qizhou tapped his forehead and laughed. Thus, I must amend my habit of incessant complaining. As one of the cattle, I must possess the awareness of my role, embracing dedication and a spirit of contribution. Qinbin interjected, I am but a brick. I shall be moved wherever needed. My awareness is no less than yours. Once Qin Bingbing activated her live streaming equipment, Qinbin curiously asked, Since you began streaming this morning, how many viewers have we had today? Qin Bingbing surveyed the steadily increasing audience in the live stream and replied, The numbers are decent. When I concluded the broadcast at Yaoqiang Airport around 9 o'clock, there were still 200 to 300 viewers present. So many? Qinbin exclaimed in disbelief. Even Lu Qizhou appeared astonished. It was a weekday, and during the early morning rush hour, at 8 or 9 o'clock. It was surprising that 200 to 300 people were glued to the live stream. Were these individuals simply idle? A hint of pride flickered across Qin Bingbing's face as she raised her chin slightly and boasted, That's because we have gained some notoriety at Mango TV. Thus, it is natural for fans to support our broadcasts. Didn't you mention that 9 other aviation companies are also participating in this program? Let us explore other live streams and see their performance, suggested Qinbin. All right. Qin Bingbing nodded in agreement and then took out her phone. Qinbin hurriedly leaned in closer, and even Lu Qizhou cast a curious glance. However, upon viewing the statistics from other live streams, their expressions soured, particularly Qin Bingbing's. Her finely crafted brows furrowed slightly, and her complexion flushed. After a moment of contemplation, she finally managed to utter, disgraceful. How can they behave this way? Chapter 47. The audacity of the Milk Airline, allowing flight attendants to perform a lively dance in the live broadcast. Lu Qizhou and Qinbin exchanged a glance, both displaying a hint of peculiarity. Lu Qizhou then smiled and reassured, Do not be upset. Do not be upset. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Qinbin, however, provocatively remarked, Bingbing, have you made a mistake? Are you certain this is the live broadcast for the show accompany you to soar and not some fringe area of Bilibili, Huya, Douyin, or Kuaishou? Cough, cough, the dance zone? Qin Bingbing was aware of his jest, merely rolling her eyes at him in disdain, indicating her disinterest in engaging further. As it turns out, the variety show accompany you to soar has collaborated with 10 airlines for filming. This morning, around 7 or 8 o'clock, all 10 airlines commenced their live broadcasts. However, several of the airlines' live rooms were temporarily closed, likely similar to Shanhang, as their scheduled flights had taken off, necessitating the closure of their broadcasts. Yet, 3 airlines remained live, maintaining a considerable level of engagement, with each room attracting several thousand viewers. Just moments ago, Qin Bingbing had relished in her modest viewership of 200 to 300, but upon opening the broadcasts of the other airlines, she felt as if struck by lightning. Her fleeting sense of superiority evaporating instantaneously. It was utterly unfair. How could they do this? Was this not a form of bullying the earnest? If these airlines retained viewers through exceptional professionalism or engaging in innovative live formats, Qin Bingbing would have felt her defeat was justified. However, to her dismay, these 3 airlines resorted to vibrant dancing, flaunting beauty, and runway shows. Honestly, the theme of this variety show is the blue skies and soaring high, not selling allure. Qinbin exclaimed, marveling at the audacity of the Milk Airline, which indeed permitted flight attendants to don rosy pink uniforms and dance fervently in the live broadcast. Lu Qizhou chimed in, Hainan Airlines is not to be outdone, allowing their staff to strut the runway. These are not mere flight attendants, but rather models. Why is Xiamen Airlines garnering the highest viewership when they neither dance nor hold fashion shows? Qinbin questioned curiously. Lu Qizhou pointed to the screen. Did you not notice that Xiamen Airlines broadcast is filled with handsome men and beautiful women? I have heard tales of their attractive staff, and today I am finally witnessing it. Indeed, not only are there striking individuals, but there are also those in black stockings. Black stockings? Where? Qinbin inquired excitedly. Nevertheless, I still prefer the Milk Airline. Their flight attendants' uniforms are delightfully pink, and their looks are sweet and charming. By the way, do you not find someone here somewhat familiar? Qinbin pointed to an individual. Lu Qizhou furrowed her brow slightly. Familiar? Not at all. Do we know each other? Just a few days ago. Did we not return from watching to Modu on a flight with the Milk Airline? There was a flight attendant who was utterly smitten with you and even offered her contact information. Have you forgotten? Shinbin said with astonishment. Lu Qizhou, unimpressed, retorted. Do not be absurd. What do you mean by utterly smitten? It was merely a matter of exchanging contact information among colleagues. Shinbin, without addressing the issue directly, remarked, Oh, I forgot you suffer from prosopagnosia. He added with a chuckle, but your condition seems rather severe if you can forget such a beautiful girl. Lu Qizhou, with a scowl, retorted, Get lost. You're the one who is truly unwell. Meanwhile, Qin Bibing, witnessing their unexpected banter, felt a surge of frustration and anger. She swiftly reached out and shut down the 3 live streams. Lu Qizhou and Qin Bin, engrossed in the show, protested immediately. What are you doing? Yes, we were just getting into it. Qin Bingbing, maintaining a stern expression, replied, We are in direct competition, and if our viewership fails to surpass theirs, we may face cancellation next week. You two seem remarkably unconcerned, even engaging in commentary. Indeed, the show accompanying You to Fly operated on an elimination format. 10 airlines were broadcasting simultaneously, judged by viewership ratings and the popularity of their live streams, with the lesser-performing airlines facing elimination. It sounded absurd. Yet it epitomized the era of prioritizing traffic above all else. Lu Qizhou remained indifferent. He held no affection for the program, perceiving it as a nonsensical farce. Just enduring a week of this chaos felt like a test of his limits. If they advanced, would they be subjected to a month of such nonsense? Nonetheless, he held no grievances against Qin Bingbing. Noticing her anxiety, Lu Qingzhou resigned himself to his seat and said helplessly, So what shall we do? We certainly can't stoop to their level and have Sister Zhang and the others perform provocative dances on the runway for attention. Shinbin laughed. It's unlikely that Sister Zhang and her team could attract attention that way. However, you could, with your handsome looks and charming demeanor. Being a young captain, if you showcased a dance, you would undoubtedly win the hearts of many young girls. Get lost. Lu Qingzhou glared at him. Qin Bingbing sighed, Oh, that is not what I meant, and I certainly can't do what they do. I'm just a bit anxious. It's all right. Lu Qingzhou patted her shoulder reassuringly. If we cannot compete in the beauty contest, let us change our approach. Qin Bingbing quickly inquired, What approach? The one I excel in. What are you particularly good at? Certainly flying a plane. You can't possibly perform aerial stunts while piloting. I would love to, but while I might dare to fly, I doubt anyone would be willing to board. Well, what I mean is, we could shift our focus to education. Education? Yes. Educating viewers on how to pilot an aircraft, what to do in the event of an in-flight emergency, and even sharing some lesser-known facts. Qin Bingbing hesitated. Do you think that would work? Lu Qizhou shrugged and remarked, In any case, this is the only method I have. If it comes to the worst, I may have to sacrifice my allure and perform a lively dance. A chuckle escaped Qin Bingbing's lips at that moment. Gazing at Lu Qingzhou's handsome visage and slender figure, she replied with a smile, If you truly can forsake your charm, I assure you that our live stream will reach unprecedented heights of popularity. Moreover, your suggestion holds a degree of feasibility. Since we cannot compete on the mainstream path, let us forge a new one. We could also educate viewers on the intricacies of air travel. Qinbin interjected, Do not assume that flying is a commonplace affair. According to the latest statistics from the Civil Aviation Administration, out of our nation's 1.4 billion population, only 340 million have taken a flight. Furthermore, some individuals may have flown previously but have since forgotten the procedures after years of absence from air travel. Lu Qizhou added, Thus, it is indeed necessary to enlighten them about the process of boarding a plane during our live stream. We should also showcase the daily responsibilities of flight attendants and pilots. Qin Bingbing continued, Many perceive you as glamorous professionals, yet your work is arduous. Documenting your routine will allow more people to realize that behind every seemingly splendid profession lies untold struggles and grievances, which may perhaps reduce the frequency of unreasonable disturbances on flights. Lu Qingzhou found himself somewhat ambivalent towards Qin Bingbing's words. How could individuals prone to unreasonable behavior possibly cease their antics simply because of someone else's hardships? If they possessed such empathetic abilities, they would not engage in such misconduct. Nevertheless, Qin Bingbing's intentions were fundamentally good, which led him to refrain from contradicting her, instead offering a slight nod of agreement. Chapter 48, Gender Male, Interest Female. Orientation heterosexual. Qin Bingbing directed the live streaming equipment towards herself, gazing at the modest audience of just over 100 souls in the chat room. With a forced smile, she addressed her viewers, Dear ones, I trust you all heard that our esteemed Captain Qingzhou has suggested that we establish an educational segment within this live stream, aimed at introducing and sharing various tidbits of civil aviation knowledge. So, feel free to ask anything you wish. In days gone by, within mere minutes of commencing, the room would be inundated with hundreds of viewers, and she would have been overjoyed. However, having recently faced a setback, she found it difficult to summon genuine happiness. For without comparison, there is no pain. Even as the number of viewers gradually increased, Chen Bingbing could not shake her gloom. As soon as she finished speaking, the barrage of questions began. Can we really speak freely? Is it true we can ask anything? You must keep your word. With a slight smile, Chen Bingbing replied, since I promised you all the freedom to speak, indeed, you may ask anything. Yet, in the next breath, her smile vanished. For the subsequent inquiries were rather personal, asking about her measurements and her relationship status, whether she was single. After all, many of those waiting in her chat room were admirers captivated by her beauty. Yet, a small fraction were genuinely interested in aviation and flying. Thus, the live stream for the program Accompany You to Fly commenced, drawing early risers eager for knowledge. However, on this day, among the 10 civil aviation streams, only 2 or 3 were dedicated to educating viewers about flying and piloting. The rest were either performing energetic dances or employing other tactics to capture attention and garner views. Leaving many disheartened, they remained in the Shanhang stream, anticipating its return, for during its morning broadcast, Shanhang had meticulously showcased the preparations required before a civil aviation flight. Captain Qingzhou, during my previous flight on an Airbus A320, I sometimes heard a sound resembling a dog barking. Does this indicate a malfunction? Captain Qingzhou. Why do many airport runway numbers contain the letters R and L? Captain Qingzhou, I recall that Shanhang's fleet primarily consists of Boeing 737s. Yet it seems there has been a shift recently with the acquisition of several Airbus aircraft. Could this be related to Boeing's recent scandals? However, such inquisitive individuals were but a minority, and their questions few. Chen Bingbing diligently noted each one. Suddenly, a few more comments caught her attention. She paused for a moment, a peculiar smile gracing her face, and glanced at Lu Qingzhou. She inquired, Captain Qingzhou, if we were to commence the QA session now, would that hinder your schedule? Lu Qingzhou shook his head, reassuring her, not at all. We still have our return flight to Qingzhou this afternoon. In essence, we shall remain at Baiyun Airport for merely 2 to 3 hours, aside from a brief interlude to visit the airport cafeteria for sustenance, and to observe the ground crew as they inspect the aircraft's condition and refuel it. During the majority of our time, we will be seated on the plane. Chen Bingbing nodded, casting a glance at the time and noting that there were still a full 20 minutes until noon. There are at least 40 to 50 minutes before mealtime. Ahem. She lightly cleared her throat and inquired, shall I pose a question now? Lu Qingzhou nodded in affirmation. The first question, may I inquire about the age of Captain Qingzhou this year? As Lu Qingzhou was sipping water, he inadvertently sprayed it out. What sort of absurd question is this? Moreover, I am a male. Is it appropriate to refer to me in such a manner? Upon witnessing his reaction, Chen Bingbing covered her mouth and chuckled. This is not my question, but one posed by a netizen. I have not altered a single word. Lu Qingzhou rolled his eyes. Please, do reconsider. 25, he responded nonchalantly. And what is Captain Qingzhou's current relationship status? Are you single or in a passionate romance? Lu Qingzhou frowned. What a ridiculous question. Before he could respond, Chen Bin interjected. I know this one. Captain Qingzhou has been single for quite a while. And how many relationships has Captain Qingzhou had previously? What are your expectations for a partner? Oh, by the way, Captain Qingzhou's orientation is normal, right? Chen Bingbing asked earnestly. Lu Qingzhou quickly retorted. Wait, what sort of questions are these? Aren't we here to educate? How did it turn into gossip? Chen Bingbing feigned innocence, wearing an expression that suggested, I am not involved. This is not my inquiry. These are questions from the netizens. If you don't believe me, just look at the comments, she insisted. Lu Qingzhou shot her a knowing glance. Having seen through her intentions, Chen Bin, without hesitation, exposed the truth. Come on, these questions are just what the netizens want to know. Don't you want to know as well? Chen Bingbing's face reddened, her secret thoughts laid bare. Yet, she candidly admitted, all right, I do want to know. Ha ha ha, Chen Bin laughed heartily. Actually, I am curious too. It is human nature to be intrigued by others' affairs, regardless of nationality, race, or gender, as long as the subjects of curiosity are not oneself. Thus, everyone present found amusement in the situation, except for the subject of their inquiries. Lu Qingzhou shot a disapproving glare at the two, exclaiming, if you wish to indulge in gossip, You ought to visit the entertainment channel next door. Our live stream is dedicated to educational purposes. You have entered the wrong room. The two erupted into laughter. You're getting anxious. You're getting anxious. However, Qingzhou continued. While I may choose not to answer other questions, there is one matter I believe should be clarified. The two looked at him with curiosity, with a serious expression. Qingzhou stated, I am male, I am attracted to females, my orientation is normal, and my aesthetic appreciation is also conventional. Seeing his earnest demeanor, the two individuals were once again amused. He, Captain Qingzhou, you are simply delightful. Chen Bingbing exclaimed, unable to contain her laughter. Chen Bin then burst into hearty laughter, saying, you little rascal, are you worried that others might mistake you for a gay? Ha ha ha. All right, Qingzhou interjected. Adopting a serious expression, stop laughing, or we'll have no audience left in the live stream. The pair then managed to compose themselves slightly. Very well. Chen Bingbing quickly turned her attention to the live stream and began, let us commence with the first question. A netizen inquired, when I previously boarded an Airbus aircraft, I distinctly heard a sound resembling woof, 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 which frightened me terribly. Therefore, I would like to know if this was a mechanical malfunction or if there was another explanation. Chapter 49. What is happening? The plane is actually barking? Qingzhou couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, returning to the main topic. There were no more irrelevant questions. Hence, Qingzhou steadied his mind before explaining that it was neither a mechanical failure nor any other issue, but rather the sound produced when the hydraulic power transfer unit, PTU, operates due to an imbalance in the hydraulic systems of the left and right engines. This sound is typically heard after the engines start, during the aircraft's ground taxiing. Chen Bingbing blinked and objected, stating that she had heard it not during takeoff, but during landing. Qingzhou clarified that indeed, taxiing occurs both during takeoff and landing. However, the PTU's barking is predominantly observed during the takeoff phase and seldom during landing. Yet it is all a normal occurrence. Oh, I see, Chen Bingbing exclaimed, understanding. This PTU has quite the temper when it operates. Not only is it loud, but it also mimics a dog's bark, startling those nearby. The next question came from a viewer who inquired how to distinguish between an Airbus and a Boeing when flying. Chen Bingbing posed the question again. This time, Qingzhou refrained from answering immediately. Instead, he glanced at Chen Bin, who nodded in understanding. Thus, he responded, it's quite simple. Chen Bingbing promptly directed the camera toward him. First, when booking tickets, if you use a third-party system like Meituan or Trip, you will find comprehensive information about the flights during that time period, including the airline and the aircraft model. If you book directly through an airline's official website, the aircraft model will also be displayed. However, if you are already on the plane and wish to identify whether it is a Boeing or an Airbus, you can still distinguish between the two. For instance, a single flash from the wingtip lights indicates a Boeing, while two flashes denote an Airbus. It is worth noting that there are more commercial aircraft manufacturers than just Boeing and Airbus. There is also our country's Comac series and Russia's United Aircraft Corporation, abbreviated as UAC. However, I have yet to fly on any models from Comac or UAC, so I won't delve into that. Moreover, Airbus and Boeing currently hold over 95% of the global civil aviation market share, so mastering the distinction between Airbus and Boeing models suffices. Once Chen Bingbing acknowledged his response, she immediately shifted her gaze back to the screen, stating, Next question. A viewer asks if the cylindrical clouds seen trailing behind an airplane are a result of the aircraft releasing fuel. Qingzhou interjected, No, that is not the case. This phenomenon is actually due to the water vapor in the high-temperature exhaust from the aircraft engines condensing upon cooling. Hence, this occurrence is also referred to as contrail or vapor trail. Not all aircraft produce contrail clouds. It is primarily jet planes that generate these phenomena when flying at high altitudes. This occurs because the temperature in the upper atmosphere is sufficiently low, typically reaching below -10 or even 20 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, the stratospheric air is relatively stable, free from turbulent airflows. Chen Bingbing inquired, yet we usually observe contrail clouds in the summer, when temperatures are generally higher, aren't they? Qingzhou clarified, in terms of altitude. The temperature difference between summer and winter is not substantial. It remains quite cold at high elevations. As taught in middle school geography, for every 100 meters of altitude gained, the temperature decreases by 0.6 degrees Celsius. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, temperatures are typically below -20 degrees Celsius. Summer features more clear days, making it easier to see contrail clouds. Shin Bingbing suddenly understood. The next inquiry pertained to fuel dumping. Why do aircraft release fuel? Or under what circumstances do they do so? Lu Qingzhou explained. For instance, the Airbus A330 has a maximum takeoff weight of 242 tons. But its maximum landing weight is only 187 tons, a difference of a full 55 tons. If the A330 takes off at maximum weight and soon encounters an abnormal situation, such as a passenger falling ill or a mechanical failure necessitating a return or diversion to a nearby airport, the aircraft may consider fuel dumping, if circumstances permit, to reduce its total weight and ensure that its actual landing weight is below the aircraft's maximum landing weight. Shin Bingbing, with a playful expression, turned to the camera and asked, "So, have you all learned something?" The comments flooded in unison. Learned a lot. Another energetic day of learning. Suddenly feel smarter. Captain Qingzhou's class is in session. Poor grades often indicate a lack of learning. Wow. Shin Bingbing suddenly appeared surprised, then mischievously glanced at Lu Qingzhou and Shin Bin, stating, "The next question might be a bit pointed." A viewer queried, Shanhang Airlines previously operated only Boeing models. Why has it suddenly purchased several Airbus aircraft this year? Moreover, it is said that future orders for Airbus and even C919 will increase. Is this decision related to Boeing's recent scandals? Lu Qingzhou and Shin Bin exchanged glances, both unable to hide their surprise. Indeed, this question is rather sharp, Lu Qingzhou remarked with a chuckle. This is quite a challenging question for us. We are merely two small cogs in the company, so how could we possibly know the core issues regarding procurement? However, he continued, it is true that Boeing has faced considerable criticism in recent years, so it is understandable that there are concerns regarding their aircraft. However, there is no need for alarm. The Boeing models in the country are relatively outdated, and the standards for maintenance and upkeep are exceedingly stringent, ensuring that quality is not a concern. After all, any aircraft found to be problematic have been grounded. His remarks were quite subtle, yet the discerning listener could easily grasp the underlying message. He has, in fact, provided a rather tactful response to the query. It implies that the Boeing models from over a decade ago exhibit no quality issues, whereas the problems have arisen with those produced in recent years. The aircraft acquired by Dongda in the last few years include, apart from Airbus, only the domestically manufactured C919. Boeing has indeed faced a tumultuous period in recent years, grappling not only with quality concerns but also with an unfortunate string of misfortunes. The aircraft incidents involving Blue Star in recent years have predominantly involved Boeing models. In another parallel dimension, as the year 2024 draws to a close, the international civil aviation community has shockingly witnessed two catastrophic incidents within just a few days. One was a man-made disaster, resulting in a tragic loss of dozens of lives, while the other, though seemingly accidental, tragically claimed 179 lives, with only 2 survivors. The occurrence of these 2 significant accidents immediately ignited a global outcry. Chapter 50. With 2 hours remaining until the return journey, the weather at Bayan Airport took a turn. In truth, there is little to elaborate on regarding the 2 aviation disasters. The first was a man-made calamity, while the second appeared to be a combination of natural disaster and human error. On December 25th, a civil aviation aircraft from Aguk tragically crashed within Central Asia. Fortunately, due to the pilot's valiant efforts and extraordinary skills, the incident did not result in significant casualties. But why is this tragedy classified as human error? Shortly after the incident, investigative authorities released preliminary findings, attributing the disaster to a bird strike. However, as more details emerged, this explanation clearly faltered. Videos and photographs revealed that the tail of the ill-fated aircraft suffered severe damage, with multiple internal breaches leading to injuries among passengers. Birds, being mere flesh and blood, could hardly exert the force required to breach the aircraft's exterior. Moreover, on the same day, a certain area in Demao experienced an attack, suggesting that the flight may have been mistakenly targeted. This is not the first instance of Demao misidentifying a civilian aircraft. They have a troubling history in this regard. On July 17, 2014, Malaysia Airlines flight MH17, en route from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur, tragically crashed near the Russian border, resulting in the death of all 298 individuals on board, while Russia vehemently denied involvement. An international investigative group concluded in May 2018 that the flight was shot down by the Russian 53rd Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade. 41 years prior, in 1983, a Korean air passenger jet was similarly downed by the Soviet Air Force while traversing Soviet airspace, resulting in the loss of all 269 lives aboard. Thus, it is not unfounded to suspect that Mao's involvement in the recent crash of the Aguk aircraft aligns with their historical pattern of egregious actions. As for the second incident, it is likely a combination of natural disaster and human error. On the morning of December 29th, a Boeing 737-800 operated by Jeju Air took off from Thailand and, upon arriving at its destination, the Gunsan International Airport in South Korea, allegedly encountered a bird strike, necessitating an emergency landing. However, during the landing process, the aircraft veered off the runway, colliding with the perimeter wall and subsequently igniting into flames. The fire raged for nearly 40 minutes before being extinguished, resulting in the tragic loss of 179 lives out of 175 passengers and 6 crew members, with only 2 surviving. Videos confirmed the occurrence of a bird strike, which is indeed an act of nature and a source of great concern among pilots of commercial airlines. Yet, why is there an element of human error involved? First, despite Gunsan International Airport's classification as a 4E level international airport, its runway measures a mere 2,800 meters. It is precisely due to the insufficient length of the airport runway that the ill-fated aircraft veered off course, colliding with a wall and ultimately crashing. Moreover, it is indeed true that at the terminus of the Seoul runway at Wuhan International Airport, a robust wall has been constructed. It is well known that airport runways necessitate enclosure. However, it is typically accomplished using wire mesh as the primary building material. I have never heard of an airport erecting a reinforced concrete wall to encircle its runway. Is this a precautionary measure against a potential southern advance by a northern general? Had this wall not been in place, the severity of this aviation disaster would have been significantly mitigated. Furthermore, while the initial trigger for this calamity was a bird strike, pilot error also played a crucial role. The likelihood of a bird strike rendering the landing gear inoperative is exceedingly low. Additionally, the Boeing 737-800 is a twin-engine aircraft. Even if one engine becomes incapacitated due to a bird strike, the other could still function, albeit precariously. It is improbable for a single impact to simultaneously incapacitate both the landing gear and the engines. Thus, the captain's optimal course of action should have been to immediately initiate a go-around, awaiting ground support before attempting an emergency landing. An emergency landing is the final and most perilous option for any aircraft, even if the captain had deemed the emergency landing to be the correct decision. Why did the aircraft land on its belly without deploying the flaps and spoilers for deceleration? The captain was aware that activating the thrust reversers would slow the aircraft. Yet he seemed to forget to lower the flaps and spoilers, a glaring oversight. It is highly probable that the aircraft encountered a bird strike that incapacitated one engine, which led to a lapse in the captain's judgment. Furthermore, during the emergency landing, his failure to lower the landing gear resulted in the bizarre occurrence of a belly landing while simultaneously activating the thrust reversers. What? How could a captain with such a frail mindset be entrusted with command? Moreover, if the captain's mindset had faltered, why didn't he, the first officer, intervene? Pilots are human, and their psychological resilience varies. Hence, major airlines pay close attention to the mental well-being of their pilots. In South Korea, there exists a detrimental tradition where the first officer is discouraged from offering suggestions to the captain. Thus, the aforementioned speculations possess a degree of rationality. Lastly, the aircraft involved in the accident was a Boeing 737-800, not the MAX series that had been grounded by numerous countries in recent years, which implies that mechanical failures should not have been an issue. Nevertheless, the accident rate of Boeing aircraft has been alarmingly high in recent years. Boeing, you were implicated in every scandal. Do you still claim innocence? Just a day after the tragic incident involving the South Korean aircraft, a KLM Boeing 737-800 returned to its origin due to mechanical failure, and upon landing, it too lost control and veered off the runway. Fortunately, the runway's terminus lacked permanent fortifications, preventing casualties in this incident. The high failure and accident rates of Boeing aircraft over the past decade are inextricably linked to the company's chaotic management. Imagine a manufacturer of aircraft neglecting research and production in favor of engaging in financial maneuvering. Then, the software, scripts, systems, and so forth are outsourced to India, while the factory workers are predominantly Spanish speakers with little understanding of English. The crucial point is that these workers are often found idling in the workshop. Would you dare to board an aircraft manufactured by such a producer? Certainly, Qingzhou would not, nor would he dare to fly. Fortunately, in terms of importing large aircraft, Stringent quality control is enforced domestically. Should any model be found problematic, all aircraft of that type are immediately grounded. It was the University of Tokyo that first grounded the Boeing 737 MAX series, prompting other countries to follow suit. Moreover, domestic airlines have not acquired any Boeing aircraft for approximately a decade, with the production capacity of the domestically manufactured C919 steadily increasing. It is only a matter of time before the C919 replaces the Boeing 737 series. Liu Qingzhou's greatest wish at present is to someday experience a flight on the C919, his dream aircraft. Indeed, women may only affect the speed of drawing a sword. Liu Qingzhou's true beloved must be the C919. At noon, the cabin crew had thoroughly cleaned the passenger cabin, and the flight crew had completed their QA and educational segments for the day. Thus, the group disembarked and made their way to the airport cafeteria. Upon finishing their lunch and returning to the aircraft, they observed that the previously clear skies had become overcast. Chen Bingbing looked up at the sky with some concern and complained, "It was a clear day just now. How could it have turned cloudy in the time it took to have lunch? Isn't summer supposed to be predictable?" Chen Bin jested. "Summer weather is just like the faces of you ladies. It changes at a whim." "What do you mean by that, Captain Chen? Is that gender discrimination? Have we women offended you in some way? Aren't you men the ones with the worst tempers?" His playful comment quickly drew the ire of several female colleagues, leading to an expected counterattack. However, they were all colleagues, and whether it was Chen Bin's teasing or the women's retaliation, it was merely light-hearted banter without any serious implications. Only Liu Qizhou, slightly worried, raised his head to glance at the sky before interrupting. "Enough of the joking, Brother Chen. Please contact the dispatch office at Baiyun Airport and check if our return flight has been delayed. Sister Shaoan, could you also reach out to the airport ground staff to see if the returning passengers have already checked in?" He continued, "I will call the meteorological department to inquire whether the rain this afternoon will affect our return." He methodically issued his commands. Chen Bin and Zhang Xiaoyan nodded gravely in agreement. "Everyone else, stay focused. We have only 2 hours until our return. Let us see what else needs to be prepared," Liu Qizhou added. "Yes, Captain Qizhou," Zhang Xiaoyan replied. The other flight attendants immediately echoed, "Yes, Captain Qingzhou." Chapter 51 As a storm loomed. There remained merely a 20-minute window for departure. Typically, domestic short to medium-haul flights either depart and return the same day or leave on one day and return the following. Only in instances where interim airports encounter extreme weather do delays extend beyond 2 to 3 days. Moreover, morning flights generally return on the same day, while afternoon or evening flights may be postponed until the early hours or the following day. Flight SC-1173 took off from Quanqing Yaoqiang International Airport at approximately 9 in the morning, arriving at Baiyun International Airport in Yaoqing around noon. Hence, this flight was also scheduled to depart from Baiyun Airport in the afternoon, returning to Quanqing. Consequently, shortly after 2 p.m., Baiyun Airport began announcing the boarding call for Flight SC-1173, requesting passengers heading to Quanqing to take notice. As the announcement echoed, passengers boarding Flight SC-1173 rose in unison, flocking towards the nearby gate. At the boarding gate, Nie Xiaoyu and Zhang Xiaoyu stood on either side of the cabin door, adorned with professional smiles as they faced the stream of passengers emerging from the jet bridge. In the cockpit, Chen Bin stretched his neck, casting a worried glance towards the distant sky, which had become overcast with ominous dark clouds. The entire airspace above the airport was shrouded in several clusters of clouds, with sunlight managing to seep through a few narrow crevices, providing the only illumination in this gloomy atmosphere. The oppressive dark clouds threatened to engulf the city. As summer storms approach, the heavy, foreboding skies evoke a sense of suffocation. Sporadic raindrops began to descend from the heavens. The light rain splattered against the aircraft's windshield, quickly forming numerous tiny beads of water, resembling a cluster of delicate pearls. "What time are we flying? I reckon the rain will start pouring down soon," Chen Bin remarked, furrowing his brow. "Boarding is already underway. We should be able to take off in approximately 30 minutes, Liu Qingzhou replied promptly. "Another 30 minutes? Chen Bin returned to his co-pilot seat, expressing resignation. "It seems we won't be returning today." Seated in the second officer's position, Chen Bingbing shared his concern. "What? We won't be able to return today?" She had planned to edit the footage she captured during the flight overnight. "We will fly," Liu Qingzhou's response was resolute. Noticing his confidence, Chen Bin quickly interjected, "Captain Qingzhou, let's not act recklessly. We must adhere to the directives of the airport's dispatch center." Liu Qingzhou cast a penetrating glance at him, half jokingly yet half seriously inquired, "What? Are you still shaken by that incident a few days ago? Shinbin paused, involuntarily recalling the harrowing in-flight emergency from days prior. A chill ran down his spine, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. Indeed, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, only he knows the number of nights he has been jolted awake by nightmares during this period. The content of these nightmares is entirely related to that terrifying aviation incident. Shinbin cast a deep glance at Lu Qizhou, harboring an urge to dissect the boy's head and meticulously analyze the structure of his mind. Otherwise, Shinbin truly could not fathom how this young man possesses such remarkable psychological resilience. Had it not been for his extraordinarily courageous heart that day, it is likely that everyone aboard that aircraft would have perished. What is perplexing is that although his valor was commendable, it could be attributed to a surge of adrenaline and an intense will to survive. Yet, afterward, he continued to maintain an air of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by the harrowing experience. This left one wondering if he might not be human at all, but rather a robot disguised in human skin, devoid of any emotions. Otherwise, how could he exhibit no fear? Shinbin instinctively glanced up at the overcast sky, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Indeed, he had been haunted by psychological shadows. Observing his demeanor, Lu Qizhou discerned the underlying truth and earnestly advised him to visit the psychological counseling room upon returning. Otherwise, remaining in such a paranoid state could lead to dire consequences. Qin Bingbing, noticing the seriousness in his tone, promptly shut off the camera and inquired about Shinbin's state. Lu Qizhou first exchanged a glance with Shinbin, then shook his head at Qin Bingbing, assuring her that there was nothing amiss. Qin Bingbing was no fool, however. She recognized that it was not the moment to press further. Shinbin took a deep breath, meeting Lu Qingzhou's gaze earnestly, stating that he would indeed go after returning. But on a different note, he felt the weather today was rather unfavorable. Lu Qizhou rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting that they had flown in far worse conditions before. After all, it was merely a few clouds and a light rain. If they were to ground flights for such weather, they might as well stop flying altogether. He gestured towards the distance, where a China National Airlines flight was taking off. Shinbin turned to look at the runway and indeed saw a flight from China National Airlines taxiing for departure. Taking a deep breath, he self-deprecatingly chuckled, acknowledging that perhaps he was indeed overreacting. Approximately 20 minutes later, all passengers had boarded, and the cabin doors were securely closed. Baiyun Ground, Shanhang SC 1173, at parking position 108. Requesting pushback for departure, Shinbin stated solemnly. Soon, the voice of the airport ground controller echoed through the communication channel. Shanhang 1173, Baiyun Ground, you were cleared for pushback. Sea level pressure 1008. Just as Shinbin was about to respond, the air traffic controller promptly announced, Shanhang 1173. The tower has just received an urgent notification from the meteorological department. In approximately 20 minutes, Baiyun Airport is expected to experience a brief thunderstorm, which may pose significant safety hazards for flight takeoffs and landings. Would you prefer to delay your departure or proceed as originally scheduled? Shinbin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lu Qizhou. Lu Qizhou replied in a low voice, so we have about a 20-minute window for takeoff? Indeed, 20 minutes is sufficient. We shall proceed as planned. Very well, Shanhang 1173, you are cleared to push back and start your engines, with a revised sea level pressure of 1008. Lu Qingzhou immediately responded, cleared to push back and start engines, revised sea level pressure 1008, Shanhang 1173. Meanwhile, a Boeing 737-800 operated by China Southern Airlines slowly taxied out of its parking position, making its way toward the nearby takeoff waiting area. Chapter 52. Is Shanhang trying to slyly overtake while taxiing? At the control tower, a camera mounted on a tripod has its lens aimed at the distant runways. The tallest structure at any airport is the control tower, serving as a beacon in the vast ocean, guiding aircraft in their journey. From the expansive windows of the control center, one can almost behold the entirety of the airport below. A captivating young woman, clad in the uniform of China Southern Airlines, stands before the camera, holding a mobile phone. With her back to the runway, she announces, "Dear viewers, our flight CZ3531 from Guangzhou to Shanghai is about to take off. Behind me, the Airbus A321 is slowly taxiing out from the gate. In the meantime, I will share some intriguing tidbits about civil aviation passenger and cargo flights." She encourages viewers to engage freely, inviting them to post questions in the comments, promising to address them randomly. This charming hostess named Zhou is not a professional presenter from Mango TV, but rather a flight attendant for China Southern Airlines. The variety show accompany you to fly is rather peculiar, featuring 10 participating airlines, yet it employs an elimination format. By the end of the month, it is anticipated that only 2 or 3 airlines will remain to garner maximum exposure and a surge of viewership. The 10 airlines have resorted to a myriad of entertaining antics during the live broadcasts, including energetic dances, playful flotation, and runway walks. China Southern Airlines, too, has shown creativity by selecting one of their most graceful, poised, and youthful flight attendants to co-host the program. This strategy appears to be effective. On the very first day of the broadcast, the number of viewers in China Southern's live stream has already surpassed 1,000. While this figure may not rival those of established competitors like Juneyao Airlines, Hainan Airlines, and Xiamen Airlines, it is certainly commendable. Moreover, a significant portion of the audience is drawn by the beauty and elegance of the hostess. The comments section is filled with playful banter. I just came from another stream, specifically to cleanse my eyes with Zhou's beauty. At over 50, I am grateful to see such a lovely woman educating me. Thank you to the government, Mango TV, Douyin, and all the networks for this experience. Rejecting temptation since. Starting from these 4 provinces, are all China Southern flight attendants this stunning? From today onwards, I shall be the most devoted supporter of Southern Airlines. Once I am wealthy, I want my son to marry a stepmother as radiant, slender, and vibrant as her, a true gem. Zhou, of course, chooses to overlook such whimsical remarks. Zhou, could you explain why China Southern Airlines is colloquially referred to as Cabbage Airlines? At that moment, a comment caught her attention. She smiled gently, lifted her head, and began to elucidate. There exists an explanation online regarding the moniker Cabbage Airlines. It is said that the logo of China Southern Airlines features the city flower of Guangzhou, the kapok flower, which bears a resemblance to cabbage, thus earning the playful nickname. However, the true reason lies in the airline's relatively low ticket prices and high cost-performance ratio, which has endeared it to numerous passengers, leading to affectionate titles such as Cabbage Airlines or Vegetable Airlines. Yet, the comments began to erupt in dissent. China Southern's fares are low? Am I hearing this correctly? While the service of China Southern is commendable, their prices are quite standard, not particularly cheap. If their tickets are indeed cabbage prices, then what about the fares of Spring Airlines and other budget carriers? Aren't they practically giving them away? Those Spring's prices are low. They have numerous hidden fees. Exactly, Spring Airlines is notorious for being the most deceptive. I heard Spring Airlines was planning to introduce standing tickets and hanging tickets. But the authority put a stop to that. The baggage fees with Spring are akin to robbery. Can you believe that as soon as you board, flight attendants are incessantly hawking products? Can you believe they even charge for a bottle of water? Mentioning Spring Airlines seemed to resonate with everyone. However, one must admit, this airline indeed has its fair share of criticisms. Zhou, I saw in the weather forecast that there might be a brief thunderstorm around Baiyun Airport today. Will flights still take off in such conditions? Indeed, I am currently near Baiyun Airport, and it seems it has already started to rain. The sky in Baiyun district is ominously dark. Heavy rain is undoubtedly on the way. A few days ago, Wancheng experienced a torrential downpour, and there was a report of a Shandong Airlines flight being struck by lightning, but the pilot successfully executed an emergency landing amidst the deluge, even being mistaken for a UFO for a moment. Shandong Airlines is famously resilient. Whether it's heavy rain or a knife-edge storm, they will fly and land as scheduled. I once flew with Shandong Airlines and was nearly scared out of my wits. Eastern University's version of Russian Airlines. Do you think we jest? The audacity of Shandong Airlines rivals that of Russian Airlines. Oh, it seems Shandong Airlines has a flight landing at Baiyun Airport today. Eliminate the word seems. I just emerged from the Shandong Airlines live stream, and they have already concluded the broadcast, preparing for takeoff. After perusing the comments, Zhou automatically disregarded those mentioning Shandong Airlines. She then addressed the camera, stating, "The weather at Baiyun Airport is indeed less than favorable at present. Yet our pilots at China Southern Airlines are consummate professionals. They will assess the current weather conditions to determine whether flights can safely take off or land, or what risks may be encountered. Please trust us. We are all professionals." However, just as she finished speaking, her finely sculpted brows suddenly knitted together slightly. Raising her gaze to the camera, Zhou continued, "I have just received a message from the dispatch center indicating a sudden change in weather conditions. The originally available 20-minute window for takeoff has now been reduced to approximately 10 minutes. Air transport is notoriously susceptible to weather fluctuations. As we all know, summer weather is particularly unpredictable. After all, the winds shift and tides rise and fall beyond human intervention. Therefore, In order to safeguard the interests of our passengers and eliminate potential safety hazards, Flight CZ-3531 may experience a delayed departure. Before she could finish her statement, the barrage of comments in the chat section transformed dramatically. A flurry of question marks and astonished emojis flooded the live stream. Which airline does the Airbus A320 next to CZ-3531 belong to? Where did that aircraft appear from? I didn't see it moments ago. Although the camera angle is unclear, it appears to be a Shandong Airlines plane. Goodness, it truly is Shandong Airlines, that sneaky operator. Is Shandong Airlines planning to slip away again? Didn't Qingzhou just mention that the takeoff window has shortened and that the China Southern Airlines flight might be delayed? Why has Shandong suddenly accelerated? Did the captain of Shandong Airlines misinterpret the tower's instructions? What is going on? Tower. No, there's rain. Takeoff prohibited. Shandong. Don't hesitate. Takeoff prohibited? Zhou found herself utterly bewildered by the barrage of comments. Am I not live streaming the departure of my own airline's flight? What does Shandong Airlines have to do with this? She turned her head to glance at the distant runway of the airport and was astonished to discover that, right beside the China Southern Airlines aircraft, a Shandong Airlines plane had already begun to accelerate, surpassing the China Southern flight. A look of exasperation spread across Zhou's face. Shandong Airlines, you sly operator, even taxiing must be done stealthily? Chapter 53. Inform the control tower. I shall not accept his proposal. Flight SC-1173 of Shandong Airlines is currently broadcasting the safety instructions within the cabin. The aircraft gradually glides out of its parking position, heading towards the distant runway. Bayan Airport boasts a total of 3 runways, with domestic flights primarily utilizing the first runway, west runway, and the second runway, mid runway, for takeoff and landing. When SC-1173 landed at Bayan Airport that morning, it touched down on the second runway. However, for its afternoon departure, the airport's dispatch has assigned it to the first runway instead. The first runway, measuring 3,600 meters in length, is more than sufficient for the operation of a narrow-body Airbus A320. Not far away, on the taxiway of the mid-runway, a Boeing 737-800 has also begun to slowly taxi out of its parking position. From a distance, the 2 aircraft appear to have departed almost simultaneously, creating a sense of parallel movement, albeit with Shandong Airlines slightly ahead. Suddenly, the rain intensifies, no longer falling in a sparse manner. Yet, it is not the torrential downpour one might envision. There is merely rain, devoid of thunderstorms or strong winds. This rain resembles the tranquil moments preceding a storm. With such heavy rainfall, could there be a delay in our flight? It seems unlikely, as our aircraft has already begun its taxi. Just a few days ago, I watched a video of Shandong Airlines landing and launching amidst heavy rain, which left me quite shaken. Indeed, our flight today is also with Shandong Airlines. The captain wouldn't take unnecessary risks, would he? One can never be certain. Recklessness might well be part of Shandong Airlines' corporate culture. Oh, is it too late for me to disembark? If the captain hits the brakes, I want off this plane. Do not be foolish, it is merely rain. And if we were to disembark at every drop, we would hardly be able to fly for over half the year. Precisely. Look, there is another aircraft preparing for takeoff. What are you all concerned about? Where? Oh, the logo features a big cabbage. It's a Southern Airlines plane. Wait a moment, has that Southern Airlines aircraft also halted? Does that mean it cannot take off? I have matters to attend to back in Quanqing. No matter how pressing the issue, safety must come first. Amidst the passengers' animated discussions in the cabin, in the cockpit, Chunbin casts a worried glance at Lu Qingzhou, reiterating the control tower's directive. Due to the changing weather, the takeoff window at Bayan Airport has been reduced from 20 minutes to 10 minutes, and with the rain growing heavier and visibility diminishing, a delay in departure is advised. Shandong Airlines 1173 acknowledged. Lu Qingzhou raises his head to survey the sky, where cumulonimbus clouds are nearly filling the airspace. However, amidst these clouds, several gaps remain visible, though these openings are steadily shrinking until they vanish altogether. The narrow gaps presented the takeoff window that Lu Qingzhou required. He silently calculated in his mind and then stated firmly, informed the tower that I do not accept his advice. There are still a full 10 minutes left in the takeoff window, which is ample time. Shinbin wore an expression of as expected. It was not that Lu Qingzhou relished reckless behavior. Rather, a span of 10 minutes was indeed sufficient for the pilots of Mountain Airlines. It is well known that the corporate culture of Mountain Airlines is characterized by its fierce nature. This is largely due to the fact that most of its captains are retired military pilots. These individuals have spent a significant portion of their lives flying fighter jets and transport aircraft, encountering all manner of turbulence. Thus, what is a mere thunderstorm to them? As for passenger experience? Well, the military prioritizes efficiency and safety above all else. Who would concern themselves with the comfort of those cargo in the cabin? Consequently, military-grade products are perceived as robust in quality, yet devoid of aesthetic appeal. While Lu Qingzhou had not served in the Air Force, the adage one who associates with vermilion becomes red, one who associates with ink becomes black rings true. Daily mingling with a cadre of seasoned veterans, purely in jest, with no malice intended, has undoubtedly influenced his conduct. Moreover, he was inherently not a person of restraint. Coupled with his extraordinary abilities, one could assert that not even the most severe thunderstorm, nor the remaining 10 minutes of the takeoff window would deter him, even amidst dense fog and tempestuous winds. Flying was a necessity. What was there to fear? In the distance, within the tower's command hall, the controller was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Chunbin relay the message of not accepting the tower's suggestions. Goodness, this was the first instance of encountering a flight that defied tower commands and rejected their counsel. Who was this bold commander? Mountain Airlines? Well, that was reassuring. After all, the audacity of Mountain Airlines was renowned. With 10 minutes still available, and given the personal experience and flying skills of the Mountain Airlines captain, there was little cause for concern. Thus, he intoned, Mountain Airlines 1173, hold at the waiting point for runway 01 left. Hold at the waiting point for runway 01 left. Mountain Airlines 1173. Shinbin promptly echoed the instructions. Alpha 1, Bravo, Bravo 1, the controller continued. However, these two English terms are used as radio communication jargon and need not be repeated. Alpha denotes an identification code to differentiate various flights and aircraft, while Bravo serves as a call sign for navigation and identification in flight. Bravo 1 indicates the first aircraft designated as Bravo. Such terminology is typically employed in communications between air traffic control and pilots to ensure flight safety and efficiency. In the cabin, as the plane glided past another aircraft towards the takeoff waiting point, most passengers exhibited a calm demeanor, though a number displayed hints of anxiety on their faces. Excuse me, could you please adjust the seat back? Our flight is about to take off, Jiang Xiaoyu gently reminded a passenger as she approached. The individual looked up at her, a hint of concern in their eyes, and inquired, Flight attendant, given the poor weather, are we really taking off in this rain? Indeed. The Southern Airlines flight has already halted operations. Is there any risk to our safety? Echoed the surrounding passengers. Jiang Xiaoyu maintained a serene smile, patiently elucidating, please rest assured. Our pilots are highly skilled professionals. They will thoroughly assess whether the current weather conditions pose any threat to the safety of our flight. In the event of truly severe weather, the aircraft will not recklessly take off without regard for everyone's safety. Furthermore, the control tower will intervene promptly if necessary. So there is no need for concern. Upon hearing her reassurances, the anxious passengers gradually relaxed. Yes, the pilots are on board as well. Even if they were indifferent to the lives of others, surely they would be mindful of their own safety, one passenger reflected, realizing their worries might have been unfounded. Thus, the passengers swiftly adjusted their seat back and looked up at Jiang Xiaoyu, expressing gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to use the call button, Jiang Xiaoyu replied before hastily returning to her own seat, fastening her seatbelt as she awaited the flight's departure. Chapter 54. A sharp sword pierced the heavens in the Southern Airlines live broadcast room. The focus has shifted from the Boeing 737 to 800, which has come to a halt on the taxiway. The photographer skillfully zooms out, directing the lens towards another Airbus A320 that is gliding towards the holding point. Through the lens, this Airbus A320 seems to stealthily invade the Southern Airlines broadcast room, quickly matching the pace of the Boeing 737 to 800 before surpassing it in an instant. Before the audience can fully grasp the situation, this Airbus A320 has captivated everyone's attention, akin to a mischievous trickster seeking the limelight. As the viewers notice that this A320, belonging to Shanhang Airlines, has come to a stop at the holding point awaiting takeoff, they begin to react. Goodness, in such inclement weather, is Shandong's aircraft really preparing for takeoff? I was in stitches when that Shandong plane barged into the broadcast. It was just like a cheeky little rascal. Even taxiing requires such a sneaky overtaking. Shandong Airlines is truly audacious. Wow, daring to fly in this weather, Shandong Airlines is indeed fearless. This is nothing. Once, I flew with Shandong Airlines, and they took off before the scheduled time, haha. People often say we from Shandong Airlines are like a ride-share service. Once the passengers are ready, we depart. Takeoff. Whoosh. Flight. Zoom. Landing. Thud. Captain. Yes. Passengers. Yay. I truly admire Shandong Airlines, quick and stable. I hadn't even finished my meal before we successfully landed. Shandong Airlines only knows how to leave early, never late. So for those with partners traveling for business, it's best to avoid flying with Shandong Airlines for family harmony. Exactly. The last time I flew to Qingzhou with Shandong Airlines, we took off on time but arrived early. The plane was circling in the air, and we thought something was wrong. Then the captain explained it was just to show us the scenery of Qingzhou, but really, there were no available parking spots. The tower wouldn't let him land. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter in the comments. Is Shandong Airlines really this amusing? Zhou furrowed her brow while continuously scrolling through the comments. She wished to exclaim, "Darlings, this is the Southern Airlines broadcast room." However, she knew that even if she said it, few would pay her any mind. Thus, she turned her gaze towards the distant runway. Looking at the Airbus A320 waiting for takeoff with a face full of discontent, silently yearning for the aircraft to hastily take off and vacate her space. You all have stolen my viewership. Do you understand? In the cockpit, as the aircraft steadied at the takeoff holding area, awaiting further instructions from the tower, Lu Qingzhou turned to co-pilot Qinbin and earnestly inquired, "Are you all right?" Under normal circumstances, this would be a trivial question, but given the current weather, reminiscent of recent events, Qinbin was still haunted by the psychological shadow cast by that day's experience. If he were to fall ill during the takeoff phase today, it would significantly impact the aircraft's ascent. After all, Lu Qingzhou is not endowed with superhuman abilities. It is impossible for one individual to successfully pilot such a large aircraft alone. Qinbin naturally comprehended the implication behind Lu Qingzhou's words. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Never ask a man if he can do something, for the answer will invariably be yes. What man would ever admit to his inadequacies?" Following this, he gazed upwards at the increasingly darkening sky, gritting his teeth, and silently vowed, "I refuse to be intimidated. After years with Shan Aviation, I have weathered storms far more daunting. How could a mere tempest deter me? Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Wait a moment. What foolish wish did I just utter? To invite the storm to rage more fiercely? Have I lost my senses? I must retract that ridiculous desire. The current weather is perfectly fine, and I certainly do not wish for a more violent tempest. It seems heaven has heeded his thoughts." The originally dense and oppressive clouds began to part, revealing a slender gap. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating the earth and transforming a patch of land into a golden hue. Qinbin was overjoyed, promptly offering a heartfelt thanks to the heavens. Lu Qingzhou's demeanor also improved significantly, not due to the sudden change in weather, but rather because he saw that Qinbin no longer appeared as frightened as before. He had returned to a semblance of normalcy. "Contact the tower and request takeoff," Lu Qingzhou stated solemnly, placing his hand on the throttle lever, poised to increase the aircraft's power at any moment. Qinbin immediately focused his mind and spoke, "Buy-in tower. Shan Aviation 1173, holding short of runway 01 left. Shan Aviation 1173, runway 01 left, ground wind 5 to 10 meters, corrected sea pressure 1080, you are cleared for takeoff." The tower controller promptly replied. Qinbin repeated, "Runway 01 left, ground wind 5 to 10 meters, corrected sea pressure 1080, cleared for takeoff." The tower's instructions were akin to a royal decree. With the clearance received, Lu Qingzhou hesitated no longer. One hand firmly grasped the control yoke to align the aircraft's nose with the runway centerline, while the other pushed the throttle lever to its limit and pressed the buttons on either side, releasing the brakes and deploying the flaps. The Airbus A320 surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, darting onto the runway. The engines erupted with a thunderous roar. Inside the cabin, everyone had fastened their seatbelts, watching as the scenery outside whizzed by in reverse. "Thrust stable," Qinbin announced loudly, his gaze fixed intently on the instrument panel. Lu Qingzhou promptly responded, "Toga SRS runway." This was no mere display of English proficiency. Rather, it was the standard phraseology employed during the takeoff of an Airbus aircraft. Here, Toga signifies manual maximum thrust, SRS denotes the speed reference system, and runway indicates the activation of the autothrottle. Confirmation. As Qinbin uttered these words, the aircraft's ground speed indicator surged upward as if invigorated by a potent elixir. In the blink of an eye, the speedometer reflected a dramatic increase from 0 to 100 km/h, and the velocity continued to escalate rapidly. This astonishing acceleration, akin to that of the world's most formidable supercars, surpassed even the prowess of Formula One racing vehicles. Yet, the aircraft persisted in its ascent. "Speed 100. Qinbin declared loudly. Lu Qizhou, his expression grave, responded in a deep tone, confirmed. Before long, the aircraft's speed exceeded 140 knots, approximately 260 kilometers/h, reaching the V1 decision speed. V1. Rotate. Shinbin commanded. With his words, Lu Qizhou expertly lifted the aircraft's nose. However, in contrast to the typical low angle of ascent, this time, the Airbus A320 soared at a considerably steeper angle. The aircraft's nose was elevated high, akin to a sword piercing the very chest of the heavens. Chapter 55. A steep takeoff? Is the captain not afraid of complaints? Inside the cabin, as the aircraft's front and rear landing gear lifted off the ground, ascending at a steep angle, nearly all passengers remained oblivious to any anomalies. They merely felt as though a mountain pressed upon their chests, struggling to catch their breath. Additionally, their bodies leaned backward, with their feet no longer touching the ground. However, due to the effects of gravity, the majority of individuals experienced some physiological reactions during takeoff, such as slight breathing difficulties and temporary deafness. Thus, passengers assumed today was no different from any other day, attributing their discomfort solely to the physiological effects of takeoff. After all, the ascent was remarkably smooth. Although the speed along the runway felt somewhat swifter than usual, from the moment they surged past the holding point, the aircraft exhibited no irregularities. The cabin resonated with the sounds of heavy breathing, yet these noises were nearly drowned out by the roaring engine. Only Zhang Shaoan and a few others sensed that something was amiss. Given that their workplace was aboard various aircraft, each had accumulated thousands of flight hours, having flown on hundreds of flights, rendering them immune to the typical physiological reactions experienced during takeoff. Yet today, they felt an unsettling discomfort. Not only were they struggling to breathe, but a persistent rumble echoed in their ears. What could be the cause? Sitting beside Zhang Shaoan, Nia Xiaoyu anxiously turned to glance out the window. Aside from the dense, ominous clouds, there appeared to be no cause for alarm. However, when she shifted her gaze to the chief flight attendant, she noticed that the attendant's feet had left the ground. In that moment, Nia Xiaoyu finally grasped what was amiss. The aircraft was indeed taking off at a steep angle. Her complexion paled instantly. As a flight attendant for Mountain Airlines, she was well aware of the captain's bold demeanor, particularly that today as captain, Lu Qizhou was known as the king of the underworld. Yet she never anticipated that he would dare to employ such a perilous takeoff method. Was he not concerned about the potential for disaster? In the cockpit, Shinbin remained fixated on the instrument panel. As a seasoned pilot with thousands of hours logged, he was unfazed by the physiological responses and discomfort associated with a near 60-degree ascent. His focus was entirely on the aircraft's instruments, disregarding any discomfort. And the previously looming shadow of fear had vanished without a trace. Rate of climb, he called out loudly. Lu Qizhou, maintaining a calm demeanor, promptly replied. Retract the landing gear. Retract the landing gear, Shinbin echoed, immediately pressing the landing gear button. The two operated in seamless coordination. However, Chen Bingbing, situated behind them, was not as fortunate. Her face had turned a ghostly white, her eyes wide with shock as she stared ahead in disbelief. Her lips parted slightly, and the weight of the mountain she clutched at her chest rendered her breathless. A deep rumbling echoed in her ears. Yet, these physiological responses were trivial compared to the true terror that engulfed Chen Bingbing. The dark clouds above loomed like mountains pressing down upon the aircraft, even through the windshield. Despair was palpable. Just as Chen Bingbing felt on the verge of suffocation, the Airbus A320 plunged into the clouds with the force of a sword, its momentum unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the nose of the aircraft burst through the cloud barrier. Suddenly, long-forgotten sunlight streamed through the fissures in the clouds. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, Lu Qizhou had already pushed down the control stick, guiding the plane into the gap. After approximately 30 seconds, the aircraft finally emerged from the rift, bathing in sunlight. Lu Qizhou adjusted the controls, leveling off the aircraft. In an instant, the invisible mountain pressing upon everyone's chest vanished without a trace. A look of relief spread across Shinbin's face. It was not merely because the plane had broken free from the clouds, but due to his unwavering composure in a similar scenario. The psychological burden before takeoff was, in truth, a mere figment of his own imagination. Lu Qizhou turned his head, catching Shinbin's relieved expression, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Shinbin squeezed the radio headset and announced, Baiyun Tower, 01 left the ground, Shanhang 1173. Soon, the voice of the tower controller resonated through the communication channel. Shanhang 1173, switch to frequency 124. 55, and contact Yangqing approach. Wish you a safe journey. Switching to frequency 124. 55, contacting Yangqing approach, Shanhang 1173. Thank you. Goodbye. In the cabin, nearly all passengers appeared somewhat pallid, some even gasping for breath. However, the takeoff had been remarkably smooth, aside from feeling slightly breathless. There was no other discomfort. It was a stark contrast to other flights where takeoffs felt like a roller coaster ride. Thus, none of the passengers sensed anything amiss. Nor did they fathom the audacity of the captain to take off at such a steep angle of nearly 60 degrees, while the passengers remained oblivious. The live broadcast from Southern Airlines had erupted in excitement, especially when viewers witnessed the Airbus A320 taking off at a steep angle and vanishing into the clouds almost instantaneously. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream like a tidal wave. Did I just see that? Was the captain previously a fighter pilot? Is this a stunt? How bold for a commercial pilot. Captain of Shanhang. Everyone, hold on tight. I'm going to take off. Oh my, are the passengers on that flight already terrified? Do not hinder me. Tomorrow I shall purchase a ticket for Shanhang Airlines. Do not inquire about my destination. I merely wish to experience the exhilarating sensation of a roller coaster-like takeoff, as civil aviation takes flight akin to a rapid uprooting of bamboo. The captain must be bracing for complaints. Such brutality. This is the most ferocious method of takeoff I have ever witnessed. I just calculated the angle of ascent, and it barely reaches 60 degrees. It is far less exaggerated than you all claim. Do you hear yourself? A 60-degree angle in a large aircraft is indeed quite daunting. Truly, it is one of the three great marvels of Dongda transportation. Seeing is believing. Today, I finally grasped the audacity of Shandong Airlines. Observing the deluge of comments in the live stream, Zhou wore a look of utter grievance. Am I not the protagonist here? I am the centerpiece. Shandong Airlines. What are you doing? In less than 10 minutes of my appearance, you have seized all my attention. Zhou took a deep breath, suddenly engulfed by a sense of disillusionment, as if to say, this world is not worth it. Chapter 56. The uplifting launch with labored breaths akin to a stranded fish. Chen Bingbing gasped for air. After Chen Bin concluded the communication with the Yangqing approach, he turned to her with a look of concern and inquired, Bingbing, are you all right? With a feeble gesture, Chen Bingbing waved her hand. Under the sun's radiant glow, her complexion appeared almost ethereal, imbued with a hint of sanctity. Fine. She managed to utter before suddenly clutching her chest and dry heaving. Observing her distress, Chen Bin promptly offered her a bottle of mineral water. She unscrewed the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls, gradually regaining her composure. Wiping the thin sheen of perspiration from her forehead, she remarked, I truly felt suffocated just now. It was unbearable. I've flown numerous times before, yet never have I felt this way. Chen Bin chuckled. Ha. If you fly with Mountain Airlines a few more times, you'll become immune. Really? Chen Bingbing blinked, bewildered. The jesting by netizens regarding Mountain Airlines was not entirely unfounded, as Chen Bin elucidated. Many of those quips are rooted in reality. For instance, just now, there was a China Southern Boeing 737-800 that taxied out alongside us. But it halted its takeoff due to changing weather conditions. The tower advised the captain of light boat to delay the launch until the rain subsided. Yet, as you heard, the captain rejected the tower's counsel. However, the skies above Bayan Airport were shrouded in thick clouds, with only a few narrow gaps available for passage. To navigate through these openings during takeoff, the aircraft's angle had to be significantly steeper than usual. The increased angle of ascent resulted in greater overload during the climb. And being in the cockpit, one could distinctly observe the oppressive clouds looming overhead like mountains, eliciting a physiological response that was entirely natural. Chen Bingbing was taken aback, her hand instinctively covering her mouth as she gazed at Lu Qi's show in disbelief. This youthful and charming captain, known for his gentle demeanor, harbored such a wild side. Just how steep was the angle of ascent you mentioned? She probed further. Chen Bin replied with a smile, typically. Commercial aircraft take off at an angle between 13 to 25 degrees, ensuring a stable lift and a safe flight posture, while maintaining optimal engine and system functionality for passenger comfort. However, the angle during our recent takeoff likely exceeded 60 degrees. Ordinarily, when the takeoff angle surpasses 50 or 60 degrees, it is referred to as uplifting launch. In essence, we have just fully experienced the exhilarating impact and thrill of a rapid ascent. How about it? This flight was not in vain, was it? Chen Bingbing was so startled that she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed. She had often come across videos online showcasing the rapid ascent maneuver performed by aircraft. However, these usually involved fighter jets or more agile planes. She had never actually witnessed a commercial airliner attempting such a daring feat during takeoff. This was not merely a demonstration of skill. but a blatant disregard for the safety of all passengers on board. Just listen to his nonsense. What rapid ascent? Is it really that dramatic? At that moment, Lu Qingzhou, who had remained silent thus far, interjected with a hint of annoyance. Ah? Qin Bingbing blinked, first casting a puzzled glance at Qin Bin, then turning her head to scrutinize Lu Qingzhou's profile closely. Are you saying that Brother Bin was just trying to scare me? What else could it be? Lu Qingzhou maintained his grip on the control stick, continuing, the angle of ascent was indeed steeper than usual, but it was nowhere near as perilous or thrilling as he described. Besides, what rapid ascent is there in commercial aviation? The maneuverability, engine thrust, and maximum takeoff weight of commercial airliners cannot compare to that of fighter jets. Recklessly attempting a rapid ascent is tantamount to courting disaster. So, take his words as mere fiction. Do not take them to heart. Oh. Qin Bingbing suddenly realized, then turned to Qin Bin and said, Why are you so mischievous? You scared me half to death just now. Qin Bin rolled his eyes and retorted, Do you believe him or me? I believe him. Qin Bingbing replied without hesitation. Captain Qingzhou wouldn't lie. Unlike you, you old rogue. Who knows how many girls have fallen victim to your tricks over the years? What nonsense is this? Qin Bin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Bingbing, incredulous at her words. He doesn't deceive people? He doesn't lead them around in circles? Oh heavens, please grant us ordinary folks a chance to survive. Why are all women so enamored with appearances? They believe whatever handsome men say? Is there no justice left? I am the most honest one here, yet I'm being labeled as the old rogue. Seeing him becoming increasingly exaggerated in his lamentations, Lu Qingzhou promptly interrupted. Enough chatter. Shouldn't we be contacting Yanqing approach? We've already climbed to an altitude of 6,000 meters. We will soon exit Yanqing airspace. With the mention of business, Qin Bin ceased his antics and sat up straight, gripping the radio headset as he spoke firmly. Yanqing approach, Shanhang 1173. More than 10 minutes later, the aircraft successfully reached the designated airspace. Lu Qingzhou switched the flying mode from manual to automatic, then stretched with a yawn. Turning to Qin Bingbing, he smiled and asked, Did I truly frighten you just now? Qin Bingbing's cheeks flushed slightly as she fidgeted, replying, Well, it's not too bad. It's just that the physiological response was a bit intense, so it was somewhat uncomfortable. All right, I will be more mindful next time. Lu Qingzhou remarked, If you were in the cabin, it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. I forgot that there was an extra person in the cockpit today, which made the takeoff excessively vigorous. Qin Bingbing felt a surge of delight in her heart upon witnessing his concern for her. However, just a few seconds later, she came to realize the implications of his words. What do you mean by forgetting there was an extra person in the cockpit? Is my presence so insignificant? Thus, it seemed that Brother Bin was indeed truthful. You were really just pulling a rabbit out of a hat moments ago, weren't you? Qin Bingbing looked up at Lu Qingzhou and asked earnestly. Lu Qingzhou, with a tone of resignation, replied, I told you, that was not pulling a rabbit out of a hat. It was merely a slight increase in the takeoff angle. Do you believe him or me? Qin Bingbing, her cheeks puffed with indignation, retorted, I believe him. You are such a clumsy oaf. Why would I trust you? Excuse me? Lu Qingzhou exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Even Qin Bin was taken aback by Qin Bingbing's sudden change in demeanor. What happened? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How is it that in such a short span, your attitude has flipped a complete 180? Lu Qingzhou and Qin Bin exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in helplessness. Indeed. One cannot fathom the thoughts of a girl. No matter how hard you try, it remains an enigma. Chapter 57. Which position both puzzles and pleases the flight attendant. Ding dong, the doorbell of the cockpit rang. Qin Bin rose to open the door, only to be greeted by the second position flight attendant, Xiaoyu, who handed him 2 bottles of mineral water before peeking her head inside. She looked at Qin Bingbing and asked, Bingbing, we replenished some new snacks this afternoon. Would you like me to set aside a few packets for you to taste? Qin Bingbing eagerly replied, Sure. Captain Lu Qingzhou, how about you? This afternoon, I specifically prepared a batch of local pastries from Yanqing for the first-class passengers. They are quite delightful. Would you like to try some as well? Before Lu Qingzhou could respond, Qin Bin, holding the 2 bottles of water, interjected, Hey, am I invisible? Can't you see me? I am clearly the closest to you. Yet you choose to overlook me. Xiaoyu tilted her head in confusion and remarked, Huh? I could have sworn I heard someone speaking next to me. Like a mosquito buzzing. Lu Qingzhou and Qin Bingbing couldn't help but laugh at her remark, while Qin Bin scowled. He feigned pushing her away and exclaimed, Go on. Go on. You truly only have eyes for handsome men. It's not that I consider you invisible. It's just company policy that you two cannot eat the same thing on the plane, Xiaoyu patiently explained. If Captain Qingzhou isn't eating, I can fetch you something else. No, I want to eat that. Chunbin shook his head vigorously. I refuse to partake in food that feels like charity. Eat if you want, or not. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes dramatically before shifting her attention back to Lu Qizhou. Lu Qizhou smiled and said, I want to eat either. We'll be arriving shortly anyway. All right. Xiaoyu beamed sweetly. However, just as she was about to turn to leave, Lu Qizhou added, Please let Sister Shaoan and the others know that if there is nothing pressing when we arrive this afternoon, they should not leave just yet. Bing and the others have temporarily joined our group, so I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Captain Qizhou is treating us? That is a monumental occasion. Xiaoyu responded with an okay hand gesture, adding, I'll go ahead and agree for them. Once Xiaoyu exited the cockpit, Chun Bingbing curiously inquired, this morning. When they introduced themselves, they mentioned their positions as flight attendants. Is there some significance to that? This actually pertains to the classification of cabin crew areas and responsibilities. Lu Qizhou explained as clearly as possible. For instance, the first position is the chief flight attendant, overseeing the entire cabin. The second position serves as the cabin crew for both business and first class. However, typically, medium-range narrow-body aircraft only have one class, either business or first class. The third position is the lead attendant for the rear cabin, mainly responsible for managing that area. The fourth and fifth positions are regular attendants, specifically assigned to the economy class. Chen Bibing exclaimed, now enlightened. I didn't realize there were so many intricacies within a small cabin. Is there a particular position that flight attendants both cherish and find troublesome? Chen Bingbing inquired. Lu Qingzhou opened his mouth, finding himself in a knowledge-blind spot. Thus, he cast a pleading glance towards Chen Bin. Such a clearly gossip-oriented question is futile to ask him. You ought to inquire of me instead, Chen Bin chuckled. This fellow is the type who remains blissfully ignorant of worldly affairs, wholly absorbed in his desire to fly planes. A true technophile, devoid of any zest for life. Let us discuss gossip without resorting to personal attacks, Lu Qingzhou retorted, dissatisfied. I actually think being a technophile is quite commendable, Chen Bingbing remarked. You only think that because he is handsome. Try finding charm in an unattractive technophile devoid of allure. Chen Bin directly pierced through her concealed thoughts. Chen Bingbing was flustered. Hastily steering the conversation, come on, tell me, which position makes flight attendants both fond and exasperated? That's obvious, it's the second position, Chen Bin replied without hesitation. Specifically, Xiaoyu's role. Why? Chen Bingbing pressed. Is it because the clientele consists of first-class or business-class passengers, perhaps some affluent suitors among them? You've asked quite straightforwardly. Chen Bin laughed, but you've touched upon part of the reason. Let me first explain why it's exasperating. It's due to the service provided to dual-class passengers, who, as is well known, have numerous and peculiar demands that must be met to the best of one's ability. The service protocols are also exceedingly intricate, requiring flight attendants to tread carefully. Consequently, the second position entails the most responsibilities aboard the aircraft. Another reason is that the second position flight attendant is nearly always in close proximity to the purser. Would you enjoy working alongside your superior? Chen Bingbing shook her head vigorously. Of course not. If I were under constant scrutiny from a supervisor, how could I possibly enjoy my leisurely moments? Exactly, Chen Bin continued. As for why they find it delightful, you've already mentioned one reason. It's because this demographic tends to be relatively affluent, where the proportion of wealthy individuals is significantly greater than in economy class. Thus, some flight attendants with a keen sense for socializing may proactively engage with such passengers, and Chen Bin gave a knowing look. Chen Bingbing suddenly understood. I see. However, not all flight attendants harbor such intentions. In fact, most are quite decent. Yet, since flight attendants generally possess above-average appearances, combined with a few isolated instances that have been sensationalized online, the overall image of the profession has been tarnished. Most of the flight attendants I know are wonderful. They are diligent and family-oriented, far from the demonized portrayal found online, Chen Bin quickly added. Of course, he concluded, attempting to redeem the profession. This final remark was an effort to bolster their reputation, as both he and Chen Bingbing, even Lu Qingzhou, who typically remained indifferent to such matters, were well aware. The so-called individual cases are, in fact, a vast multitude of instances. However, even amidst this plethora of examples, it is unjust to discredit and malign the entire industry. After all, the number of flight attendants across the nation reaches into the hundreds of thousands. The few who truly engage in unscrupulous activities number only in the hundreds or thousands. The majority merely don the guise of flight attendants to fetch a handsome price for their services. Surely, one cannot genuinely believe that individuals would take something akin to Qingzhou nationwide flights available at face value. Moreover, Chunbin added, after enhancing his appeal, that the dual cabin crew members have an additional responsibility to serve the cockpit, delivering food and beverages to the captain and first officer. In other flights, this task may seem like a burden for the second-tier flight attendant, who is already exhausted from catering to the esteemed passengers in first and business class, and now must also attend to the cockpit crew. Yet, circumstances can vary. Take our flight, for instance. This role is not a burden, but rather a privilege. As Chunbin spoke, he winked at Qin Bibing, prompting her to inquire why. Oh, Qin Bibing immediately understood, responding with a knowing glance, because the cockpit is graced with handsome pilots, which certainly cannot be considered a burden, can it? If I were to rent out my coveted seat, I imagine the lovely ladies outside would be clamoring for it. To think I might be a commercial genius. Tomorrow, I shall auction off my seat to the highest bidder. Chunbin suggested, why not auction my seat as well? With this fellow's capability, it makes little difference whether I'm present or not. We could earn a bit of extra cash together. Agreed, Qin Bingbing replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. Lu Qingzhou, wearing a look of exasperation, chose to distance herself from these two fools. Chapter 58, Alas. A bird strike. The return journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of cumulonimbus clouds, clear air turbulence, or aerial racing. The cabin experienced no incidents whatsoever. In summary, the 3-hour return trip unfolded in a rather mundane manner, which is, in fact, the norm. Approximately 200,000 flights occur globally each day, with encounters of severe weather or unexpected incidents estimated to be merely 1 in 10,000. The likelihood of accidents resulting in casualties is even less than 1 in 200,000. Furthermore, the probability of a commercial airliner experiencing a catastrophic failure exceeds 1 in a million, and the odds of fatalities in such disasters are even lower. This is why many assert that flying is the safest mode of public transportation, albeit the margin for error in aviation is exceedingly slim. It is often a matter of life or death. The notion of self-rescue at an altitude of 10,000 meters is but a naive fantasy. At 4:45 p.m. Capital Time, Flight SC-1173 of Shanhang Airlines had already entered the airspace of Qingzhou Province, less than 200 kilometers from Yaoqiang Airport. Since the flight had not faced delays upon departing from Bayan Airport, Lu Qingzhou set the cruising speed to a moderate 870 kilometers/h, rather than the extreme pace of the morning. Even so, the aircraft arrived over 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Upon entering the airspace of Qingzhou Province, it was time to begin descending. Both Lu Qingzhou and Chunbin transitioned from a state of languor to one of busyness, though neither was a novice, allowing them to remain composed amid the flurry of activity. In the cabin, the crew commenced the landing announcement, executing their tasks with precision. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft's altitude dropped from 9,800 meters to 8,000 meters, then to 7,000 meters and 6,000 meters. When the altitude fell below 6,000 meters, Chunbin promptly disengaged from the Shanghai control and established communication with the Quanqing approach. Subsequently, Captain Lu Qingzhou followed the directives of the Quanqing approach and initiated the 5-step descent. At altitudes of 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, and 3,000 meters, they established the blind approach, confirming the runway at the destination airport. As they descended to 2,000 meters and then 1,000 meters, they bade farewell to Quanqing approach and contacted the tower at Yaoqiang Airport. Before long, Yaoqiang Airport came into view. Its towering control tower resembling a lighthouse amidst the vast sea, clearly visible from a distance. With one hand firmly grasping the control stick, Lu Qingzhou adjusted the aircraft's flight attitude while simultaneously reducing the throttle with his other hand. The flaps had been deployed and the spoilers engaged, resulting in a noticeable decrease in airspeed. Now, with the airport less than 10 kilometers away and the airspeed dropping below 400 kilometers/h, it was time to deploy the landing gear. Proceed, Lu Qingzhou instructed. Chunbin, having shed his usual nonchalance, was fully focused and prepared for the landing. He maintained a serious demeanor while at work. After pressing the landing gear release button, he deliberately glanced at the instrument panel to confirm that there were no malfunction indicators before he responded, "Lower the landing gear." Understood, Lu Qingzhou acknowledged, keeping his hand firmly on the control stick. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a small black dot directly ahead of the aircraft. Quick-witted, Lu Qingzhou promptly pulled back on the control stick. A loud clatter ensued. The unexpected turn of events startled everyone on board, leaving them momentarily shocked. A thud echoed through the cockpit. Chen Bingbing, still recovering from the fright, quickly scanned the surroundings to locate the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Lu Qizhou and Chen Bin's expressions turned grave, particularly Chen Bin, whose eyes revealed a hint of tension. Damn, we hit a bird. What is the airport's bird control team doing? They failed to disperse the flocks near the airport. Lu Qingzhou felt a slight relief. From the moment he spotted the bird until he reacted, only a second or two had passed. Yet, in that brief window, a major accident was narrowly averted. Had he not reacted swiftly to pull back on the control stick, the bird would have collided directly with the aircraft's windshield. One should not assume that the windshield is impervious to such impacts. The forces at play are reciprocal. An aircraft traveling at nearly 400 km/h could easily suffer catastrophic consequences from a collision with a mere bird. Fortunately, Lu Qingzhou instinctively pulled back on the control stick, allowing the radar dome to absorb the impact. Even if the dome's exterior were to be damaged, it would not significantly threaten the aircraft's safety. His quick reflexes proved advantageous. In the cabin, the passengers, previously drowsy, were jolted awake by the sudden incident. They looked around in confusion, eager to understand what had just transpired to cause the aircraft to jolt unexpectedly. That nearly gave me a heart attack. I was sleeping so soundly, and suddenly it felt like I was thrown into the air. I broke out in a cold sweat. What is going on? Are we flying a plane or a tractor? Have we arrived in Qingzhou? Did we reach Yaoqiang Airport after just a nap? The captain of Shanhang Airlines truly flies fast. Speed is great. But let us hope everything else is just as efficient, someone joked. That's a personal attack. Be careful not to let the captain hear you. I'm just complimenting him. The cabin was in disarray, and the passengers did not dwell on the incident. Little did they know, they had just brushed perilously close to death. Not only the passengers, but even the crew dismissed the sudden turbulence as inconsequential. They merely believed that the aircraft was about to land, only to encounter a sudden gust of wind. The meteorological conditions in the vicinity of the ground are notoriously complex. It is not uncommon for an aircraft to be deflected by a sudden breeze. In the cockpit, Chen Bin released a deep, heavy sigh after what felt like an eternity of 10 seconds. Damn it, did we just collide with a bird? He exclaimed. What on earth is the bird control team doing? This close to the airport, and there is still a rogue bird around? If it weren't for your quick reflexes, that bird would have likely smashed into the windshield. Once we land, I must pay a visit to the dispatch center to inquire about the absurdity at Yaoqiang Airport. If we had indeed collided with the windshield, I cannot speak for others, but at the very least, one of us would be filing a claim. Lu Qingzhou remained impassive, responding in a low voice. Let us refrain from complaints. Our priority is to land safely. If one of us files a claim, would not the others follow suit? It was at this moment that Chen Bingbing finally grasped the situation. The clear, muffled sound they had just heard was indeed the aircraft colliding with a bird. Wait, did the plane just hit a bird? Does that mean we narrowly escaped death just moments ago? Chapter 59, A Narrow Escape from Death. Landing safely, it is well known that birds are among the most formidable threats to aircraft, ranking just behind human error, mechanical failure, and inclement weather. Collectively, these four factors are often referred to as the four deadly killers of aviation. One might dismiss birds as mere carbon-based organisms, incapable of posing a threat to aircraft. However, the forces involved are reciprocal when an aircraft, traveling at hundreds of kilometers per hour, collides with a bird. The impact force experienced by both the aircraft and the bird is equivalent, particularly when a bird strikes crucial components of the aircraft, such as the windshield, engines, or rudder. It can certainly lead to malfunctions, potentially resulting in in-flight emergencies. Moreover, aircraft and flocks of birds share the same expanse of sky, with birds exercising their freedom to soar. Thus, birds are justifiably considered one of the four deadly killers in the aviation realm. Generally, flocks of birds tend to operate at lower altitudes, while aircraft maintain altitudes ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of meters, especially during the cruise phase. Consequently, both parties are typically not active in the same airspace for the majority of the time. Nevertheless, regardless of altitude, aircraft must take off from the ground and land, making these phases the most susceptible to bird strikes. It is widely acknowledged that the takeoff and landing processes are the most perilous stages of flight. with a propensity for accidents during these times, primarily due to the risk of colliding with birds. Accordingly, both civilian and military airports established dedicated bird control units, tasked with employing various methods to disperse bird populations in the vicinity of the airport. In the case of the Shanhang Airlines SC-1173 flight, a bird strike occurred at an altitude of less than 1,000 meters and within 10 kilometers of the airport, clearly indicating a shortcoming in the bird control measures at Yaoqiang Airport. However, determining accountability would be a matter for later consideration. At present, the paramount objective for Liu Qingzhou and Chen Bin is to ensure the safe landing of the aircraft, which is suspected to have collided with a bird. Thus, following the incident, Chen Bin promptly informed the control tower of the possible bird strike, while Liu Qingzhou firmly grasped the control yoke, continuing the descent. Though the aircraft had yet to exhibit any abnormal behavior, Liu Qingzhou remained vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. Should the aircraft experience mechanical failure due to the bird strike, he would assess the situation and decide whether to continue landing or initiate a go-around. At 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, Yaoqiang Airport was now within sight, with a straight runway appearing before Liu Qingzhou's eyes. The aircraft continued to function normally, with no warning lights illuminating the instrument panel. Nevertheless, Liu Qingzhou did not allow complacency to take hold. He was mentally prepared with contingency plans. At 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, almost in the blink of an eye, the Airbus A320 had reached the airspace above the airport. As the aircraft descended below a height of 50 meters, Liu Qingzhou gently lifted the nose, ensuring that the rear landing gear made contact with the ground first. Moments later, the airplane soared above the runway, its altitude diminishing to less than 20 meters. After traversing approximately 200 to 300 meters along the airport runway, a resounding thud echoed as the rear landing gear struck the tarmac with force. In the next instant, the tires of the rear landing gear began to spin, propelling the aircraft forward with vigor. A few moments later, the front landing gear successfully touched down as well. The Airbus A320, akin to a wild stallion that had broken free, raced uncontrollably towards the end of the runway. Liu Qingzhou promptly activated the braking system and pulled the thrust reverser lever backward, engaging the reverse thrust mechanism. In an instant, the aircraft's speed visibly diminished. After hurtling down the runway for nearly 1,000 meters, signs of fatigue finally emerged, and it gradually glided a few hundred meters, as if it had expended all its energy, coming to a gentle halt upon the runway. Without lingering for a moment, Liu Qingzhou swiftly maneuvered off the runway, guided by the instructions from the ground at Yaoqiang Airport, entering the taxiway. Just as he exited the taxiway, a guiding vehicle appeared directly ahead, directing him towards the distant remote parking position. At this juncture, two airport marshals stood at the far end of the remote parking area, one in front of the other. As the Shanhang Airlines SC-1173 followed the guiding vehicle to the remote position, the marshals immediately began signaling, directing Liu Qingzhou to bring the aircraft to a steady stop at the designated spot. However, once the aircraft came to a halt, their eyes widened in shock at the sight of a smear of flesh on the nose radar dome, which was dented and even cracked from the collision. Do not rush to assign blame. The control tower is already aware that we struck a bird. If it is the airport's fault, they cannot evade responsibility, one of them remarked. In the cockpit, upon seeing Chen Bin stand up to confront the dispatch center, Liu Qingzhou hurriedly interjected, "Chen Bin, wait. You remain in the cockpit while I go down to inspect the damage. Follow my orders, start the engines, open the radar dome. We shall conduct a thorough check first." "Understood," Chen Bin replied with a nod. Liu Qingzhou unfastened his seatbelt and turned to Chen Bingbing. "Are you staying in the cockpit or coming down with me to take a look?" "I'll come down with you," Chen Bingbing responded without hesitation. Her curiosity piqued to see the culprit that had nearly sent her to the afterlife. "Very well, let us proceed." As Liu Qingzhou finished speaking, he had already opened the cockpit door. Chen Bingbing quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and followed suit. Upon reaching the cabin, they found that the passengers had already begun to stand in queue in preparation for disembarkation. Nie Xiaoyu and Zhang Xiaoyu worked together to open the front cabin door, and a stair vehicle promptly approached. Upon noticing the hurried demeanor of Captain Liu Qingzhou, the chief stewardess, Zhang Xiaoan, inquired with curiosity, "Captain, what seems to be the matter? Is there some urgent situation?" Without turning his head, Liu Qingzhou replied, "It's nothing urgent. We just encountered a bird strike during landing. I need to go and take a look." Zhang Xiaoan was taken aback, while Nie Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiaoyu widened their eyes in shock. Passengers nearby turned their heads in astonishment at the unfolding scene. However, Lu Qingzhou had no time to provide explanations. He quickly descended the aircraft with Chen Bingbing. Once they reached the front of the plane, they were met with the sight of the radar dome, which was not only dented but also cracked. Both of them gasped in disbelief. Chen Bingbing, glancing at the gruesome mess that was once the bird, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Is that what remains of the bird? How could it be reduced to such a state? Nothing but a puddle of flesh. At nearly 400 kilometers age, it was hardly surprising that there were no remnants of bones left. Lu Qingzhou remained unfazed, remarking, "When you drive at high speeds in the summer, don't you often find small insects splattered across your windshield? They too become mere smears upon impact." Ugh, Chen Bingbing retched. "Please, don't say any more. It's simply revolting." Chapter 60. The culprit bird has been found, and we have received the complete bird strike inspection package. Lu Qingzhou exhaled deeply, a look of helplessness on his face. Now that the culprit bird has been located, we are indeed presented with the complete bird strike inspection package. Initially, we were supposed to arrive at Yaoqiang Airport around 5 o'clock, followed by a few hours of subsequent work, and then return to the company by 6 to treat you all to a splendid meal. However, given the present circumstances, it seems our dining plans will have to be postponed. Chen Bingbing, on the other hand, seemed quite indifferent. "I had plenty of snacks on the plane, and I'm still quite full, so I can wait a bit longer for dinner." Captain Qingzhou, isn't the maintenance and upkeep of the aircraft handled by the airport's technical staff? Why are you also getting involved? Chen Bingbing inquired further. Lu Qingzhou explained. The maintenance and upkeep of an aircraft are not the responsibility of the airport, but rather the duty of each airline. Therefore, if any issues arise with the aircraft, the captain must first conduct a preliminary inspection before reporting to the company. Oh, Chen Bingbing said, realizing the reasoning behind it. So, which component of the aircraft should we begin inspecting? She asked again. Lu Qingzhou pointed to the landing gear and replied, "The landing gear." With that, he took a flashlight and walked toward the front landing gear near the aircraft's nose. "Wait for me to start the live stream first," Chen Bingbing hurriedly said. "Although our audience is merely a few hundred, even the smallest mosquito is still meat." As she spoke, she grabbed a selfie stick and activated the live streaming equipment. Earlier that day in Yangqing, Chen Bingbing felt a sense of despair regarding the upcoming promotion a week later. Of course, other airlines have such substantial support and various promotional activities, especially Juneyao Airlines, Shanhang Airlines, and Hainan Airlines. They're simply shameless. They even resort to using attractive flight attendants to draw attention. China Southern Airlines is not much different either, selecting the most beautiful and charismatic flight attendant from the entire crew to serve as the host. While they call it hosting, it's really just a ploy to attract attention through beauty. Thus, Chen Bingbing had already resigned herself to the situation. As the ancients once said, desire for beauty is a natural human inclination. Men are drawn to beautiful women, and women to handsome men. Hence, gathering a group of stunning individuals is the simplest, rudest, yet most effective way to capture attention. Otherwise, why would the Coconut Tree Group consistently choose voluptuous beauties as their cover models for decades? Why would they repeatedly recruit striking men and women to perform in live streams? However, what does Shanhang Airlines have to offer? While there are indeed handsome men, this particular charming young man does not resort to leveraging his looks, nor does he pose for the camera. As for the beautiful women, the cabin crew flying to Yangqing with her today consists entirely of tall, graceful ladies. Yet, none of them exploit their appearances or strike suggestive poses for the camera. It's quite challenging. Nevertheless, Chen Bingbing had come to terms with it. If she could persevere for a week, then so be it. At the very least, this week marks a momentous occasion, my graduation. The most joyous week since I began my professional journey. As Chen Bingbing hummed a cheerful tune, she opened her live streaming room, preparing to broadcast the checkup package following the incident of a bird colliding with an aircraft. However, the moment she activated the stream, she was left utterly astounded. As the live room opened, a torrent of viewers surged in almost instantaneously. The number of viewers in the upper right corner transitioned from 0 to over 100 in the blink of an eye, and this figure continued to fluctuate almost every second. Within moments, the number of individuals entering the stream had surpassed 500. Accompanying this influx was a deluge of densely packed comments. Staring at the rapidly changing viewer count and the screen overwhelmed with messages, Chen Bingbing's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape in disbelief, as if it could accommodate a fist. After a span of over 10 seconds, she finally gasped, "Heavens, what is happening?" At that moment, The number of viewers had already exceeded 1,000, and the comments were being sent in a frenzy after waiting for over 3 hours. It's finally Liv. Do you know how I spent those 3 hours? Good afternoon, Bing. I've missed you so much. Where's that handsome pilot? I came to see the handsome guy. Bing, could you please step aside? These comments originated from a handful of loyal viewers who had been waiting since morning. However, the majority were newcomers to the live stream, who immediately began showering the chat with inquiries. Is this the live stream of the aircraft that performed lifting the cabbage at Bayonne Airport at noon? Brothers, am I in the right place? I just arrived from the Southern Airlines stream out of curiosity. I used to think the tales of Shanhang Airlines' audacity were mere internet jokes. But today I've truly gained insight. I am so eager to interview the passengers on that aircraft and ask them what it feels like to experience lifting the cabbage when I witnessed that aircraft performing lifting the cabbage in the Southern Airlines stream. I was so astonished my jaw nearly dropped. The skilled daredevils, impressive. My Shandong Airlines, to the brother from Shandong province, is your Shandong Airlines really that audacious? Indeed. Can you imagine a scene of lightning and thunder with dark clouds looming, yet the Shandong Airlines aircraft zipping through the sky? Indeed, at that moment, I was aboard the aircraft, filled with an overwhelming longing for my mother. Previously, I had experienced a flight with Mountain Airlines, where the descent felt akin to a freefall, plummeting dramatically, leaving us all screaming in exhilaration. Upon landing, we found it quite thrilling and enjoyable. It was said that Mountain Airlines had ceased these reckless maneuvers due to frequent complaints. Such flying practices are, in fact, a blatant disregard for the safety of passengers. If I were on that flight, I would undoubtedly lodge a complaint against the captain. Mountain Airlines should refrain from seeking attention in such a sensational manner. To resort to such extreme tactics for publicity is truly shameful. Shin Bingbing widened her eyes and glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. Most were expressions of astonishment, with some even eager to experience the so-called freefall. Yet, a minority perceived this as a mere publicity stunt by Mountain Airlines. However, Shin Bingbing paid little attention to these critical voices, for they were swiftly drowned out by a flood of other comments, causing no significant ripple. Moreover, the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically within mere seconds, reaching 4,000 to 5,000. It was noteworthy that earlier, the viewership had only amounted to a few hundred. How could it escalate so exponentially in just 3 hours? Was it due to the steep ascent during takeoff from Bayonne Airport? The captain had claimed it was not a free fall, but rather a steep takeoff. Why then? Had the phrase free fall flooded the comments? Was he deceiving me? Furthermore, our team had not arranged for cameras to broadcast from the Bayonne Airport control tower. Where then? Had these individuals witnessed the aircraft's departure? Shin Bingbing's mind was awash with questions. Yet, these uncertainties paled in comparison to the significance of the increasing viewer count in her cherished live stream. Chapter 61. The deceptive nature of words. Shin Bingbing was still enveloped in immense joy. At this moment, Qingzhou had reached the front landing gear. The compartment for the landing gear was ajar, allowing the pilot to simply bend slightly and illuminate the interior with a flashlight, revealing the components within clearly. Qingzhou was acutely aware that the remains of the offending bird lay beneath the radar dome at the nose of the aircraft, reduced to a mere smear of flesh. He had only observed a single bird at the time of the incident, making it highly improbable that any other parts of the aircraft sustained damage. Nevertheless, safety is paramount. Qingzhou dared not gamble on even a 1 in 10,000 chance. In truth, it was not a matter of probability, but rather a question of certainty. If one escaped unscathed, all was well. If not, it would result in a catastrophic fate for the entire aircraft. Should a mere 1 in a million chance dictate that one must endure a million flights before encountering misfortune? It is akin to the rising incidence rates of ailments like AIDS and measles in recent years, where many cling to a false sense of security, believing their odds of infection to be minuscule. Yet, it is only upon falling victim to the affliction that one realizes the gravity of the situation, lamenting in regret. Thus, in the realm of aviation, safety reigns supreme. At that moment, Shin Bingbing approached gleefully with a selfie stick in hand. Upon seeing Qingzhou's serious demeanor as he inspected the front landing gear, she was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Captain Qingzhou, has the front landing gear been affected as well?" Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and shook his head, responding, "No, not at all." A wave of relief washed over Shin Bingbing as she exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death with that serious expression. I thought that bird was so formidable that it not only shattered the radar dome, but also damaged the landing gear. It's not a mechanical bird." Qingzhou then emerged from the landing gear compartment, continuing, "How could it possess such destructive power? Birds typically travel in flocks, so while I only witnessed one offending bird, What if it was part of a larger group? Safety is not trivial. Once a bird strike occurs, all critical components of the aircraft must be thoroughly inspected. Chen Bingbing then understood. Oh, I see now. As the two engaged in light conversation, they arrived at the main landing gear compartment. Lu Qizhou once again bent down, peering inside as he meticulously examined each component with his flashlight. Only after confirming that everything was in order did he emerge. He then proceeded to the left and right wings of the aircraft, checking for any remnants of the offending bird in the gap of the flaps. However, the gap of the flaps was not readily visible to the naked eye. Thus, as Lu Qingzhou conducted his inspection, he communicated via intercom with Chen Bin in the cockpit. Under Lu Qingzhou's direction, Chen Bin promptly raised and then lowered the flaps. The cycle repeated several times, and with everything functioning normally, Lu Qingzhou finally ceased his actions. At this moment, the airport ground crew had already brought over a lift vehicle. Lu Qingzhou approached the nose of the aircraft, standing within the vehicle's compartment. As the lift slowly ascended, he and a maintenance worker arrived at the radar dome situated at the front of the aircraft. Observing this, Chen Bin promptly opened the radar dome. As it gradually revealed itself, the radar of the Airbus A320 came into view before Lu Qizhou. Indeed, civil aviation aircraft are equipped with radar, albeit distinct from the military radar found in combat aircraft. The primary role of the radar on commercial planes is navigation and obstacle avoidance, rather than detecting enemy aircraft for engagement. For instance, weather radar serves to avert severe weather conditions such as thunderstorms, turbulence, and wind shear. This type of radar can probabilistically detect and alert pilots to impending adverse weather. Navigation radar, on the other hand, displays ground images, providing navigational assistance while ensuring safe flight in low-visibility conditions like night, fog, or heavy rain. The collision avoidance radar, also known as the Traffic Collision Avoidance System, CAS, can preemptively warn of other airborne vehicles, thereby preventing aerial collisions. However, it is worth noting that the collision avoidance system differs from traditional radar. It gathers data from the transponders of other aircraft using radio receivers to issue early warnings and avert mid-air incidents. Nonetheless, due to its similar functionality, it is categorized as a new type of radar. Thus, beneath the radar dome at the aircraft's nose lies not one, but two radar systems. Fortunately, despite the radar dome being damaged, the radar itself remained entirely operational. As for the dome, its primary function is to protect the radar system from harm caused by hail, bird strikes, and to maintain the aircraft's aerodynamic profile. Therefore, once damaged, it merely requires replacement, an unremarkable issue. After inspecting the radar, the lift vehicle began its gradual descent. Chen Bingbing hurriedly approached, her face filled with concern, and inquired, "Is there any issue with the radar?" "Nothing significant," Lu Qizhou replied. "The radar dome has been dented, but we'll simply replace it later." As he spoke, he walked toward the right engine. Chen Bingbing followed closely, her curiosity piqued. "I read online that radar radiation is quite intense and that approaching or touching the radar could cause substantial harm to the human body," she added, almost instinctively glancing down at Lu Qingzhou, especially affecting male functionality. Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. "Who have you been listening to?" "Online," Chen Bingbing retorted with conviction. "There are influencers who specialize in educating the public about this. They claim that radar radiation can impact the viability of, well, you know," she continued. "You should have worn protective gear while inspecting." Lu Qizhou was left bewildered. What viability?" "Oh, you know." Chen Bingbing stamped her foot, exclaiming, It's that thing." Lu Qingzhou chuckled and shook his head, unable to comprehend her words. It's sperm," Chen Bingbing said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she maintained her gaze firmly on Lu Qizhou, stating earnestly, "There are prominent figures online who explain that radar radiation significantly affects the viability of male sperm." Despite her acute embarrassment, she stubbornly articulated her thoughts with clarity. This exemplifies the character of a girl from Xiangxi, combining the fiery spirit of the Sichuan Chongqing dragon with the grace of a Jiangnan maiden. Lu Qizhou finally grasped her meaning. Hastily smiling as he explained, "In the future, refrain from consuming the so-called popular science from those internet celebrities. Few of them are reliable. Most possess knowledge no greater than that of an ordinary person, yet they create an illusion of expertise, conversing authoritatively on any topic. It's all a ploy to attract attention and garner views. Have you not noticed how they can discuss any subject and always have an opinion? They simply follow the trending topics online. Thus, it's best to enjoy it for amusement and not take it to heart." Qin Bingbing blinked, her expression one of skepticism. Really? Is that so? Lu Qingzhou rolled his eyes, exasperated. Do you think I would deceive you? Humph. Qin Bingbing pouted, replying. You once tricked me into believing you didn't have any tricks up your sleeve. Lu Qingzhou blinked innocently, feigning amnesia. Did I? Is that so? Did I say that? Qin Bingbing shot him a disapproving glance, her face a portrait of lament. Indeed, the mouths of men are deceitful. The more handsome they are, the more they tend to lie. You were so adamant at the time, you completely fooled me. Chapter 62. The cabin is also the captain's domain in the live broadcast room. Numerous viewers were taken aback by the woeful expression on Qin Bingbing's face. A chorus of lamentations erupted. She's fallen for him. Our Bingbing is trapped. Quick, Bingbing, distance yourself from that cat. Today is just the first day, and you're already ensnared. What will happen over the next month? A month from now, there will be trending topics on Weibo, the beautiful host from Mango TV suspected of being abandoned by a scoundrel. I always thought only someone of my caliber could be a scoundrel. Who would have thought that the handsome Captain Qingzhou is also one? Captain Qingzhou, just admit it. Your act of audacity has been thoroughly captured by the live stream. Haha, Captain Qingzhou thinks he can evade responsibility by simply denying it. The act of audacity by Captain Shanhang is already trending today. Do you still wish to deny it? Dream on. In violation of 8 provisions and 1 opposition. Some people are about to face salary cuts and public reprimands. Captain Shanhang's act of audacity is basic conduct, if such things lead to salary cuts and reprimands. The captains at Shanhang must be working for free every month. The playful banter in the live chat was lost on Qin Bingbing and Lu Qingzhou, especially Lu Qingzhou. Even if he were to see it, it would hardly concern him. At this moment, Lu Qingzhou had completed his inspection of both engines and found no abnormalities, nor any remnants of birds within them. It appeared that this bird strike incident was likely the result of a solitary bird, causing merely a crack in the radar dome without inflicting damage on other components. However, this was solely Lu Qingzhou's conclusion, to ascertain whether only one bird was involved. The Airbus A320 would need to be taken to the hangar for a thorough inspection. Only after conducting a complete aircraft check and replacing the radar dome could this Airbus A320 be reinstated into service. Once again, safety is paramount. Thus, it is essential to eliminate all potential hazards at their inception. After completing the full bird strike inspection package, Lu Qingzhou finally withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Bingbing, inquiring whether she preferred to wait for them in the airport's departure hall or return to the aircraft with him. Qin Bingbing, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Don't you have other matters to attend to? I thought once you finished inspecting, we could leave." She had assumed that Lu Qingzhou would have no further obligations after examining the plane. Lu Qingzhou shook his head, explaining, "There are many tasks at hand. Many people believe that once a passenger aircraft arrives at its destination, the pilots can simply abandon the aircraft and clock out." Qin Bingbing blinked in confusion. "Is that not the case?" "Certainly not." Lu Qingzhou shrugged, his expression one of resigned amusement. "There is much to do. Thus, when a flight lands successfully around 4 or 5 o'clock, we typically remain occupied until 6 or 7. If we encounter unforeseen complications, like today's sudden bird strike during descent, our departure could be delayed even further." This is not an exaggeration by Lu Qingzhou. Rather, it is an undeniable truth. Typically, once the aircraft arrives at its designated airport, the captain does not simply conclude the journey by halting the plane on the runway. Instead, he must engage in continuous communication with ground control, maintaining a close connection to receive taxiing instructions and the precise parking position. The airport operates akin to a parking lot, and no matter how audacious the driver, the captain, may be, he must adhere to the directives of security personnel, the controllers. Moreover, during the taxiing process, the aircraft must be vigilant in observing the various signs and signals at the arriving airport, ensuring the safety of its movement. Once the plane is securely positioned at the gate, the captain must engage the parking brake, shut down the engines and relevant systems, and cooperate with ground crew to set the wheel chocks, securing the aircraft. Yet, this is not the conclusion. Following the cessation of the engines, the captain must conduct a brief inspection of critical systems, including flight instruments, engine parameters, hydraulic systems, electrical systems, and communication systems, to verify that all systems are functioning normally post-landing. Should any anomalies be discovered, they must be promptly documented and reported to the airline, which will relay the information to the dispatch center for necessary maintenance. If no irregularities are detected, the captain is still required to meticulously record the flight details in the logbook, noting the flight duration, takeoff and landing times, and any occurrences during the journey, such as weather changes, equipment malfunctions, and air traffic control instructions, to provide a reference for subsequent flights. Furthermore, both the captain and the first officer must complete a flight report, summarizing the overall performance of the flight, including flight efficiency, fuel consumption, and crew collaboration. After finalizing the flight report, they may convene a brief meeting to discuss the flight's summary and feedback, addressing any challenges encountered during the mission as well as performance aspects that require improvement. The captain will also communicate with the cabin crew to ascertain the condition of the passenger area. Next comes the transfer of aircraft authority. The captain will hand over the aircraft, which has just completed its flight duties, to the ground maintenance personnel, who will undertake repairs, inspections, and maintenance. In this process, the captain must meticulously inform them of any faults or irregularities encountered during the flight and provide the flight records and associated data to facilitate subsequent maintenance and care. Concurrently, the captain will converse with the ground staff, relaying all issues from the flight, such as boarding procedures, baggage handling, and cabin cleanliness. In summary, even after landing, the captain cannot simply relinquish responsibility. A multitude of tasks and details await him. Furthermore, the captain must not only report on the aircraft's condition but also address the situation within the cabin, as he is the supreme commander of the flight, the sole authority. Both the flight crew and cabin crew are under his command, and the cabin is his domain. If he does not provide feedback, who will? Upon hearing Lu Qingzhou's complaints, Qin Bibing's mouth slightly agape. She expressed her astonishment. Is it true? I had thought that once the plane landed, you would finish your work. But I didn't realize there was still so much to attend to. It would indeed be wonderful if we could conclude our duties upon landing, sighed Lu Qingzhou. I am curious, is it just your airline that maintains such strict management, or is it the same across all airlines? Qin Bingbing inquired again. Domestic practices are largely similar, replied Lu Qingzhou, as many regulations are mandated by the Civil Aviation Administration. Although each airline may differ slightly, the variations are not significant. However, the situation is quite different abroad, as each country has its own unique circumstances. Remember this, the more stringent the management, the greater the emphasis on safety concerns. And the more attention given to safety, the lower the likelihood of incidents. Therefore, a certain level of strictness in management, whether for pilots or ordinary passengers, is beneficial. It is acceptable to be strict most of the time, but we certainly do not want to end up like our neighbors, the Koreans and Indians, who find themselves in dire situations too late to react. Qin Bingbing, with a curious expression, asked, does this imply that South Korea and India have lax regulations? Lu Qingzhou chuckled softly before responding, why not look it up online? I assure you, it will be quite enlightening. Chapter 63. Upon arriving in the Spring City, it is only fitting to indulge in an authentic Shandong cuisine. Back in the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou became engrossed in his tasks once again. This preoccupation lasted for over half an hour. Qin Bingbing waited patiently in the cockpit, but as the wait grew increasingly tedious, she decided to stretch her legs and sought some amusement in the passenger cabin. At that moment, the cabin crew had just concluded their duties. Upon the flight's arrival at its destination, their first priority was to ensure that every passenger disembarked safely, followed by a meticulous check of the cabin for any belongings left behind. They also needed to coordinate with the ground staff regarding any pertinent matters, such as reporting special circumstances on board, including any medical emergencies or injuries. Once all passengers had departed safely, a brief cleaning and initial tidying of the cabin were in order. Zhang Xiaoyan noticed Qin Bingbing emerging from the cockpit and smiled. Captain Qishou and the others may still be occupied for a while. Bingbing, would you like to join us in disembarking and wait for them in the lounge? Qin Bingbing hesitated for a moment, but recalling that Lu Qishou and Qin Bin were too busy to attend to her, she nodded in agreement. All right. Xiaoyan, have you just finished your tasks as well? Zhang Xiaoyan replied, yes. We just completed tidying up the cabin and handed over some items from the aircraft to the ground staff, along with submitting the flight log. Although these are minor tasks, it still took us about half an hour to wrap everything up. You all work so hard, Qin Bingbing remarked with heartfelt admiration. I used to think your profession was glamorous, but today I have come to understand the challenges you face. In reality, we are merely attendants on the aircraft. Zhang Xiaoyan responded with a hint of self-deprecation. There is nothing particularly glamorous about it. With your beauty, poise, and grace, how could it not be considered glamorous? Qin Bingbing said earnestly. Especially you, Xiaoyan, intelligent and refined. If I were a man, I would surely be captivated by your charm. Oh my, how flattering. Zhang Xiaoyan giggled, covering her mouth. Bing, as a host, your eloquence truly puts me to shame. I almost believe everything you say. Truly, I am not deceiving you, Qin Bibing insisted. All right. Shall we disembark now? At that moment, several other flight attendants and safety personnel, along with the photographer, Yuan, approached. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the group descended from the aircraft and made their way to the lounge at Yaoqiang Airport. 20 minutes later, Lu Qizhou and Xinbin finally completed their tasks. They hurried to the airport's dispatch center to submit a flight log before reuniting with Qin Bibing, Zhang Xiaoyan, and the others. They boarded the commuter bus back to the headquarters of Shanhang Airlines. Upon returning to the Shanhang Airlines headquarters building, Lu Qingzhou and Xinbin first visited the dispatch room to submit their documents, followed by a visit to the flight department to report on the bird strike incident encountered during the flight. They remained until both the dispatch room and the flight department provided their feedback. Their work for the day had finally come to a close. After changing into casual attire and arriving at the first floor of the building, Qin Bibing, Zhang Xiaoyan, and others had long been waiting there. Although Lu Qingzhou wore a fatigued expression, he still smiled and inquired if everyone was hungry, urging them to quickly express their cravings so they could head straight to their destination. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Bin, Zhang Xiaoyan, and Nie Xiaoyu turned their gazes toward Qin Bibing and the others. For the reason Lu Qizhou had invited them out tonight was primarily to treat them as a welcoming gesture. Qin Bibing hastily waved her hand, saying, "Why are you all looking at us? We are happy to go along with whatever you choose. We are not picky eaters." "What do you mean by happy to go along? You've come all the way to Quancheng, and we must treat you well." Xinbin chuckled, adding, "Otherwise, people across the country will say we Chilu folks are not warm or hospitable. We really don't need to." Qin Bibing attempted to decline again. At that moment, Lu Qingzhou interjected, "Let us not be overly polite. Listen to me, Bing, since you've made the effort to visit Quancheng, the first meal should undoubtedly be Shandong cuisine. After all, it is one of the 8 major culinary traditions, and Quancheng is its heartland. So, let us drive to the Quanholy Food Street. There is a decent Shandong restaurant there. It's summer now, and eating hot pot or lamb skewers would be too sweltering. Authentic Shandong cuisine would be just right. What do you all think?" Naturally, no one objected. Upon seeing their agreement, Lu Qizhou waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Then it's settled. Let us head to Quanholy Food Street." As July approached, the hottest season was soon to arrive. Quancheng in summer had officially entered a period of sweltering heat, where ice-cold beer and ubiquitous late-night food stalls were the perfect companions for the season. Although the people of Quancheng typically do not stay up late, the summer evenings saw the streets and alleys filled with barbecue stalls. A faint aroma of grilled delicacies wafted through the air wherever one walked, accompanied by children with greasy mouths and men enjoying their drinks. This tranquil yet vibrant atmosphere of life could likely only be found in Dongda. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Quanholy Food Street was already bustling with crowds and lively chatter. This food street, located not far from the headquarters of Shandong Airlines, is renowned for its exquisite flavors. However, the Shandong restaurant Lu Qizhou mentioned was not within the food street, but rather across the street. Thus, the group drove to the parking lot of Quanholy Food Street and crossed Luoyuan Street to arrive at the entrance of the Shandong restaurant. Given that Quanholy Food Street is directly opposite Chilu University, about a spring campus, the area was teeming with youthful university students. Summer attire was typically light, and with the generally tall stature of northerners, one could see countless pairs of long, slender, fair legs striding about. For a moment, Lu Qizhou found himself somewhat entranced. However, his self-discipline is renowned for its strength. After merely casting a few glances, he averted his gaze and proceeded to lead a group inside. This establishment, a grand restaurant specializing in Shandong cuisine, revealed an unexpected garden-like courtyard upon entering, culminating in an ancient, elegant structure at its far end. Thus, one could not help but feel as though they had traversed back to a bygone era. "Good day. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" At that moment, a beautiful waitress clad in a qipao approached with a warm smile. Lu Qingzhou nodded, affirming, "Yes, we have a reservation. May I ask which private room it is?" The waitress inquired further. "Shanhai Jian," he replied. "Is it Mr. Lu then?" "This way, please," the waitress said, gracefully bowing slightly before guiding the group deeper into the courtyard. It was at this juncture that Lu Qingzhou noticed that her qipao was slit rather high, revealing her thigh, thus capturing the attention of several onlookers with each step she took. Chapter 64. The Flight Attendant's Speed, Both Swift and Steady. Brother Ben, could you please refrain from staring at the waitress? It's truly quite embarrassing, one voice chided. Indeed. Hurry and wipe your mouth. You're about to drool, another chimed in. Earlier, you were fixated on those college students outside, and now you're still at it. No wonder people online say that men only lose their lustful ways when they're laid to rest, a third voice remarked. As soon as Lu Qizhou stepped into the private room, he was greeted by a chorus of teasing banter. Turning around, he observed Nie Xiaoyu, Fang Yihan, Jiang Xiaoyu, and a few others had already begun to assault Chen Bin with their jests. However, Chen Bin was no novice to such antics. His face remained composed, and his heart unfazed. He confidently retorted, "Our ancestors have said, desire is inherent to human nature. If a man is not lustful, can he still be called a man? Moreover, I am not being lecherous. I am merely appreciating with a critical eye. Cut it out. Spare us the excuses for your lechery. Look at Captain Qizhou and Xiao Haiyang. They don't behave like you do." Chen Bin's feeble defense was met with a barrage of laughter. Undeterred, he maintained his stance, asserting, "This is merely your prejudice against me. How do you know they haven't stolen a glance?" Xiao Haiyang, lagging slightly behind, quickly waved his hands in denial. "Brother Bin, don't say that. I haven't looked at all." Chen Bin turned to him, grinning. "Really? You haven't?" Xiao Haiyang's head shook vigorously. "Absolutely not. That just means you're not a man, but rather one of the girls." Chen Bin exclaimed, "I'll have to keep my guard up around you, you rascal." The room erupted in laughter. Xiao Haiyang, who had recently graduated, was still quite inexperienced. As the internet would say, he is still just a child. Thus, he was no match for these seasoned veterans, and he soon found himself blushing and at a loss for words. "Brother Bin, your argument is two-sided. If I say I've been peeking, then I'd be just as much of a greasy old lecher as you. But if I adamantly deny it, you'll just claim I'm not a man." Lu Qizhou laughed. "How devious. Utterly cunning." Seeing Lu Qizhou engage in the conversation, Chen Bin decided to spare Xiao Haiyang. Redirecting his focus to Lu Qizhou, "Then tell me, did you steal a glance or not?" Lu Qizhou promptly shook his head. "No." Chen Bin rejoiced. But just as he was about to declare, "Then you're not a man," Lu Qizhou interjected, "My friend, I did not steal a glance, rather. I looked openly and honestly. Is it a crime to admire beauty? Every individual possesses an innate appreciation for aesthetics. This young lady is vibrant and charming. Just like the group of college students we encountered earlier, full of youthful vigor. Thus, I viewed them with an appreciative eye. What wrong is there in that?" As Lu Qizhou spoke, he raised a finger to signal the waiter, gently pressing it down as if to showcase something exquisite. "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" The waiter stifled a giggle, amused by his antics, while others rolled their eyes at him. They had encountered brazen individuals before, but none quite as audacious as him, who managed to frame lecherousness in such a fresh and lofty manner. "How vulgar." Chen Bin scoffed, questioning whether beauty was truly the issue at hand. "Just look at that figure. Those alluring curves. Enough of that. You too," interjected Zhang Xiaoyan, the group's leader, sensing their banter had crossed a line. "If someone were to overhear, they might think we were a band of ruffians. You're making the young lady blush." "She seems quite delighted," Chen Bin retorted with a mischievous smile. "How many can boast of being praised in person by two handsome fellows like Captain Qingzhou and myself?" "Indeed," Zhang Xiaoyan replied, unimpressed. "You two are our company's equivalent of Peng Yuyan and Wu Yinzu, two talents of equal measure. I can accept the first half of that." Chen Bin quickly waved his hand. "But let's leave the comparison to talents aside." At that moment, the waiter had led them to the entrance of a luxurious private room. She slightly bowed and opened the door, saying, "Esteemed guests, Shanhai Jian has arrived. Would you like to order now, or shall we indulge in some entertainment first?" "Let us order first," Lu Qingzhou replied. "We can entertain ourselves after dining." "Very well," the waiter said with a persistent smile. "Please take a seat while I fetch the menus." Moments later, she returned. Lu Qizhou took the menu and casually handed it to Chen Bingbing and her colleagues. "Bingbing, why don't you all take a look at what you'd like to eat?" Chen Bingbing, unreserved, took the menu and flipped through it with ease. Since this meal was essentially a welcoming feast for them, there was no need for formality. 9 tern intestines, stir-fried kidney, sweet and sour carp, scallion braised sea cucumber, crispy fried delicacies, for happiness meatballs, Texas grilled chicken, braised prawns, exquisite tofu, and jar meat. Chen Bingbing pointed at the menu, expertly selecting 10 renowned dishes from Shandong cuisine. Lu Qizhou chuckled. "You truly don't hold back, do you? You're aiming for the most expensive options." Chen Bingbing raised her chin proudly, declaring, "Of course. I specifically searched for the top 10 Shandong dishes on Baidu during the journey here. And since this is my first time making you treat us, I must ensure it's memorable, Otherwise, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. Yes, Xiaoyu laughed. Aren't you afraid Captain Qingzhou might not have enough money? What will you do if he can't settle the bill? Not a problem. Qin Bingbing waved her hand grandly. With looks like his, if he truly is short on cash, we'll just have to keep him here. I'm sure the boss would be more than happy to hire such a handsome waiter. Haha, that's true, Yes, Xiaoyu chuckled. If you were a waiter here, I would come every day after work and insist on having him serve me. You're here every day. What about me? Fang Yihan chimed in. Yes, Xiaoyu, ever generous, suggested. How about I come on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while you take Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays? Let's give him Sunday to rest and recuperate. Are you two trying to hog all the fun? Jiang Xiaoyu protested. Huang Shanshan echoed, exactly. In truth, when it comes to racing, girls can hold their own just as well as boys, especially flight attendants. They navigate with both speed and precision, skillfully maneuvering through drainage ditches. Ordinary male drivers find themselves unable to keep pace with them. Though Lu Qingzhou had long since grown accustomed to their teasing, his expression darkened, resembling a charred pan. What do you take me for? Do I really need a break to recover? He retorted. Curious, Qinbin interjected, just out of curiosity. When you mention service, are you referring to legitimate service? Yes, Xiaoyu replied earnestly. As for the others, I can't speak for them, but the service I desire has never been quite proper. Hey beautiful, bring out a few more large kidneys, stir-fry a plate of chives, and serve a generous platter of oysters. Let's give that guy, whose face looks like it's been scorched, a proper boost. He has a heavy workload and doesn't even have time to rest on Sundays, Qinbin said, pointing at Lu Qingzhou with a look of sympathy. I must say, you ladies are quite merciless. Even the draft animals in a production team have it easier than this. And remember, he is a person, not livestock. You are like vixens, being so ruthless and exploiting him so thoroughly. Before he could finish, Lu Qingzhou had already grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it in his direction. Chapter 65. How does a simulator fly? Beside her, Zhang Shaoan observed Qin Bingbing resting her chin on one hand, engrossed in her snack. She hurriedly whispered to her, Bingbing, please don't take it to heart. They're just joking around, as they often do, and sometimes they can't quite control themselves. But they're merely jesters. If it came to actually doing something, they wouldn't have the courage. Qin Bingbing snapped back to reality. She recognized that Zhang Xiaoyun was defending Nie Xiaoyu and the others, fearing that she might misunderstand. So she smiled and replied, Sister Shaoan, I understand they're just having fun. However, I do envy this harmonious relationship among colleagues. It's uncomplicated. Zhang Shaoan chuckled. 3 women make a play. With more women around, how could it not be complex? Our group is just marginally better. As the two engaged in light conversation, the waiter began to roll out a small cart filled with dishes. Plates brimming with delectable aromas and vibrant colors were served, instantly igniting the appetites of everyone present. Before long, the large round table in the private room was laden with a splendid array of dishes. Once the food was served, the waiter opened 2 bottles of red wine and poured them into a decanter to aerate. When the wine was ready, she filled each person's goblet with half a glass. However, as she approached Lu Qingzhou to pour her wine, Lu Qingzhou stopped her, saying, Please, just bring me 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Red wine isn't quite suitable for such a hot day. She then encouraged everyone, don't just sit there. We've been hungry all day, let us dig in. With that, she promptly picked up a succulent shrimp and began to feast. The others quickly followed suit, their chopsticks flying to and fro. They had indeed been famished all day, and the authentic flavors of the Shandong restaurant only heightened their enthusiasm. As they started to eat, their chopsticks became unstoppable. Qin Bingbing was no exception. Initially, she maintained a semblance of ladylike decorum, but witnessing the boldness of the other women, she gradually loosened up. With dishes in one hand and wine in the other, she relished the moment, feeling akin to a hero of Liangshan Marsh. Isn't Liangshan Marsh located in Shandong province? She mused. I thought pilots weren't allowed to drink. I didn't expect your tolerance for alcohol to be quite decent. After taking a sip of red wine, she turned to Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou, having finished a bottle of beer, responded, Military pilots indeed cannot drink, but we in civil aviation have fewer restrictions, as long as there is no detectable alcohol in our system before flying. However, if we have a flight assignment tomorrow, we generally refrain from drinking tonight. Qin Bingbing nodded in understanding and then inquired, So, does that mean we have nothing to do tomorrow? Qinbin shook his head. It simply means there is no assignment. It doesn't imply we have nothing to do. Qin Bingbing's face was a canvas of confusion. Noticing her bewilderment, Lu Qingzhou interjected, on days without assignments. We usually go to the company to fly the simulator to keep our skills sharp, especially since they are about to undergo captain promotion assessments. Regular training is crucial. Chen Bingbing nodded, resembling a player who, regardless of whether there is a match, must partake in training during routine days. By the way, if you have no plans tomorrow, you could accompany me to the company, and I will teach you how to fly the simulator. Sure. Chen Bingbing readily agreed, then inquired, is it just your airline, Shanhang, that has such strict management, or is it the same across all airlines? Domestic airlines are quite similar since the regulatory authority imposes stringent controls. However, this is not necessarily the case abroad. Some countries have more lenient regulations, like South Korea. What? Most pilots in Korea are confined to domestic flights and do not even qualify for international service. Moreover, South Korean pilots often prefer flying small aircraft in the United States to accumulate flight hours, allowing them to be promoted to captain upon returning home, despite their actual experience and skills being subpar. Is it really that way? Consequently, South Korea experiences a high incidence of aviation accidents, and there are valid reasons for this. Chen Bingbing nodded in agreement, remarking, Korean aircraft frequently make headlines. Additionally, South Korea has a rather unfortunate seniority culture, where the so-called seniors are always right, and juniors must unconditionally comply without offering opinions or rebuttals, Chen Bin elaborated. For instance, even if the co-pilot detects an issue during a flight, they cannot voice their concerns. In everyday life, the co-pilot must also bow to the captain's authority and follow orders without question. Qingzhou nodded with admiration, expressing, I find this quite commendable, otherwise you would constantly shout at me, lacking any decorum. Chen Bin scowled and retorted, get lost. Are you challenging me? Be careful, I might just go buy you some oranges. Chen Bingbing looked on helplessly. Aren't you men just a bit dull? Playing with ethical dilemmas daily, always wanting to assume paternal roles. Isn't that exhausting? She dismissed the two of them, focusing on her meal. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, dinner finally came to a close. Chen Bingbing gazed at the remnants of dishes scattered across the large round table, astonished. She had not anticipated that this group could consume so much. Well, I'm so full, Xiaoyu remarked, uncharacteristically touching her bulging stomach. But after this feast, I'll have to fast tomorrow. Me too. If I indulge again tomorrow, my weight will exceed the limit. Starting tomorrow, I shall abstain from food. If I take even a single bite, I'll consider myself a little dog. The other flight attendants echoed her sentiments. Qingzhou and Chen Bin exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Here we go again. It seems their ritual of lamenting weight loss after a feast is a fixed act. Enough of the lamentations. Since we've feasted, shall we commence our next entertainment activity? Chen Bin said, rising from his seat. Upon hearing this, Chen Bingbing perked up her ears. What could the next activity entail? Would they head to a bar for drinks? Dance at a nightclub? Relax at a tea house or CAF? Or perhaps belt out some tunes at KTV? Just as she was filled with anticipation, Chen Bingbing spotted Chen Bin, Xiaoyu, and a few others sitting at the mahjong table in perfect harmony. Witnessing this scene, Chen Bingbing's jaw dropped in astonishment. So, the next activity you mentioned was playing mahjong? How utterly mundane. Bingbing, would you like to join us for a few rounds? Zhang Shaoan inquired with a smile. Chen Bingbing quickly shook her head, replying, I'm not very skilled at it. Oh, it's fine. Just watch a few games and you'll pick it up. Zhang Shaoyan reassured her. Once you've learned, we can have a table with Captain Qingzhou. Perhaps not. Your salaries are so high that I would probably lose my entire month's earnings in one go. Chen Bingbing hesitated, still unsure. It's not as exaggerated as you think, Zhang Shaoan countered. We don't gamble much, and besides, Captain Qingzhou is notoriously both inexperienced and playful. His salary surpasses the combined total of everyone here, so winning some of his money carries no psychological burden. Really? Chen Bingbing's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded. All right then, I'll watch for a while, and once I learn, we can start. Great. We'll wait for you, Zhang Shaoan replied cheerfully. Shaoanjia. It seems you all don't make a concerted effort to lose weight, yet each of you has such a splendid figure. Chen Bingbing suddenly remarked after observing for a while. Zhang Shaoyan responded with a resigned expression. If we exceed the weight limit, the company might ground us. So to secure our jobs, we must maintain our figures. Oh, Chen Bingbing was taken aback and asked, how do you usually manage your weight? Do you work out at the gym? Certainly not, Zhang Shaodan shook her head. With the constant pressure of our jobs and often working night shifts, sometimes we even have to prepare for flights at 2 or 3 in the morning. After work, our favorite activity is gathering for a meal, then going home to collapse. Who has the energy for morning runs, evening jogs, or lifting weights at the gym. Chen Bingbing was astonished and pressed further. But there are so many flight attendants on Douyin and Kuaishou either cycling, running at night, or working out at the gym. Zhang Xiaoyan, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyu's game, casually remarked, "Those are professionals." Professionals? Chen Bingbing was puzzled, unable to comprehend. However, Zhang Xiaoyan did not elaborate, instead taking a single tile from Xiaoyu's pile and discarding it. At that moment, Chen Bingbing suddenly realized. So, they are professionals in the sense of being part of the national flight team. Chapter 66. I have a friend currently. The stigmatization of flight attendants online is quite severe. Many individuals, lacking an understanding of this profession, hastily affix certain labels to the industry. In truth, every profession harbors both virtuous and nefarious individuals. This is akin to the reality that every nation and ethnicity possesses both rogues and honorable people. Flight attendants, particularly those in domestic airlines, often exhibit above-average looks and physiques, coupled with a higher income than the average person. Their fashion choices and cosmetics tend to be relatively upscale, which fosters an impression of being unapproachable. Indeed, they genuinely embody an air of inaccessibility. One should not assume that flight attendants are merely service personnel. However, service staff can vary greatly in caliber. While flight attendants may not be the pinnacle of service roles, they certainly surpass the likes of those in roadside eateries or salons. Consequently, when faced with flight attendants, many ordinary women may feel inferior due to their appearance and attire, while most average men may experience feelings of inadequacy stemming from unattainable desires. Given such unfulfilled longings, it is only natural for rumors surrounding flight attendants to proliferate. Moreover, numerous individuals in the industry, aiming to elevate their market value, often portray themselves as students, white-collar workers, respectable individuals, or flight attendants. With just a few inexpensive flight attendant uniforms and stockings purchased from online platforms, coupled with seductive videos shared on the internet, one can easily double their price. Many fake flight attendants excel in self-promotion. For instance, they post styled photos in various airline uniforms and follow up with videos of morning or evening runs, weightlifting, cycling, traveling, or elegantly sipping coffee in CAFs or reading in libraries. A few private messages later, and congratulations, you've unlocked a whole new realm. For those curious about someone's authenticity as a flight attendant, a simple and effective method is to check the individual's CC or electronic certification page, as it requires real name registration, mobile verification codes, and facial recognition, making deceit nearly impossible. That said, it remains imperative not to label any profession, as every occupation encompasses both commendable and disreputable individuals. The military is revered. Over 90% of soldiers, donned in their uniforms, embody a sense of duty to protect their homeland and serve as our most steadfast support in emergencies. However, it is impossible to dismiss the presence of a few miscreants among the over 2 million servicemen and women. We must not tarnish the reputation of our beloved soldiers due to a handful of rogues. The same principle applies to flight attendants. While some may be materialistic, with their ambitions firmly set on securing a wealthy partner from the ranks of pilots or affluent passengers in business and first class, it must be acknowledged that many flight attendants lead tumultuous private lives, with some even holding side jobs. Yet, what does this truly signify? To label the profession of a flight attendant as trivial or filthy is quite unfounded. If that were the case, the government might as well abolish this occupation entirely. Thus, attaching labels and judging individuals by their appearances are both highly undesirable practices. When asked about her methods for weight loss, Zhang Xiaoyan casually replied that she primarily relies on hunger and weight loss pills. Surprised, Chen Bingbing inquired further about these pills. Zhang explained that they are essentially rapid body control capsules, along with low-fat meal replacements such as energy bars and protein bars. However, isn't this approach rather unhealthy? Chen Bingbing questioned. Indeed, it is unhealthy, but what can one do? Airlines mandate that if an employee exceeds the weight limit by 10, they must undergo weight reduction. And in some airlines, such as Hainan Airlines, one might even lose their flight attendant qualification. Isn't that rather inhumane? Zhang Xiaoyan responded with a pitiful expression, saying, "What can we do? We cannot fight against authority. Since we rely on their livelihood, we must adhere to their regulations." She leaned closer to Chen Bingbing and whispered, "There is a saying online that life resembles a strong hand. If one cannot resist, one must simply enjoy it." Chen Bingbing felt a rush of embarrassment and glanced at Zhang Xiaoyan, who wore a knowing expression. It dawned on her that the seemingly dignified Zhang Xiaoyan was, in fact, quite familiar with the ways of the world. Curious, Chen Bingbing asked if weight loss pills and low-fat meal replacements were truly effective. Zhang Xiaoan affirmed that with persistence, they yield good results, saving both time and effort, and the harm to the body is not as severe as one might think. Clearing her throat, Chen Bingbing hesitantly said, "Xiaoan, I have a friend." Zhang Xiaoan instantly understood. "I have several bottles in stock. In a couple of days, I can bring 1 or 2 for your friend to try. If the results are satisfactory, I can send you the link for your friend to purchase on their own. These body control capsules are imported and not cheap. A bottle costs several hundred. I'm also living paycheck to paycheck. Otherwise, I would give you more." Chen Bingbing was overjoyed and affectionately hugged Zhang Xiaoyan's arm, exclaiming, "Thank you, Xiaoyan. You're the best." However, she noted that the capsules are somewhat pricey, suggesting that if her friend has a reasonable income, they might consider trying them as it's akin to buying time. "We have no choice but to resort to this method for weight loss, which isn't suitable for everyone. If time permits, I still recommend a combination of exercise and dieting," Zhang Xiaoan advised. Chen Bingbing eagerly nodded. "I understand. By the way, Xiaoan, what standards do you generally use for weight control?" Zhang Xiaoan explained, "It's typically based on one's height. For instance, if someone is 170 centimeters tall, subtracting 110 gives the standard weight." Chen Bingbing clicked her tongue, remarking that with a height of 170 centimeters, the standard weight of merely 60 kilograms was indeed rather harsh. "So now you understand our struggles, right?" Zhang Xiaoan displayed a face full of helplessness. Chen Bingbing initially nodded sympathetically, but upon contemplating their 5-figure monthly salary, she swiftly felt that she was the one who deserved sympathy. "Hey, have you two finished your conversation?" At that moment, Lu Qizhou had already seated herself at another mahjong table, waving to the two of them, "Come over when you're done. We're missing one player." Chen Bingbing had yet to grasp the situation when Zhang Xiaoan had already exchanged an understanding nod with Huang Shanshan beside her. Given that the young, wealthy prodigal was so eager to share his fortune, it would indeed be a grave misfortune if she were unable to seize such an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 67. The King of Hell is the most terrifying being in the hearts of the junior pilots. It was past 11 o'clock at night. The gathering had finally come to an end. Lu Qingzhou's new home, purchased last year, was located in the Foshan Garden community near the bustling food street. Although it was a second-hand property, it was conveniently situated not far from the headquarters of Shanhang, and the price was quite reasonable. Furthermore, it was exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupancy, sparing him much of the hassle. After bidding farewell to everyone, he drove back home. Upon arrival, he took a refreshing cold shower. Once he had completed his evening routine and settled into bed, he silently instructed himself, "Open the system." In the next moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the triggered task, Bird Strike. The task reward has been successfully dispensed. Please check." Lu Qingzhou first accessed the task panel to claim his reward, and then, with a mere thought, he entered the system's virtual space. Within this realm, a Boeing 787 wide-body aircraft was already parked steadily on the tarmac. As a reward for completing a previous triggered task, he had received the Boeing 787 mid-range dual-aisle wide-body aircraft operating manual. He promptly clicked to utilize it and subsequently purchased a Boeing 787 with his points from the virtual marketplace. Thus, whenever he had free time in the evenings, he would come to the virtual space to pilot the Boeing 787, preparing himself for future international flights. Regrettably, the passage of time in the virtual space mirrored that of the real world. Therefore, an hour spent training in the virtual realm equated to an hour elapsed in reality. This resulted in Lu Qizhou having logged only a few hours of flight time, despite his ongoing training on the Boeing 787. However, he believed in the philosophy that small accumulations lead to significant gains. After all, he was still quite young and had ample time to practice. The system's tasks were predominantly triggered ones, meaning that Lu Qizhou would need to encounter and successfully handle flight emergencies in the real world for the system to activate tasks and dispense rewards. Moreover, the rewards were not as plentiful or impressive as he had imagined. They did not grant him a superhuman ability to effortlessly overcome any incident. This indicated that while the system had indeed enhanced Lu Qingzhou's capabilities, he remained firmly within the realm of humanity, unlike some who, upon encountering scientists, would be whisked away for experimental dissection. Nevertheless, Lu Qizhou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At such a young age, he had already become a civil aviation captain with an annual salary exceeding $1 million. What more could he possibly desire? After an hour of training in the virtual space, Lu Qingzhou withdrew from it. Before long, the fatigue of the day took its toll, and he fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until he awoke the following morning just past 8 o'clock. By 9 o'clock, Lu Qingzhou arrived at the headquarters of Shanhang, feeling invigorated. Qin Bingbing was at the reception desk on the first floor. Upon spotting Lu Qingzhou, she immediately slung her backpack over her shoulders and jogged towards him. Today, she wore her hair in a ponytail and donned a delightful floral dress. The style of urban beauty has transformed remarkably since yesterday. The floral pattern of the dress is refreshingly delicate, and the cinched waist design accentuates her figure beautifully, paired with a charming pair of sandals. Her youthful allure is undeniably captivating. Growing weary of the flirtatious and sultry demeanor of Lu Qingzhou, one cannot help but feel a sense of delight upon first seeing her in this new attire. Oh, today's outfit exudes such youthful vibrancy, Lu Qingzhou remarked with a smile. Qin Bingbing raised her chin with a sense of pride, declaring, "Of course. What beauties do you think we have at Mountain Airlines? If I were to adopt a mature and seductive style, I could never compete with them. Thus, I have chosen to carve my own path, returning to my cute aesthetic. After all, with my petite stature, I could never pull off a truly sultry look." She bowed her head, a mixture of regret and disappointment evident in her demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhou also glanced down at her modestly ample bosom. Dear sister, you are being far too self-deprecating. With your curves, you are more than appealing. And you are still young, with space to grow. If you are unsatisfied with your B-cup, I can take you to Qingzhou Island for some papaya nourishment another day. The cute style is perfectly acceptable, but we must head to the Aerospace Experience Center for our flight simulation today. Are you not concerned about the risk of wardrobe malfunctions in that outfit? Lu Qingzhou cautioned, as Qin Bingbing's floral dress was rather short, barely reaching her thighs. While such attire is appropriate for summer, it poses a risk of exposure when seated. Qin Bingbing, however, remained unconcerned. It's fine. I'm wearing safety shorts underneath. So there's no risk of exposure. Besides, it's just the two of us flying the simulator, so what do I have to fear? Feigning disappointment, Lu Qingzhou replied. What? You're wearing safety shorts? Here I was, trying to maintain my composure for so long. Let me tell you. Wearing safety shorts disrespects summer and shows a lack of trust in us men. With a serious expression, Qin Bingbing countered, How do you know I don't trust you? Lu Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, but then gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging her keen insight. Whether domestic or international, nearly all airlines have flight clubs, as they represent a significant source of revenue. So what are the primary services of these flight clubs? Instruction. Indeed, they operate similarly to driving schools, offering flight training services to those who are affluent and have leisure time. Of course, flight clubs provide more than just educational services. They also offer rentals, sightseeing tours, skydiving, and visits, among other activities. However, the revenue from these additional services is relatively modest compared to the lucrative income from teaching individuals how to fly. After all, even obtaining a private license can cost upwards of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Mountain Airlines also boasts a flight club, consisting of one indoor facility and 3 outdoor ones. The outdoor flight clubs Zhangfei, Menglong, and Yingting are situated in the suburbs of Spring City, sprawling over large areas and equipped with small private airports primarily to provide practical flight training for students. The indoor club is the Qingzhou Aerospace Experience Center, located in the urban area of Quan City, approximately 20 kilometers from the headquarters of Shanhang. The primary revenue of the Qingzhou Experience Center is derived from ticket sales and simulated flight courses, as it houses various flight simulators of different sizes, allowing for both piloting experiences and educational instruction. Furthermore, aspiring pilots must first undergo training in the simulators before obtaining their flight licenses, particularly enjoying the experience of simulated flight, which has garnered significant popularity among many. For a mere 1 or 200 yuan, visitors can indulge in the thrill of being a pilot, appealing greatly to both adults and children alike. Thus, despite the relatively high ticket prices, the center is almost always at full capacity during holidays and weekends. However, today is neither a holiday nor a weekend, and it is still just past 9 in the morning. Therefore, when Lu Qingzhou brought Qin Bingbing to the Qingzhou, the vast venue was nearly devoid of visitors or trainees, save for the staff. Ah, Lu Yanwang, what brings you here today? I thought you were dispatched by the company to film some ridiculous variety show. A middle-aged man in a captain's uniform called out to him from a distance. Before Lu Qingzhou could respond, the faces of the several junior co-pilots standing before the man, adorned with 3 stripes on their epaulets, turned ashen. as if they had encountered the most terrifying creature in the world. P.S. To briefly summarize the main and subplots of this book, the primary storyline revolves around piloting aircraft and encountering various aerial incidents, akin to formidable bosses that the protagonist must conquer one after another. These incidents include not only adverse weather conditions but also mechanical failures, human factors, and even evacuation scenarios. The subplots will weave in elements of daily life, simulator training, instruction on sport aircraft, and potential interactions with celebrities, yet to be determined. Given that the outline has evolved into over 1 million words, solely focusing on the main plot would quickly bore readers, hence, the inclusion of daily life and other subplots. The main plot serves as the trunk, while the subplots represent the branches. Without the trunk, the tree cannot survive, yet without the branches, the tree would be rather unsightly. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 68. The pedagogue Qingzhou Shakespeare once proclaimed that 1,000 readers yield 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Thus, it is only natural that within 1,000 hearts, there reside 1,000 versions of Lu Yanwang, to the upper echelons of Shanhang Airlines. He is a temperamental yet exceptionally gifted young man whose potential is boundless with a modicum of nurturing. To fellow captains, he is a prodigy eager to learn, a mentee worth cultivating. Yet, at times, he can be rather obstinate and plagued by misfortune, frequently encountering minor troubles. For seasoned first officers and cabin crew, Captain Qingzhou is considered a harbinger of bad luck, necessitating the preparedness of quick remedies when partnering with him. Conversely, to the less experienced first officers, who have only recently graduated from flight school, the name Lu Yanwang evokes the image of a formidable force capable of silencing a child's cries. Indeed, ever since he obtained his airline transport pilot license and successfully passed the assessment to ascend to captaincy, his illustrious reputation has spread throughout Qingzhou Airlines. This is because the captains at Shanhang Airlines are not only responsible for executing flight operations, but also bear the dual responsibility of imparting knowledge. Civil aviation pilots are generally classified into captains and first officers. Captains may further be categorized into single aircraft captains, team leaders, and instructors, while first officers are divided into observers, first stage first officers, and various other designations. In this hierarchy, instructors represent the apex of the aviation ecosystem, akin to the pinnacle of a pyramid, while observers are typically fresh graduates from flight schools, often without even possessing a commercial license. Such novices are generally unqualified to serve as first officers, even upon receiving an offer from an airline. They must accrue additional simulator time before they can take to the skies. However, their journey does not immediately grant them the role of first officer. They must first accompany experienced pilots to learn the ropes, subsequently transitioning to regional jets or other smaller aircraft as first officers. Once they secure their commercial licenses, they may ascend to the role of captain for small jets or serve as first officers on passenger aircraft. Prior to obtaining their commercial licenses, these novices, devoid of any flying duties, are required to undergo training at various airlines' simulator training centers, as well as outdoor training facilities. Shanhang Airlines Simulator Training Center is located at the Qingzhou Airlines Experience Hall, while the outdoor training sites include Zhangfei, Minglan, and Yingting. Logically, all simulator instruction, training, and flight practice for junior first officers necessitate the direct involvement of an instructor, as only they possess the requisite teaching credentials. However, due to the domestic shortage of pilots, particularly those with extensive experience and exceptional flying skills, instructors have become the elite echelon within the profession. Consequently, the number of instructors across major airlines is exceedingly limited, and Shanhang Airlines is no exception. Thus, the training of novices is typically overseen by a single instructor who guides a cohort of junior first officers, with other captains providing supplementary instruction. In essence, the instructor assumes the role of a professor, while the other captains serve as teaching assistants. The teaching hours of the assistant instructor are neither fixed nor consistent, and even the students he teaches vary. This is primarily because most captains are frequently engaged in dispatch duties, and piloting itself is quite exhausting. Who then has the leisure to take on the role of a teacher? However, Lu Qingzhou, being youthful and full of vigor, maintains good relations with the captains of Shanhang Airlines. Consequently, after he ascended to the position of captain, whenever the company did not have any dispatch assignments, he was often drafted by the senior colleagues to assist in training these novices. Lu Qingzhou harbored no objections. After all, he had little else to occupy his time, and it was not without reward. For each hour of training, he received a handsome hourly fee. Lu Qingzhou was quite content with this arrangement, but the fledgling pilots were far less enthusiastic. Their grievances were straightforward. Lu Qingzhou had a penchant for elevating the difficulty of the simulator to high, or even the highest levels. He would commence the training by simulating takeoffs and landings in typhoon conditions. Why not just ascend to the skies? They would wonder, how could any novice withstand such torment? If they were capable of overcoming such high or extreme challenges, they would have long since pursued their commercial licenses rather than returning daily to the simulator at Qingzhou. Thus, whenever Lu Qingzhou conducted a session, few managed to successfully pass through. Indeed, many were left feeling queasy, with their struggles broadcast live. Over time, the formidable reputation of King of Hell Lu spread throughout Qingzhou. Even the newcomers, who had never attended his classes, were well aware of his infamous name and approached him with trepidation. However, due to a sudden increase in his flying assignments, Lu Qingzhou had not been seen at Qingzhou for some time, granting the students a brief respite. Yet today, instead of resting at home, he arrived at Qingzhou early in the morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock. This was nothing short of a calamity. Upon spotting his instructor with a beaming face, the junior co-pilots felt as if they had seen a harbinger of doom. Their spirits plummeted because they knew they could not escape today's trials. "Uncle Wang, why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Lu Qingzhou inquired curiously as he approached. The middle-aged captain shot him a glance, somewhat irritated. "Do you think I have no other disciples?" he retorted. "Fine." Lu Qingzhou shrugged and changed his line of questioning. "Why are only you and your disciple here? Old Zhang and Old Xie have taken a team to Zhongfei. Meng Lan has gone outside. Old Li has a dispatch, and Old Chun and the others are undergoing C919 modifications," the middle-aged captain explained. He then glanced at Chen Bingbing, who was following Lu Qingzhou, and with a teasing smile remarked, "New girlfriend. You've got good taste. Every girlfriend you have is stunning." Chen Bingbing's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Lu Qingzhou, however, retorted with irritation, "Which of your eyes saw me bring a girlfriend to Qingzhou?" The middle-aged captain chuckled, "Both my left and right eyes," and he suddenly lowered his voice, wearing a mischievous grin, and whispered, "Pigeon. Disgusting." Lu Qingzhou was at a loss for words. This old man at the age of 50, he still revels in such old jokes. Chen Bingbing, the charming host from Mango TV, was invited to participate in a variety show due to Lei Laohu's unfortunate encounter with a donkey's kick. "Bingbing is my partner, and shortly she will be live-streaming my simulator training." Lu Qingzhou pointed at Chen Bingbing as he introduced her. He then turned to Bingbing and said, "Wang Yuesheng, a senior captain at Shanhang, a Class B instructor, possesses unparalleled professional competence. Yet, despite his age, his spirit remains youthful. Just a few months ago, he tied the knot with a woman significantly younger than himself, so do exercise caution. After all, the tales of the neighbor, Old Wang, are not mere fabrications." Chen Bingbing was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the seemingly honest and unassuming middle-aged man. Chapter 69. No comparison. No harm. Old Wang's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, his anger palpable as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Qingzhou. "You little rascal. Spreading rumors about me again, are you? Your aunt is merely a decade younger than I am." Lu Qingzhou replied earnestly, "If I were to seek a girlfriend 10 years my junior, I would be deserving of a firing squad. Get lost." Old Wang's countenance was as grim as a sandpot. "How old are you this year, and how old am I?" "I am 50. Is it unacceptable for me to date someone in their 40s? If you dare pursue a 14-year-old, the state might not punish you, but I certainly will." Chen Bingbing, with a hint of amusement in her eyes, stood quietly by, observing the playful banter between Lu Qingzhou and the seasoned pilot. She noted that even in the presence of these experienced individuals of considerable standing in the company, Lu Qingzhou maintained his composure, exuding a maturity and poise that far exceeded that of his peers. In contrast, the young co-pilot standing opposite them, though of a similar age to Lu Qingzhou, remained silent and rigid, afraid to show any expression, no matter how humorous the exchanges became. The saying "no comparison, no harm" held true. For against the backdrop of these junior co-pilots, Lu Qingzhou's stature and Chen Bingbing's eyes rose significantly, rendering him quite impressive. Even as she stole glances at him, her heart fluttered with a hint of excitement. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall outside the Spring Voyage Experience Center, nourishing the earth. At that moment, the alluring voice of teacher Zhao Zhongxiang echoed in Chen Bingbing's ears, imbued with a magnetic quality and a hint of allure. As the rainy season arrives, all things awaken. It is the time of year for animal reproduction, and the air in the mountains is thick with the scent of hormones. After exchanging a few more idle words with Old Wang, Lu Qingzhou led Chen Bingbing further into the experience center. The group of junior co-pilots still had their theoretical lessons to attend. Once they completed their morning theory class and transitioned to practical training, the real ordeal would commence. After walking for a short while, Qingzhou brought Chen Bingbing to an elevator. They pressed the button and ascended to the second floor. As they strolled along the corridor for several dozen meters, they arrived at a spacious and expansive hall. This hall spanned nearly half the size of a football field, with a vertical height of approximately 11 to 12 meters, equivalent to 3 or 4 stories. In the center of the hall, an array of peculiar devices resembling the noses of aircraft were arranged across the floor, numbering around 20 in total, filling the space to capacity. Without needing an introduction from Qingzhou, Chen Bingbing recognized these odd contraptions for what they truly were: flight simulators. Towering 2 stories high, they were anchored to the ground by robust mechanical arms, and at the entry of the simulation pods, a corridor connected them to the second-floor walkway. Qingzhou pointed to the array of simulators and explained, "Have you noticed these peculiar devices? These are flight simulators, commonly referred to in our industry as simulators." At this moment, Chen Bingbing had already activated the live streaming equipment. However, she had no time to check the number of viewers or the barrage of comments. Instead, she quickly directed the camera towards Qingzhou, who was speaking eloquently. As the name suggests, a flight simulator is a machine designed to replicate the experience of flying an aircraft. Broadly speaking, any device capable of simulating the flight of airplanes, missiles, satellites, or even spacecraft can be termed a flight simulator. Yet, the devices before us represent a more specific category, intended solely for the simulation of aircraft flight, characterized by their intricate structures and comprehensive functionalities. As early as 1929, American inventor Edward Link created the world's first mechanical simulator, which became known as the Link Trainer. With the relentless advancement of science and technology, simulators have evolved into increasingly sophisticated instruments. The simulator we currently utilize, known as the Dreamflyer, was developed in 2009 by Canadian scientists, drawing inspiration from the Link Trainer's features and simulation technology. This simulator truly embodies the essence of modern simulation, catering to the diverse needs of aviation enthusiasts and novices alike, allowing them to experience flying, learn aircraft operation, and enhance their flying skills. Moreover, it operates independently of weather conditions, location, environmental factors, licensing, or air traffic control, providing pilots with an immersive experience. Notably, this simulator can replicate various adverse weather conditions, mechanical failures, and in-flight emergencies, thereby honing pilots' adaptability through realistic scenarios. Consequently, whether in military or civilian contexts, the applications of simulators are extensive. For beginners aspiring to master the art of flying, the first step lies in mastering the simulator. Chen Bingbing nodded frequently as she absorbed Qingzhou's extensive introduction. Once he concluded, she gestured towards the simulators on the ground floor and inquired, "Although these simulators appear quite similar, there seem to be subtle differences. Do different companies produce distinct simulators for their aircraft?" Indeed, not only do different companies create varied simulators, but even within the same company, different models of aircraft are accompanied by unique simulators. For instance, while the simulators for the Airbus A320 series are largely comparable, the A330, being a medium to long-range twin-aisle aircraft, operates differently from the A320, a short to medium-range narrow-body aircraft, resulting in distinct simulators. Furthermore, while both the Boeing 737 and Airbus A320 are short to medium-range narrow-body aircraft, the two manufacturers differ significantly in design and operational modes, leading to further variations in their simulators. Chen Bingbing nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. Let us go. I'll take you for a flight first so you can get a feel for it, and then you can try flying yourself," Qingzhou suggested. Chen Bingbing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she eagerly exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful." The two of them strolled down the corridor until they arrived at a white device. Qingzhou first utilized his captain's privilege to unlock and activate the simulator, subsequently setting the flight mode to a minimalist configuration. He then guided Chen Bingbing across the bridge to the entrance of the simulator. Upon entering a password, the door automatically opened, allowing them to step inside one after the other. It was then that Chen Bingbing realized the interior of the simulator bore an uncanny resemblance to an actual aircraft cockpit, a flawless one-to-one replica. Once they entered the simulator, the connecting bridge to the corridor would automatically retract, transitioning the simulator into full motion mode. Qingzhou explained that while they were flying inside, the simulator would sway up and down, left and right, and even provide a sense of acceleration. Thus, The simulator not only replicated the cockpit's design with remarkable fidelity, but also offered an experience that was strikingly similar. This is truly remarkable, Chen Bingbing marveled. Chapter 70. Captain Lu Qingzhou, I am fully prepared in a charming floral waist dress. Ice Bing seems intent on captivating Captain Lu Qingzhou today. Oh, why is she not piloting a real aircraft today, but rather engaging with a simulator? Where's this place? It appears quite sophisticated and technologically advanced. At the Spring Voyage Flight Experience Hall of Mountain Airlines, the ticket is not 998 or 888, but merely 188, allowing access to all simulators for an exhilarating experience. I visited once. The ticket price is somewhat steep, yet the service was commendable. What does the 188 ticket encompass? A tour and a 30-minute simulator driving experience. Really? Is that worth 1 or 200? For just 1 or 200, you can simulate piloting an aircraft, with staff providing hands-on instruction. What more could one desire? In the live stream room, several hundred viewers have begun to trickle in. Since the premiere of the variety show Accompanying You to Fly yesterday, it has generated considerable buzz. Highlights included the spirited dance by Nihong, a fashion show featuring Hainan Airlines uniforms, and the charming hosts of Shanhang Airlines, alongside the beautiful presenter from Southern Airlines. Initially, Mountain Airlines' broadcast from morning till noon yielded average results, not the lowest, but certainly overshadowed by several other airlines. However, unexpectedly, when a Mountain Airlines flight took off from Baiyun Airport during a storm, it executed an impressive ascent at a nearly 60-degree angle, a maneuver famously known as pulling up from dry land. This high-difficulty takeoff was fortuitously captured live by the Southern Airlines stream, which had thousands of viewers, effectively allowing them to witness Mountain Airlines' remarkable feat in real time. Consequently, pulling up from dry land rapidly gained traction online, soaring to trending status within just over an hour. It was also reported that this flight encountered a bird strike upon landing, though sadly, no footage exists. Had it been recorded, the excitement would have undoubtedly intensified. Nonetheless, neither Mountain Airlines nor the production team of Accompanying You to Fly seemed inclined to capitalize on the pulling up from dry land phenomenon, nor did they mention the bird strike incident. Thus, after a night of relative silence, most viewers had already dismissed the event from their minds, reflecting the rapid pace of modern society where interest wanes quickly. However, when Chen Bingbing commenced her broadcast, a notable number of viewers remained in the live stream room, eagerly awaiting her arrival. As she activated the streaming equipment, hundreds of viewers flooded in, and the numbers continued to rise. Both Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bingbing paid little heed to the viewer count or comments. They entered the simulator cabin, with Chen Bingbing first ensuring that the camera captured every detail of the interior before taking her seat in the co-pilot position. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhou was already settled in the pilot's seat. Pointing to the dashboard filled with instruments and screens, Lu Qingzhou addressed Chen Bingbing, saying, "From this moment on, you must continuously remind yourself in your subconscious that we are piloting a genuine Boeing 737-800 passenger aircraft, not a simulator. This mindset will enhance your immersion." Chen Bingbing nodded vigorously, obediently closing her eyes. After a considerable pause of more than 10 seconds, she finally opened her enchanting eyes and earnestly informed Lu Qingzhou, "Captain Qingzhou, I am ready." "Excellent," Lu Qingzhou acknowledged with a nod, continuing, "The aircraft is currently in a shutdown state. If we were at an airport, the ground crew would have already boarded the plane to start it up." The aircraft's shutdown state is also referred to as cold and dark. The process of starting an aircraft differs significantly from that of a car. While an automobile can ignite its engine directly using battery power, an aircraft requires the initiation of a small engine known as the APU. "What is an APU?" Chen Bingbing inquired with curiosity. "The auxiliary power unit," Lu Qingzhou explained, "is a small gas turbine engine typically located at the rear of the aircraft, serving as an additional power source aside from the main engines. The primary function of the APU is to provide electricity and compressed air to the aircraft, and in some cases, it can also offer supplementary thrust." "What does that mean?" Chen Bingbing asked, her expression one of confusion. "It means that before takeoff, the crew or ground personnel must first activate the APU, which then supplies power and air to start the main engines and other systems." "Air?" Chen Bingbing blinked, her face a picture of bewilderment. "Yes, air," Lu Qingzhou patiently clarified. "Engines cannot combust fuel efficiently without air, which is essential for generating continuous power." "Ah," Chen Bingbing exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. In addition to its role before takeoff, during the ascent, The APU ensures that the main engine's power is entirely dedicated to acceleration and climbing, thus enhancing takeoff performance, Qingzhou continued. If, during flight, the main engine were to shut down, the APU can be activated at a certain altitude to provide the necessary power for restarting the main engine. Thus, the APU is of utmost importance to operate this aircraft. Our first task is to successfully start the APU. As Qingzhou spoke, he pointed to a lever above them, instructing Chen Bingbing, before starting the APU. We must first connect the battery. By pressing down like this, I can set the lever to this position, which activates the battery. After demonstrating, he returned the lever to its original position. Chen Bingbing gazed at the densely packed array of buttons and levers above her. Although she did not suffer from a fear of crowded spaces, the sight of so many tightly clustered controls left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Curious, she wondered how the myriad buttons and levers atop the captain's head could yield such precise results with a mere press. However, Chen Bingbing refrained from voicing her inquiry. Instead, she extended her delicate, fair fingers, mimicking Qingzhou's actions as she pressed down firmly. Once the battery was activated, the aircraft received its fundamental power supply. Qingzhou continued, explaining that most of the screens before them remained unlit because the battery's power was insufficient to energize all the systems aboard the plane, necessitating the activation of the APU. Observing this, Qingzhou pointed to a bell situated beneath the throttle lever, stating that prior to starting the APU, they needed to ring the bell to test for fire alarms. Due to its resemblance to a school bell, it was colloquially referred to as the class bell. Chen Bingbing nodded eagerly and promptly pressed the fire alarm button. Chapter 71. Learning to fly from scratch after testing the fire alarm. Qingzhou guided her through the examination of the fire extinguisher's explosion cap and the activation of the fuel booster pump. Once the fire extinguisher's explosion cap was tested and the fuel booster pump was engaged, we were ready to activate the auxiliary power unit, APU, Qingzhou remarked. Chen Bingbing, astonished, exclaimed, "Is there really so much involved in starting the APU?" "Indeed," Qingzhou replied with a smile. "It's no wonder your annual salary is so high. Such complexity is not easily retained by the average person. It's merely a matter of practice," he continued. "With repetition, one develops muscle memory, making it difficult to forget." As he spoke, Qingzhou pressed the APU control lever upward, adding, "To start the APU, simply push the lever forward. When the temperature gauge beside the lever rises, it indicates that the APU has successfully started." Chen Bingbing leaned in with earnest curiosity, resembling an eager student. At this moment, do not rush to divert your attention. Wait until the temperature on the gauge declines before proceeding. Otherwise, the APU must be shut down immediately. Once the APU was operational, it would provide power and air to the aircraft for approximately 15 to 20 minutes, allowing for a formal takeoff. Of course, many large airports typically offer external power sources, which conserves fuel and reduces the cold start time for the aircraft. Although the simulator lacked an external power source, it did not require a lengthy cold start either. As Qingzhou concluded his explanation, the lights on all the screens within the simulator illuminated sequentially, brightening the previously dim cockpit. Chen Bingbing then realized that the aircraft's instrument panel concealed numerous small lights. With power established and all screens aglow, they could commence the inertial navigation system calibration. The Boeing 737 series features two independent inertial navigation systems. They would start by calibrating the right side, setting it to NAV. Chen Bingbing looked at Qingzhou, her face a canvas of confusion, and quietly inquired, "What is NAV?" Qingzhou sighed softly to himself, meeting her clear yet naive gaze, and patiently explained. "NAV is an abbreviation for navigation." "Oh," Chen Bingbing replied, enlightenment dawning upon her. "So it is the navigation system." "Quite clever," Qingzhou falsely complimented her, before continuing. Once the DC light illuminates momentarily. Noticing that Chen Bingbing was about to ask another question, he quickly interjected, "You need not delve so deeply into this. You are not preparing for a commercial or route license." The brief illumination of the DC and fail lights merely indicates that the DC power supply for the right inertial navigation system of this Boeing 737-800 is functioning properly. "Oh," she acknowledged. "Now that the right inertial navigation system has been calibrated, we shall proceed to calibrate the left side, adjusting it to the NAV setting, following the same steps as the right." Qingzhou, adept and familiar with the process, stated, "If this were a real aircraft, calibrating the inertial navigation system on both sides would take approximately 5 to 6 minutes. However, This is a simulator and does not require such time. Following that, he continued. We must also verify whether the parking brake is set, the throttle is disengaged, the flaps are retracted, the speed brakes are in the down position, and the thrust levers are in the slow mode. Speak more slowly. I can't keep up. There's no need for rote memorization. These details will not be tested when you take your private pilot exam. I am merely guiding you through the process to enhance your sense of participation. Oh, now, we shall commence the configuration of the FMC, which stands for Flight Management Computer, commonly referred to as the Flight Control System. It primarily manages flight plan administration, navigational calculations, and performance computations. As Lu Qingzhou entered the data, he elaborated, we need to input the fundamental information for this flight, such as the route plan, fuel, and flight parameters. The FMC will also display specific information pertaining to this aircraft model. We are currently at Qingzhou Airport, and we need to ascertain the airport's three-letter code, TNA. By the way, this code serves as the airport's identification. To discover an airport code, one can simply search online. Input the departure airport code, then the parking position, followed by the destination airport code, and thus the flight route is established. However, we cannot take off just yet, as the skies are filled with numerous aircraft. If we were to fly indiscriminately, it would be akin to a chaotic game of bumper cars in the air. Therefore, there are generally designated waypoints and airways. Pilots need not concern themselves with these. The company's dispatch, along with the airport and air traffic control, coordinate and formulate these plans. We only need to be aware that each segment of the route has strict regulations regarding heading, altitude, and speed. Thus, any deviation during flight requires permission from air traffic control. Chen Bingbing immediately inquired, but you flew from Yaoqiang Airport to Baiyin Airport yesterday at such a high speed. Lu Qingzhou shrugged and replied, that was because, following a flight delay, I promptly adjusted the flight plan and only proceeded to fly at such a speed once it was authorized. Really? Chen Bingbing blinked, somewhat incredulous. Lu Qingzhou rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe I am like the Monkey King, acting without restraint? Afterward, Lu Qingzhou proceeded to input the departure runway, fuel quantity, and other pertinent information. Since he had set the simulator to a minimal mode, it was as if no passengers were aboard this flight. Therefore, only a modest fuel quantity of around 10 tons was necessary. He set the cruising altitude to 30,000 feet, 100 meters, and executed the command. Inputting the flight plan. Executed. Selecting departure runway 01L. Departure procedure completed. Checking for any discontinuities in the route. Connecting the APU power, checking APU voltage, activating yaw damping, and positioning the emergency exit lights. Engaging the windshield heating and activating both side fans. Open the isolation valve. The air conditioning components on both sides will activate automatically. The APU will start drawing air. The pressure launcher is set to automatic, with inputs for cruising and landing altitudes. Lu Qingzhou meticulously configures the flaps, trim, V1 decision speed, rotation speed, and safety climb speed, among other crucial parameters. He conducts tests on the oxygen system, TCAS, lighting, takeoff warnings, overspeed warnings, stall warnings, and panel warnings, all yielding normal results. His operations are characterized by diligence and attention to detail. He does not take shortcuts simply because this is merely a simulator and the trainee, Chen Bingbing, is perceived as casually participating. While performing these tasks, he patiently explains each step to her. Chen Bingbing gazes at him, lost in thought, barely absorbing his words. It is not until the simulator suddenly emits the pull-up alarm that she is jolted back to reality, prompting her to ask what to do if such warnings occur during flight. It's nothing to worry about, Lu Qingzhou shrugs. It's merely a death sentence. Chen Bingbing gasps, startled by the notion of a death sentence being trivialized. Receiving a death sentence is not the same as having it executed. Lu Qingzhou replies with a smile, there remains a slim chance of survival, albeit a faint one. All right. He continues, all pre-flight preparations are complete. The aircraft is ready to taxi. I will demonstrate first, and then you can take over once we reach cruising altitude. How does that sound? Chen Bingbing eagerly nods. That sounds great. Chapter 72. Witnessing the True Perils of the Human World at 11 a.m. The Aerospace Experience Center of Qingzhou gradually began to buzz with activity. Although today was neither a weekend nor a holiday, which typically would result in a sparse crowd. Students from nearby schools were visiting Qingzhou for educational purposes. Consequently, what was once a quiet and desolate venue transformed into a lively hub of excitement. The students, brimming with curiosity, explored the facility under the guidance of their teachers and staff, frequently inquiring about various aspects of aerospace knowledge. Before long, they were led to the hall housing flight simulators, where they would engage in simulated experiences and learn to pilot an aircraft. Upon hearing that they would have the opportunity to simulate flying a plane, nearly all the students erupted in enthusiasm, chattering incessantly. Their excitement peaked as they walked along the second-floor corridor, gazing down at the dozens of simulators arrayed in the main hall. Hey, why is that simulator moving over there? Suddenly, a fair-skinned girl with an oval face pointed excitedly at a nearby device. As soon as her words left her lips, the attention of her peers was captured by the moving equipment. Indeed, but why is it shaking so violently? It looks like a giant pendulum ride at an amusement park. Wrong. It's more like a pendulum gone awry. The students chattered animatedly. Observing their reactions, a young staff member smiled and explained, "Students, that simulator is likely being used by our pilots for flight training, simulating the challenges of flying in adverse weather conditions, which is why it's shaking so dramatically. As pilots, they must learn to manage various complex, even catastrophic airborne incidents. Otherwise, how could passengers trust their lives to them?" He continued. The flight simulator can realistically replicate a range of emergencies and severe weather scenarios. When our pilots do not have actual flight assignments, they come to Shanhang for simulator training. So today, not only will you see real civil aviation pilots, but you will also receive formal flight training under their guidance. Upon hearing this explanation, the students' excitement intensified. Who among them had not harbored dreams of soaring through the skies? Especially during childhood. Nearly every child has imagined sprouting wings and flying freely like a bird. Although they had not grown wings today, the chance to experience the thrill of flying was still wondrous. However, as they observed the simulator shaking violently, some students felt a twinge of apprehension. Is everyone inside all right? One wondered aloud. Ah, the departed rest in peace. Why the long faces? Another chimed in. Let me tell you, having King of the Underworld give you a ride is a blessing. Wang Yuesheng approached with 8 or 9 students in tow. With a stern visage, he continued to admonish them, remarking that Lu Yanwang, who was of similar age, had already become a celebrated captain at Shanhang, a member of the esteemed Golden Eagle flight team, while they had yet to obtain their commercial licenses. Here was an exceptionally gifted captain personally guiding them, yet they all wore glum expressions. Yes, that young rascal was indeed somewhat strict, but without tempering a jade. It cannot be polished. These students were in dire need of discipline and correction. Perhaps my usual kindness had led them to forget the harsh realities of life. Thus, today presented a perfect opportunity for them to experience the true nature of worldly trials. At this point, Wang Yuesheng, who had initially been vehemently lecturing, displayed a hint of schadenfreude. Though these students were his disciples, they often held lofty ambitions, considering themselves unparalleled prodigies in the world. Was it not fortuitous that Lu Yanwang had arrived today? It was an ideal occasion for them to witness what true genius looked like. The students hung their heads in silence, fully aware that today's harsh lesson was unavoidable. As Wang Yuesheng and his group reached the front, he noticed a cluster of students, teachers, and staff standing in the second-floor corridor, their eyes fixated on a nearby simulator. He raised his gaze to the device and was taken aback. The Boeing 737-800 flight simulator was now shaking violently, oscillating up and down and swaying side to side, reminiscent of a dog straining against its leash, desperately trying to reach a distant bone. What on earth? Wang Yuesheng was puzzled. Such intense shaking, had Lu Yanwang adjusted the flight mode to extreme difficulty? That did not seem plausible. He had brought a lady to film a program today. After all, selecting extreme mode would risk making her cough, unwell. Approaching the main control computer of the simulator, he glanced at the settings. Simple mode? How could it shake so violently in simple mode? Were the two inside engaged in a brawl? TSK. The stamina of youth is indeed remarkable. Even a simulator could be shaken to such an extent. Was this car shaking? No, it was aircraft shaking. Inside the simulator, Chen Bingbing's face was flushed, her forehead slick with sweat. She clutched the control yoke tightly, her voice rising in panic. We're going to crash. What should we do? Beep, pull up, beep. Beep, pull up. The suffocating and despairing command of pull up echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, outside the cockpit, a towering mountain looms ominously close. In the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou has utterly succumbed to despair. The aircraft is ensnared in a deadly spiral, spiraling beyond any hope of recovery. No matter how adept he may be, salvation is no longer an option. With no possibility of rescue, one can only embrace her rebirth from the ashes. Indeed, As the haunting command to pull up echoed for approximately 20 seconds, a thunderous crash resounded as the plane collided headlong with the mountain ahead. Inside the cockpit, Chen Bibing, gripped by terror, covered her eyes with her trembling hands. An overwhelming force hurled both individuals back in their seats, despite their seatbelts being securely fastened, nearly propelling them into the instrument panel. However, once that immense pressure dissipated, the once chaotic simulator regained its stability. Chen Bingbing, gradually recovering from her fright, turned to Lu Qizhou, her cheeks flushed, and exclaimed in frustration, "Ah, again we have failed. Why can't I endure even for a few minutes?" Chapter 73, Are the older siblings fighting inside? Sigh. Lu Qizhou first sighed inwardly. Then he spoke, "It's nothing. Failure is merely the mother of success. If you endure a few more failures, perhaps you shall prevail." Previously, he had thought this young lady to be delicate and gentle. Little did he know that today her true nature would be completely unveiled. She was quite the stubborn one, a truly obstinate spirit, managing to contend with the simulator. How foolish of me. Indeed, I had assumed she was as graceful and charming as the women of Jiangnan. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. Though the temperament of the girls from Xiangxi may not be as tempestuous as the fierce dragons of the southwest, how many raised on spicy peppers possess a gentle disposition? Do not be deceived by her seemingly frail demeanor. When she truly unleashes her fury, she could very well topple you. Chen Bingbing, of course, was oblivious to the collapse of her delicate image in Lu Qingzhou's mind. Her face was still etched with indignation, her eyes fiercely glaring at the simulator's control panel as if it were her nemesis. Since 9 o'clock this morning, she had lost count of her failures. Each time Lu Qizhou relinquished control to her, the aircraft would behave like a wild stallion, instantly slipping from her grasp. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not regain control. Chen Bingbing was equally tenacious, stubbornly opposing the simulator. "My dear girl, this is a colossal beast of steel weighing over 10 tons. Do you truly believe your frail body can conquer it?" Thus, the outcome was predictably disastrous. However, Chen Bingbing had not made progress entirely in vain. For instance, this last attempt saw her at least maintain a struggle with the simulator for a considerable duration, significantly delaying the aircraft's descent. Gritting her teeth, she declared, once more, "I refuse to believe I cannot subdue it today." Lu Qingzhou quickly interjected, "Perhaps we should rest for a moment. The recent turbulence has nearly turned my head into a mushy mess." It was then that Chen Bingbing realized she too was feeling somewhat unwell. With a soft huff, she unfastened her seatbelt, preparing to rise. Yet, before she could steady herself, she suddenly stumbled toward Lu Qingzhou. With quick reflexes, Lu Qingzhou caught her just in time. It was only then that Chen Bingbing became aware of her own dizziness, as if her head weighed 1,000 pounds. Her stomach churned violently, her legs felt weak. Her complexion flushed, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, portraying the visage of one who had overexerted herself, utterly drained. She trembled, barely able to stand. Just moments ago, she had been fiercely engaged with the simulator, but now that fervor had vanished, leaving her fragile body unable to endure, and she nearly collapsed against Lu Qizhou. Alas, her spirit was resolute, a fierce character indeed, but regrettably her constitution was not. With no other recourse, Lu Qizhou held her close and gradually made his way to the simulator's exit. After considerable effort, they finally reached the door. He input the password to unlock it. Click. As the door of the simulation chamber swung open, the connecting bridge to the second-floor corridor seamlessly extended towards them. Lu Qizhou assisted Chen Bingbing in exiting the simulation chamber. However, as soon as they stepped onto the bridge, they were both momentarily frozen in place. Not far away, dozens of eyes were fixated on them, wide open in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Then, breaking the stillness, a melodious and innocent voice rang out. "Wow, the sister's face is so red." Following this, Lu Qingzhou was inundated with a cacophony of voices, akin to a flock of sparrows chattering away. "Teacher, are the brother and sister fighting in there? Is that so, teacher? Otherwise, why is the sister so sweaty and her face so flushed? Brother, did you bully the sister? It was shaking so violently just now. They must have been fighting. How embarrassing, still bullying girls at this age. Brother, how could you hit the sister? You made her throw up. You were so mean." Lu Qingzhou stood there, utterly bewildered. "Me? Mean? I bullied the sister? I made her throw up? What nonsense is this?" Realizing the situation, he glanced down at Chen Bingbing. To his shock, her complexion had turned a deep crimson, her lips a ghastly hue. She was clutching her chest with both hands, bending over as she began to retch. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhou quickly called out to a nearby staff member, "Hey, don't just stand there." Hurry and fetch a glass of ice water. She is feeling nauseous from the simulation. The adults present recognized that Qin Bingbing was indeed feeling unwell. After all, despite the simulation chamber's large exterior, the interior was quite cramped and filled with cameras. There was no way the two could have been genuinely fighting inside. Thus, Lu Qingzhou's subsequent remark seemed rather superfluous and somewhat transparent. The onlookers, who had not initially thought along those lines, now wore expressions of mild peculiarity. One of the staff members quickly acknowledged and hurriedly exited. Two others approached to assist Lu Qingzhou in helping Qin Bingbing down the bridge. Finally, Lu Qingzhou managed to muster a smile towards the nearby elementary students and added unnecessarily, "Little friends, the brother and sister weren't fighting. The sister was just overly engrossed and feeling a bit nauseous from the simulation. You all have flown on an airplane, right? Don't you sometimes feel uncomfortable while flying? This sister is just the same." The group of elementary students exchanged glances, seemingly beginning to accept Lu Qingzhou's explanation. Sensing that he had managed to placate the mischievous children, he felt a slight relief wash over him. However, with a furrowed brow, he approached Wang Yuesheng and quietly inquired, "What is the deal with these little rascals?" Wang Yuesheng suppressed a smile, shrugging his shoulders as he remarked, "You asked me, but who should I inquire? TSK youth is indeed a blessing. Such vigor makes even an old man like me feel inadequate. However, my dear lad, you must learn to cherish the delicate nature of young ladies. They are gentle and fragile, and it's only natural for them to express discomfort after your antics." Lu Qingzhou wore a helpless expression, saying, "Brother, let us refrain from spreading such lewd rumors, shall we? Those young children may be oblivious, but are you also ignorant?" Wang Yuesheng maintained an ambiguous demeanor, retorting, "What lewd rumors have I spread? I merely suggested that when you take the young lady flying, you should refrain from being so vigorous. TSK, we are all worried that the simulator might fall apart due to your fervor. You cannot imagine how that simulator appears from the outside, resembling a wildly swinging pendulum. What on earth have you two been doing inside? A vehicle? No. That's not it. An earthquake?" Lu Qingzhou's face turned dark as he exclaimed. "Get lost." Wang Yuesheng burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, you're flustered now, aren't you? Look at this lad, he is truly in a tizzy." The several trainees behind him struggled to contain their laughter, all wearing knowing expressions. Chapter 74. The quality of this batch of trainees seems subpar. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Qingzhou could not help but smirk internally. He raised his eyes to Wang Yuesheng and remarked, "Old Wang, have you concluded your theoretical lesson for today?" Wang nodded, affirming that the class was indeed over, which allowed him to bring the students to the simulator. Unexpectedly, he was treated to a delightful spectacle, observing the prowess of this young man. Lu Qingzhou chose to disregard the latter part of his statement and continued, "You arrived early to teach the students. It must have been quite taxing. How about I take over the practical simulator session from here?" As soon as he uttered these words, the expressions of the trainees behind Wang shifted dramatically. Wang Yuesheng, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "Are you genuinely this benevolent?" He had anticipated that Lu Qingzhou would agree to assist with 1 or 2 students at most, yet here he was, offering to cover the entire session. With a sincere expression, Lu Qingzhou replied, "I am someone who deeply values respect for elders and kindness towards the young. Seeing you toil so hard truly tugs at my heartstrings. Look at you, still in the prime of your life, yet constantly clutching goji berries and red dates. If you tire yourself out during the day, how will you muster any energy to deal with my aunt at night? My aunt is as fierce as a wolf. You've only recently married, and you must feel utterly drained." Wang Yuesheng's face darkened ominously. Just as he was about to retort, Lu Qingzhou swiftly diverted the topic. He pointed towards the 2 trainees who had been laughing the loudest and said, "You two, step up first, one as co-pilot, the other as observer. And do not harbor any illusions, everyone else." He then cast a menacing glance at the rest, adding, "We will go one by one. There is no escape for anyone today. Humph. What goes around comes around. I cannot torment old Wang, but I can certainly make things difficult for you." Half an hour later, Lu Qingzhou emerged from the simulator, invigorated. Behind him, 2 trainees leaned on each other as they staggered across the walkway. As soon as they descended the bridge, they dashed towards a nearby trash bin, clutching it as they retched violently. Their pitiful state was quite a sight. The other trainees, witnessing this scene, did not revel in schadenfreude. Rather, they felt a poignant sense of shared fate, fully aware that the misfortune of those 2 would soon befall them as well. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the pair who appeared on the verge of expelling their very insides and, devoid of sympathy, turned to Wang Yuesheng. "Old Wang, it seems the quality of this batch of trainees is rather lacking. Wouldn't you agree? To his surprise, Wang not only refrained from disputing this claim, but nodded in agreement. That is indeed the truth. He then adopted a serious expression, scrutinizing the faces of the trainees, and continued his critique. This group of underachievers is undoubtedly the worst I have ever instructed. Suddenly struck by this dual blow, the young and proud trainees could hardly contain their frustration. However, they dared not confront Wang Yuesheng directly. Instead, they whispered to Lu Qingzhou, "Who are you to judge our capabilities?" Exactly. Where can one find an instructor who imparts no knowledge, yet expects students to fly in the midst of a typhoon? We are human, not deities. If we possessed the capability to navigate through such tempestuous weather, we would have long sought commercial licenses, rather than remain here, subjected to disdain. Wang Yuesheng furrowed his brow. Although the students were not directly challenging him, the audacity of the audacious Lu Qingzhou to speak before him was intolerable. This was a matter that demanded correction. Thus, he adopted a stern expression, preparing to reprimand. At that moment, Lu Qingzhou approached with a smile, inquiring of the students, "Do you believe I have taught you nothing and that it is unreasonable to expect you to fly in a typhoon from the outset?" The students exchanged glances, and finally, a round-faced female student mustered her courage to meet Lu Qingzhou's gaze and replied, "Yes." Lu Qingzhou remained unperturbed, continuing, "Are you aware that even in the face of a typhoon, pilots possess neither the authority nor the capacity to refuse flight?" The round-faced student softly responded, "Yes, we know." Indeed, during their university studies, they had learned that as long as the weather does not reach a certain severity, flights must proceed as scheduled. Furthermore, simulating various adverse weather conditions and aerial emergencies is an essential component of all licensing examinations. Since you are aware, why do you perceive me as imposing undue hardship? Lu Qingzhou's smile faded, and with utmost seriousness, he continued, "Do you desire to abandon your aspirations of becoming pilots and instead retreat to a life of idleness at home? Is that why you find my setting the simulator to typhoon conditions excessive?" Upon hearing his incisive questions, the students lowered their heads, silenced and hesitant to voice further complaints. "The reason I am having you pilot the simulator through typhoon conditions is precisely to hone your skills in adverse weather. The commercial license examination also requires simulator proficiency, and the standards are even more stringent than what you face today. When the time comes, will you dare question the examiner, demanding justification for such challenging scenarios? As you embark on your assessments, you must cherish this opportunity to practice while you still can. Flying in difficult modes will only benefit you in a few months. As you prepare for your commercial license, should you falter even in the simulator, consider whether the company will continue to afford you the opportunity for internship. Our establishment is not a charitable organization, and it will not sustain a cohort of inept individuals." Having articulated his thoughts, Lu Qingzhou cast not another glance at the students, but instead approached Chen Bingbing, who sat nearby, asking with concern, "How is your recovery progressing? I trust you are feeling well now?" Chen Bingbing shook her head. "Then let us proceed. It is nearly noon. We shall first go to the cafeteria for a bite to eat," Lu Qingzhou continued. "If you still have energy this afternoon, we can take to the skies once more. If not, I shall escort you back to the hotel." Chen Bingbing quickly stood up and softly remarked, "Were your words not a tad too harsh?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Wang Yuesheng, with a darkened expression, began to reprimand the group of trainees loudly. "Humph. A bunch of useless individuals. What? Can you not bear to hear a few words from others? With such poor psychological resilience, do you still aspire to become captains? You should swiftly vacate my presence." He continued, "What misstatement did Captain Qingzhou utter? If you cannot even navigate a simulator during typhoon conditions and end up regurgitating your bile, then allowing you to board an actual aircraft would be a crime against all those aboard. Therefore, do not waste your time here. Go find a more suitable place to linger." Chapter 75. Setting off to Star City. Upon hearing Wang Yuesheng's reprimand, Lu Qingzhou smiled and remarked, "You see, I was rather polite. Captain Wang's scolding was far more severe. The profession of a pilot demands exceptional psychological resilience. If one cannot endure a few harsh words from an instructor, they are truly unsuited for this line of work." Chen Bingbing appeared perplexed. This doesn't seem related to psychological resilience. Everyone has a sense of pride, and considering it's already 2024, is it not somewhat excessive to employ such a humiliating method of education? Sighing, Lu Qingzhou responded, "Allow me to illustrate. Imagine a captain with an abundance of flying experience and exceptional skills, yet unable to tolerate even minor grievances, whose emotions are easily swayed by external stimuli. Would you dare to fly under his command?" Chen Bingbing widened her eyes, having never contemplated such a question before. After several moments of silence, she shook her head, admitting, I suppose I wouldn't dare. Precisely, Lu Qingzhou shrugged, continuing, emotional individuals often allow their feelings to seep into their work. While some professions can accommodate a degree of emotion, in aviation, it could prove fatal. Chen Bingbing's expression transformed to one of shock as she recalled a tragic flight incident. The harrowing aftermath of that disaster had instilled a profound fear of flying within her, and online speculation surrounding the crash suggested that the captain's mindset had faltered. However, she was aware that there was still no official conclusion regarding the incident, making it an inappropriate topic for discussion. Hastily, she shifted the conversation, inquiring, so, can flights really take off and land during typhoon conditions? That depends on whether the crosswinds at the airport exceed the prescribed limits, Lu Qizhou explained. Generally, wind speeds below level 5 have no impact on takeoffs and landings. Levels 6 to 8 depend on wind direction. Takeoffs are possible with headwinds, while tailwinds are contingent upon the aircraft type. However, once wind speeds reach level 9, approximately 8 to 13, 8 meters per second, or higher, takeoff is no longer feasible. As for landing, if headwinds exceed 25 kilometers per hour, crosswinds surpass 15 kilometers per hour, or tailwinds exceed 5 kilometers per hour, a safe landing cannot be assured. But you must understand that the influence of a typhoon can extend from dozens to thousands of kilometers. Given that summer is rife with typhoons, if one were to encounter a typhoon's path, wind speeds could reach levels 7 or 8 even at distances of several dozen or hundreds of kilometers. Shouldn't all airports within that range cease operations the moment a typhoon approaches? Chen Bingbing suddenly grasped the implications. I see now. There's a saying in the military that holds relevance for our field. Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in wartime. If we exert ourselves diligently now, should we face inclement weather or unforeseen events in the future, they would have reason to appreciate my rigorous training today. Lu Qizhou glanced towards the few students nearby who were scolded and unable to lift their heads. Chen Bingbing rolled her eyes dramatically and remarked, right. You always have a point. Don't think I'm unaware of your sinister intentions. With a curious expression, Lu Qizhou replied, what sinister intentions could I possibly have? It's merely Captain Wang teasing us. After a brief hesitation, she continued, he made a few jokes at our expense. And since you couldn't exact revenge on Captain Wang, you decided to settle the score through me. Captain Lu, you're not being very honest. Lu Qizhou was somewhat taken aback. Oh, how did she discern my sinister intentions? He thought, impressed. This girl from Xiang is not only stubborn but also perceptive. She certainly does not appear as innocent as she seems. I must be cautious around her. Understanding without voicing it. We can still remain good friends. Lu Qingzhou did not deny it, but smiled instead. Chen Bingbing immediately made an okay gesture, signaling that she would keep her lips sealed. It was now June, and the warmth of summer had already graced the northern city of Qingzhou. Thus, even though it was 6:30 p.m. in the capital, the sky remained brilliantly illuminated, showing no signs of encroaching night. On the second floor of the Mountain Airlines headquarters, in the Flight Preparation Hall A, when Chen Bingbing wearily pushed open the door to meeting room A1. Everyone inside was startled. Bingbing, why do you look so pale and drawn? Zhang Shaoan inquired with concern. You haven't been using the body control capsules I gave you as a meal, have you? That shouldn't be the case. Even if you did, it wouldn't leave you looking this way. Sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have given them to you. Chen Bingbing weakly waved her hand and replied, Sister Xiaoyan, it's not your fault. I haven't even started taking the body control capsules yet. Then why do you look so unwell? Are you feeling ill? Zhang Shaoan pressed, her expression filled with worry, echoed by the concern of others. Chen Bingbing first took a seat and then, with a look of grievance, turned to Lu Qizhou and said, ask him. Upon hearing this, the others cast puzzled glances at Lu Qizhou. Captain Qizhou, are you bullying Bingbing? Zhang Shaoan asked with a slightly hostile demeanor. Chen Bin, with a knowing smirk, nudged Lu Qizhou with his elbow and teased, oh, you're quite quick to act, aren't you? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu and Nia Xiaoyu perked up, sensing the unfolding drama. Oh, I can smell gossip in the air. Seeing their reactions, Lu Qizhou quickly defended himself. Hey, what kind of looks are those? You all know me. Am I the type to bully girls? The others exchanged looks of disdain. Although they did not counter his claim, their expressions spoke volumes. You deserve it. This time, it's truly not my fault. Lu Qingzhou could only helplessly explain, today, I took her to the Quanzhi Hang flight simulator, and she, in her eagerness, ended up clashing with the simulator, resulting in her becoming disoriented. The crowd turned their curious gazes towards Qin Bingbing. She hurriedly replied, who was eager. Well, even if I was a bit impatient at first, my current state is a result of the afternoon's demands. The crowd then shifted their puzzled looks back to Lu Qizhou. In the afternoon, I kindly helped old Wang with his students. But those novices hadn't even obtained their commercial licenses, so they lacked the necessary control during the simulation, particularly when landing. Most of them landed heavily. Lu Qingzhou pointed at Qin Bingbing and continued. She was already feeling unwell in the morning, yet insisted on joining the fray in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest waned. Oh, we thought there would be some juicy gossip. Is that all? Bingbing, since you're not feeling well, perhaps you should have stayed behind today. And let Yuan and the others handle the live broadcast. Zhang Xiaoyan said with concern. You look quite ill. It would only worsen if you were to join. Qin Bingbing shook her head, rejecting Zhang Xiaoyan's kindness. It's fine, Sister Xiaoyan, I can manage. Besides, our destination today is Qingzhou. I have been busy with programs lately and Haven T returned home in a long time, so it's a good opportunity to visit. Seeing her determination, Zhang Xiaoyan had no choice but to relent. Chapter 76, Cobblestones? Do the residents of Xiang Province have such remarkable dental health? At 8:30 p.m. Capital Time, Flight SC-8889 operated by Shanhang Airlines is set to depart from Yaoqiang International Airport, bound for the vibrant city of Changsha's Huanghua International Airport. However, it is important to note that Huanghua is merely a waypoint, not the final destination for Flight SC-8889. Following its arrival at Huanghua International Airport, the flight will continue its journey the next morning at 9:25 a.m. towards its ultimate destination, Chang'an. This implies that Huanghua International Airport serves only as a transit point for Flight SC-8889 rather than a terminus. Many infrequent travelers often conflate the terms stopover and transfer, mistakenly believing that any flight that does not fly directly from Airport A to Airport C, but instead halts at Airport B for a period, qualifies as a transfer. However, this is a misunderstanding. Flights are generally categorized into direct flights, stopover flights, and transfer flights. A direct flight is straightforward. It departs from Airport A and flies straight to destination C without landing at any other airports. A stopover flight, on the other hand, refers to a flight that departs from Airport A and makes a landing at a midpoint Airport B before proceeding to destination C. It's essential to emphasize that Airport B does not necessarily lie directly between Airports A and C. It is likely that the three airports form a triangular route. Typically, passengers on a stopover flight do not need to disembark and change planes. They simply wait on board for the aircraft to resume its journey. The primary reasons for landing at Airport B include refueling, loading and unloading cargo, and allowing some passengers to embark or disembark. As the waiting time is relatively brief, it is aptly termed a stopover. Conversely, a transfer flight entails that upon arrival at Airport B, passengers must change to another aircraft to reach their ultimate destination C. In essence, the significant distinction between stopover and transfer flights lies in the necessity for passengers to switch planes to arrive at their final destination. Thus, when passengers embark on a transfer flight and arrive at the transfer airport, they must disembark, follow the airline's directions to complete the transfer procedures, and may even need to undergo security checks again, collect their luggage, and check it in anew. This process resembles boarding a completely new flight. Therefore, transfer flights can be quite cumbersome, particularly suited for international or intercontinental routes, as these journeys often cover vast distances and extended durations, with few direct flights available, necessitating a transfer at an airport in another country. Although Flight SC-8889 is not an international service, it is classified as a transfer flight. Moreover, many passengers aboard this flight are not genuinely headed for Chang'an, but rather for Rongqing. Upon their arrival at Huanghua Airport, these passengers will disembark, undergo security checks, check in their luggage, and complete other necessary procedures before boarding another Shandong Airlines flight around midnight that will take them to their intended destination, Rongqing. The Flight SC-8889 of Shandong Airlines serves as a relay for another connecting flight. Tomorrow morning at just past 5 o'clock, a passenger aircraft will depart from Baiyun Airport in Guangzhou, destined for Huanghua Airport in Changsha. However, the true destination for many passengers aboard this aircraft is not Changsha, but rather Chang'an. The SC-8889 flight will act as the next link in the chain, transporting this group of travelers, along with those flying from Changsha to Chang'an, which will take off at around 9 o'clock in the morning. One might wonder why the airline complicates matters in such a way. Domestic routes are not particularly long in distance or duration. Why not operate direct flights? The answer is more intricate than it appears. International and intercontinental flights necessitate connections primarily due to the lengthy journeys and the multiple countries they traverse, which entail considerable regulatory oversight. Domestic routes, however, do not face these challenges. The prevalence of connecting flights within the domestic sector can be attributed to various factors, including route restrictions, differing capacity at airports, operational costs for airlines, and market demand. Furthermore, countless aircraft traverse the skies above us daily. Despite the vastness of the sky, the airspace available for unrestricted flight is relatively limited. To prevent potential mid-air collisions among the numerous aircraft, substantial computational support is required. Consequently, routing certain flights to connect rather than fly direct also mitigates congestion during peak travel times, significantly reducing the likelihood of airborne collisions. In summary, each regulation possesses its own rationale. Typically, when crews encounter connecting routes, they can expect to be delayed by at least a day or two, sometimes even 3. For instance, today's flight SC-8889 departs at 8:30 p.m. for Qingzhou. Upon arrival, it does not take off immediately, but rather requires an overnight stay in Qingzhou, continuing the journey to Chang'an the following morning. After arriving in Chang'an by noon the next day, the crew must then fly from Chang'an to Tianjin in the afternoon. By the time they return to Quancheng, it is already noon on the third day. As members of the airline's maintenance team, whether it be Lu Qingzhou, Chen Bin, or Zhang Xiaoan, they have become accustomed to business trips lasting several days. Their profession inherently involves a life spent in the skies, and they have long adapted to being away from home for extended periods. In contrast, Chen Bingbing feels a sense of excitement. She will have the opportunity to visit multiple cities in just 3 short days, a rare experience in her 20-plus years of life. Moreover, the prospect of returning home tonight fills her with anticipation. The thought of her pink, youthful bedroom adorned with plush toys draws her heart homeward, and she is eager to leave without delay. As the clock strikes 7 in the evening, twilight gently envelopes the city. After concluding the pre-flight briefing and having dinner in the cafeteria, the group boards the shuttle bus, heading straight for Yaoqiong Airport. Upon arrival, they do not linger in the departure hall, but instead make their way directly through the staff passage, pulling their rolling suitcases behind them. Security checks, boarding, pre-flight inspections, and notifications for passengers have all been meticulously completed. It was only then that the co-pilot, Chen Bin, contacted the ground control at Yaoqiong Airport to request clearance for departure. Night flights are relatively sparse, and fortune favored them today, as the Air Force had not imposed any air traffic restrictions. Consequently, the Shanhang Airlines flight SC-8889 took off punctually at 8:30 p.m. Once the aircraft ascended smoothly to cruising altitude, Lu Qizhou engaged the autopilot mode, which alleviated the previously tense atmosphere in the cockpit. Chen Bin stretched languidly and turned to Chen Bingbing, inquiring, "We are heading to your hometown tonight. What delightful dishes do you plan to treat us with?" With her chin resting on one hand, Chen Bingbing pondered for a moment before responding, "Hunan cuisine is exceedingly spicy. Aside from Captain Qingzhou, I doubt any of you could handle it. How about I take you to the night market for some goose eggs instead?" "What?" Chen Bin exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. "Goose eggs? Do the people of Hunan have such strong teeth that they can even crunch on stones?" Chapter 77. The navigation light of the Boeing 787? "No, it's a UFO," Chen Bingbing elaborated, stating that it involves small pebbles with various spices to enhance their flavor. Chen Bin remained perplexed and hastily waved his hand, saying, "Let us forget it. What if I accidentally swallow one?" He then inquired, "Is there truly no other food in your Hunan province? How have you descended to the level of savoring pebbles?" Observing his confusion, Chen Bingbing promptly replied, "Hunan cuisine is one of the 8 major culinary traditions. Just look around. There are Hunan restaurants everywhere across the country. How could Hunan province lack delicious food?" She began to enumerate delicacies such as chopped chili fish head, braised pork, dong'an chicken, Yongzhou blood duck, grandmother's vegetables, stir-fried meat with chili, stinky tofu from Xingqing, fish fins from Zhuan, and spicy shrimp. After listing more than a dozen signature dishes, she added, "It is well known that Hunan cuisine tends to be spicy, so you outsiders might not be accustomed to it. However, once we arrive, I can take you into the city for a late-night snack. We can enjoy some spicy hot pot, barbecue delights, and perhaps sip on some nighttime beer. It will be quite delightful." "Spicy hot pot?" Chen Bin quickly interjected, "At 106 yuan a bowl, we can hardly afford that." Chen Bingbing appeared exasperated. "Indeed, Good news rarely travels beyond the door, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The exorbitant price of a bowl of hot pot had placed Qingzhou under scrutiny. Now, when outsiders arrive in Qingzhou, their first inquiry is whether the city's living costs are as outrageous as reported online. Well, it is true that the cost of living in Qingzhou is quite absurd, Chen Bingbing conceded. With a salary typical of a third-tier city but prices akin to those of a first-tier city, even I, a native of Qingzhou, find it increasingly difficult to cope with the local expenses. Seeing her dismay, Lu Qingzhou chuckled and remarked, "He was merely jesting with you. Once we arrive, we'll have to inspect the aircraft, hand over the flight logs, and complete various formalities. By the time we finish, we want to know what time it is. Moreover, we have to set off for Chang'an early tomorrow, so there simply won't be any time to venture into the city." Chen Bingbing appeared somewhat disappointed. "You've come all this way to Qingzhou, and I haven't even had the chance to extend my hospitality." Not to worry, Lu Qingzhou waved his hand nonchalantly, continuing, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We often visit Qingzhou." "Well, all right then." Chen Bingbing felt that time was indeed pressing. "When the plane arrives, I will take a taxi home and return to the airport to find you tomorrow morning." Lu Qingzhou nodded in agreement. Chen Bin, with a cheeky grin, chimed in. "Taking a taxi is fine, but just don't jump out mid-ride, okay?" Chen Bingbing shot him an annoyed glare. "Is this never-ending?" The flight from Quanqing to Qingzhou is not particularly long. It lasts just over 2 hours. Flight SC-8889 from Shanhang Airlines departs from Yaoqiang Airport at 8:30 p.m. and is expected to arrive at Huaghua Airport in Qingzhou around 10:50 p.m. During night flights, especially under clear skies, one can gaze down from the airplane and behold the cities below, resembling constellations in the vast universe. At 9:50 p.m., the airplane is now nearing Huaghua Airport. Chen Bingbing leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery below for a moment. She then raised her head to ask Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin, "Do you know the origin of the name Star City?" Chen Bin was taken aback, clearly encountering a knowledge gap. Lu Qingzhou interjected, "It is named after a star in the sky called Changsha Star." "Clever," Chen Bingbing remarked, giving Lu Qingzhou a thumbs up. She then turned her gaze back to the window, but this time she did not continue to observe the city below. Instead, she stared blankly at the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, Chen Bingbing exclaimed softly, pointing at a distant twinkling starlight, "What is that shimmering over there?" Lu Qingzhou glanced in the direction she was pointing and quickly explained, "Oh, that should be another airplane." "Another airplane?" Chen Bingbing's forehead creased with a large question mark. "Is it the navigation light of another plane?" "Yes," Lu Qingzhou nodded and continued. "It must be a Boeing 787, as only the Boeing 787 uses LED lights for navigation, making it appear so bright during night flights." "But why do I feel it's too bright, as if it's flying right beside us?" Chen Bingbing inquired with confusion. Lu Qingzhou chuckled. "If it were flying right next to us, it would be troublesome. The Boeing 787 is much larger than our aircraft. You needn't worry, because modern airplanes are equipped with collision avoidance systems. If another plane were indeed flying too close, the system would have already raised an alarm." "Oh," Chen Bingbing acquiesced. She then seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, having been in this profession for so long, have you ever encountered a UFO?" "We have been mistaken for a UFO," Chen Bin replied with a smile. "Recently, when Captain Qingzhou and I were flying to Wanqing, there was a trending topic about a UFO sighting in Wanqing. In reality, we had been struck by lightning and were forced to make an emergency landing at Jiangyin Airport in Wanqing. The rain was torrential and with the heavy clouds. When the lightning struck, someone happened to capture the shadow of our aircraft, leading to the misunderstanding." Chen Bingbing was aware of this incident, so she responded, "So you mean the so-called UFOs are either beautiful misunderstandings or intentionally created topics?" "Exactly," Chen Bin affirmed. "In this world, where do UFOs come from? Our scientific technology has advanced to this stage. If there were any UFOs, they would have been discovered long ago. But there are so many videos," Chen Bingbing persisted. Still unconvinced, Chen Bin replied, "But haven't you noticed that those so-called videos or photographs all appear quite blurry? It's 2024, using a smartphone. One can capture images of the moon, yet all the UFO videos are extremely unclear. Doesn't that raise questions? However, let us not dwell on buts. I can certainly comprehend your curiosity regarding the unknown. Yet, I can assuredly inform you that there are no ghosts in this world. No enigmatic Bermuda Triangle, nor any UFOs. If you do not believe me, come closer. Our aircraft's collision avoidance system can detect the relative positions of other planes. I could pinpoint the location of that Boeing 787 for you, and you would be disillusioned." As Qinbin spoke, he gestured towards the collision avoidance system. However, when his gaze fell upon the instruments, his demeanor instantly shifted. For within the system, there was no trace of a Boeing 787. What the hell? Qinbin exclaimed in shock. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingzhou hurriedly turned to look as well. He inhaled sharply, and then immediately cast his eyes toward the left window, observing the blinking navigation light that seemed to flicker, now distant, now near. Chapter 78, Supernatural Events at 10,000 meters indeed. The beacon in the night sky evoked a sensation of fluctuating proximity. At times, it appeared to draw closer to Flight 8889, only to drift away moments later. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in the fact that this beacon seemed to be tethered to Flight 8889, regardless of how swiftly, how far, or how high the flight ascended. The beacon consistently maintained its enigmatic presence. Within the cockpit, not only was Qinbin at a loss, but Lu Qingzhou and Qinbin were equally bewildered, particularly for Lu Qingzhou and Qinbin, who had accumulated years of flying experience. This was their first encounter with such an uncanny phenomenon. After a tense span of several seconds, Qinbin managed to swallow hard and stammered, "What on earth is this? Is our collision avoidance system malfunctioning?" As he spoke, he vigorously slapped the collision avoidance system panel. At that moment, Lu Qingzhou regained his composure and interjected, "Do you think this is your television? A few slaps will not resolve the issue. Save your energy and promptly contact ground control to ascertain what is happening. I will switch the flight mode. You should request a height adjustment to 9,500 meters." Qinbin quickly acquiesced. Observing the grave expressions on their faces, Qinbin also recognized the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, she cautiously inquired, "Could it possibly be a drone? Don't drones also have LED lights?" Lu Qingzhou shook his head, stating, "It is unlikely to be a drone." "Why not?" Qinbin pressed for clarification. "Our current altitude is approximately 10,000 meters. And all civilian drones have altitude limitations, typically restricted to no more than 120 meters. In exceptional circumstances requiring higher flights, they must first submit an application to the Civil Aviation Authority and military departments, which must be approved beforehand. Even with such approval, ordinary civilian drones cannot reach an altitude of 10,000 meters. Military drones might have that capability, but we are in our own country, not in chaotic regions like the Middle East, Africa, or Eastern Europe. Therefore, our military drones would not conduct test flights in busy civil aviation airspace. If it were a foreign military drone, however, it could spell trouble for many. Given our country's current air defense capabilities, such a scenario is nearly impossible." Upon hearing this, Qinbin finally grasped the situation. Meanwhile, Qinbin had established contact with the control center in the Magic City. Surprisingly, they reported that ground radar had detected no anomalies. Currently, only Flight SC-8889 was present in that airspace. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhou anxiously turned to gaze out the window. In the vast expanse of the sky, the beacon continued to follow, neither too close nor too far. Like an inquisitive child, he gazed with wide-eyed curiosity at this grand toy. Maintaining an altitude of 9,500 feet, he acknowledged the command of Flight 8889. At this moment, Qinbin reiterated the instructions for the Magic City area. Lu Qingzhou swiftly switched the driving mode, gently pushing down on the control stick while simultaneously nudging the throttle lever. This maneuver reduced the aircraft's altitude from 9,900 meters to 9,500 meters and increased its speed from 450 knots, 833 kilometers h, to 470 knots, 870 kilometers h. Yet, when he turned to glance out the window, he was struck with sheer terror, as if he had been blindsided. His face was a portrait of shock. The navigation light, astonishingly, had indeed followed them, its proximity oscillating unpredictably. This left Lu Qingzhou with the eerie sensation that both time and space had become ensnared. It was still there. Qinbin had evidently detected the anomaly as well. Pointing at the window, her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "That thing is still here. Contact the Magic City Area Control and inform them that we may be encountering an unidentified flying object. Please urgently scan the radar again to confirm whether there are any anomalies in our vicinity," Lu Qingzhou stated solemnly. Whether it was a UFO or a military drone from another nation, those were not Lu Qingzhou's primary concerns. His utmost dread was the possibility that this object was indeed the navigation light of a Boeing 787, coincidentally on the same flight path. If a collision were to occur in midair, the Airbus A320 he was piloting would not withstand the impact of such a colossal entity. All right. Chenbin finally snapped out of his stupor and hastily contacted the Magic City Area Control. Thousands of kilometers away, in the command hall of the Magic City Area Control. The gravity of the situation became evident on the face of the controller when Chenbin's voice resonated once more. He promptly reported the supernatural incident encountered by Flight SC-8889. Soon, radar stations along the route provided feedback, stating that no aircraft had been detected in the vicinity of Flight SC-8889, and they requested the crew to verify this before reporting again. Concurrently, the Magic City Area Control escalated this supernatural event to the military. Although there was no immediate response from them. Captain, Chenbin turned to Lu Qishou. The ground control requires us to verify the situation before making any reports. They say that the radar stations along the route have detected no anomalies. Now, Lu Qingzhou had regained his composure. He took a deep breath, then seized his phone, activating the camera function to capture this bizarre phenomenon. However, just as he aimed the camera at the window, that elusive navigation light vanished without a trace. He immediately leaned closer to the window, peering through the windshield in search of any sign. Yet, apart from the dazzling starlight in the sky and the pitch-black darkness that obscured everything else, there was nothing else to be seen. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Chen Bibing, who was seated in the rear. Her trembling finger pointed towards the front. Lu Qishou and Chen Bin immediately lifted their gazes towards the cockpit, startled to see the previously vanished navigation light inexplicably positioned at the nose of the aircraft. It loomed ominously close, as if it were mere inches away, threatening a collision at any moment. Quick-witted, Lu Qishou seized the control stick, preparing to elevate the nose and avert disaster. Yet, before he could execute his maneuver, the navigation light vanished in an instant with a swift motion. The trio in the cockpit exchanged bewildered glances, a mix of fear and astonishment washing over them, for the spectacle before them had transcended the bounds of their understanding, defying all scientific explanation they had ever known. Chapter 79. Yesterday a bird, today a UFO? At 10:50 p.m., Flight SC-8889 from Mountain Airlines landed punctually at Qingzhou Airport. After the aircraft touched down, Chen Bingbing and her colleague, A Yuan, hurriedly disembarked along with the other passengers. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew remained aboard to attend to post-flight duties. However, as Chen Bingbing exited the plane, her countenance appeared particularly grim, and her expression was fraught with anxiety, her gaze darting restlessly. It was only after her feet met the solid ground that she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yet, the others remained oblivious to her distress. Even if they had noticed, they likely would have attributed it to the after-effects of her earlier bout of motion sickness. In the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou and Chen Bin shared a similarly troubled demeanor. Once the majority of the passengers had disembarked, Lu Qingzhou turned to Chen Bin and said, "Stop daydreaming. If we wish to retire early tonight, we must get busy now." Chen Bin, still seated in the co-pilot's position, remained motionless, looking up at Lu Qingzhou. "What do you think the thing we just saw was? Could it truly have been a UFO?" He pondered. Perhaps it was ball lightning. It too can appear and vanish mysteriously. Lu Qingzhou's expression grew serious as he replied, "As for UFOs, I still find the likelihood rather slim." "I would argue that UFOs are quite a plausible explanation," Chen Bin countered. At this point, Lu Qingzhou had already risen from his seat. "Speculating here serves no purpose. We must meticulously document this incident in the flight log and submit it for further consideration. Let us not linger, but rather commence our tasks." "Oh." Chen Bin finally stood up. "By the way," Lu Qingzhou recalled, "tomorrow, you will pilot the flight from Xinjiang to Chang'an while I assist you. Is that agreeable? Not all co-pilots are confined to merely auxiliary roles. In fact, a left-seat co-pilot can assume the responsibilities of flying the aircraft under the captain's direction. The term left-seat co-pilot signifies a position adjacent to the captain, indicating readiness to take command. Thus, when a co-pilot reaches this stage, they possess the capability and skills to operate a passenger aircraft. Albeit they may not yet have obtained the necessary route license or passed the Civil Aviation Administration's captain promotion assessment. To nurture talent, major airlines permit left-seat co-pilots, with the captain's consent and guidance, to fulfill the role of captain on shorter, less complex routes. Given the brevity of the route from Xinjiang to Chang'an and the generally mild weather conditions, Lu Qishou decided to allow Chen Bin to take the lead on this leg of the journey. The following afternoon, he would pilot the flight from Chang'an to Tiananmen. Chen Bin did not decline, but instead made an okay gesture toward Lu Qishou. As a co-pilot with over 3,000 hours of flight time, he was evidently not new to assuming the role of captain and piloting commercial aircraft. Subsequently, The two engaged in no further conversation and instead busied themselves with their tasks. They documented the peculiar incident they encountered in the sky that evening in the flight log, reporting it to the headquarters and the Shanhang Airlines main office. Whether the authorities and the company would address the matter remained uncertain. In reality, many events that pilots encounter during flights often go unexamined unless they choose to inquire about them. For instance, the bird strike incident that occurred yesterday while returning to Yaoqiang Airport was clearly due to the negligence of the airport's bird control team. Had it not been for Qingzhou's swift response, it might have made headlines the previous day. Investigating this incident would be straightforward, requiring no black box. The cockpit cameras and the dented radar dome of the Boeing A320 would suffice to illustrate the situation. The responsibility lay squarely with the bird control team of Yaoqiang Airport, leaving them no escape. However, how to address this issue and who would bear the responsibility were matters largely irrelevant to Qingzhou and his colleagues. It sounded rather ironic, as they were the true victims of the incident. But what did that matter? After 11 o'clock, the entire crew of Shanhang Airlines Flight SC-8889 finally concluded their duties. Fatigue was etched on every face as they dragged their flight bags, stumbling out of the Huanghua Airport terminal towards a nearby hotel. Nearly every airline has designated hotels near the airports where their flights land, allowing staff to check in and rest upon arrival. Some hotels even offer breakfast and other amenities. Shandong Airlines was no exception. Thus, when Qingzhou and his team entered the lobby of a hotel near the airport, they coincidentally ran into colleagues from their company exiting the establishment. "Ah, Lu Yanwang, you flew to Qingzhou today as well? I thought you were off filming a variety show. How do you still have dispatch duty at this hour?" A middle-aged captain, around 40, greeted them first. Others quickly exchanged pleasantries with familiar faces. Qingzhou replied, "I wish I didn't have dispatch duty at this late hour, but alas, my fate is rather unfortunate." "Unfortunate, my foot. You have beautiful women around you every day." The middle-aged captain retorted, "Don't be oblivious to your blessings. How about we switch places?" Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, but the captain waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I don't have such good fortune as you. Why do you both look so worn out? It's just a little over 2 hours from Quanqing to Xinqing. Is it really that exhausting?" The captain inquired again. Qingzhou was yet to respond. Chen Bin was the first to speak, thanking Captain Xie. "You have no idea what we just encountered in the sky. It nearly frightened me to death." Upon hearing this, not only the middle-aged captain, but also the others fell silent, their faces brimming with curiosity as they turned to him. Chen Bin, not one to keep them in suspense, recounted the incident in detail. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, there really was a UFO?" Huang Shanshan wore an expression of disbelief, stating, "I thought UFOs were just a hoax." The others quickly chimed in with their own comments, expressing surprise. "I have never heard of such a thing. Did that UFO truly fly right in front of you? What if it had collided with you? Yesterday we hit a bird, and today a UFO. What extraordinary luck we have. Is it possible that Captain Qingzhou's bad luck has finally taken effect? Haha, it must be true. Partnering with Captain Qingzhou guarantees a plethora of stories." Qingzhou, visibly annoyed, interjected, "Could you refrain from making me the subject of your jests? It's quite embarrassing to be ridiculed to my face." Chapter 80. A daily tale of bravado. Was it not merely an encounter with a UFO? Look at you all, exhibiting the demeanor of those who have never beheld the wonders of the world. At that moment, the middle-aged captain, Mr. Xie, wore an expression of disdain, his eyelids drooping as he regarded everyone with an air of condescension. Observing this, the others turned their gaze toward Captain Xie. Shinbin quickly inquired, "Old Xie, does that mean you have experienced events more astonishing than today's bizarre incident?" Zhang Xiaoan, who was more familiar with Captain Xie, jested. "It seems the storytelling session with Captain Xie is about to commence. Listening to one of his extravagant tales each day makes for a more pleasant night's sleep." In the realm of Shanhang Airlines, who was unaware of Captain Xie's reputation for eloquence, a mundane story could, under his narration, transform into a vivid spectacle. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Xiaoyun's words, the crowd exchanged knowing glances, a hint of amused smiles gracing their faces. Captain Xie promptly retorted, "Xiaoyun, are you attempting to undermine me? I would never dare." Zhang Xiaoyun waved her hand. "I was merely sharing a light-hearted jest. I trust you as far as I can throw you." Captain Xie replied with feigned irritation. He then grew serious, stating, "While I do enjoy embellishing tales, the incident I am about to recount is indeed a true event, which I meticulously documented in my flight log and reported accordingly." The sincerity in his demeanor compelled the audience to lend him their belief. That was over a decade ago. Captain Xie continued, when I was still flying transport aircraft in the military. The Y-20, the chubby girl? Shinbin interjected. Captain Xie shot him a disapproving glance and retorted. The Y-20, codenamed Kunping, had its maiden flight 11 years ago, in 2013, and was officially inducted into service 8 years ago, in 2016. Do you think I can traverse time? At that time, I was piloting a Russian-imported IL-76. Please refrain from interrupting. Any further interjections, and I shall cease my narration. The others chimed in. We are here to listen to a story, Captain Shun. Do keep quiet. Indeed. How vexing. Speak again, and I shall sew your lips shut, they teased. Shinbin, feeling sheepish, promptly fell silent. Captain Stare resumed. At that time, I was co-piloting an IL-76 with the captain, transporting supplies from a certain Air Force base in Shanxi province to a unit in Xinjiang province. I recall it was past midnight. The weather was favorable. Though the moon was absent, the stars shone brilliantly. After we ascended to our designated cruising altitude, the captain switched to autopilot mode, advising me to remain vigilant, keep an eye on the aircraft, and maintain clear communication with the ground, before wrapping himself in a blanket and dozing off in his seat. Shinbin could not restrain himself from interrupting. What? Transport aircraft can fly on autopilot? The moment he spoke, he was met with a chorus of playful reprimands. Captain Xie, both exasperated and amused, chuckled, yet maintained his affable demeanor. Thus, I was not angered, but rather explained that transport aircraft can indeed operate autonomously, albeit not as advanced as commercial airliners. Indeed, modern transport aircraft are equipped with autopilot capabilities. For instance, the Y-20 Kunping, C-17 Globemaster, and the upgraded IL-76 all possess automatic flight control systems and autoland functions. However, their operation is relatively intricate, unlike the simplicity found in passenger jets. At that moment, feeling rather bored, I gazed at the dazzling starlight after confirming that the aircraft's instrument panel displayed no anomalies. Captain Xie continued, stating that shortly after the plane entered the airspace over Gansu province, I sensed something was amiss, for a star had been trailing us from the rear right. Indeed, it was a star the size of a fist, and I had no idea how long it had been following us. The crucial point was that once this star realized I had noticed it, it swiftly darted from the right rear to directly in front of the aircraft, so close that it felt as if I was locking eyes with it through the windshield. His words were so surreal that the crowd could not help but display looks of astonishment. A few beautiful flight attendants even covered their mouths in sheer disbelief. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded in the hotel lobby, where a group of crew members in Shanhang uniforms stood in a corner, their expressions horrified and serious, as if they had just heard something dreadful. Passers-by in the hotel lobby cast puzzled glances at them, yet this group remained engrossed in the tale, oblivious to the fact that they had become the center of attention. Moreover, this fist-sized star did not merely lock eyes with me through the windshield, it also exhibited movement, oscillating up and down, left and right in a remarkably rhythmic fashion. Can you fathom the astonishment I felt? A star appeared to come alive, dancing before me. At that moment, my worldview, which had been shaped by 9 years of compulsory education, felt utterly shattered. This bizarre spectacle persisted for an extended duration, exceeding 1 minute. Therefore, I can assert with absolute certainty that I was not hallucinating or experiencing any visual distortion. I witnessed this extraordinary scene with unwavering clarity. The others nearly bulged their eyes out, staring in shock at Captain Xie. Lucicio furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you not contact the ground at that time?" "Why didn't I?" Captain Xie replied. "I was utterly terrified and quickly reached out to the ground control center, urging them to use radar to ascertain the nature of that strange object. However, the ground responded that there was nothing on their end. In a panic, I promptly roused the captain, requesting his assistance to identify what it truly was. However, when the captain awoke with sleepy eyes, that entity had swiftly darted away, leaving him with only a fleeting glimpse of a shooting star passing by the front of the aircraft and nothing else. Upon reaching a certain airfield in the Xinjiang province, I promptly reported this bizarre incident. Shinbin eagerly inquired whether any investigations had been conducted and what exactly that phenomenon was. Captain Xie shrugged and replied, "Of course. An investigation was carried out, but without video evidence or corroborative materials, only my personal account to rely on. Thus, a cursory examination was made, leading to the conclusion that it might have been ball lightning, and the matter was left unresolved." Shinbin expressed some disappointment, asking if what you witnessed was truly ball lightning. To which Captain Stare responded, "I cannot say for certain." He then added, with a weighty significance, "I must inform you that this world is not as simple as you might imagine. nor is human technology as advanced as you believe. There remain countless enigmas yet to be unraveled, and even within the vast cosmos, there exist civilizations beyond our understanding. Chapter 81. Not only humans can straddle two boats. Airports can too. Captain Xie pointed towards the sky and continued. Perhaps there are extraterrestrials out there, scrutinizing us with magnifying glasses. Perhaps humanity is merely being cultivated by some unknown life forms on Earth, so that these enigmatic beings can observe and study us. It is akin to scientists breeding a colony of ants, while these ants may create a civilization that they can conceive. They remain unable to transcend the confines set by humans, and as humans inadvertently cast shadows upon the ants while observing their existence. Perhaps the ants perceive these shadows as UFOs? Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling a twinge of fear, clutched the arm of Huang Shanshan beside her and quickly implored, Captain Xie, please stop. This is making me quite uneasy. Hearing this, Captain Xie burst into hearty laughter. Haha, is that all it takes to frighten you? I still have plenty of tall tales to share. Lu Qizhou, observing the scene, remarked nonchalantly, Old Xie, why not regale us with another of your tall tales? After all, you're in no rush to leave. Captain Xie, realizing the time on his wristwatch, exclaimed hurriedly, who said I'm not in a hurry? Damn it. I nearly missed something important while boasting with you all. I must be off. We can continue this conversation when I return to Qingzhou. With that, he and his entourage swiftly exited the hotel lobby. Once they had departed, Qinbin turned to Lu Qizhou and inquired, what do you think? How much truth is there in old Xie's story? Lu Qizhou shook his head, replying, how would I know? However, I do find one of his statements quite insightful. Which one? Qinbin asked. The notion that there remain numerous unsolved mysteries in this world, which warrants our reverence towards it. The following day, at 9:25 a.m., Flight SC-8889 of Shanhang once again ascended from the Huanghua International Airport in Qingzhou. After taking off, the aircraft veered northward towards Chang'an in Shan Province. By this time, the passengers aboard had completely changed. When Flight SC-8889 departed from Yaoqiang Airport, the travelers were destined for either Xinjiang or Rongqing. However, upon arriving at Huanghua Airport, this batch of passengers had either reached their destinations or were transiting to Rongqing. Today, most passengers aboard Flight SC-8889 had flown from Yaoqiang to Chang'an early in the morning, making a temporary stopover at Huanghua Airport. Consequently, Lu Qizhou and the others did not linger for long. Once the passengers boarded, the flight took off promptly. At 9:50 a.m., Beijing time, the aircraft had reached cruising altitude. Qinbin, with a serious expression, finally breathed a sigh of relief after successfully switching to autopilot mode. He then turned to Qin Bingbing with a smile. Bingbing, how do you find my flying? Am I not much inferior to Captain Qizhou? Qin Bingbing nodded sincerely. You're flying quite well. It's just that I've been gripping my big toe tightly throughout. Qinbin replied with irritation, though he sensed your distrust. I shall take it as a compliment. Qin Bingbing hastily interjected, you are my brother. How could I doubt you? I was merely startled last night, and I am still experiencing after effects today. By the way, has there been any response regarding last night's supernatural incident? Qinbin replied, how could there be a response? Even if something were truly investigated, they would never disclose it to us, so we might as well forget about it. Qin Bingbing looked utterly disappointed. What? How can it be like this? I thought I had opened a door to a new world. To my surprise, I haven't even touched the door, and the path has already been blocked. Lu Qizhou chuckled. Stop complaining. We are merely ordinary people. Sometimes, knowing too much is not beneficial for us. I am just curious. Qin Bingbing rested her chin on her hands. Having never encountered such an event before, it felt like a little cat scratching at her heart. You have no idea. I nearly lost sleep last night, constantly searching for UFO-related information on my phone. Did you find anything? Lu Qizhou inquired. Qin Bingbing helplessly shrugged. Nothing at all. Just marketing accounts spouting nonsense. Well, that settles it then. Lu Qizhou lazily leaned back, turning to look at her. If you could find even a trace online, it would have already spread across the internet long ago. Why would you still be searching now? So, don't exhaust yourself. Captain Qinbin is right. Let us consider it a wonderful experience. Although Qin Bingbing felt somewhat unwilling, she resignedly said, alas, it can only be this way. Are we first heading to Chang'an, then flying to Tianjin from there? She asked again. Lu Qizhou nodded. We will arrive at Chang'an Xianying Airport at 11:30 a.m. Then depart from there at 6:40 p.m., and we should reach Tianjin Beihai Airport around 8:45 p.m. Chang'an Xianying Airport? A big question mark appeared over Qin Bingbing's head. I remember that Chang'an is the capital of Shaanxi Province, and Xianying is a prefecture-level city in Shaanxi. The two cities complement each other in governance, Why is the airport named this way? Doesn't Chang'an have its own airport? You're absolutely right, Lu Qizhou explained. Chang'an indeed does not have its own airport. Wait, that's not entirely accurate. This airport was originally constructed in Xianyang, approximately 20 kilometers from downtown Chang'an. However, the airport and surrounding areas have now been designated as a new district under Chang'an's jurisdiction, so this airport's sovereignty now belongs to Chang'an. However, the land where the airport was built originally belonged to Xianyang, which is why it is named Chang'an Xianyang International Airport. Qin Bingbing finally understood. In fact, it's not just Chang'an Xianyang Airport that straddles two cities. There are several airports in the country with names that include more than two prefecture-level cities, Lu Qizhou added. For example, Jiaguan Zhouchuan Airport. This airport is situated in Jiaguan, yet it lies a mere 22 kilometers from the urban center of Zhouchuan. The Yangzhou Taizhou Airport is located in Yangzhou, but it is also only 20 kilometers away from the main urban area of Taizhou. Notably, Taizhou was previously under the jurisdiction of Yangzhou before being separated from it. Additionally, our Qingzhou province's Tongren Fenghuang Airport presents a unique case as it spans across provincial borders. The main structure of the airport is in Tongren City, Qingzhou Province, while part of its runway encroaches upon the territory of your Hunan Province's Fenghuang County, which is situated merely around 36 kilometers away. The Wuhu Qingzhou Airport in Anhui Province is another example. Wuhu is a prefecture-level city, and Qingzhou is a district within the prefecture-level city of Xuanqing. Thus, this airport also straddles two jurisdictions. Therefore, it is not only individuals who may find themselves in dual allegiances. Airports can do so as well. Chapter 82. A safe landing. The aforementioned airports merely represent a singular airport name that encompasses two prefecture-level cities. Lu Qizhou remarked with a smile, however. This airport is quite remarkable, for it encompasses three prefecture-level cities. This refers to the Jiayang Kaohsiung International Airport in Guangdong Province. Qin Bingbing, looking perplexed, responded. Isn't Kaohsiung just one region? Kaohsiung is indeed a region, but it is not a single city, Lu Qizhou elaborated. The Kaohsiung region comprises the cities of Jiayang, Chaozhou, and Shantou. Thus, the airport situated in Jiayang is named after all three cities. He added that such a phenomenon is rather unique, not only domestically but also internationally. Qin Bingbing then understood, gazing at Lu Qizhou with admiration. I didn't expect you to possess such extensive knowledge, even of this relatively obscure fact. I have previously accompanied several seasoned pilots, Lu Qizhou chuckled, and while they may have their flaws, they take great pleasure in boasting. Listening to their tales has naturally broadened my own understanding. Beside them, Qin Bin blinked in confusion. I, too, have spent time with numerous veteran pilots. Yet I remain oblivious to such niche knowledge. Do you know why that is? Lu Qizhou replied earnestly. Do you want to know the reason? Qin Bin met his gaze. Genuinely curious. Why? Because you are rather slow-witted. When they boast, you merely take it as entertainment, and once the moment passes, it fades from your memory. As soon as Lu Qizhou finished speaking, he instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Qin Bin, taken aback for a moment, then suddenly leaped up, lunging toward Lu Qizhou. You little rascal, are you mocking me again? I shall teach you a profound lesson today, and this matter will not conclude easily. Shortly after 11 a.m., the Shanhang Airlines flight SC-8889 had already reached the airspace over the provincial capital of Shaanxi, Chang'an City. For this morning's flight mission, Lu Qingzhou served as the co-pilot, maintaining communication with ground control throughout the journey. Before long, the aircraft descended from its cruising altitude of 9,800 meters to approximately 6,000 meters. After concluding communication with the Chang'an district, Lu Qizhou tuned into the frequency for Chang'an approach, which is also part of one of the 8 major high-altitude control zones. Upon establishing contact with the approach controller, the aircraft initiated the 5-sided approach procedure under their guidance. At 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, and 2,000 meters. Almost in the blink of an eye, the runway of Xianyang International Airport came into view. Qin Bin, with a serious expression, continually adjusted the aircraft's flight attitude, ensuring that the nose aligned perfectly with the center line of the runway. Yet, whether due to excessive nervousness or insufficient skill, he made rather pronounced adjustments, causing the aircraft to experience noticeable turbulence in the air, swaying side to side reminiscent of a pirate ship at an amusement park. The other passengers on the aircraft had evidently noticed the anomaly. However, the turbulence was not severe enough to instill fear in them. Yet, Lu Qizhou observed Qin Bin's serious demeanor, his arms already displaying prominent veins, prompting her to furrow her brow. Alas, His psychological fortitude appeared to be lacking. At this moment, the airport runway loomed ever closer. Inside the cockpit, the flight control system had commenced reporting the aircraft's altitude. The thunderous roar of the engines shattered the tranquility of the airspace. The Airbus A320, in a regal manner, soared above the runway. As the altitude dipped below 10 meters, Chen belatedly pulled up the nose of the aircraft, aiming to maintain a landing gear-first position. Merely 7 or 8 seconds after he lifted the nose, a resounding thud echoed through the cabin. The rear landing gear struck the runway with tremendous force, generating a massive rebound that nearly propelled the aircraft back into the air. The passengers were caught off guard, instantly jolted by the rebound. Another dull thud resounded, though this impact was markedly less forceful, yet still left everyone rattled. As the passengers clutched their chests and regained their composure, they realized the aircraft had successfully landed and was now taxiing along the runway. Inside the cabin, the initial shock from the landing's rebound left the passengers visibly shaken. Although the plane was still in motion, many were anxiously glancing around. And some voices of discontent began to emerge. What the hell just happened? How did the captain fly the plane like this? The weather is fine. Yet it was such a rough landing. My nerves are shot. Does the captain even know how to fly? I might need to confront him about this. If he can't pilot properly, he shouldn't be at the controls. Thankfully, the weather is good. What if we encountered turbulence? My insides feel like they've been rearranged. What a disaster. Hearing the grumbling and curses from the passengers, Zhang Shaoan displayed a hint of helplessness. She knew that today's flight was being piloted by Chen Bin, with Lu Qizhou assisting. However, she could hardly fathom how. Despite Chen Bin being an experienced co-pilot with thousands of flight hours, he could appear so inadequate in comparison to Lu Qizhou. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we are still in the taxiing phase. Your safety is our priority, Zhang Shaoan quickly interjected to soothe the passengers. The other flight attendants followed suit, offering reassurance to those around them. Gradually, the passengers calmed under their comforting presence. Indeed, although the landing had startled everyone and left them feeling somewhat uneasy, the situation was now stabilizing. However, no one was injured. People merely vented their frustrations with a few expletives. Could it be that they truly intended to storm the cockpit and confront the captain? In the cockpit, Chen Bingbing was also terrified, her face as pale as a sheet. She gripped her seatbelt tightly, her eyes wide with fear as she stared straight ahead. Being in the cockpit, she felt the terror of the aircraft touching down more acutely than the passengers in the cabin. At that moment, Chen Bingbing thought the plane had gone out of control. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. As for Chen Bin, he was well aware of his blunder. His expression was grave, evidently more anxious than before. What are you dawdling for? Pull the lever to engage the reverse thrust and release the brakes to decelerate. At that moment, Lu Qingzhou's reprimanding voice echoed. Chen Bin finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly pulled up the reverse thrust lever. With Lu Qingzhou's assistance, he managed to gradually slow the out-of-control airliner. The aircraft raced along the runway for approximately 1,000 meters before reluctantly coming to a stop, deflated. Chapter 83. Why did the airport guide wipe his neck? Before long, the aircraft glided onto the taxiway. Under the command of the ground dispatcher, Chen Bin maneuvered the plane, slowly arriving at the remote stand with the guidance of a tow vehicle. At the end of the remote stand stood an airport guide. To the right front of this guide stood another airport technician clad in a reflective vest. Once the tow vehicle entered the remote stand, the guide at the stand's end immediately raised both arms. As the nose of the aircraft appeared at the remote stand, the guide promptly extended his left arm while vigorously shaking his right arm. Chen Bin attentively observed the guide's gestures while controlling the aircraft. He deftly twisted the control stick to the right and pressed down on the right rudder, causing the aircraft to turn to the right. Once the plane completed its rightward turn and aligned its fuselage, both guides simultaneously waved their arms. They resembled two trainees who had practiced for over 2.5 years. Their movements, albeit somewhat comical, were executed with professionalism and precision. As the two trainees gradually slowed their arm motions, the Airbus A320 gently came to a stop at the remote stand. After the two trainees crossed their arms and performed a neck-wiping gesture, the aircraft finally came to a complete halt. Once the plane was steady, the cabin became bustling with activity. Numerous passengers stood up hastily to retrieve their carry-on luggage from the overhead compartments. Others engaged in animated discussions, and the cabin transformed into a lively marketplace, brimming with noise and excitement. The cabin crew was equally busy, either maintaining order within the cabin or working in tandem to open the cabin door at the entrance. In the cockpit, before the aircraft had even taxied to the parking area, Qin Bingbing had already activated the live streaming equipment. Upon witnessing the technicians perform their quirky guiding actions, the viewers in the live stream also began to express their amusement. Have we arrived at Shanhang Airport? Time flies, doesn't it? Does anyone know what the guide's actions signify? It's reminiscent of calisthenics. Not exactly calisthenics. It seems more like the movements of trainees with over 2.5 years of practice. Xiao Haizi, remember to bring your comments to court. From now on, you may remain silent, but your comments will serve as evidence. After completing the calisthenics, why the neck wipe? Is there a deeper meaning? I don't understand. What does wiping the neck signify? Wiping the neck, killing, slaying? The guide wiped his neck a total of 6 times. Could it be a message to the captain that 6 have been eliminated? The professionals offered a reluctant explanation. This series of maneuvers is neither a form of calisthenics nor a comical dance practiced for 2.5 years, but rather commands such as turn right, proceed straight, slow down, and stop. Let us elucidate the gesture of drawing one's finger across the throat. It signifies that the captain, unable to see the ground markings, relies on the guidance of a vehicle to align the aircraft with the designated lines before departing, at which point the signalman communicates through gestures. Crossing both arms indicates a successful landing, while the throat-cutting gesture suggests the captain should eliminate all passengers aboard, with a mischievous grin. Is it truly that frightening? One may hesitate to board a plane again. The captain of the Shanhang Airlines, what a character. The barrage of comments was filled with merriment, yet the atmosphere in the cockpit bore a weighty seriousness. After stabilizing the aircraft, Qin Bin found himself momentarily lost in thought, staring blankly ahead. He then turned to Lu Qingzhou, his face flushed with embarrassment, and admitted, I may have been too anxious, which led to a rough landing. Following this confession, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and lamented, what a failure, an utter failure. I usually perform well in the simulator, but when it comes to the real deal, I become a bundle of nerves. It seems I shall never ascend to the rank of captain. Lu Qingzhou, rather than offering consolation, responded gravely, your technical skills are impeccable. However, your mindset poses a challenge. If you cannot conquer this psychological barrier, you will indeed struggle to become a competent captain. From their very first collaboration, Lu Qingzhou had discerned that Qin Bin's mental fortitude was lacking. During an incident where their aircraft was ensnared in a massive cumulonimbus clouds, the risk of a crash loomed ominously. As captain, Lu Qingzhou bore the brunt of the pressure, yet the co-pilot, Qin Bin, failed to provide the necessary support and nearly became a liability. It was only when they broke free from the clouds and glimpsed the light of survival that Qin Bin regained a semblance of composure. Through their interactions, Lu Qingzhou had come to understand his partner, who, despite being in his 30s, demonstrated commendable technical skills and fulfilled his responsibilities as a co-pilot. However, the same refrain echoed. His psychological resilience was insufficient. For Qin Bin to advance, he must confront and overcome this internal struggle. Thus, when he heard Lu Qingzhou's candid critique, he refrained from rebuttal and instead sighed in agreement. Alas, the co-pilot had longed to secure the captain's approval to pilot a segment of the journey. A challenging feat in itself. After finally obtaining such an opportunity, he felt he had squandered it. In his frustration, he wished to slap himself. How could he have faltered? The conditions were favorable, clear skies, a harmonious convergence of circumstances. His performance during takeoff and throughout the flight had been nearly flawless, yet he stumbled during the landing. With another sigh, he lamented, indeed, I am like the unyielding ado. Noticing the seriousness etched upon their faces, Qin Bin quickly sought to redirect the conversation. What are you discussing? What does heavy landing mean? Qin Bingbing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, as she spoke, the atmosphere in the cockpit lightened somewhat. Lu Qingzhou turned to her and explained, a heavy landing refers to a specific method of aircraft descent. It essentially means the aircraft strikes the runway with the force of a heavy object, causing those aboard to endure significant G-loads. This method of landing is perilous. Its danger level only slightly less than that of a dolphin-esque leap. Dolphin leap? Qin Bingbing's forehead creased with confusion, utterly baffled by the analogy. Let me clarify. Lu Qingzhou unbuckled his seatbelt and fully turned to face her, his expression earnest as he continued his explanation. As pilots, we aim for a soft landing when we touch down. What is a soft landing, you might ask? It's when passengers are so undisturbed that they remain asleep throughout the descent, only to awaken to find that the majority have already disembarked. It's as if the aircraft has landed without any sensation of impact. The G-load during a soft landing is approximately 1 G. As for the concept of G-load, it can be quite complex, if you're interested. You can look it up on your phone later. Qin Bingbing's eyes widened in realization. So that's what a soft landing is. I always felt a bit uncomfortable during landings on flights, but flying with you these past few days has been different. Every landing felt seamless. I initially thought it was due to the different aircraft models. Not at all. It's your exceptional flying skills. Qingzhou praised her with a thumbs up, a playful smile gracing his lips. Your compliment is perfectly timed. It makes me feel quite good. Do keep it up. Qin Bingbing rolled her eyes at him and retorted. You're the one who enjoys flattery. I'm merely stating the truth. Indeed, Qingzhou replied with utmost seriousness. I appreciate your honesty. Chapter 84. A good captain can truly save lives in critical moments. Aside from a sensation of smooth landing, the passengers experienced a slight jolt during the descent, akin to the aircraft's tires gently grazing the runway. Qingzhou continued to elucidate that in such instances, the overload experienced would typically range from approximately 1:2 to 1 for G, which remains comfortable and devoid of discomfort. There exists another scenario where one might feel as though the aircraft has abruptly descended from a height of 1 or 2 meters onto the runway, resulting in a substantial jolt that could lead passengers to contemplate expressing their discontent towards the captain. This phenomenon is associated with an overload of around 1.5 to 1.6 G. While it may be slightly unpleasant, it does not warrant vehement curses. Should passengers experience the sensation of falling from the height of a story, approximately 3 meters, onto the runway, they would be thrust violently against their seats, likely uttering expletives and invoking the names of the pilot's ancestors, as the overload would exceed 1.6 G. As for the heavy landing we just experienced, it felt akin to crashing down from the height of 2 stories before striking the unyielding concrete ground, displacing one's internal organs and inducing a dazed state. One might even jest about the unfortunate consequences for their anatomy. In such dire circumstances, the overload surpasses 1.8 G. At this juncture, passengers are no longer inclined to curse, but rather contemplate whether to storm the cockpit for a stern reprimand or to lodge a formal complaint. Qin Bingbing, captivated by his vivid portrayal, could not suppress a laugh. Even Qin Bin, who had appeared quite somber, looked at Qingzhou and remarked, "Is it truly as exaggerated as you say?" Qingzhou cast a glance at the cockpit door and replied with a smile. "Today seems to be favorable. It appears no passenger is inclined to confront us, though a complaint is undoubtedly inevitable." "What?" Qin Bingbing quickly inquired. "What if we receive a complaint? What else can we do?" Qingzhou grimaced slightly. "We will incur a financial penalty." "And how much will be deducted?" she pressed. "Isn't it unjust to penalize you when no actual incident occurred?" "Depending on the number of complaints," Qingzhou explained, "if numerous, we could face deductions in the thousands. If few, perhaps just a few hundred. Moreover, if the complaint volume reaches a certain threshold, it may impact our year-end bonuses and the designation of outstanding employees." Qingzhou shrugged and continued. "Such is the nature of the service industry. Complaints can be quite troublesome, while a financial penalty is manageable. The gravest concern in our profession is the occurrence of an incident. If human error precipitates an aviation mishap, the consequences may be dire, ruining one's career, or worse, endangering the lives of all aboard." Qin Bingbing nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Qin Bin, with an apologetic expression, turned to Qingzhou and said, "Today, I have caused you trouble. Receiving complaints is a trivial matter," he replied. "I endure dozens, if not hundreds, of complaints each year." Qingzhou, seemingly indifferent, continued, "However, as I mentioned earlier, if you remain mentally unstable, you will never grow. You ought to practice your mindset more often." Qin Bin remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing Qin Bin's despondency, Qingzhou added with a smile, "But we must express our gratitude for your mercy of not killing us. Had you not made a heavy landing but instead performed a dolphin jump, we would surely have met our end." Qin Bin shot him a glare and retorted, "Even if I were incompetent, I would not descend to such a level." "Huh." Qingzhou scoffed. "If you had trembled even slightly, that heavy landing could have transformed into a dolphin jump. Do not think I am exaggerating." Qin Bin opened his mouth to counter, but suddenly realized that Qingzhou's words held a semblance of truth. When the aircraft's main landing gear had slammed onto the runway, had he inadvertently loosened his grip on the control stick, the plane could indeed have rebounded into the air. The thought sent a chill down his spine, and beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. "Damn it, I had just brushed shoulders with death," he thought, realizing that he had summoned this specter upon himself. "What is a dolphin jump?" Qin Bingbing inquired further, her curiosity piqued. "Do you enjoy watching the animal world?" Qingzhou countered with a question rather than providing a direct answer. Qin Bingbing nodded. "It's quite good. Have you ever witnessed dolphins leaping from the ocean's surface?" "I have," she replied. The term dolphin jump is a metaphor, likening an aircraft to a dolphin, where the landing posture resembles that of a dolphin leaping through water. Qingzhou elaborated, illustrating the motion with his hands. For instance, had Captain Qin Bin not secured the control stick, the aircraft could have, due to the combined effects of rebound force and high lift, soared back into the air before crashing down again. Such a scenario could easily lead to the aircraft veering off the runway, and at that point, over 100 souls aboard would likely meet their fate. Qin Bingbing's face turned pale with fear. She had merely felt unwell moments ago, her head spinning and stomach churning. But she had never imagined that, at that instant, she had almost met her great-grandmother. This was not merely Qingzhou's hyperbole. A dolphin jump is indeed perilous, also referred to as a death bounce. However, such occurrences are rare, typically resulting from unstable descent rates, improper pilot maneuvers, such as excessive pulling or pushing of the control stick, or turbulent airflow. Nonetheless, not every dolphin jump leads to catastrophic accidents. If the captain possesses sufficient experience, he can still transform peril into safety. For instance, should the captain detect the aircraft ensnared in a death bounce predicament, he can promptly elevate the nose and opt for a go-around, thus potentially evading the imminent threat. In summary, despite the increasing automation of aircraft, which may lead one to believe that pilots are nearing obsolescence, their significance becomes abundantly clear during unexpected or severe incidents. A skilled and seasoned pilot can indeed be a lifesaver at critical moments. In many countries, a civil aviation captain merely needs to log enough flight hours. Some South Korean pilots even travel to the United States to accumulate hours by flying small aircraft and pass the route certification to assume the role of captain. However, in Dongda, the standards are more stringent. To serve as a captain of a civil passenger aircraft, one must not only fulfill the requisite flight hours and obtain the route certification, but also participate in an assessment organized by the Civil Aviation Administration for captain promotion. Without passing this assessment, even possessing a route certification becomes futile. Consequently, the caliber of pilots from Dongda is relatively superior, and instances of successfully managing unforeseen accidents are significantly more prevalent than in other nations. Chapter 85. Arrival at Jinmen City. Encounter with a UFO? Though it was already nearing 9 o'clock in the evening, the Binhai International Airport remained ablaze with light. The terminal bustled with a steady stream of travelers, and each airline's baggage check-in counters were lined with long queues. Given that Jinmen is merely over 100 kilometers from the capital and serves as one of the major hubs in the northeastern region, it is no surprise that the airport, located so close to the capital, was teeming with activity. Binhai International Airport, situated in the Dongli district of Jinmen City, lies a mere 13 kilometers from the city center. It is classified as a 4F level civil international airport, functioning as a key international air logistics center, a hub for scheduled international flights, and an open national first-class aviation port, as well as one of the principal air freight centers in the northeastern region. This means that the airport not only accommodates a significant volume of passenger flights, but also handles a substantial number of cargo flights. In a nearby high-rise building, a broadcaster stood before the camera, addressing the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, do you see the row of lights behind me? That is the runway lighting of Binhai International Airport. In just over 20 minutes, the Shanhang Flight SC-8889 will be landing here. I will be live-streaming the entire landing of Flight SC-8889. I heard that when SC-8889 landed at Chang'an Airport today, it was a hard landing. Let us see how the crew performs on this flight tonight. The live stream had already attracted hundreds of viewers. Upon hearing this, several viewers quickly began to comment in the chat. How does the broadcaster know about the landing of Flight SC-8889? Exactly. Didn't the production team say that all flights involved in the filming would remain confidential? I heard it's to prevent anyone from leaking information. Indeed. SC-8889 did have a hard landing at noon, but it seems the co-pilot was flying the plane. I experienced a hard landing once. It nearly shook me apart. The captain must have faced serious reprimands. I want to see a smooth landing. What's so interesting about landing? Right, especially at night. I'm off to play a game for now. Night landings are intriguing. I heard that yesterday, SC-8889 encountered a UFO while flying to Qingzhou. Really? Is that true? It must be fake. There's no news about it online. There can't be that many UFOs. It's nonsense. Absolutely true, because my friend works at Huanghua Airport, and he saw the flight log reported by the crew of Flight 8889, which included that record. No way? Is there really a UFO? Here we go again with the My Friend saga. The broadcaster glanced at the comments. noting the skepticism about how he knew the whereabouts of Flight SC-8889. A smug smile crept across his face. Indeed, to ensure that the flights participating in the Accompany You to Fly program remain undisturbed by paparazzi or fervent fans, the production team has long collaborated with airlines to obscure the whereabouts of these flights. Ordinarily, it would be impossible for the hosts to track the movements of Flight SC-8889. However, as the saying goes, money can move mountains. With sufficient funds, any information can be extracted. Yet, he would not disclose this matter openly. Instead, he cryptically hinted that the hosts possess their own methods, inviting curiosity with, "Just wait and see." Since the launch of Accompany You to Fly, there has indeed been a notable increase in passenger traffic. The program has already made several trending topics since its inception, garnering considerable attention. Particularly, the Shanhang Airlines Flight's public performance of pulling onions from dry land at Bayan Airport has elevated the program's popularity even further. Coupled with various creative promotions from other airlines, many passengers who would typically opt for high-speed rail have recently chosen to fly instead. Their motivations range from curiosity about the sensation of pulling onions to the allure of seeing whether the flight attendants and stewards are as charming in reality as they appear on screen. Due to the program's soaring popularity, numerous self-media hosts have been drawn in, either capturing candid moments aboard flights or filming the arrivals and departures at nearby airports. In just a few days, a fervor for civil aviation has swept across Dongda. Among them is a host known as Aerial Filming Sharp Guy. Today, he learned from an insider at Binhai Airport that the Shandong Airlines SC-8889 flight, participating in the program, was about to land. Eager to capture the landing up close, he packed his professional filming equipment and ascended to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise. Indeed, the SC-8889 flight has garnered significant attention. Barely after its launch, hundreds of viewers filled the live stream, all genuine fans rather than superficial followers. As the rewards poured in, Aerial Filming Sharp Guy couldn't help but smile broadly. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp of surprise, a hint of confusion crossing his face. In the distant night sky, an unusual star, the size of a thumb, had appeared without his notice. Initially, he dismissed it as a mere ordinary star. However, when he realized that this star could reflect light and was moving slowly, he sensed that something was amiss. Not only did he notice, but the viewers in the live stream also began to focus on this peculiar star, commenting, "Have you noticed something strange about this star? Why does it feel odd?" As Sharp Guy prepared to zoom the camera out for a clearer view of the star in the night sky, it abruptly vanished in the blink of an eye. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Flight SC-8889 had entered the airspace of Jishur province. This province resembled two outstretched arms, embracing the colossal cities of the capital and Tianjin. Having crossed into Jishur's airspace, the destination, Tianjin Binhai International Airport, was now within reach. Qingzhou promptly informed Shenbin to contact the capital area control, advising them of their descent. Given their proximity to the capital, Qingzhou was cautious. Aware of the gravity of their location, the heart of the eastern metropolis, any reckless maneuver could lead to an immediate revocation of their license. A risk not to be taken lightly. Soon, the capital area control responded, granting permission for Flight SC-8889 to descend. Qingzhou then gently pushed the control stick, guiding the aircraft downward. The altitude quickly fell below 6,000 meters, and the crew bid farewell to the capital area control before contacting Tianjin approach. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Below, the city of Tianjin came into view, its dazzling lights twinkling in harmony with the stars above, a breathtaking sight. As Qingzhou retracted his gaze to continue the descent, a sudden flash caught his attention. A meteor streaked across the sky, appearing directly in front of the aircraft. Caught off guard, Qingzhou instinctively yanked back on the control stick, lifting the nose of the plane. Chapter 86: Encountering the Unidentified Flying Incident, Initiating Emergency Protocols. Bang. Chun Bingbing was caught completely off guard, colliding forcefully against the cabin wall. Chun Bin wore a look of astonishment as he turned to gaze at the serious expression on Qingzhou's face. In the passenger cabin, numerous travelers were jolted by the aircraft's sudden turbulence. The flight had been steady, but then it lurched unexpectedly, akin to a vehicle veering sharply due to a driver's abrupt maneuver. In the absence of any mental preparation, anyone could easily be startled. Many passengers who had been peacefully slumbering were now wide awake, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Others wore expressions of confusion. Zhang Xiaoan, noticing the commotion, quickly raised her voice to reassure everyone. The plane is descending. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. Meanwhile, she pondered, what on earth is happening today? We experienced a rough landing in Chang'an, and now, as we touch down in Tianjin, another jolt occurs. Could it be that Qin Bin is piloting this flight? That seems implausible. How could a co-pilot dare to navigate a night flight? The other flight attendants were equally perplexed. What was the flight crew up to today? They had already endured a tumultuous journey during the day, nearly causing her aunt to arrive prematurely, and now this unexpected jolt in the evening. Surely, Captain Qingzhou would not commit such a fundamental error. Could it be that Captain Qin Bin was in command? That was impossible. A night flight could not permit him to take the helm. What on earth just transpired? Perhaps they encountered some turbulent air. In the cockpit, Qin Bingbing rubbed her sore arm while urgently inquiring, what just happened? Qin Bin, equally bewildered, looked towards Lu Qizhou. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qizhou contemplated before responding. Did you not see anything approaching that might have collided with us? What? Qin Bingbing widened her eyes in disbelief. No, I didn't see anything. Surely we aren't that unfortunate to hit another bird? Qin Bin shook his head. I didn't see anything either. Captain Qizhou, what exactly did you witness? A meteor. Lu Qizhou replied, turning to glance out of the cockpit window, yet all he could see was the inky blackness of the night sky. Now, both were left in a state of confusion. A meteor? What on earth? Wait. They exchanged glances, a singular thought echoing in their minds. UFO. We can't possibly have encountered a UFO again, can we? Could it be that strange object from last night is pursuing us? Qin Bingbing stammered, fear gripping her. The previous night had already witnessed an incredibly bizarre paranormal event, and now the same script seemed to be unfolding once again. How could they not feel anxious? Qin Bin's face mirrored her terror. Did you really see it? Or are you imagining things? Is that entity truly chasing us? Lu Qizhou furrowed his brow, contemplating. Before shaking his head, no. The entity from last night was exceedingly strange enough that I cannot explain it through my knowledge. However, the meteor encountered this evening is far from ordinary. This meteor is roughly the size of an infant's fist, and it does not travel at an alarming speed. Nor does it appear and vanish mysteriously. Thus, it bears no resemblance to the phenomena witnessed last night. Lu Qingzhou cast a glance at the altimeter. The aircraft's altitude had dwindled to just over 1,000 meters, a perilously low height for unregulated flight. If his vision was not deceiving him, that object was most likely an unauthorized aircraft. He promptly contacted the Tianjin approach, requesting immediate radar assistance to ascertain the potential threat of an unauthorized flight. Lu Qizhou spoke in a grave tone. Qin Bin hurriedly seized the radio, initiating communication with Tianjin approach. Tianjin ground, this is Shanhang 8889. Please respond. Tianjin ground acknowledges. Shanhang 8889, go ahead. We kindly request your radar assistance. We may have encountered an unauthorized flight. Moments later, approximately 10 seconds passed before the controller's voice crackled through the communication channel once more. Shanhang 8889, immediately ascend to 2,000 meters and maintain altitude. An unidentified aircraft has suddenly appeared beneath your aircraft's right side, seemingly a drone. His voice trembled noticeably, revealing the mounting tension of the situation. Before he could finish speaking, a resounding thud echoed within the cockpit, a clear indication of a collision. The crew instantly tensed, recognizing that the aircraft had evidently struck something. However, the instrument panel did not immediately sound an alarm. Thus, Lu Qizhou swiftly pulled back on the control stick while gently advancing the throttle, maneuvering the aircraft to gradually ascend. In the Tianjin Approach Command Center, Controller Xiao Qiong wiped the sweat from his brow and called out to the duty chief nearby. Chief, we have a serious situation. Duty Chief Chen Sifan promptly approached, inquiring, what has happened? Just now, the Shanhang SC 8889 flight reported a possible unauthorized flight. I checked the radar, and indeed, an unidentified aircraft resembling a drone was detected beneath the right side of that flight. However, the drone's radar signal has now vanished. It could, he stammered. Get to the point. Chen Sifan reprimanded. It could have collided with Shanhang SC 8889. Xiao Qiong's voice quivered as he spoke. Chen Sifan felt darkness envelop his vision, nearly collapsing to the ground. What? A drone collided with a descending passenger aircraft? If this results in an aviation disaster, we could all end up in prison. What are you waiting for? Hurry and call 8889 to inquire about the situation. Chen Sifan, in a moment of desperation, wished he could strangle Xiao Qiong and then end his own life. However, it was evident that the situation had not yet escalated to that dire point. Hearing this, Qiang hurriedly resumed his seat, but before he could speak, another controller shouted, "Chief, we have received reports from the Binhai Airport Tower that they have also detected a suspected drone in the vicinity of the airport." The director exclaimed that a suspected drone had been detected in the northwest airspace. Another controller shouted loudly. Qin Sifan felt as if his head might explode. How many drones could there possibly be? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why is everyone still standing there in a daze? Immediately activate the Level 1 emergency response plan. Contact all arriving flights without delay. Instruct them to circle at an altitude above 3,000 meters while awaiting further instructions. Halt all departing flights. And clear the airspace around Tianjin and its vicinity. Contact the military at once to report the situation we are currently facing. Alert the police and request their assistance in tracking down the individual responsible for this unauthorized flight. Furthermore, report the circumstances to the headquarters and local government. Notify emergency units including fire, rescue, and security to assemble at the airport and remain on standby. Qin Sifan issued a series of commands. Fortunately, regular emergency drills had been conducted, so upon the issuance of his orders, the entire command hall transformed into a highly efficient machine, operating swiftly and seamlessly. Chapter 87. The military takes action. What constitutes illegal flying? Prior to the widespread deployment of drones in the civilian market, illegal flying primarily referred to the unauthorized operation of manned aircraft without registration and reporting to the relevant authorities, such as the Civil Aviation Administration. However, with the advent of drones, particularly consumer-grade drones, the landscape has dramatically shifted. Drones have swiftly become the epicenter of illegal flying activities. One must not be deceived into believing that the vastness of the sky above grants one the liberty to act without constraints. In reality, every expanse of sky is under the jurisdiction of the Air Force. This is not an assertion of military dominance. Rather, it is a recognition that without rules, chaos ensues. As the civil aviation sector continues to evolve, new flight paths are being established. What may appear to be an open sky is, in fact, becoming increasingly congested. To ensure the safety of airborne traffic, both the Air Force and the Civil Aviation Administration are not only required to regulate flight routes and intensify air traffic control, but also to vigorously combat any disorderly or illegal activities, particularly illegal flying, which is met with unwavering resolve. Each incident is met with serious repercussions, leaving no room for leniency. The significance of aviation safety cannot be overstated. A single aircraft can carry dozens to hundreds of individuals. In the event of an aerial incident involving a fully loaded passenger plane, the survival rate for those on board could be less than 1%. Such incidents can result in the loss of numerous lives, a matter of grave concern. Surely, one would not wish to endure anxiety while flying, fearing a potential collision with an illegally operated drone. What? Drones cannot reach the altitude of passenger or cargo aircraft. Such notions are misguided. The reason most civilian drones are limited to altitudes below 120 meters is a legal stipulation rather than a technical limitation. Should the government lift these restrictions, even a small workshop could produce drones capable of soaring to altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters. Drones can be classified based on their intended use: consumer-grade drones, industrial-grade drones, and military drones. Currently, consumer-grade drones dominate the market, catering to the general public for purposes such as aerial photography, leisure, and videography. These drones are relatively affordable, technically uncomplicated, and easily operable by the average person. Industrial-grade drones, on the other hand, are primarily employed in fields such as surveying, inspection, and logistics. They have also found extensive applications in agriculture. These drones boast advanced technology and are equipped with various specialized devices, allowing them to achieve flight heights and ranges that far exceed those of consumer-grade drones. Military drones are designed for military operations, including reconnaissance, surveillance, and combat. The technology employed in military drones has reached a level of utmost confidentiality. Not only can these drones ascend to altitudes of 10,000 meters, but they can also effortlessly reach the stratosphere. However, the likelihood of military drones infiltrating the civilian market is virtually non-existent. In other words, the unauthorized flight incident encountered at Binhai International Airport is unrelated to military drones. Nevertheless, consumer-grade drones struggle to ascend to altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters. Thus, it is highly probable that this was an industrial-grade drone. In the Binhai New area, atop a building soaring over 20 stories high, the host known as Aerial Photography Sharp Guy was left utterly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, A star suspended in the distant sky had inexplicably vanished in the blink of an eye. As an experienced drone operator himself, he immediately recognized that the so-called star was, in fact, a drone. Several seconds later, with an exaggerated expression, he turned to his streaming equipment and exclaimed, "Brothers, something has happened. Something big. That thing was no star. It was clearly a drone. Which brave soul dared to fly a drone near the airport? Do they not fear the authorities coming to investigate?" In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments became even more animated than before. "I told you it was a drone, but you wouldn't believe me. Flying a drone near the airport? This guy is in serious trouble. Endangering public safety in a dangerous manner could land him a few years in prison. Sharp guy, stop rambling and pull the camera back. Let us see where this drone has gone." Right? What if it's not a drone but a UFO? You'd strike it rich, host. Sharp guy, you could become the first broadcaster in human history to live stream a UFO event. You're about to go viral. Without needing reminders from his viewers, aerial photography sharp guy realized that this unexpected incident would generate significant traffic for him. He quickly adjusted the camera angle and began scanning the night sky. Persistence paid off. After a minute, he successfully located the previously vanished drone. Wait, what is that? The drone now had several navigation lights atop it. It was a passenger aircraft, specifically, a commercial plane preparing to land. Before aerial photography sharp guy could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding crash echoed as the drone collided forcefully with the belly of the aircraft. He stood in stunned silence. The gravity of the situation sinking in. This was indeed a major incident. The entire city of Tianjin was now stirred into action. The piercing wail of sirens shattered the tranquility of the night sky as police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances converged upon Binhai Airport. Inside the terminal, anxious passengers filled the waiting hall, their faces etched with worry. The large screens displayed a litany of flight delays, leaving those awaiting their flights stranded at the airport. As passengers crowded around the information desk, inquiring about the inexplicable delays of all flights, a cacophony of piercing sirens suddenly echoed from outside. At that moment, even the most oblivious could discern that something significant had transpired. Approximately several dozen kilometers from the airport, within a military aviation base, the thunderous roar of two military helicopters filled the air. As the rotor blades whirled into motion, they generated the lift necessary to elevate the helicopters into the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the two aircraft vanished into the darkness, heading straight towards the coastal airport. The military had made its move. Chapter 88. Are we going to fire directly? As one of the crucial northern strongholds of Dongda, Binhai Airport in Tianjin is perpetually bustling. According to relevant authorities, the airport experiences an average of approximately 428 flights daily. This translates to at least 17 flights taking off or landing every hour. Undoubtedly, the airport's activity during the day surpasses that of the night. However, even at 8 or 9 in the evening, there remain at least a dozen flights arriving and departing each hour. Setting aside the departing flights, within the last hour alone, around 6 or 7 aircraft had already approached the vicinity of Tianjin, preparing to land at Binhai Airport. Yet, due to an incident of unauthorized flights, these numerous aircraft were left circling in the sky, awaiting clearance. This situation is inherently perilous, as the planes are flying at high speeds and congested within a limited airspace. A momentary lapse in judgment by the pilots could lead to a catastrophic collision. Consequently, the Tianjin approach control hastily diverted several passenger planes that had not yet descended, instructing them to return or divert to alternative airports, leaving 3 aircraft, including Flight SC-8889 from Shanhang Airlines, to circle above, as their altitude had already been reduced, making a return or diversion unnecessary. Under the adept control of Captain Lu Qingzhou, the aircraft gently reached the predetermined altitude set by the approach controller, commencing its circular flight over the city. In the cabin, passengers were perplexed upon witnessing the plane continuously orbiting above the city. Had they not already arrived in Tianjin? Why were they not landing? Flight attendant, why are we still circling? Why aren't we landing yet? My friends are waiting for me to join them for supper, and it's almost 9 o'clock. What on earth is going on? Is the weather too poor for landing? Nonsense. The weather below is perfectly clear. How could it be unfit for landing? So what is the actual reason? If you ask me, who should I ask? Where's the captain? Someone call the captain to explain. Upon hearing the passengers' mounting inquiries, Zhang Xiaoyun and Nie Xiaoyu exchanged glances, revealing their own confusion. Indeed, everyone in the cabin, including them, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Why? Despite having arrived at the airport, were they still circling? Everyone, please remain seated. Our aircraft is descending. To ensure your safety, kindly return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts, Zhang Xiaoyun announced vocally. Other flight attendants echoed her sentiments. Yet no matter how they attempted to reassure the passengers, restlessness filled the cabin. With no alternatives, Zhang Xiaoyun turned to Nie Xiaoyu, urging her to inquire with the cockpit about the ongoing predicament. However, as her voice faded, a familiar, slightly magnetic tone resonated through the speakers. Dear passengers, it was the voice of Lu Qingzhou. Due to air traffic control, our aircraft is temporarily unable to land at Binhai International Airport. We kindly ask all passengers to remain patient, fasten your seatbelts, and comply with the instructions of the flight attendants. Air traffic control. The passengers exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of air traffic control could keep a commercial airplane circling in the sky? Yet, since the captain had provided an explanation, they could only suppress their impatience and return to their seats. Zhang Xiaoyun and the others, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the cockpit, once Lu Qingzhou ended the announcement, Chen Bingbing, her face brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Are we diverting to another airport?" "That is not necessary," Lu Qingzhou clarified. "If my suspicion is correct, we are encountering a black flight incident, and it should not take long to resolve. The technical complexities involved in black flights are quite minimal. Once the military intervenes, it will be swiftly dealt with, and we will be able to land." Chen Bingbing was taken aback. "Shoot it down? Wouldn't that be overly complicated?" Lu Qingzhou chuckled. "Modern drones are either wire-controlled or remote-controlled. The military or police can easily employ electromagnetic suppression and interference to sever the signals, causing the drone to land automatically. In essence, as soon as the military or police take action, the situation will be swiftly resolved. However, just because we don't need to divert to another airport does not imply that other flights won't. If all aircraft congest this airspace, it would become dangerously crowded. A moment of negligence could lead to a collision with another plane, which would be catastrophic." "Oh," Chen Bingbing nodded, her face contorted in indignation. "Some people are truly insufferable. Is the vicinity of the airport a suitable place for flying drones?" Honestly, Lu Qingzhou shared her frustration. Indeed, many individuals today may have indulged excessively. With too much free time on their hands, they resort to such reckless behavior. Why choose to fly a drone near an airport? If they were to inadvertently collide with a plane taking off or landing, it could result in a disaster with casualties numbering in the hundreds. "The blame lies with the likes of Old Man Yuan," Chen Bingbing remarked, allowing some fools to overindulge. Chen Bing, maintaining a stern demeanor, added, "Last year, while Captain Liu and I were on a flight mission at Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, we encountered a similar black flight incident. We circled above the airport for over an hour before we could land." I know, Chen Bingbing interjected hastily. "That incident even trended on social media. But wasn't there talk of it being a UFO? How could there be so many UFOs?" Chen Bing retorted. "It was merely a so-called drone enthusiast who had modified a drone for flight. That individual had some skill, but he certainly did not apply it wisely." "Oh." Chen Bingbing stared wide-eyed and pressed on. "What happened to him later?" "What else could happen?" Chen Bin replied. "He was arrested that very night and sentenced to 3 years. "Good," Chen Bingbing exclaimed with indignation. Lu Qingzhou also chuckled. With such remarkable skills, a mischievous character, a distinct personality, and at such a young age, I sincerely hope the country does not let him off lightly. A lenient sentence would be an affront to others. Indeed, a heavy sentence is warranted." Chen Bin nodded in agreement. "Some individuals today incessantly clamor for freedom, but what they truly seek is privilege. Genuine freedom does not intrude upon others. It is a state of inner liberation. Yet, look at these creatures who relish shouting about freedom. What have they done? They either hurl insults at others online or provoke in real life. They may feel free, but their actions wreak havoc on others. Thus, whenever I encounter someone who fervently shouts freedom, I am tempted to respond with a mouthful of disdain, allowing them to taste the bitterness of my freedom to express." Just as the group continued their idle chatter, a thunderous roar echoed. 2 military helicopters had arrived in the lower airspace, initiating electromagnetic interference and suppression against the drones. Chapter 89. The alarm is lifted. Descent to Binhai Airport can continue. The military's methods are straightforward yet brutally effective. Thus, when 2 military helicopters equipped with specialized instruments arrived in the airspace near Binhai International Airport, the fate of several unauthorized drones was sealed. These helicopters were armed with high-frequency electronic devices capable of emitting directional, high-frequency interference signals to disrupt the communication between the drones and their operators, compelling the drones to either land or return to base. Before long, the unauthorized drones, under the suppression of military electronic equipment, began to descend gradually. However, ground control did not hastily instruct the circling passenger aircraft to land. Instead, they awaited the two military helicopters to complete another reconnaissance of the airport vicinity to ensure that no threats remained. Only after confirming this did the Tianjin approach controller switch communication channels and solemnly announce, Shanhang SC-8889, alarm lifted, you may descend. Qinbin promptly reiterated, alarm lifted. We may descend, Shanhang 8889. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhou gently pushed the control stick forward and simultaneously adjusted the rudder with his feet, maneuvering the aircraft downward while turning towards the runway. Before long, the aircraft descended below 2,000 meters, with its speed reduced to 200 knots, 370 kilometers h. Qinbin maintained contact with approach control while assisting Lu Qingzhou in deploying the spoilers and lowering the flaps. Shanhang 8889 switched to frequency 125. 89, contact Binhai Tower, and follow their instructions. Goodbye. The Tianjin approach issued the final directive. Qinbin immediately responded, switching to frequency 125. 89, contacting Binhai Tower and following their instructions. Shanhang 8889 received, goodbye. Once the flight established communication with the Binhai Airport Tower, the aircraft, under Lu Qingzhou's command, continued its descent, preparing to deploy the landing gear. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the altimeter, noting they had reached decision height, and promptly declared, all right. Qinbin acknowledged with a quick affirmation and immediately lowered the landing gear lever. The two worked in perfect harmony, guiding the aircraft towards the Binhai Airport runway. Qinbin, seated behind Lu Qingzhou, gripped her seatbelt tightly, her expression serious as she observed Lu Qingzhou's actions. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, Lu Qingzhou felt an unsettling sensation deep within him, as if something unforeseen were about to occur. Uncertain of the origin of this disquieting feeling, he could only suppress it forcefully, focusing entirely on piloting the aircraft. However, in that fleeting moment, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the source of his discomfort, a muffled sound from over 10 minutes prior, as Lu Qingzhou discovered the occurrence of an unauthorized flight near Binhai Airport. A sharp collision sound resonated clearly within the cockpit. However, since the aircraft had not detected any anomalies thus far, both Lu Qingzhou and his colleagues, Qinbin and Qinbin, chose to selectively dismiss the incident from their minds. Now, as Lu Qingzhou recalled the event, an unsettling chill coursed through him. At the Binhai Airport control tower, the duty officer, Li Jiong, stood with arms crossed, his expression grave as he scrutinized the radar screen. Suddenly, a controller sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Director, we have a situation report from the police." Li Jiong immediately lifted his gaze to the controller. The controller continued. The police received a report that a live-streaming broadcaster inadvertently witnessed a suspected drone colliding with a passenger aircraft in the sky. According to the broadcaster's description, the aircraft involved in the collision was none other than the Shanhang Flight SC-8889, which was currently in the process of landing. Li Jiong's brow furrowed in concern. A drone had collided with Flight SC-8889? Why had SC-8889 not reported this incident to the ground? Just as he was about to instruct the controller to contact SC-8889 for clarification, the voice of Captain Lu Qingzhou suddenly echoed through the tower's command center. Tower, please use binoculars to check if there are any issues with our landing gear and fuselage. We may have just collided with something. Li Jiong's heart plummeted. Indeed, that broadcaster had not made a false report. Flight SC-8889 had indeed experienced a collision with a drone. He promptly grasped the microphone and replied, "Tower received." He then turned to a controller, instructing, "Xiaozhong, go to the balcony immediately and check if 8889's landing gear is down." Just as he finished speaking, the distant yet discernible sound of aircraft engines filled the control hall. Flight SC-8889 was now nearing the runway. The controller quickly seized a night vision binocular and stepped out onto the tower balcony, fixing his gaze skyward. Indeed, there had once been personnel assigned to monitor aircraft landing gear at the airport tower. Their primary duty was to observe whether the landing gear was deployed correctly before landing. Should any aircraft fail to lower its landing gear, the observer would promptly fire a red signal flare to alert them, prompting the control tower to order a go-around. However, with the increasing automation of aircraft, this position had long been rendered obsolete, and now only a controller could serve in a temporary capacity. Nonetheless, this temporary arrangement did not diminish its importance. As the controller raised the night vision binoculars and gazed into the night sky, Flight SC-8889 emerged in the distance. The controller dared not be negligent. He immediately turned his gaze towards the direction of the approaching aircraft. The front landing gear abruptly appeared beneath the aircraft's belly, presenting no issues at all. The right rear landing gear hung down like a prominent appendage, equally unproblematic. His gaze gradually extended to the left side. Upon noticing a particularly dark region on the aircraft's belly, an unsettling premonition arose within him. Indeed, although his binoculars were equipped with night vision capabilities, they could not achieve the clarity of daylight. He merely observed that beside the left landing gear, there was an area with a noticeably darker hue. Consequently, the controller had no choice but to momentarily disregard this section and continued to scrutinize the left rear landing gear. Upon examining the left rear landing gear, he emitted a soft gasp, for its appearance was decidedly peculiar. Although it was lowered, it was not aligned straight. Rather, it exhibited a backward curvature. Wait, a backward curve? Chapter 90. The aircraft's go-around. Passengers in the cabin on the verge of panic, the visibility was woefully inadequate. Even though the controller utilized night vision goggles, the view remained exceedingly vague. Hastily, he removed the goggles and blinked vigorously before reaffixing them to his eyes. At this juncture, the Shanhang Airlines Flight SC-8889 was perilously close to the airport, having descended below the decision altitude, now merely 100 meters above the ground. As the controller redirected his gaze towards the left landing gear of the aircraft, a sense of alarm gripped him. The image was now clearer. Indeed, the left landing gear of the Airbus A302 was slightly bent, failing to fully retract. Director, we have a situation. Immediately instruct Flight 8889 to go around. The controller wasted no time and swiftly seized the radio, broadcasting his urgent message. In the control hall, Duty Director Li Jiong was startled by the controller's exclamation. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the situation, he did not dare to delay. Grasping the microphone tightly, he called out to the approaching SC-8889, 8889, raise your nose. There's a situation. In the cockpit, Lu Qingzhou had completed all preparations for landing. The auto-land system was activated, the spoilers were fully extended, and the flaps were deployed. The aircraft's altitude had plummeted from over 1,000 meters to around 100, with the speed reduced to a mere 100 knots. The runway lay directly ahead, and Lu Qingzhou was poised to press the control stick down, intending to slam the aircraft onto the runway. However, just as he completed his preparations, the tower advised of a situation? What kind of predicament could it be? Nevertheless, sensing the urgency in the controller's voice, Lu Qingzhou reacted swiftly. He yanked the control stick back, while simultaneously pushing the throttle to its maximum, restoring fuel flow to the engines. He turned to the bewildered Chen Bin and exclaimed, "What are you still doing? Quickly lower the spoilers and adjust the flap settings." Didn't you hear the tower mention a situation? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Bin promptly lowered the spoilers and adjusted the flap settings. It had been previously noted that the decision altitude and decision speed are distinct. Generally, once an aircraft descends below the decision altitude, it signifies readiness for landing. However, descending below this altitude does not necessitate an immediate landing. In fact, an aircraft can even execute a go-around after a stable touchdown and roll on the runway. The decision speed, however, is not as forgiving. If the takeoff speed exceeds the decision speed, even if faced with insurmountable challenges, pilots must resolutely lift the nose of the aircraft for takeoff. Thus, it is inconsequential whether the aircraft remains aloft or has already descended onto the runway, even in the event of an anomaly. Lu Qingzhou possesses the skill to bring the aircraft back to the skies. The thunderous roar of the engines reverberated throughout the airport. At this moment, Li Jiong had rushed to the control tower's balcony, confronting the air traffic controller with urgency, inquiring about Flight 8889. The controller pointed towards the night sky, indicating the approaching Airbus A320. Noting that the left rear landing gear appeared somewhat peculiar, slightly bent backward as if it had not fully deployed. By this time, the aircraft had traversed above the airport, and with the illumination of the airport lights, visibility had significantly improved. Li Jiong could discern the aircraft's entirety without the aid of night vision goggles. Indeed, The left rear landing gear was not fully extended, bending slightly backward. While the more pressing concern was the alarming sight of a basin-sized dent on the aircraft's belly adjacent to the left rear landing gear. Fortunately, this dent had not penetrated through, yet it was precisely this deformation that hindered the complete deployment of the left rear landing gear. However, this was not the moment for in-depth analysis. Immediate communication of the situation to the crew of Flight 8889 was paramount, followed by an urgent report to higher authorities. Alas, the worst fears had materialized. Should Flight 8889 suffer an accident, not only would the individual responsible for releasing the drone face severe repercussions, but the entire North China Air Traffic Control Bureau, along with Binhai Airport, would likely undergo significant upheaval. 8889, there is an issue with your left rear landing gear. Raise your altitude immediately, Li Jiong exclaimed, gripping the transmitter tightly. Despite his extensive experience, a tremor now tinged his voice. In the cockpit, upon hearing Li Jiong's quaking tone, Lu Qingzhou's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Seated in the co-pilot's chair, Chen Bin inhaled sharply, a flicker of panic crossing his face. As for Chen Bibing, she was visibly paralyzed by fear, curled up in her seat, clutching her seatbelt tightly, seemingly forgetting how to breathe. Why am I so unfortunate? In recent days, I've encountered bird strikes, drone collisions, and just last night, a UFO. She lamented inwardly, yearning for the comfort of home. In the cabin, as the aircraft descended lower, the city lights below sparkled ever more brilliantly. Upon realizing that the plane had reached the vicinity of the airport, nearly everyone was poised, readying themselves for disembarkation. However, the aircraft did not descend as they had anticipated. Instead, it abruptly pulled up its nose at an altitude of approximately 100 meters above the ground, soaring past the airport with a deafening roar. The passengers in the cabin were left utterly bewildered. Having arrived at the airport, why was the plane continuing to fly? What had transpired? Was this not the end? Surely, there should be a limit to such torment. Having reached the airport, why was the aircraft not landing? Captain, come forth. Is it truly amusing to toy with us repeatedly? I had ordered an extravagant takeout of Jianbingguizi, and now you inform me that the plane will not descend? Is it because you, the Shanhang Airlines crew, are frivolous with your funds, seeking to burn more fuel for amusement? Have the captain apply the brakes. I demand to disembark. The entire cabin was in chaos. Almost every passenger was voicing their discontent. No, it was more than mere dissatisfaction. Some individuals had even unfastened their seatbelts and stood up, poised to storm the cockpit in search of an explanation from the captain. Witnessing the fervent passengers, nearly all the flight attendants broke into a cold sweat, especially the youngest among them, Jiang Xiaoyu, who was now so frightened that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Chapter 91. Malfunction of the left rear landing gear. Must we make an emergency landing? The disturbance in the cabin had not yet reached the cockpit. Even if it had, Lu Qingzhou found himself lacking the energy to address it. The discontent of some passengers paled in comparison to the dire situation presented by the landing gear malfunction, which could jeopardize lives. The aircraft roared overhead, and Lu Qingzhou promptly pulled up the control stick, initiating a climb. He ascended, and continued to gain altitude until he exceeded 1,000 meters. Only then did he gently push the control stick forward to level off. Captain, what shall we do now? Chen Bin inquired eagerly. Lu Qingzhou wore a grave expression as he maneuvered the aircraft in circles over the urban area of Tianjin, contemplating his options. Curse it all. Why did it have to be the landing gear that was damaged? Without it, how could he possibly land? The landing gear is as crucial as the engines. While the engines facilitate flight, the landing gear ensures a safe and stable descent. Both are indispensable. Now that the landing gear was malfunctioning, it was akin to a bird with a broken leg. Although there was no immediate threat to life, the aircraft could not remain aloft indefinitely. What on earth is going on? Why didn't the malfunction light activate if the landing gear failed to deploy? Chen Bin complained incessantly, his brow furrowed with worry. Chen Bingbing, terrified, huddled in her seat, gripping her seatbelt tightly, daring not to utter a word. Stop complaining. Let us first try to activate the gravity release for the landing gear and see if we can successfully deploy it, Lu Qingzhou suggested, noticing Chen Bin's continued lamentations. With a wry smile, Chen Bin replied, that might be a challenge. This mechanism is designed for situations where the landing gear has not fully deployed. But today it seems we have a mechanical failure akin to being struck by a drone. Despite this, Chen Bin quickly bent down, preparing to activate the gravity release handle for the landing gear. The gravity release handle serves as a manual intervention device that utilizes gravitational force to lower the landing gear. In Boeing terminology, it is known as the manual landing gear release handle. The primary function of this device is to disengage the hydraulic pressure and release the upper locks of the landing gear when the landing gear cannot be lowered through normal hydraulic means. By pulling this handle, the landing gear would drop under the influence of gravity, and once it descended, the lower lock would automatically secure it, signifying a successful release. The gravity release handle is a contingency plan for situations where the landing gear cannot be deployed normally, creating an illusion that the landing gear is automatically lowered. However, this is a misconception. Regardless of the aircraft model, the deployment and retraction of the landing gear are manually operated by the crew, with no possibility for automatic release or retraction. In contrast to Boeing's manual landing gear deployment mechanism, which is situated at the rear of the cockpit, Airbus's design is decidedly more pragmatic. The gravity-operated landing gear handle on an Airbus aircraft is conveniently located just behind the central control panel, allowing Qinbin to operate it without vacating his position as co-pilot. However, both Qinbin and Lu Qingzhou remain pessimistic about the successful release of the left rear landing gear using the gravity handle. As Qinbin aptly noted, the gravity handle is primarily intended for situations where the landing gear has failed to deploy entirely. In the case of Shanhang Flight SC-8889, where 2 of the 3 landing gears had deployed successfully and 1 was only partially lowered, the situation becomes rather complex. The left rear landing gear's partial deployment is likely due to mechanical failure following an impact. If it is indeed a mechanical issue, the gravity deployment mechanism would be rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the mechanism can only be determined through trial. Given even a 1% chance of success, they are compelled to attempt it. Thus, Qinbin grasped the gravity handle, rotating it clockwise 3 times, thereby releasing the hydraulic systems of all 3 landing gears. The gravity handle on the Airbus A320 connects all 3 landing gears, unlike the Boeing 737, where they can be controlled individually. However, since the other 2 landing gears had already deployed successfully, reattempting the deployment would pose no risk to them. With a series of mechanical clicks, the gravity system for all 3 landing gears was fully released. This was not the end of the procedure. After disengaging the upper lock, Qinbin swiftly secured the lower lock. Once this sequence of actions was completed, he hastily glanced at the aircraft's instrument panel, which remained devoid of any warning lights. This indicated that neither Lu Qingzhou nor Qinbin could ascertain whether the left rear landing gear had fully released. Consequently, Qinbin turned his attention back to Lu Qingzhou, who pondered for a moment before suggesting they make another call to the control tower for assistance. Qinbin nodded in agreement. It was the only course of action available. Fortunately, the aircraft had sufficient fuel, allowing for an additional half-hour of operation without issue. Thus, making another approach to the tower was feasible. Following their discussion, Lu Qingzhou once again pressed down on the control stick while simultaneously using the rudder pedals, maneuvering the aircraft downwards and turning towards the airport. Meanwhile, Qinbin continued to communicate with the tower, requesting a second observation of the landing gear. Upon hearing Qinbin's request, the control tower at Binhai Airport responded promptly. Duty Officer Li Zhiyong hurried to the balcony, peering into the inky darkness of the sky with night vision binoculars. The sound of the aircraft engines grew louder as the Airbus A320 re-entered the line of sight of those observing. Li Zhiyong immediately directed his gaze towards the left rear landing gear of the aircraft through his binoculars. When he observed that the left rear landing gear remained seemingly untouched by any change, the anxiety that had been weighing on his heart finally dissipated. He let out a long sigh. Grasping the communicator, his voice hoarse, he reported, 8889, your left rear landing gear is still not fully deployed. Upon hearing Li Zhiyong's words, both Lu Qingzhou and Qinbin displayed a flicker of disappointment on their faces. Indeed, while they understood that the gravity release mechanism for the landing gear lever was unlikely to yield the desired effect, they felt compelled to attempt it, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. Now, hearing that the left rear landing gear remained unreleased was entirely within their expectations. Nevertheless, this did not prevent them from sinking into profound disappointment. For if the gravity release mechanism could not free the landing gear, the only option left for them would be the final resort, an emergency landing within the confines of the field. Chapter 92. In comparison to an emergency landing within the confines of the airport, traversing through the clouds seems a trivial risk. Captain, what should we do now? Qinbin inquired, gazing up at Lu Qingzhou. This had become an incessant question for him today. Lu Qingzhou felt an urge to retort with a flippant whatever. But considering they were comrades navigating this perilous situation together, he suppressed that instinct. What to do? Lu Qingzhou murmured to himself. I too wish to know what course of action to take. Is an emergency landing within the airport the sole option left? To be candid, Lu Qizhou was reluctant to stake everything on an emergency landing unless absolutely necessary. What precisely does an emergency landing entail? It refers to a situation where an aircraft, unable to land normally due to a malfunction, must land on the airport runway in a forced manner. Unfortunately, emergency landings are notorious hotspots for aviation disasters. Thus, if a flight finds itself in such a predicament, it is perilously close to catastrophe. Many aviation accidents occur on the very runways of airports. At present, the aircraft's left rear landing gear is malfunctioning. If an emergency landing is not executed, the plane cannot simply linger in the sky indefinitely. Let me think. Let me ponder. Lu Qizhou murmured softly. At this moment, the Airbus A320 had ascended back to an altitude of 1,000 meters, circling over the city once more. Inside the cabin, even the most oblivious passengers had begun to realize that something was amiss with the aircraft. Why else would it be passing by the house without entering? Over half an hour had elapsed since the plane had reached the skies above Tianjin, and it had circled the airport multiple times without landing. Was this not indicative of trouble? The passengers, who had previously been incensed and eager to confront the captain, now found themselves gripped by anxiety. Almost everyone's gaze shifted towards the cockpit. Flight attendant, what on earth is happening? Can someone tell us why the plane has yet to land? Is there a problem? We deserve a reasonable explanation. We have the right to know. Where is the captain? Please, flight attendants, go and find out what is going on. Stop standing there. Hurry and ask the captain what the situation is. Oh, I want to go home. Mom. What should we do? The plane 1T crash, will it? I swear I'll never fly again. I don't want to die. I haven't even been in love yet. Zhang Shaoan's voice had grown hoarse. Since the passengers had begun their uprising, she had tirelessly worked to soothe their frayed nerves. Yet, no matter how much she tried to calm them, the passengers remained restless. It was hardly surprising, for even she and her colleagues were feeling increasingly anxious. After years of serving as flight attendants, she possessed a keen sense of professional awareness. Now, the aircraft continuously circles above the airport, clearly indicating that something has gone awry. Yet, what exactly has transpired? Could it be that the aircraft encountered difficulties during its landing at Xianyang Airport earlier in the day? It is quite plausible. Zhang Xiaoban cast a worried glance at the cockpit. Then, raising her hoarse voice once more, she urged everyone to promptly return to their seats, fasten their seatbelts, assuring them that all would be well. Nia Xiaoyu quickly added, "Please trust us. We will ensure everyone's safe return home." The other flight attendants also joined in to offer words of comfort. In the cockpit, Qinbin, having navigated through the earlier chaos, now found himself somewhat calmed. He regarded Lu Qizhou with a hopeful gaze. Indeed, he recognized that Lu Qizhou was still under 25 years of age, with a mere 1,000 flight hours under his belt. In terms of experience, Lu Qizhou was merely a novice pilot. However, his reputation and extraordinary talent were undeniable. Over the past few years, he had faced nearly 10 incidents, and even during the recent perilous flight to Wanqing, he had remained composed, ultimately achieving a successful emergency landing. Thus, in Qinbin's eyes, Lu Qizhou was akin to a super soldier capable of overcoming any challenge. Wasn't it just a malfunction of the left rear landing gear? He could handle it. Indeed, Lu Qizhou did not disappoint Qinbin's expectations. After a silence of approximately 30 seconds, he finally spoke slowly, "Captain Qin, have you seen the film Emergency Landing?" Qinbin was taken aback. At such a critical moment, why was he discussing movies? Moreover, what was Emergency Landing? "I've only seen Sully," he replied. Before Qinbin could respond further, Lu Qizhou continued, "It's an old film released in 1999, but it is based on a true story." "Oh," Qinbin said, realization dawning upon him. "I remember now. Emergency Landing is adapted from the China Eastern Airlines MU-586 accident on September 10, 1998. "Yes," Lu Qizhou nodded. "But what does that have to do with our current situation?" Qinbin inquired further. Lu Qizhou elaborated. "There is a detail from the film that I recall vividly. Flight 589 also experienced a landing gear malfunction, and the crew attempted every possible method to deploy the landing gear. One of the methods was cloud penetration." Qinbin furrowed his brow slightly. "Cloud penetration?" "Yes, cloud penetration." Lu Qizhou continued. "It involves utilizing the aircraft's inertia to forcefully deploy the landing gear." Qinbin suddenly recalled, "I think I have a vague memory of that detail." He looked at Lu Qizhou with incredulity. "You don't intend to replicate that scenario, do you? This is a movie plot, not a real-life case." "It is a real-life case." Lu Qingzhou shook his head and persisted. The film almost recreates the Flight 589 incident frame by frame. However, Chen Bin still deemed it too perilous and hastily urged caution, remarking that Flight 589 had not deployed its landing gear at that time. Their failure to do so does not imply that we are incapable of achieving it. Lu Qingzhou had resolutely made up his mind and stated solemnly that our incident should not be as grave as that of Flight 589. Thus, if we attempt to traverse the clouds, there exists a reasonable probability of restoring the left rear landing gear. As long as we can engage the locking mechanism of the left rear landing gear, we would no longer need to execute an emergency landing within the airfield. Nevertheless, Chen Bin remained unconvinced, shaking his head and insisting that it was far too risky. Compared to an emergency landing on the airfield, traversing the clouds is a trivial gamble. Lu Qingzhou was so infuriated that he nearly resorted to profanity. Chen Bin instinctively wished to counter this assertion, yet the words caught in his throat. Indeed, compared to an emergency landing on the airfield, traversing the clouds is but a trivial gamble. Chapter 93, Through the Clouds refers to the act of drifting a bus on the highway. What exactly is through the clouds? It is akin to the moment when an aircraft is about to touch the ground, and the captain abruptly pulls the control stick back and raises the nose. This resembles the aerial acrobatics performed by fighter jets. First, there is a dive, followed by a swift ascent as the aircraft approaches the ground, climbing at a nearly vertical angle. Observing the aircraft's flight path on radar would reveal a striking shape. However, Lu Qingzhou's mention of through the clouds is not intended to demonstrate aerial stunts, especially since the aircraft is currently filled with passengers. Furthermore, Airbus has not compensated him for any performance. Why would he be compelled to execute aerial tricks in an Airbus A320? Lu Qingzhou's intention has always been quite clear, to utilize gravitational acceleration to eject the left rear landing gear. It is highly probable that the mechanical failure occurred due to a collision with a drone. In simpler terms, it has become jammed. However, the left rear landing gear has descended partially, creating a false impression for the flight control system, which believes the landing gear has been fully deployed and thus fails to issue any warning. Additionally, the gravity release mechanism for the landing gear does not function as intended since the gear has already been partially released from the compartment. The internal force can no longer affect the left rear landing gear. To ensure that the landing gear is completely locked in place, external force must be applied. Coincidentally, the film Emergency Landing offers two methods for utilizing external force to reset the landing gear. One involves the crew descending into the landing gear compartment to address the issue manually. What? Manual intervention? How would that work? With a heavy hammer weighing 80 and a lighter one at 40. The second method is through the clouds. However, the first approach is clearly unsuitable for Flight 8889. As the narrative of Emergency Landing is based on the 1998 Eastern Airlines incident, during which the flight crew consisted of 4 to 5 members, including the captain, co-pilot, communications officer, mechanic, and second-in-command. Thus, they had sufficient manpower to strike the landing gear with a hammer. Moreover, the aircraft was flying at an altitude of over 1,000 meters and at speeds exceeding 200 knots. It requires immense courage to climb out of the aircraft and stand on the landing gear tire wielding a hammer. Lu Qingzhou is uncertain whether he possesses such bravery, but he knows his partner certainly does not. Before even stepping outside to swing a hammer, his partner would likely be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the open landing gear compartment door. Therefore, for Flight 8889, the only remaining solution is to resort to through the clouds. If cloud piercing remains unable to resolve the issue, then we must resolutely execute an emergency landing within the confines of the airfield. At that juncture, our fate, life or death, will rest solely in the hands of Providence. However, the act of cloud piercing is not as straightforward as one might imagine. It is fraught with peril. Merely from its literal description, one can discern the inherent dangers of cloud piercing. It involves steep descents and rapid ascents, where a moment's carelessness or a minor oversight by the captain could precipitate a catastrophe resulting in the destruction of the aircraft and loss of life. After all, we are dealing with a colossal airplane weighing 70 to 80 tons, fully laden with passengers, not a fighter jet characterized by perfect aerodynamic design, agility, and acceleration. It is akin to entrusting Lu Qingzhou with the operation of a passenger bus while attempting to execute drifts on the highway. For a sports car, drifting may be a simple display of skill, yet for a large bus, it is a matter of life and death. Nonetheless, Lu Qingzhou is not one to gamble with his own life in the hands of others, not even the heavens themselves. Is it merely a game of drifting? No. It is cloud-piercing we are attempting. I am determined to pierce through these clouds. Control tower, clear the surrounding airspace for us, Lu Qingzhou stated firmly, particularly concerning any drones. While they may pose a lesser threat at other times, a collision during the cloud-piercing maneuver would be utterly disastrous. Understood. Qinbin promptly affirmed. Additionally, Lu Qingzhou continued. Ensure the control tower is prepared for dual contingencies. If cloud-piercing fails, they must immediately deploy firefighting foam on the runway to facilitate an emergency landing. Got it. Qinbin nodded vigorously. Without pausing, Lu Qingzhou issued another command, broadcast to the cabin, instructing all passengers to return to their seats, fasten their seatbelts, and prepare for potential impact. Sighing inwardly, Qinbin lamented the ongoing predicament. Once again, they were preparing for a potential impact. However, he kept his negative emotions in check, maintaining a composed demeanor as he nodded in agreement. It was peculiar. Upon landing at Xianxianyang Airport during the day, the weather had been calm and sunny. Yet his heightened anxiety had resulted in a heavy landing. Now, faced with an exceedingly precarious situation, Qinbin found himself remarkably calm, fulfilling his responsibilities with utmost perfection. The complexities of human nature are indeed profound. After Lu Qingzhou concluded his instructions, he refrained from diverting his focus elsewhere. Instead, he gently pulled the nose of the aircraft upwards, ascending in a spiral manner to find the optimal angle to ensure that even in a steep descent, the aircraft's nose would always align with the runway. Thus, in the most extreme of circumstances, should the nose fail to lift, the aircraft would crash upon the runway rather than elsewhere, sparing the innocent from harm. Control tower, 8889 calling. Please respond. Do you copy? Qinbin adjusted his radio earpiece, initiating communication with the control tower. At the coastal airport control tower, Li Jiong heard Qinbin's voice crackling through the communication channel. Immediately grasping the receiver, he responded, Tower, this is 8889. I am preparing to execute the cloud-piercing maneuver, utilizing gravitational acceleration to jettison the landing gear. Please clear the airspace surrounding the airport immediately, ensuring that no aircraft are present in the vicinity. Qinbin paused momentarily, emphasizing his words, especially drones. Indeed, he continued. Colliding at such a speed with a drone is akin to striking a high-velocity missile. A sudden chill gripped Li Jiong's heart. He promptly replied, 8889, please repeat. You intend to use the cloud-piercing maneuver to jettison the landing gear, correct? Yes, Qinbin affirmed. I am preparing to jettison the landing gear using the cloud-piercing maneuver. As the duty officer at Binhai Airport's control tower, Li Jiong was acutely aware of the perils associated with the cloud-piercing maneuver. However, the authority to make decisions regarding air traffic incidents rested with the flight crew, while the tower held merely a consultative role. Although he believed that the 8889 flight was taking an excessive risk, it was prudent to await the arrival of experts at the tower to devise a more reasonable and secure plan. Yet, since the 8889 crew had made their decision, he felt compelled to offer his utmost cooperation. Chapter 94. City Under Siege events unfolded with alarming rapidity and unexpectedness. Although it has been over 40 minutes since the discovery of the rogue drone, initially, all attention was fixated on the phenomenon of illegal flights. Law enforcement, the military, the Civil Aviation Administration, and local government were all ensnared by the allure of this aerial transgression, particularly the police and military forces. The police had already established checkpoints, actively intercepting and searching for the suspects responsible for deploying the drones. In contrast, the military had deployed numerous helicopters and jamming devices to comprehensively suppress drone signals in the vicinity, leaving no room for oversight. The gravity of the situation warranted such extensive mobilization from the police and military. The nature of this illegal flight incident was exceedingly grave. The suspects had not only released multiple drones in several batches, but these drones were also modified racing drones known as shuttle drones, a type of unmanned aerial vehicle. Shuttle drones typically refer to FPV, first-person view, racing drones. They are commonly configured with a quadcopter layout, where each rotor is driven by an independent motor, with the rotational speed regulated by electronic speed controllers, allowing for exceptional agility and remarkable velocity. The defining characteristic of these drones is their astounding speed. With high-speed motors and lightweight frames, they can effortlessly achieve velocities exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, with a 100-kilometer acceleration time that can be under 1 second. Moreover, shuttle drones exhibit extraordinary maneuverability, capable of performing flips, dives, sharp turns, spirals, and inverted flight, as well as navigating complex environments at high speeds while avoiding obstacles. Due to their high maneuverability and superior performance, shuttle drones have garnered a devoted following among enthusiasts. Furthermore, they have already been employed on battlefields, having withstood the rigors of real-world combat. Consequently, these drones have become a common feature in various conflicts and skirmishes across Blue Star. However, their inherent dangers have led to substantial regulation in most regions, prohibiting flights in sensitive areas such as airports and military installations. In essence, the majority of shuttle drones in Blue Star are classified as illegal flights. Aficionados of drone flying typically must assemble and tune their own drones, upgrading components based on their flight requirements. As a result, these illegal shuttle drones can easily breach altitudes exceeding several thousand meters. Now, the revelation that the rogue drones released near Binhai Airport were, in fact, shuttle drones has left the relevant authorities in a state of disarray. Ignoring the situation is hardly an option, considering that these devices can accelerate to 100 kilometers in less than a second and can effortlessly exceed speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. If someone were to manipulate one of these drones to carry out a terrorist attack on incoming or outgoing flights, it would be alarmingly easy to exploit a small device to take down a commercial airliner. It was only due to the quick reflexes of Captain Liu Qingzhou of Shanhang Airlines Flight SC-8889 that the aircraft was swiftly pulled upward in the nick of time. This incident successfully averted a shuttle colliding with the aircraft's nose. Nonetheless, the left rear landing gear of the passenger plane sustained a mechanical failure due to the impact, necessitating the perilous maneuver known as cloud piercing to potentially restore it to normal function. In other words, even if Liu Qingzhou had reacted swiftly, the shuttle would still have posed significant complications for him. At this moment, Flight SC-8889 of Shanhang Airlines had ascended back above 3,000 meters. Gazing down from such heights, the northern metropolis remained resplendent with lights. However, a discerning observer would notice that amidst the bright illumination, faint warning lights flickered incessantly. The entire city was on high alert. Tianjin, particularly the Binhai area, had been effectively occupied by the police. Officers were stationed every few steps, scrutinizing every vehicle entering or exiting the area. Despite these measures, the suspect responsible for the black flight of the drone seemed to have seamlessly vanished into the night. On the rooftop of a building, the host known as Aerial Shot Sharp Guy wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to the camera, feeling both guilty and relieved. Brothers. Thankfully, we reported it in time. Did you see that? The Airbus A320 was preparing to land, but perhaps our alert had an effect, as it opted to go around just before touchdown. Most likely, that very aircraft is the Shanhang Flight SC-8889 we've been waiting for tonight. In the live stream, viewers were both excited and relieved. Their exhilaration stemmed from the extraordinary fortune of witnessing such a significant event unfold, which might well be recorded in the annals of aviation history. In essence, they had a front-row seat to the unfolding of history. Their relief was rooted in the realization that they had played a role in averting a catastrophic incident that could have claimed over 100 lives. Thanks to their timely warnings, the host had alerted the authorities, preventing the mishap. Consequently, the live stream was abuzz with activity, the barrage of comments nearly overwhelming the screen. What a thrill! Has the official conclusion been reached? Was it really a drone? If not a drone, could it be a UFO? What nonsense! There aren't that many UFOs. Though the authorities haven't issued a statement yet, it's undoubtedly a drone. The military has even deployed helicopters for electromagnetic interference. If it's not a drone, then what is it? Not just any drone, but a faster shuttle, otherwise. How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? Exactly, only a shuttle can achieve such speed. Good heavens, the person launching the drone must be insane. Not only flying it near the airport, but daring to operate a shuttle as well. However, the shuttle is truly exhilarating. You can hardly comprehend the sensation. It is utterly addictive. Recently, I secretly indulged in a few rides on the shuttle, and it was immensely thrilling. Hiki, young man, your thoughts are rather perilous. I perceive a significant risk involved. It is exceedingly hazardous. If one aspires to secure a position within the national framework and enjoy complementary provisions, one need not resort to methods that jeopardize the lives of others. While the live broadcast erupted into chaos, aerial photography sharp guy had already zoomed the camera out, directing it towards the empty airspace above the distant airport runway. The Airbus A320 had approached from that direction towards the runway. Thus, if the aircraft were to attempt an emergency landing, it would likely choose the same trajectory. Aerial photography sharp guy was now nearly overwhelmed with excitement. for he understood that regardless of whether the Airbus A320 could successfully land, he would garner an immense influx of viewers today. No, this was not merely an influx of viewers, it was an unequivocal windfall of fortune. Chapter 95, Awaiting the Judgment of Death, Dear Passengers. The voice of Chun Bin resonated through the cabin, reaching the ears of every individual on board. Due to a minor inconvenience encountered by our aircraft, there may be slight turbulence during our descent. Therefore, I kindly ask all passengers to return to their seats, fasten their seatbelts, and adhere to the instructions of the cabin crew. The lavatories are now closed, and all passengers are prohibited from leaving their seats. The crew promptly demonstrated the brace for impact position, ensuring that all passengers were prepared before signaling the cockpit. Before Chin Bin could finish his announcement, an eerie silence enveloped the cabin. Initially, the passengers wore expressions of confusion, rapidly giving way to palpable terror. Indeed, despite the soothing words of Chin Bin, who spoke of a mere minor inconvenience, who could genuinely believe such reassurances? If it were merely a trivial issue, why would passengers need to brace for impact? The very call for preparation suggested a perilous risk of collision or a crash during landing. Thus, after a brief moment of silence, the cabin erupted into a cacophony of sobs and desperate inquiries. What on earth is happening? Why are we being asked to brace for impact? Is our plane about to crash? I don't want to die. I want my mother. I'm still a virgin, and there is so much I haven't done. I came here specifically to meet an online friend, and now it seems my life may be lost before I even get the chance. My family is waiting for me to have supper. I refuse to perish. The lamentations were not limited to the passengers. The flight attendants, too, were visibly shaken, for they understood the gravity of the brace for impact protocol far better than the passengers. They had previously spoken of the thrill of working with Captain Qingzhou, and now they were experiencing a different, more tangible kind of thrill. Jiang Xiaoyu's face fell, her eyes devoid of light. Fang Yihan sighed. I never realized how severe Captain Qingzhou's bad luck could be until today. What do we do now? Jiang Xiaoyu turned to Fang Yihan. What else can we do? Fang Yihan replied helplessly. We must ensure that the passengers are prepared for impact. She added, if we manage to disembark safely today, I will certainly request a reassignment. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Indeed, cherish life and steer clear of Lu Qingzhou. At that moment, the cabin crew member stationed at position 3, Senior Flight Attendant Huang Shanshan, hurried over, casting a disapproving glance at the two. With a look of irritation, he exclaimed, What time is it? Why are you still chatting? Hurry to the center of the aisle and demonstrate the brace position to the passengers. Only then did the two quickly return to their respective posts. Soon, 5 flight attendants stood in the aisle, demonstrating the brace position. Despite the passengers being on edge, they all gazed earnestly at the flight attendants in the corridor. Following the demonstration, they spread their legs, buried their heads between them, and placed their hands on the seat back in front. Once all the passengers were prepared for impact, Zhang Xiaoyan promptly rang the bell to alert the cockpit and hurried back to her seat, burying her head between her legs. In the cockpit, upon hearing the cabin bell, Lu Qingzhou turned to Chin Bin with a serious expression and asked, Are you ready? Chin Bin clenched his jaw and nodded, affirming, Ready. Lu Qingzhou then glanced back at Chin Bin, who seemed to be curled up like a pangolin. Her entire body contracted. Good, he remarked. Despite her fear, she maintained composure and did not succumb to panic or utter shrill screams like, the left turn signal is the hardest to wait for. Her emotions were stable, and she was manageable. But what was all this chaos? Lu Qingzhou snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply as his demeanor shifted to one of focus and seriousness. He gently adjusted the control stick, recalibrating the aircraft's flight attitude, then directed his gaze towards the altimeter and airspeed indicator. The aircraft was currently at an altitude of approximately 3,000 meters, cruising at a speed of 240 knots, 444 kilometers h. Request the tower to turn on all airport lights and deploy additional personnel to observe the left rear landing gear from various angles, Lu Qingzhou stated solemnly. Chun Bin immediately nodded and communicated with the tower. Tower, Shanhang 8889 calling. Please turn on all airport lights and send additional personnel to assist in observing our left rear landing gear. Over. At that moment, Lu Qingzhou's instructions were akin to royal decrees. Within half a minute, the floodlights at Binhai Airport blazed to life, illuminating the runway and surrounding areas in a brilliant white glow. Several shuttle buses occupied various positions on the runway, and no fewer than 10 ground crew members were now scanning the sky with binoculars, gazing towards the aircraft's descent trajectory. Tick, tick, Tick time evaporated second by second. At this juncture, Qinbin finally comprehended what it meant to experience days like years. The situation today was markedly different from their recent ordeal in Wanqing. During that episode, his nerves were perpetually taut, unable to relax for even a moment, as danger lurked at every turn. However, today, they found themselves in a predominantly safe state. Although the aircraft's landing gear was malfunctioning, it continued to glide smoothly through the sky. The question remained, however. The malfunction of the landing gear looms over them like the sword of Damocles, poised to descend at any moment. Thus, everyone aboard the aircraft, including Qinbin, finds themselves awaiting the judgment of death. Presently, they exist in this liminal space, where the anticipation of fate's decree is far more excruciating than simply remaining on high alert. For one can never influence their own destiny. Tick, tock, tick, tock. A full minute passes, each of the interminable 60 seconds finally elapsing. On the communication channel, the slightly hoarse voice of Li Zhiyong, the duty officer at the coastal control tower, resonates. Shanhang 8889, the airport is fully prepared. You may proceed with the cloud-piercing maneuver. His words echo like the chime of a clock before a verdict, instantly raising the hearts of Qinbin and Chen Bingbing to their throats. Meanwhile, Captain Lu Qizhou remains unflinching, responding succinctly, 8,889 received. Then, without the slightest warning, he abruptly pushes down on the control stick. Chapter 96. Breaking through the clouds began with a sudden descent. In an instant, the once stable Airbus A320 aircraft pitched forward abruptly, initiating a dive. The maneuver known as breaking through the clouds is, in essence, not overly complicated. It involves a downward plunge followed by a sharp ascent. The flight path displayed on the radar resembles the captain drawing a check mark in the sky. However, while it may sound simple, the execution is exceedingly challenging and fraught with peril. It demands a high level of skill, experience, and precise timing from the captain. After all, this is a colossal vessel, laden with over 100 passengers and weighing between 70 to 80 tons. As it descends at nearly 220 knots for 100 kilometers h, the sheer inertia renders any attempt to overcome it nearly impossible. Should the captain fail to pull up the nose of the aircraft in time, it would crash onto the runway, leaving no hope for salvation. Conversely, if the captain pulls up too early, the desired breaking through the clouds effect would be nullified, and the gravitational acceleration required to deploy the landing gear would be lost. Failing to deploy the landing gear would render the perilous maneuver futile. Thus, the success of breaking through the clouds hinges entirely on the captain's ability to gauge the timing accurately. The roar of the engines reverberated through the sky, filling the air with an ominous rumble. Inside the cabin, passengers were caught off guard, feeling their bodies lurch forward. Had it not been for their seatbelts and their hands gripping the seatbacks in front of them, many would have likely tumbled from their seats. It was akin to a roller coaster ride, with some passengers screaming in terror, while others slipped into a state of confusion. Indeed, this was far more thrilling than any amusement park ride. In a roller coaster, one willingly pays for the experience, mentally preparing for the excitement. However, today's abrupt descent came without warning. Before the passengers could comprehend the situation, the aircraft had already plunged into a roller coaster mode. Crucially, roller coasters offer a semblance of safety. Riding them 100 times rarely results in an accident. But today was different. Everyone was acutely aware that the aircraft was in distress, and the situation was dire. This descent was not a mere journey to a destination. It was a terrifying plunge toward the abyss. Even those with the strongest mental fortitude could not help but succumb to tears. The instinct for survival is fierce. Yet human life is incredibly fragile. Thus, amidst the roar of the engines and the howling winds as the aircraft broke through turbulent air, the cabin was filled with the sounds of sobbing and cries of despair. What is happening to the plane? Mommy, I'm scared. I want to go home. I don't want to die. I'm still young. I don't want to perish. I want to get off this plane. What do we do? If I survive today, I will never fly again. The wails, roars, and howls intertwined within the cabin, which resembled a bustling marketplace. The flight attendants, overwhelmed by the chaos, had abandoned their attempts to soothe the passengers and had returned to their seats, gripping their seatbelts tightly. At Binai Airport, on the control tower balcony, Li Zhiyong and several other controllers gazed up at the sky. The airport was illuminated by searchlights, rendering it brighter than during the day. Personnel were stationed in all directions, their expressions tense as they looked up at the pitch-black heavens. Many felt sweat forming in their palms, and beads of cold perspiration appeared on their foreheads. Suddenly, a faint roar of engines reached their ears, causing everyone to stiffen in unison and lift their night vision binoculars. On the rooftop of a distant building, aerial filmer quickly spoke into the camera. "Here it comes. Brothers, another plane is about to land. Do you think it's the Airbus A320 that collided with the shuttle?" As he spoke, the viewers in the live stream grew excited. The number of viewers in aerial filmer's broadcast surged past 5,000, all genuine supporters with no bots among them. More and more viewers, having caught wind of the situation, flocked to the stream, causing the viewer count to spike by 20 every few seconds. The searchlights at the airport are all on. Could that mean the Mountain Airline is making an emergency landing? Mountain Airlines plane is landing? I arrived late. Could someone enlighten me? I heard from another stream that there is a live broadcast of an aviation accident, so I came to witness it. Drone colliding with a passenger plane? Who's the reckless genius behind that? Alas, the regulations on drones in our country are already stringent. It will only become harder after today. The largest drone manufacturing country in the Blue Star, capturing 80 to 90 of the global market, yet it can't operate drones in its own airspace. What a profound irony. If you drone enthusiasts had obeyed the laws, would we be facing this situation today? Letting go leads to recklessness, a little pressure, and many are rolling on the ground in a fit. This reflects the mindset of many in our nation today. Indeed, they keep shouting for freedom. What they desire is not liberty, but privilege. In the live stream, the pedestrians and drone enthusiasts had devolved into a cacophony of arguments. However, the majority of bystanders supported strict enforcement of the law, realizing that if drone enthusiasts were allowed to act recklessly, flying would become a perilous endeavor for all. Meanwhile, as the viewers continued to bicker, the distant sky held its own secrets. A white-painted Airbus A320 has burst forth from the shroud of night, appearing vividly within the lens. The speed of this aircraft is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it transitions from a mere dot to an object of considerable size, akin to a clenched fist. From a distance, the nose of the plane seems to be angled perilously towards the ground, with the trajectory forming an acute angle with the horizontal plane that exceeds 50 degrees. Good heavens! This is no landing. It unmistakably resembles a descent towards disaster. Typically, commercial aircraft maintain a glide slope angle of approximately 3 to 5 degrees during landing, and even in the most extreme cases, it should not surpass 10 degrees. However, the angle of this aircraft exceeds 50 degrees. What else could it possibly signify if not a catastrophic plunge? Chapter 97. Get out of my way in the cockpit. Qingzhou pressed the control stick forward with his left hand while gripping the throttle lever with his right. He exerted nearly all his strength to stabilize the Airbus A320, which was on the verge of a catastrophic failure. Indeed, the aircraft had entered a state of uncontrollable descent as it plummeted from an altitude of 3,000 meters, triggering a tumultuous shaking of its fuselage. The nose of the plane was irresistibly inclined downward, and the wings oscillated erratically. Rather than likening this to a roller coaster hurtling from the sky, it resembled a tractor, or more aptly, a hand-operated tractor. "Captain, our angle of attack is too steep, and the speed is excessive. The aircraft is about to lose control." Chen Bin's gaze was fixed intensely on the instrument panel as he shouted towards Qingzhou. The latter maintained a grave expression, focusing on stabilizing the aircraft's flight attitude while simultaneously reducing fuel supply to the engines. "Captain, we are on the brink of losing control," Chen Bin exclaimed again, unable to contain his urgency when Qingzhou remained silent. It was as if Qingzhou had not heard him at all, his grip on the control stick unwavering. At that moment, the runway of Binhai Airport loomed close. All the lights were illuminated, casting a bright glow over the entire flight area, resembling a beacon at sea, while the aircraft resembled a moth drawn to a flame. "Altitude." Finally, Qingzhou spoke, breaking his silence. Chen Bin was momentarily taken aback before quickly glancing at the altimeter. 1,100. He shouted back. "Deploy the spoilers and reduce the flap angle by 15 degrees, Qingzhou commanded with remarkable calmness, issuing new orders as if he were an advanced computer processing every detail in his plan. After giving the directive to Chen Bin, he promptly closed the throttle, ceasing fuel supply to the engines. Chen Bin's reaction was swift. Within 2 or 3 seconds of hearing Qingzhou's instructions, he reached for the spoilers and adjusted the flap angle downwards. With the landing gear in a release state, the Airbus A320's deceleration mechanisms were fully engaged. The once volatile A320's nose momentarily stalled, and its speed visibly diminished. However, the immense inertia was not something that human effort could easily overcome. Simply raising the spoilers, Lowering the flaps and halting fuel supply would not suffice to bring the aircraft to a complete stop. In the blink of an eye, the plane plummeted from an altitude of 1,100 meters to 800 meters. Yet, this was adequate. Lu Qingzhou's objective was not to land, but to curtail the aircraft's speed. As long as he could slightly mitigate the aircraft's velocity and lessen the impact of inertia, the likelihood of successfully pulling up the nose would significantly increase. 750 meters, 700 meters, 650 meters, 600 meters. Lu Qingzhou no longer required Chun Bin to report the altimeter readings. Instead, he directed a portion of his attention to the altimeter himself. After all, employing Chun Bin merely as a conduit for communication would inevitably squander precious time. For Lu Qingzhou, time was not only invaluable but also needed to be measured with utmost precision. Inside the cabin, apart from the thunderous roar of the engines and the howling of turbulent airflow, silence reigned supreme. The aircraft plummeted from an altitude of 3,000 meters, subjecting its occupants to a force of overload that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. The plane maintained a speed of approximately 200 knots, 370 kilometers h, resulting in an overload that approached or even exceeded 3G. This level of overload, while still within the tolerable limits for the average person who can withstand a maximum of 4G without training, was nonetheless capable of inducing nausea, vomiting, and dizziness. What is overload? It refers to the ratio of all external forces acting on an aircraft during flight, aside from gravity, to the weight of the aircraft itself. In general terms, a 1G overload equates to the weight of an adult, while 3G is akin to 3 adults pressing down upon one. Consequently, the passengers in the cabin found themselves bereft of even the strength to weep. Aside from the sounds of dry heaving, the engine's roar, and the rush of air, there was nothing else to be heard. 500 meters, 450 meters, 400 meters. The runway at Binhai Airport loomed ever closer. Lu Qingzhou could distinctly see the flashing lights of over 20 rescue vehicles stationed around the runway. The scene at Binhai Airport was a stark white, with high visibility, however. Such conditions were unsuitable for landing due to the glaring lights obscuring the pilot's view of the runway. Yet, Lu Qingzhou's objective was not to land, but to pierce through the clouds. 350 meters, 300 meters, 250 meters. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft descended several hundred meters. Just as the altimeter registered a height of 200 meters, Lu Qingzhou suddenly commanded, "Deploy the spoilers and adjust the flaps to 30 degrees. Before he could finish his sentence, he grasped the control yoke firmly and pulled it sharply backward and upward. The aircraft's nose, which had been descending, was abruptly halted. At that moment, the Airbus A320 seemed to hang suspended in the air. However, within a mere second or two, the fuselage was seized by violent shaking and turbulence, as if two immense forces were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war over the aircraft's body. A metallic, distorted sound echoed, ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka within the cabin. All passengers were abruptly thrust forward, only to be violently propelled back into their seats by an immense force. Caught off guard, the aircraft's dive was swiftly curtailed. The metallic clamor persisted, ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka, as the fuselage of the Airbus A320 contended with the powerful forces of inertia and mechanics, beginning to twist and deform. "Climb, you must climb." Lu Qingzhou's face contorted with strain. His hands gripped the control stick with all his might, depleting his entire strength. "Climb, rise for me," he bellowed. Amidst his shouts of fury, the nose of the Airbus A320 gradually began to ascend. In that fleeting moment, Lu Qingzhou swiftly grasped the throttle lever and pushed it to the maximum, restoring fuel to the aircraft's engines. A thunderous roar erupted from the engines, rumble before anyone could fully comprehend the situation. The plane, nose inclined upwards at nearly a 70-degree angle, surged skyward into the night, howling with determination. Chapter 98. A mountain pressing upon the chest on the rooftop of a grand edifice. Aerial view. Sharp Guy gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape as if one could fit a duck egg within. His countenance was etched with disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as though witnessing the most astonishing and laborious spectacle on earth. Not only he, but also the thousands of viewers in the live stream shared expressions of utter astonishment. The barrage of comments in the chat room receded like a receding tide, leaving it momentarily barren, for nearly everyone was utterly captivated by the scene before them. Forgetting to type a single message, in the distant sky, a silver Airbus A320 hurtled downwards at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, what had been a mere speck transformed into the size of a fist, as if the aircraft had completely lost control and was about to plummet. Yet, just as the audience held their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats, this seemingly doomed Airbus A320 miraculously pulled its nose up before anyone could comprehend the unfolding drama. The aircraft's two engines erupted with an unparalleled thrust, propelling it almost vertically upwards. In an instant, it vanished from view, having arrived with such swiftness and departed even more rapidly. Several seconds passed until the airplane had completely disappeared from the lens, and the previously empty chat room erupted once more like a returning tide, more vigorous than before. The comments were almost uniform, inundating the screen with expressions of utter bewilderment. One face of confusion, two faces of confusion, countless faces of confusion, GIF, as if no other expression could encapsulate their astonishment and shock. What on earth did I just witness? I'm blind. The operation of that aircraft was simply blinding. Did that plane just show me a trick? Wasn't it supposed to crash? How did it pull up at the last moment? The captain is nothing short of miraculous. He managed to salvage the situation in the nick of time. Indeed, I was nearly scared out of my wits. I truly thought the plane was doomed. I could never have anticipated that the captain would turn the tide at the last moment. So, you must always trust the captain of Shanhang Airlines. The captain is like a young father. When the child is safe, he poses the greatest threat, yet when danger looms, he becomes a savior. Why does this maneuver seem oddly familiar? Can someone enlighten me? Do you think the Airbus A320's maneuver resembled cloud piercing? In the dim light of night, the aircraft ascended with an astonishing grace, akin to an arrow piercing the heavens. Once the plane vanished from sight, Li Jiong struggled to swallow. Turning to his fellow controllers, he inquired hesitantly, "Did any of you observe whether the landing gear of Flight 8889 was deployed?" The earlier scene had been so overwhelming that even the seasoned Li Jiong found himself momentarily paralyzed, his mind a blank slate. He had forgotten to breathe. Lost in a philosophical quandary. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? At that moment, the other controllers shook off their stupor, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at Li Jiong. Noticing their lingering daze, he sighed internally. It was evident that they, too, were rendered speechless, devoid of any inclination to monitor the aircraft's landing gear. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and use the intercom to check with the observers at other positions, Li Jiong urged, unable to contain his frustration. Gradually, the others regained their composure and scattered like startled birds. Meanwhile, the Airbus A320 soared upward, slicing through the night sky with an unrelenting force. Lu Qingzhou's expression was as dark as the night, with one hand firmly pulling the control stick back. He pushed the throttle to its limit, ensuring maximum power was delivered. In the co-pilot seat, Chenbin found himself pinned to his seat, unable to move. Yet his mind raced with intensity. His gaze was fixated on the instruments, ready to alert at the slightest anomaly. Behind Lu Qingzhou, Chen Bingbing had devolved from a poised figure into a limp heap, her face pale and lips tinged with blue, bloodshot eyes betraying her distress. She resembled a stranded fish, gasping for air yet unable to draw in even a single breath of fresh air. The passengers in the cabin fared little better than Chen Bingbing. They were pressed into their seats by the immense gravitational forces, immobilized, as if an insurmountable weight bore down upon their chests. Where once there may have been nausea during the descent, they now found themselves deprived even of the right to vomit, struggling against the very act of breathing. Silence enveloped the cabin, a heavy hush that spoke volumes. Aside from the roar of the engines and the sound of slicing through the air, silence reigned. The aircraft emitted a deafening growl, rumbling with a relentless intensity. The altimeter's digits surged from below 100 to 500 in an instant, then climbed to 600, 700, 800, until it reached 1,000. It was only at that moment that Lu Qingzhou gently pressed the control stick forward to bring it back to its original position. The Airbus A320, with its nose held high like a proud rooster, finally lowered its haughty head, becoming docile and resuming level flight. As the plane regained its stable posture, a sigh of relief escaped Chen Bingbing, seated behind Lu Qingzhou. The heavy weight that had pressed upon her chest vanished in an instant, leaving her feeling as if she had been reborn. However, her relief was short-lived. Within mere seconds, she felt a tumultuous upheaval in her stomach. Before she could utter a word, she was already curled up like a small shrimp, retching violently. Chapter 99. The successful retraction of the left rear landing gear. My life is finally preserved. The cabin has now transformed into a veritable scene of upheaval. As the aircraft regained level flight, the passengers were still reeling from the tumult, their stomachs churning violently. regardless of whether they were rugged men standing at 6 feet tall or sweet, charming young girls. All semblance of personal decorum was cast aside as they hunched over, retching uncontrollably. In an instant, an indescribable odor permeated the cabin. Amidst the fragrance of rice blossoms, one could hear the cacophony of nausea. In the cockpit, Qingzhou noticed Qinbin still gazing at him with an expression of astonishment, unable to contain himself any longer. He finally spoke up. "What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be inquiring with the tower whether the left landing gear has been deployed? That is the pressing matter at hand." Only then did Qinbin snap back to reality, hastily contacting the control tower. "Tower, 8889 calling. Has the landing gear been deployed? Has the landing gear been deployed? What on earth? You were flying too fast. Couldn't you see clearly? What kind of aircraft are you operating?" Witnessing this, Qingzhou let out a slight sigh. What was the tower doing? With dozens of eyes trained on the situation, they failed to ascertain whether the landing gear had been deployed. Amateurish. Utterly amateurish. After ending his communication with the tower, Qinbin looked at Qingzhou with a sense of helplessness. "Captain, the tower said they couldn't see clearly. What should we do now? What should we do?" Qingzhou replied with resignation. "What else can we do but circle around again?" At that moment, Chun Bingbing, who had been dry heaving, was instantly alarmed and curled up like a pangolin. Seeing this, Qingzhou felt both exasperated and amused, quickly offering reassurance. "We are circling, not piercing the clouds. You needn't be afraid." Chun Bingbing lifted her eyelids slightly, uncertain whether it was trust in Qingzhou or some other reason. She gradually relaxed from her pangolin state. Qingzhou regained his composure, once again pulling the yoke downwards, descending in a spiral. The thunderous roar of the aircraft's engines reverberated through the airspace once more. As the aircraft descended, the observers at the tower and other airport positions widened their eyes, even reluctant to blink. On the rooftop of the building, the aerial filming sharp-eyed brother felt the increasingly near roar and immediately exclaimed, "Brothers, the plane is approaching again. Let's see if it's going to land or pierce the clouds." I must say, this captain is quite the character. It's the first time I've witnessed someone fly a passenger plane through the clouds so seamlessly. In the live broadcast room, the comments continued to flood the entire screen. Are we doing this again? The passengers aboard the aircraft have truly endured a harrowing experience today. Within mere moments, they encountered 2 consecutive bouts of turbulence. And even if their bodies could withstand such tribulations, it is likely that the aircraft itself was struggling. Drawn by curiosity, one must wonder if the captain genuinely navigated the plane through the clouds. Today, the passengers have struck a veritable fortune, as a single flight has bestowed upon them the thrill akin to that of a roller coaster. Those aboard are likely in a state of euphoric exhilaration, experiencing sensations beyond comprehension. It is no wonder, for the combined forces of descent and ascent likely subject them to a gravitational pull of at least 4G, a strain that most individuals would find insufferable. They might feel as though their very lungs are on the verge of bursting. A moment of sympathy lingers. At that instant, the roar of the aircraft's engines grew increasingly thunderous, and the plane drew nearer. Just as all eyes widened in anticipation, ready to witness yet another spectacle, a small white appeared in the distant sky. Unlike before, this dot moved at a languid pace, seemingly suspended in midair. After several long seconds, the crowd finally discerned the full form of this white dot. It was unmistakably an Airbus A320. The contrast in speed was stark. The previous rapid approach felt like a different entity altogether. The rumbling continued as the aircraft descended lower, coming ever closer to the airport. In the control tower, Li Zhiyong was determined not to repeat his earlier foolish mistake. His eyes were wide with intensity, fixated on the left rear landing gear of the plane. It drew nearer. Closer still. As the aircraft dipped below 100 meters, hovering over the airport, a controller suddenly pointed at the left rear landing gear and exclaimed loudly, "It's reset. It has reset. The left rear landing gear is in position." Without needing further clarification, Li Zhiyong had already confirmed it with his own eyes. The previously bent landing gear was now perfectly straight, nearly perpendicular to the fuselage. This indicated that the landing gear had fully extended. Clenching his fist, he vigorously waved it in the air several times before excitedly grasping the microphone, declaring, 8889, the left rear landing gear has completely reset. Incredible. After 2 decades in this profession, this is the first time I have witnessed an aircraft maneuvering through clouds and resetting its landing gear. He was almost at a loss for words. The other controllers shared in his exhilaration, their expressions reflecting a mix of excitement and jubilation as cheers began to erupt. Given that the landing gear had a lower lock, once it was reset, the lock would secure the landing gear firmly in place. Once locked, the prospect of a safe landing was assured. Thus, despite the Airbus A320 not yet having touched down safely, the probability of a successful landing was now approaching an astonishing 100, akin to the likelihood of a plane landing under calm, clear conditions without any mechanical failures. Therefore, even if the controllers were somewhat inclined to celebrate with champagne, such indulgence seemed entirely justifiable given the extraordinary success rate. In the cockpit, as the excited voice of Li Jiong trembled in Chun Bin's ears, Chun Bin initially felt a sense of relief, which soon transformed into unrestrained joy etched across his face. He punched the air, as if to release the pent-up pressure that had long been building. "Damn splendid," he exclaimed. Had it not been for the safety belt restraining him, he would have likely embraced Lu Qingzhou, laughing and crying in equal measure. Lu Qingzhou also exhaled deeply, a lengthy sigh of relief. With the landing gear completely restored, they had finally navigated this challenge safely. Good grief. Am I truly cursed with bad luck? Just a few days have passed, and I've already faced lightning strikes, bird strikes, and collisions with drones. What will I encounter next? An iceberg? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Perhaps a stroke of good fortune instead. He inhaled deeply once more before smiling and saying, "Calm down, let us contact the control tower and inform them that 8,889 is about to land." "Yes," Chun Bin replied loudly, his affirmation resonating with enthusiasm and clarity. At that moment, Chen Bingbing finally regained a semblance of vitality, although she was unaware of the specifics of the events that had transpired. Witnessing the exuberance of Lu Qingzhou and Chun Bin led her to deduce that her life had likely been spared. Chapter 100. The descent was smooth and graceful. At long last, the aircraft landed safely. The blind landing system was engaged, the spoilers were raised, and the flaps were adjusted. After nearly an hour of maneuvering, Flight SC-8889 had finally aligned its nose with the runway. The time was now 9:35 p.m., and a full hour had elapsed since the flight's scheduled landing. In the cockpit, Captain Lu Qizhou reduced the fuel supply while gently pressing down on the control stick. Meanwhile, First Officer Chen Bin incessantly communicated with the control tower, once again playing the role of an unyielding echo. At this moment, the searchlights at Binhai Airport had all been extinguished, leaving only 4 rows of runway lights illuminating the expansive airfield. Binhai Airport features a total of 2 runways and 4 rows of lights. Viewed from above, the positions of the 2 runways were unmistakably clear. The descent had now become far more controlled than before. If the previous descent could be likened to a furious tempest, this was now a gentle, serene rain. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. As the aircraft descended below 500 meters, the flight control system emitted a warning tone. Captain Lu continued to lower the nose of the aircraft. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The runway was now visible. Lu maintained the downward pressure on the control stick while deftly adjusting the plane's attitude to ensure the nose was consistently aligned with the runway's centerline. However, his movements were so subtle that the passengers aboard remained blissfully unaware. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. At this point, the aircraft was directly above the runway. In the control tower, Li Jiong and several other controllers stood on the balcony, their eyes fixed intently on the distant runway. Though they were aware that the landing gear of Flight SC-8889 had been retracted and that the aircraft was likely unharmed, their hearts raced anew as the plane approached the ground. On the rooftop of a nearby building, the aerial photographer clenched his fists tightly, his face betraying a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The barrage of comments in the live stream had vanished, not due to the host or system settings, but because the attention of everyone in the chat was now entirely focused on the screen, their eyes glued to the approaching Airbus A320. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just as the aircraft was about to touch down, Captain Lu gently pulled the control stick backward, lifting the nose to ensure the rear landing gear made contact first. Simultaneously, the tension among the crowd intensified. Though everyone had witnessed the successful retraction of the left rear landing gear, no one dared to guarantee its safety. Thus, until the moment the aircraft touched down, its safety remained uncertain. All eyes were wide open, fixated on the descending plane. The aircraft surged forward, covering approximately 20 meters. A faint sound echoed as the fuselage quivered slightly, and the rear landing gear wheels commenced their glide along the runway. Indeed, the rear landing gear had successfully made contact with the ground. Not only did the landing unfold seamlessly, but the entire process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any complications. Even the previously malfunctioning left rear landing gear remained unscathed. However, it was not yet time to celebrate with champagne. Everyone's faces were etched with tension, their eyes fixed intently on the aircraft, which retained its triangular configuration. After a few more seconds, a resounding thud signaled the successful landing of the front landing gear. The Airbus A320 began to race down the runway like a wild stallion breaking free. Qingzhou remained composed, promptly activating the aircraft's braking system. Gradually, the plane's speed visibly diminished. Yet, at this rate, it risked veering off the runway. Nevertheless, Qingzhou remained unfazed. Following the activation of the brakes, his hand instinctively reached for the reverse thrust lever. Indeed, bringing this behemoth, weighing between 70 to 80 tons, to a complete stop required more than merely engaging the brakes. The reverse thrust mechanism was essential. As he grasped the lever, he acted decisively, pulling it upwards with vigor. A series of metallic scratches filled the air, akin to the sound of a wild stallion being reined in. After racing forward for over 100 meters, the aircraft finally succumbed to exhaustion, coming to a gentle halt on the runway. Upon witnessing the plane finally come to rest, Li Jiong in the control tower raised his clenched fist triumphantly, exclaiming, "Beautiful. Splendid work." The other controllers mirrored his expression, some on the verge of tears from sheer elation. In the distance, the aerial sharp-eye commentator also raised his arms in excitement, proclaiming, "Incredible, simply incredible. This captain is the most remarkable I have ever seen. To navigate such an emergency and land safely is nothing short of extraordinary." The barrage of comments surged forth like a tidal wave. Damn, today's live broadcast is more exhilarating and thrilling than watching a blockbuster. The plot twists and turns, with peaks of excitement that surpass contemporary films. Shanhang Airlines truly lives up to its reputation to resolve a landing gear malfunction by executing a cloud-piercing maneuver. I must commend the captain for his audacity. Indeed, when the plane pierced through the clouds, I was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. Alas, lacking education, all I can utter is a mere exclamation of astonishment. As for the Shanhang Airlines captain, his technical prowess is undeniably exceptional. From now on, I shall only choose Shanhang Airlines. Not only is safety guaranteed, but the journey is also filled with adrenaline. Shanhang Airlines is indeed commendable, though it might be a bit hard on the trousers. Damn it, that rascal who released the shuttle has yet to be caught. Once apprehended, he should be bound to the aircraft's nose and taken on a few cloud-piercing flights. Inside the cabin, as the aircraft came to a steady halt on the runway, the passengers remained momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Why isn't the plane moving? Many hurriedly glanced around, yet failed to discern any clarity. For a while, the crowd could not even ascertain whether they were experiencing a hallucination or if the plane truly remained still. The landing had been so incredibly smooth and steady, compounded by the fact that they had already been thoroughly disoriented, losing the ability to distinguish reality from illusion. An unpleasant odor lingered in the cabin, with the aisle strewn with remnants of nausea. The passengers' faces were ashen, each one etched with panic. This state of confusion persisted for over 10 seconds, until Zhang Xiaoyan, pale as a ghost, was the first to react. The plane has stopped? Could it be that the aircraft has successfully landed? Upon this realization, her complexion flushed with color, and she regained a semblance of vitality, struggling to rise from her seat. Quickly, open the emergency exit. The plane has landed safely. We have survived. We are all alive. The last few words escaped her lips, tinged with an emotional tremor.